They joined in the commotion and stopped Dr. Song from leaving. Dr. Song had no choice but to listen to her questions. Let me ask you a simple question. If the bathtub is full of water and there is a bowl and a wash basin next to it, how can I drain the water as quickly as possible? Ruan Qiqi asked about a joke that was very famous on the internet in his previous life. Of course, I use a basin. Dr. Song burst out laughing. Even a 3-year-old child can choose a wash basin. You are so stupid that you just pulled the plug of the bathtub and it all came out. The patients looked at him with disgust, saying that he couldn't even answer such a simple question and was truly a fool. Yeah. Why don't you unplug it? Ruan Qiqi looked at Dr. Song sympathetically with a look that said, "How could you be so stupid?" Dr. Song gritted his teeth, feeling furious. He forced a smile, pushed away the group of people surrounding him, and hurried away, his back looking somewhat panicked. "Where are you from?" someone asked. "I came from where I came from, and I'm going to where I'm going. You ordinary people won't understand." Ruan Qiqi answered in a mysterious way, and the patients around him immediately looked respectful. Dr. Song also heard it and looked back. He saw Ruan Qiqi, surrounded by the patients like a star. It was obvious that they often played together, so he felt completely relieved. There are so many patients in the hospital, so it is normal to see a few unfamiliar faces. He doesn't need to be suspicious. Returned to the office and took out the information from his pocket. Master Lou summarized Zheng Jingyun's note and simply put it as follows: extremely greedy for money, very strong. Dr. Song smiled and said to himself, "Eel. Oh, Eel, it's so sad that you died at the hands of such a woman." He had the same idea as Master Lou, thinking that Eel praised Ruan Qiqi so highly just to save face. In fact, Ruan Qiqi was just a greedy woman with greater strength. By his superiors were to eliminate Ruan Qiqi by any means necessary and avenge Eel. Since Ruan Qiqi is greedy, then use money to charm her, and then kill her without anyone knowing so that I can report to my superiors. Ruan Qiqi thrived in the mental hospital. He quickly became friends with the patients and used candies and snacks to become their boss at the speed of light. "I'm going to go back to sleep. If that stupid doctor comes to see me, do you know what to say?" Ruan Qiqi was going back to school. Before leaving, she gave some training to the new brothers to prevent Dr. Song from coming looking for them.
"No."
The younger brothers answered in unison, and then started talking at once. "You want to chat with Sakyamuni? Let's go fight the Japs. You should go back and cook mangpa soup. If you are late, the king of hell will deduct your bonus." Everyone's answer was different. Shen Jingbing's imagination really broke through the 3-dimensional world and reached the 4-dimensional world ahead of time. Ruan Qiqi left with great peace of mind. After returning to school, she continued her busy and fulfilling studies. Zheng Jingyun received instructions from Master Lou and 10 yuan. 10 coins were the bait to lure Ruan Qiqi. Master Lou asked her to use the money to conquer Ruan Qiqi and trick her into going mountain climbing on the weekend. Zheng Jingyun did not dare to hide a single word and reported everything. Ruan Qiqi looked at the 10 yuan with disdain. It was outrageous that the Japanese devil only used 10 yuan to humiliate her. But she still had to climb the mountain on the weekend. The Japanese must want to deal with her on the mountain. She didn't know how many people they sent, but she was not afraid no matter how many people there were. Yuelu Mountain was full of trees, and that was her home ground. Reply to him and go hiking on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. Ruan Qiqi asked Zheng Jingyun to reply. Zheng Jingyun obediently wrote the note, ran to the back mountain and stuffed it into a tree hole, then came back anxiously. She had a bad feeling that something bad would happen if she went hiking on Sunday. Is it okay if I don't go hiking on Sunday? Zheng Jingyun asked courageously. Can you have fried peanuts on Saturday? Ruan Qiqi looked at her with a mocking expression. Zheng Jingyun's face turned pale, and a chill ran down her back. She shook her head vigorously and said in a trembling voice, "I'm going to climb the mountain for sure." Climbing to the top of a mountain will only result in breaking your legs, but not climbing the mountain may cost you your life. Saturday was still a day of working as usual. Ruan Qiqi and the ant had become a very good pair. Every time she went to work, the ant would take her away, calling it work. In fact, Ruan Qiqi just lay comfortably, and at noon she had the carefully prepared meals by the aunt. She lived a very comfortable life. Louis didn't come to pick her up this week, because he was on a mission again. Ruan Qiqi simply didn't go back to the compound and stayed in the school. The next day, she went to the cafeteria to have breakfast and then went hiking with Jingyun. There are quite a few people climbing the mountain on weekends, mostly teachers and students from universities at the foot of the mountain. Ruan Qiqi was walking calmly, when suddenly her eyes lit up. Like lightning, she took 3 steps at a time, rushed over and stepped on the Great Unity, so fast that even Jingyun couldn't react. Master Lou, who was hiding in the dark, was very satisfied with Ruan Qiqi's performance. He realized that he was indeed a greedy person. This made things easy. So, on the road ahead, a big Unity banknote would drop from time to time. Ruan Qiqi picked up money along the way and was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She was so immersed in the joy of picking up money that she didn't notice that the road was getting narrower and there were fewer and fewer people. They unknowingly entered a maple forest. The forest was very quiet, with birds singing from time to time, making it seem very peaceful and tranquil. Ruan Qiqi was counting the money he had just picked up. Wow, a net profit of $20. She put the money in her pocket and pulled Jingyun to the main road. Then a gust of wind came shooting over. It was a crossbow arrow that was poisoned. If it pierced the skin a little, the person would die instantly from the poison. Ruan Qiqi tilted her body and nimbly avoided the crossbow arrow. At the same time, a stone was thrown over and collided with the crossbow arrow, causing sparks to fly. The crossbow arrow changed direction and pierced into a maple tree. The 3rd update is finished. I will go out to see the autumn sun tomorrow and climb Mount Sanqing by the way. I will update regularly. Good night. Ruan Qiqi found a tree as cover, took out a bone whip from her bag, and looked around vigilantly. Jingyun was so scared that she held her head and screamed. The shrill cry startled a group of birds, which fluttered away. Noisy. Ruan Qiqi pulled hard, and Jingyun fainted and became quiet. After the person in the dark shot a crossbow arrow, there was no movement. The forest was extremely quiet, so quiet that you could hear your own breathing and heartbeat. Ruan Qiqi was leaning against a sturdy maple tree, holding a bone whip. She seemed to be observing the surroundings, but in fact she was communicating with the tree. There are 3 of them, and there's one on top of you. I'll get it off for you. Fengshu's tone was very excited. His boring life finally had some fun. Lying in ambush on the tree, holding a knife in his hand, stared closely at Ruan Qiqi below, wanting to chop her in half with one blow. He took a deep breath and prepared to jump, several branches wrapped around him tightly like snakes. He used all his strength to break free but couldn't. Before he could react, the branches sent him precisely in front of Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi raised the corner of her mouth in a cold smile. The bone whip in her hand flexibly wrapped around the man's neck. With another push, the man rolled his eyes. Crack, 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 crack. 4 sounds were heard in succession, and Ruan Qiqi moved quickly, removing the man's limbs. Then she whistled, and a few lovely canes were thrown at the terrified man like sandbags. The man wanted to come over to support his companion, but as soon as he raised his feet, he found that he could not move, and his limbs were tightly wrapped with vines. Ruan Qiqi smiled sweetly at him, without saying a word, and directly disassembled his limbs. Took no more than 3 minutes in total to easily deal with the 2. Shangguan, who was hiding in the dark, originally wanted to help, but now changed her mind. Ruan Qiqi was so powerful that she didn't need to help at all. Ruan Qiqi swung the bone whip and walked to the left. Master Lou, who was hung upside down by the vine, was struggling desperately, like a dying insect on a spider web. "Want to come down?" Ruan Qiqi looked up and asked. Lou fell silent. He didn't say a word and looked at her gloomily. Suddenly, he smiled strangely and prepared to bite the poison sac in his teeth. Snap! The bone whip hit his chin, and with a click, his jaw was broken. Lou opened his mouth wide, drooling, and looked like he had cerebral palsy. His eyes were full of fear, and he had completely lost his previous calmness. The news that Il sent back before his death said that this woman was an extremely perverted interrogation expert, and even Il, who had received cruel training, could not withstand this woman's interrogation. He thought he was no better than the eel and would definitely not be able to bear it, so he might as well take the poison and be loyal to Tian Huang. But his wish was not fulfilled. Afraid of me? Ruan Qiqi smiled and asked, "How did Il spread the news to you? Did he spread rumors about me? It's obvious that he is useless and can't stand any pain. I know you are more capable than Il when I see you. I will be gentler later." Lou's eyes were filled with even more fear, and his body was tense. "Tell me your accomplices, and I can spare your life and give you a safe identity so you can return home safely." Ruan Qiqi threw out an attractive bait. Lou's expression changed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, feeling very excited. He dreams of going home, but can he really go back? Woo-woo. Lou called out a few times, his eyes anxious. Ruan Qiqi whipped it with a whip, and with a click, the jaw closed. "Can you really guarantee that?" Lou asked hopefully after his jaw closed. "Of course, we Chinese always keep our word." Ruan Qiqi gave the assurance with great sincerity, and it sounded as if it were the truth. Lou was still hesitating. Ruan Qiqi became impatient, whipped him again, and said viciously, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Now I'll let you see my tricks." She whistled, and the cane obediently sent one of his accomplices over. The man's limbs and jaw were broken, and he couldn't make any sound, but he was not panicked but very calm. Ruan Qiqi knew that there was no need to waste time on this kind of person. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, it would be better to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. "It looks pretty plump and tender. It must be delicious, right?" Ruan Qiqi lifted the man's chin with a bone whip and looked at him with a look of great satisfaction, but the words she said were confusing. The scene at this moment had nothing to do with the word delicious. Master Lu's face changed slightly, and fear surged in his heart. Could it be that this female devil wanted to cook her companions into barbecue? Ruan Qiqi was not in a hurry to take action. She gently patted a sturdy maple tree. This maple tree was the oldest in the forest, and the boss of the maple trees in the forest. All the plants in the forest listened to it. Successful capture of the 3 Japanese devils. "Don't worry, you'll be able to enjoy your feast soon." Ruan Qiqi gently patted the excited boss Feng. Many trees love to eat meat, especially the older ones, who need to eat some meat as a tonic. The ground suddenly rolled up, soon revealing dense tree roots covered with fresh soil. The 3 Japanese soldiers realized that something was wrong, and they wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Soon, they saw a scene that they would never forget. The fat and tender little Japanese soldier that Ruan Qiqi was praising was rolled up under the roots of the tree by the branches of Boss Feng. The thick roots wrapped the man tightly, like a snake. Woo-woo. The man's jaw had not yet closed, and he could only make low whimpering sounds. His face was distorted in pain, and his body was twisted into a very strange posture. Boss Feng has a lot of roots. In addition to the thick roots, there are also many thin roots. The thick roots will entangle people, and the roots, like small snakes, will penetrate the man's body like straws. The man was clearly aware of the pain in his body. He opened his mouth wide and let out a few cries, his eyes fixed in the direction of Master Lou. Lou miraculously understood his look. He must be questioning him. Isn't she a stupid, greedy Chinese woman? Why is she so perverted? Lou was filled with guilt and fear. He turned his head away and dared not look again. "Watch carefully." Ruan Qiqi's whip clamped around his head and pulled him back, forcing him to watch how his companion was devoured by Boss Feng. Boss Feng had thousands of roots that pierced into the man's body, greedily absorbing blood and flesh. After all, it hadn't had any tonic for a long time. The man died in agony, his eyes wide open as he stared in the direction of Master Lou. After a few minutes, his plump body became shriveled, like a skeleton in clothes. After eating and drinking his fill, Boss Feng swayed the branches all over his body with happiness, thanking Ruan Qiqi for the gift. "You're welcome. You deserve it." Ruan Qiqi used a whip to roll the body out of the pit and took it back to Hand in the Head. This is a new skill she has unlocked. From now on, all the ugly little Japanese will be taken to the mountains to feed the trees. This is called making full use of garbage, and it is so environmentally friendly. Have you thought it through? Do you want to be like him, or confess? Qiqi asked coldly, a shriveled corpse lying at her feet. A plump and juicy person turned into a skeleton in less than 5 minutes. At this moment, Master Lou finally realized Qiqi's desires. Moreover, this woman has the magical ability to command trees. The eel never discovered this secret until his death. He has to find a way to tell the mantis and report it to the headquarters. Mantis is the code name of Dr. Song, and he is also the superior of Master Lou and his colleagues. Lou had beautiful thoughts, but the reality was cruel. The other Japanese soldier was terrified by the tragic death of his companion, and his spirit completely collapsed. He confessed everything he knew, but there was no useful news. Mantis provides the funds for the activities. All the intelligence we have will be fed back to Mantis, who will then report to the headquarters. Mantis also has another group of people, but we have never met them and do not know their situation, but they are definitely in Tanzhou City. Qiqi frowned slightly. Dr. Song was the Mantis, and he had quite a few people under him. If she could catch all these devils in one fell swoop, she might be able to surpass Tyrannosaurus and take first place. She was too lazy to interrogate Master Lou again, so she just knocked him unconscious and tied him up with rattan. She was a little worried. It would be a bit difficult for 2 people and a corpse to get down the mountain, and there was no phone on the mountain. I'll go make a phone call. Please help me take a look. Qiqi said loudly.
Good.
A low voice came from the woods, and it was impossible to tell whether it was from a man or a woman. Qiqi smiled. She knew who it was. Since Shangguan Qing didn't want to show up, she would just pretend she didn't know. She quickly ran down the mountain, found the nearest phone number, called Pei Yuan, and asked him to send someone to move the person. Then she went up the mountain again. When she was almost there, she slowed down and saw from a distance that Jingyan moved a few times and was about to wake up. Then a stone hit her temple, and she fainted again. When Qiqi approached, she saw that Master Lou and his companion also had wounds on their temples. It was obvious that these 2 people had woken up, but were knocked unconscious by the stone shot by Shangguan Qing. This girl is so fun. Thank you. My companion is coming soon. Qiqi thanked loudly. The other party did not respond, but Qiqi knew that Shangguan Qing had left. An hour later, comrade Xiao Chao rushed over. When he saw the 3 Japanese soldiers on the ground, his eyes lit up. After a careful inspection, he kicked each of them with disgust. Each one is uglier than the other. They are not even worthy of being fed to dogs. Why are you so idle? Don't you have to go on a mission? Qiqi asked curiously. It was always this guy who had to carry people. He was so idle that he was about to grow hair. You won't see me again for another week. Comrade Xiao Chao snorted proudly, picked up a Japanese soldier in one hand, and walked quickly down the mountain. Qiqi wrapped the corpse with a whip and dragged it down the mountain. They took a shortcut and didn't meet anyone. They parked the car at the foot of the mountain and soon returned to the headquarters. Qiqi didn't mention the mantis, because if she did, Pei Yuan would definitely send people to support her. She didn't want to share the credit, and she was counting on relying on this mantis to defeat the Tyrannosaurus. How many points are there between me and that little bug? The school year, she ranked 3rd, 1 place behind the 2nd place, but quite a bit behind the 1st place, about 10 places as she remembered. You are currently ranked 2nd, 7 behind Tyrannosaurus.
Come on.
Pei Yuan smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He had originally planned to compete for the 1st place again next year, but he didn't expect Qiqi to give him a big surprise. What a great treasure.
New.
Qiqi raised her chin proudly. If they could capture Dr. Song's group of people, they should be able to surpass Xiao Chongzi. That woman was crying and wanted to see you. Comrade Xiao Chao came in, speaking in an impatient tone. After Zheng Jingyan woke up, she cried and insisted on seeing Qiqi, which gave him a headache. He could be ruthless to the Japanese, but he would hesitate to deal with his compatriots, even if they were traitors. Pei Yuan has criticized him many times, and he is slowly changing, but just like a dog will always eat shoot, his soft-hearted habit is really hard to change. No, can anyone see me? Ruan Qiqi ruthlessly refused, saying that a man who had betrayed his motherland had no right to ask to see her. People like Zheng Jingyan were the most hateful traitors during the war years. She is not worthy of being a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. Comrade Xiao Chao continued the interrogation, and after a while, he came back. The lame Japanese soldier and the woman both said that you promised to keep them safe and that you could let the lame Japanese soldier return home. Comrade Xiao Chao was in a bit of a dilemma because he attached great importance to his promises and he had to fulfill them once he made them. I did promise, but you didn't. I don't have the final say on 759. Ruan Qiqi sneered, thinking that Comrade Xiao Chao's IQ was about the same as that of brother Liu Jiefeng. No wonder he got into trouble half a year, out of a year. If it weren't for this guy's powerful supernatural powers, Pei Yuan would have returned the product long ago. Comrade Xiao Chao was stunned for a few seconds, and his mind was unable to process what was going on. After a long time, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Yes, why didn't I think of this before?" He had to fulfill so many promises, and he was exhausted. Bring a copy of 36 Stratagems with you when you run. Read it when you feel tired. It helps replenish your brain. Ruan Qiqi patted him on the shoulder and gave him some sincere advice. Comrade Xiao Chao accepted it very humbly. He quickly walked to the bookcase behind Pei Yuan, took out the 36 strategies with curled edges, and stuffed it into his clothes without hesitation. Can't you just go buy one yourself? Pei Yuan was annoyed. Books cost money. Comrade Xiao Chao is very confident that you can get something for free if you spend money on it. Remember to return my book after you finish reading it. Also, if you damage my book, I won't forgive you. Pei Yuan's tone was very serious. He hated people who didn't cherish books.
No.
Comrade Xiao Chao left with the book. Ruan Qiqi asked Pei Yuan about Shangguan Qing's background. Is she also from Unit 759? Shangguan Qing is very skilled and is definitely not an ordinary person. No, she is an instructor in the Sharp Knife Company. She has won 3 first-class merits and many second-class and third-class merits. She went to school to recuperate. Pei Yuan mentioned Shangguan Qing. His tone was full of appreciation and even a bit of respect. Ruan Qiqi was also in awe. The Sharp Knife Company was the special forces of later generations and was basically composed of men. Shangguan Qing was able to become an instructor of the Sharp Knife Company and still survived and won 3 first-class merits. Her determination and perseverance were absolutely top-notch, and she had shed much more blood and sweat than men. How was she injured? Ruan Qiqi asked with concern. She suffered too many injuries, causing serious damage to her body. She is no longer suitable for carrying out missions, so we forced her to come to school to recuperate.
Pei Yuan said with pity.
Shangguan Qingnian is not very old, only 24 years old, but she has countless wounds on her body. What is more respectable is that this girl is the descendant of a martyr. When her parents died, she was still an infant. She was adopted by Jiang Liming of the Yangcheng military region. Although they are not biological children, the father and daughter have a very good relationship. It was Jiang Liming who gave the order to let Shangguan Qing go to school this time, and he even called Shangguan Qing personally to persuade her. This girl was very stubborn and would not even listen to the commander's words. She only listened to her adoptive father. Ruan Qiqi's respect deepened. There were a lot of Ganoderma lucidum powder, Dendrobium powder, and Cordyceps sinensis in the space pharmacy. They were all good tonic things. She would give them to Shangguan Qing later to see if they could help him get better. How could an eagle that is used to flying high in the sky be willing to stay on the ground? Shangguan Qing must want to return to the Spearhead Company and continue to carry out his mission. Master Lou didn't tell his superiors? Pei Yuan suddenly asked, his eyes meaningful. No, the little devil is very stubborn. You can torture him with the Qing dynasty torture. Ruan Qiqi denied it without changing his expression. You didn't torture them? Pei Yuan obviously didn't believe it. He also suspected that Ruan Qiqi was planning another big move, and he didn't know what kind of trouble it would cause. Of course not. There are too many people on the mountain, and it's hard to tell how I can torture him. You and Xiao Chao should deal with the little devils well. You must find out his superiors. Ruan Qiqi's expression was very sincere, and Pei Yuan was a little shaken. Could it be that this girl really didn't use torture?
Gone.
Ruan Qiqi waved and left. Pei Yuan felt vaguely uneasy and dialed the number of the pastry shop above. Keep an eye on the flower and let me know if anything unusual happens. What is she going to do now? Ding Yi became interested. Last time they went to dig graves. What were they going to do this time? That's why I asked you to keep an eye on her, because I didn't know. Don't let her find out. Don't worry, I'm second to none in marking people. No one dares to claim first place. Ding Yi was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant because he was the only one with the special ability of speed in Tanzhou 759, and no one was more suitable for surveillance than him. Ruan Qiqi walked slowly, and when she passed the interrogation room, she heard Zheng Jingyun's resentful curse. Ruan Qiqi, you don't keep your word, you will die a miserable death. She sneered disapprovingly and walked away nonchalantly. Once betrayed, you will never be used again in your life. A traitor like Zheng Jingyun must not be treated with mercy. Just reward her with a peanut. When they arrived at the pastry shop upstairs, Ruan Qiqi took a few cakes, left a bag of tea for Ding Yi, and rode back to school. Shangguan Qing was also on the phone. She called her leader to inquire about Ruan Qiqi's background, but the leader only said that she was a friend, not an enemy, and said nothing else. Shangguan Qing probably guessed that since Ruan Qiqi could control plants and the leader was still hesitating, it was most likely the legendary 759. She ran into Ruan Qiqi downstairs in the dormitory.
Give.
Ruan Qiqi handed her a piece of almond cake. Thanks. Shangguan Qing took it generously, took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This cake was delicious. Where did you buy it? A friend made this. Seeing that she liked it, Ruan Qiqi gave her another piece. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Shangguan Qing loves sweets, so she wanted both cakes. Good. Ruan Qiqi didn't bother to be polite with her. They ate cake while going upstairs, and neither of them mentioned Zheng Jingyun. Hey, where is Zheng Jingyun? We agreed to go to the department store together, but I don't know where she went so early in the morning. Now she is nowhere to be found. By the evening, Zheng Jingyun had not returned yet, and Li Yuqin could not help but complain. Maybe he went out to play.
Su Fan Guets?
He Ihong glanced towards Ruan Qiqi cautiously, then quickly looked away, afraid that Ruan Qiqi would discover her. In just a few days, she had lost a lot of weight, and her spirit had also undergone a qualitative change. She no longer had the ambition and high spirits she had at the beginning of the school year. She now strongly suspects that Zheng Jingyun has been killed by Ruan Qiqi. He Ihong was torn between her conscience and her desires, but ultimately her sense of justice overcame her cowardice, and she decided to go to her class teacher to report Ruan Qiqi's suspicious identity and Zheng Jingyun's disappearance, which was definitely related to Ruan Qiqi. She guessed that Ruan Qiqi might be a hidden enemy who wanted to harm the country. Now that she knew about it, she couldn't keep it secret. He Ihong quietly left the dormitory and trotted all the way to the office building. Fortunately, the class teacher was still in the office, listening to the phone with a serious expression. I understand, I'll take care of it. Head teacher hung up the phone, looked up and saw He Ihong standing at the door. I have something important to report. He Ihong looked around and lowered her voice, appearing sneaky. You're here just in time. Go back and tell your classmates that Zheng Jingyun has been deported because she failed the political review. The phone call just now was to inform the class instructor that there were problems with Zheng Jingyun's political review, and she was not qualified to attend the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, so she was sent back. Teacher, Zheng Jingyun's family failed the political review? He Ihong swallowed hard, her eyes full of disbelief. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe such nonsense. Even if she was to be deported, there had to be procedures to follow. Zheng Jingyun disappeared without any warning, so there was clearly something wrong. Well, what do you want?
Class teacher asked.
Nothing. Nothing. It's just that Zheng Jingyun hasn't returned to the dormitory yet, and I'm a little worried. Now I know the reason. Hong quickly figured it out. The school could not be wrong, so there was definitely something wrong with Jing Jingyun. Ruan Qiqi was not an enemy, but a comrade. She left the office building, feeling heavy-hearted and a little scared. Ruan Qiqi is a public servant. She is really ignorant of the importance of a person. God bless her, and hope Ruan Qiqi doesn't bear a grudge against her. Hong returned to the dormitory in fear and told her about Jing Jingyun. No wonder I haven't seen her for a day. She must have been sent back. Li Yuqin suddenly realized something, but then she felt something was wrong and shouted, "Why doesn't Jing Jingyun want her luggage? Maybe he left in a hurry." Su Erfeng squeezed her eyes hard at her. Something must have happened to Jing Jingyun. Deportation was just an external statement. In fact, Jing Jingyun might have been locked up. Ordinary people like them had no right to get involved in such matters. It was best to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Li Yuqin received it and reacted quickly. She changed the topic and didn't mention Jing Jingyun again. It was late at night, and everyone in the dormitory was asleep. A dark shadow walked out of the dormitory building. It was Ruan Qiqi. Ding Yi, who was dozing off in the dark, immediately perked up when he saw her and followed her quietly. However, he almost bumped into another person. Before he could react, he was hit on the forehead with a wooden stick. It was Shangguan Qing. Shangguan Qing looked at him coldly and slowly pressed down the hand that was holding the trigger. "We are one family. I am sending a cake to Ruan Qiqi." Ding Yi pulled out a packaged cake from his clothes like a magician, and he planned to have it as a midnight snack. Smelling the familiar sweet fragrance, Shangguan Qing's doubts disappeared, and he even confiscated the cake, using a very legitimate reason. "I'm going to check if the cake is poisonous." Then, the whole cake went into her stomach, and she concluded very seriously, "It's not poisonous." Ding Yi twitched his lips speechlessly and did not expose her. However, the single-person trip turned into a pair, and the two of them followed Ruan Qiqi to the mental hospital. Ruan Qiqi stopped in front of a ginkgo tree and asked about Dr. Song's office. Dr. Song was on night shift this week and lived in the office on the 4th floor. Ruan Qiqi did not go directly to see Dr. Song, but went to find a new recruit. This little brother loves to hide things. He was still looking for a place to hide in the middle of the night. Following Ruan Qiqi's instructions, the night wanderer excitedly went to find Dr. Song and angrily complained, "Huang Mumu is making a fuss, insisting that I stole his whip." "What nonsense! I only wanted to steal Dr. Song's whip. His is so ugly that I don't like it." The night wanderer dragged the reluctant Dr. Song to the ward to seek justice for him. Dr. Song did not suspect anything until he pushed the door of the ward. However, as soon as he opened the door, he keenly sensed something unusual. He pushed the night wanderer away and reached into his pocket for the wooden bin. The bone whip came over, and with a snap, the wrist bone broke. The wooden warehouse fell to the ground and was swept away by the bone whip. A few more whips followed, and within a few seconds, Dr. Song was knocked to the ground. The patients, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed over happily and sat on Dr. Song, pressing down on as many as 10 people. Comparable to 100,000 mountains. The 3rd update is finished. I just arrived in Shangrao today. The last time I went to Nanchang, I had diarrhea because of the spicy food. This time I brought enough stomach medicine so I can eat as much as I want.
Istrongli recommande Jiangxi cuisine.
No wonder there are Jiangxi stir-fries everywhere in Zhejiang. There is nothing wrong with it except the spiciness. "Let me go, I'm Dr. Song. Do you want to give me an electric shock?" Dr. Song yelled angrily and threatened with electric shock. The patients in the mental hospital are most afraid of electric shock. Dr. Song's threat worked, and several of the patients on top of him wanted to get up. "Be good and bring my things over to me, or I won't shock you otherwise." Dr. Song's voice was full of coaxing and threats. The patients watching nearby all looked at the wooden bin on the ground, and some even raised their feet. "You're so stupid. You were so obedient before, and he gave you electric shocks a lot. He was just trying to coax you. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled." Ruan Qiqi's tone was full of disgust, but the effect was very good. Every patient shuddered subconsciously, remembering the pain of electric shock, which was deeply engraved in their minds. The doctor who loved electric shock the most in the mental hospital was Dr.
Song.
Almost every patient he treated was given electric shocks because they were disobedient. "I'm 8 years old. I won't believe you. You wicked jerk. You shocked me 3 times. Duck you, you electrocute me. I'll stab you to death." The patients became angrier and angrier as they cursed, and they surrounded Dr. Song, punching and kicking him to vent their anger. Disliking Dr. Song's noise, Ruan Qiqi removed his jaw and leaned against the wall to admire the misery of the Japanese devils. "Don't beat him to death. Don't pull out your tongue. Don't poke your eyes out. I'm still here. Go inside and do it." Ruan Qiqi reminded loudly that she didn't want to watch the Japanese devils' live love show at all. It was an eyesore.
He.
There were several men, women, old and young, who had suffered from drought for a long time, and they looked at Dr. Song with eyes full of love, which made Dr. Song feel creepy. Because he knew that the reason these men, women, old and young were sent here was because their desires were too strong, and their families felt it was shameful, so they sent them here and locked them up. If he fell into the hands of these crazy people, he would definitely die of exhaustion and die in an undignified way. Whoa. Dr. Song struggled desperately, but he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was no match for a few people who had been lonely for too long. Soon, he was dragged into the next room. Other patients were considerate enough to close the door for them, but left a half-meter-wide gap. "I still have use for this person. Don't kill him." Ruan Qiqi stood at the door and gave instructions.
No.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of cloth tearing, Dr. Song's wailing, and the patients playing finger-guessing games. There are too many monks and too little porridge, so they can only decide by playing finger-guessing games. Everyone is still very reasonable. "I'm number 1, ha 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 ha. I've been craving Dr. Song for a long time. It's so fresh and tender." A male patient in his 30s shouted with joy and rushed over. The entrance was full of patients, all watching with great interest. Ruan Qiqi called her younger brother Night Wanderer and asked him to keep an eye on these people and make sure that Dr. Song was not killed. "Don't worry, I won't move my eyes. I will stare at them to death." The Night Wanderer patted his chest to make the promise and exaggeratedly opened his narrow eyes to show his determination. "I believe you can definitely complete the task assigned to you by the organization." Ruan Qiqi patted him on the shoulder vigorously, then stuffed a handful of candies into his pocket and left the hospital. She was going to look for Manzai. Ding Yi and Shangguan Jing hid outside the window, watching the show with great interest. The Japanese had burned, killed, looted, and committed heinous atrocities against women and children in China back then. These pains should be returned to them 100-fold. Seeing Ruan Qiqi leaving, Ding Yi hesitated for 3 seconds, but still followed her. After walking a few steps, he didn't see Shangguan Qing following him, so he turned back and asked in confusion, "Why don't you follow?" "I am acting on my own. It doesn't matter whether you follow me or not." Shangguan Qing's tone was indifferent. She just wanted to watch the show now. Besides, Ruan Qiqi was so capable and had Ding Yi following her, so it didn't make much difference whether she was there or not. Ding Yi suddenly felt jealous. Why did he have to work overtime in the middle of the night, but this woman was able to watch the show and even eat his cake? He was so angry. Although he was indignant, Ding Yi still followed Ruan Qiqi, leaving Shangguan Qing to continue watching the show. Ruan Qiqi went to the Lou family. Manzai lived on the 2nd floor. She asked the wudong tree to knock on the window of Manzai's room a few times. Soon the window opened. Manzai stuck his head out and saw her. He was so surprised that he wanted to shout, "Hush!" Ruan Qiqi put her hand to her mouth and gestured to him to go downstairs. Manzai covered his mouth obediently. A few minutes later, he came out with his school bag on his back. Mama Zheng followed closely behind him, shaking her head happily at Ruan Qiqi, her tail almost swinging out of focus. "Let's go. There's fun to do, bring your toys." Ruan Qiqi sat on the bicycle, tiptoed on the ground, and tilted her head at him. Manzai's eyes lit up, and he went back to the house excitedly. After a while, he came out with a big bulging bag in his hands. The two men rode away on their bikes, and Mr. Liu and Guanjihua appeared at the door. They looked at each other, said nothing, and went back to sleep. Ruan, Qiqi, and Manzai returned to the mental hospital. It took them 2 hours to go back and forth. Dr. Song was still alive, and those crazy guys showed mercy and only used 1/3 of their strength. Woo-woo. Dr. Song looked at Ruan Qiqi viciously. He was the most outstanding agent of the Kikuno family, second only to Il, and his surname was Kikuno. Even though he was just a jerk, the noble blood of the Kikuno family flowed in his body. However, he was now defiled by a group of lowly Chinese. Darn Chinese woman, she deceived him by pretending to be crazy and stupid. How hateful. Dr. Song recognized Ruan Qiqi, the patient who called him stupid yesterday. He thought he had good eyesight and had never made a mistake before, but he made a mistake with Ruan Qiqi. Call your mom. Are you in pain everywhere? Do you feel like you were run over by a truck? Are your legs weak and languid? TSK, that's not right. How can there not be a charming look at the corners of your eyes? You're not qualified. Ruan Qiqi looked down at him with a critical look. She sized him up for 3 minutes and finally gave him a bad review. She had read was described so beautifully afterwards that it made her heart beat fast and her hormones surge. She really wanted to fall in love. But after seeing Dr. Song, she just wanted to wash her eyes. Her hormones were so frightened that she shut herself off. If she saw him a few more times, she would probably feel physically nauseous about that kind of thing. Dr. Song gritted his teeth. The strong feeling of humiliation made him want to perform a cesarean section and use blood to clear his innocence. Although Ruan Qiqi gave a bad review, she did not ask Dr. Song to do it again. She asked her subordinates to take the man to the next room and began interrogating him. Spread your legs and sit up straight. Dr. Song was in so much pain that he fell sideways after sitting on the chair. Ruan Qiqi tied him to the chair with ropes and did not put any cushion under him. He just sat naked on the hard chair, which caused his wound to crack even more due to the pressure. The pain made his face pale. Ruan Qiqi asked several questions, but Dr. Song refused to answer them. He looked at Ruan Qiqi with contempt, which was full of provocation. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Manzi, let the little Japanese open their eyes. Ruan Qiqi gave his seat to Manzai and asked him to continue the interrogation. She knew that Manzai had secretly researched a lot of dark punishments, no less than number 76 back then. Good. Manzai's eyes became brighter, brighter than the light bulb above his head. The patients all looked at the big bag in his hand with their sharp eyes. Shen Jingbing's highly sensitive intuition told them that there must be something fun in the bag. Shangguan, Qing, and Ding Yi each leaned on one side of the window frame, looking into the house with sharp eyes. Originally, Ding Yi was worried that Ruan Qiqi would find out, but Shangguan Qing convinced him with one sentence. People have already discovered it, but they are too lazy to expose it. The first time was on the rooftop, and the second time was on the mountain. She thought she had hidden successfully, but she was discovered by Ruan Qiqi both times. The rooftop was discovered. Shangguan Qing thought that her abilities had deteriorated and were not as good as before. Later, on the mountain, she saw with her own eyes that Ruan Qiqi could easily control plants. She realized that it was not that she was inferior, but that Ruan Qiqi's abilities were too powerful. Wherever there are plants, those plants are Ruan Qiqi's spies, and she can't hide them no matter how well she hides. Ding Yi understood as soon as he heard it. The last time they went to the Grave Hill to catch eels, he and Pei Yuan had guessed Ruan Qiqi's special abilities, and now they were even more certain. With such powerful abilities, it's no wonder he could jump to second place on the list. So, Ding Yi and Shangguan Qing openly leaned on the window frame to watch the show. If they didn't have some professional ethics, they would have wanted to go into the house to watch. Manzai took out strange things one by one from the big bag. The hemp rope is as thick as a thumb and so rough that it can rub off flesh. A long and thin whip with thin needles on it. The bamboo sticks neatly placed in the box are sharp and pointed. Manzai finally took out a large bottle of bright red chili powder, a basin, and a kerosene stove. You want to cook hot pot? I have some dried sweet potatoes. Would you like to share? A patient took out a handful of dried sweet potatoes from his pocket and swallowed his saliva while looking at the bottle of chili powder. The hot pot I cook is not for human consumption. Don't waste your dried sweet potatoes. Manzai smiled and refused. At this moment, his expression was grim, and the look he gave Dr. Song was colder than ice and full of deep hatred. Ruan Qiqi knew that the underground worker Lu Yuanfei had appeared. The patients became even more interested. Hot pot is not for humans, so could it be for dogs? They all looked at Mama Jiang with envy in their eyes. Even the dog eats better than them. Manzi picked up the rough hemp rope, walked up to Dr. Song, and asked slowly, "Do you know what this is?" Dr. Song's jaw was still open and he couldn't speak, but his body was tense and his pupils contracted. It was obvious that he had guessed the purpose of the hemp rope, because he had used this hemp rope to deal with underground workers before. And the torture instruments that Manzi took out were all those he had used before. Seeing the Chinese people being tortured by these torture instruments, Dr. Song suddenly thought of a saying, "It's not that I don't want to retaliate, it's just that the time has not come yet." This sentence is especially suitable for him now. Dr. Song was very frightened inside, but he still held on proudly and refused to admit defeat. He can't lose face for the Kikuno family. Manzai smiled slightly, asked the two patients to hold the hemp rope at both ends, passed it between Dr. Song's legs, and then asked them to lift him up. Dr. Song was already injured, and the rough hemp rope rubbed his wounds and his delicate male dignity. The pain was enough to make him go to heaven. Even the pride of the Kikuno family could not save him.
Woo.
Dr. Song whimpered in pain, his face paler than a dead person, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. The two patients who were carrying him were extremely excited, and even automatically unlocked some tricks, shaking the rope at various angles. Dr. Song's pain increased at least tenfold. Painful? This is just the beginning. You used to treat me like this. We have a saying in China, "Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Enjoy it." Manzai's voice turned into a gentle female voice, and he looked at Dr. Song with hatred, as if he wanted to eat him. Ruan Qiqi was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Manzai was now Aunt Hongyu. Aunt Hongyu, who was tortured to death by the enemy in front of him. Since there is Aunt Hongyu, there must also be Uncle Ian and Uncle Yu. Therefore, there are at least 6 personalities in Manzai's body, or possibly more. He's a female and he has a beard so cool. Patients shouted happily and looked at Manzai with admiration, because although they also had beards, they were males and could not become females, which was such a pity. Manzai smiled at them, lit the kerosene stove, filled the basin with water, and added a large bottle of chili powder. Soon, the room was filled with a pungent, spicy smell. "Hit him with this." Manzi picked up the whip, put it into the hands of Night Wanderer's younger brother, and asked him to beat Dr. Song. "Okay." The Night Wanderer nodded vigorously and walked towards Dr. Song excitedly. "Put some more of this on." Manzai's voice changed again. It was a young and cheerful male voice. He took a brush and dipped a lot of chili water, smeared it on the whip, and then said to Dr. Song, "A little chili water will make it more flavorful and you will enjoy it more." Dr. Song gritted his teeth, the fear in his pupils almost materializing. He would rather commit seppuku than endure these tortures.
Pa.
The Night Wanderer raised the whip high and whipped it hard. The whip came into close contact with the skin, making a pleasant sound, like the sound of nature. The patients were very satisfied with what they heard, and Ding Yi and Shangguan Qing outside the window were also very satisfied. Ruan Qiqi took out a cake directly from her bag and started eating it with relish. It was so delicious. The only one who was dissatisfied was Dr. Song. He was in so much pain. On the whip pierced his skin, and the pepper water seeped in, causing more pain than a needle piercing his heart. He cried bitterly in pain, and his body kept twisting, but the hemp rope rubbed him violently, causing him more pain. Life is worse than death. He now finally understood the meaning of this idiom. Now, he just wanted to die peacefully, without being tortured anymore. Does it hurt? This is just an appetizer. There will be a big meal later. Don't worry. Manzai's voice changed again. Now it was a mature and steady male voice. obviously the voice of Uncle Yu, who taught him to recite poems. He picked up a sharp bamboo stick and inserted it neatly between Dr. Song's fingers.
Woo.
Dr. Song rolled his eyes in pain and fainted. Manzai smiled coldly and slowly pierced the second finger. Dr. Song woke up from the pain again. He then kept switching between fainting and waking up from the pain until all 10 fingers were pierced. Dr. Song was soaked all over, as if he had been fished out of the water. There was not a single patch of intact skin on his body, and it was covered in blood. And his male dignity was also worn out and bleeding. He slumped in the chair, barely more than a breath away from death. After Qiqi finished the last bite of cake, she felt better. She took out a cup from her bag and drank some water. She felt more comfortable than on an outing. Shangguan, who was standing outside the window, was so greedy that he couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. She poked Ding Yi, who was watching with great interest, and asked silently, "Is there any more cake?" "No more." Ding Yi hesitated for a second and denied it decisively. There was only one piece left, not enough for him to eat. As the rule, each person gets half. Shangguan stretched out her hand and foot and stepped on the branch where Ding Yi was sitting. If he dared to refuse, she would immediately break the branch. Ding Yi gritted his teeth. He was not afraid of falling, but he was afraid of being seen by Qiqi. It would be too embarrassing. Helplessly, he had to take out the last cake, gestured with his fingers a few times, divided it accurately into 2 halves, and shared it with Shangguan. In the room stopped torturing, and Qiqi closed Dr. Song's chin and said, "As long as you confess all your subordinates, I will let you go." Dr. Song raised his head weakly and smiled at her contemptuously. I won't give in. If you have the guts, kill me." Qiqi frowned and then took his chin off, saying coldly, "You are quite brave, then continue to enjoy it." She winked at Manzai and continued to watch the show against the wall. The chilly water in the pot was boiling, and the spicy smell was even more choking. Manzi took out a sharp scalpel and took out a cage from his treasure bag. There were 2 fat rats in the cage. "Don't worry, you'll be able to enjoy your feast soon." Manzai's voice was very gentle. He held the scalpel and slowly slid it across Dr. Song's body, finally stopping on his thigh. "The meat here is the most abundant and tenderest. Xiaoming and Xiaoyu will definitely love it." Manzai was talking to himself, but Dr. Song felt horrified and his pupils were widened. "What are the names of Xiaoming and Xiaoxiu?" Qiqi asked curiously. "Yes, doesn't it sound nice?" Manzai nodded. "That sounds good. What's the explanation?" Qiqi asked humbly. Manzai loves to play house and named the dog Mom. She thought the 2 mice should be called brother or sister. Mingji and Yui. Mingji and Yuchi were mentioned. Manzai looked disgusted. Qiqi gave a thumbs up. He was indeed a little genius in naming, as good as comrade Xiao Chao's father. Dr. Song was so angry that he cried out in anger. It was outrageous that his respected Emperor Tianhuang was humiliated by the hateful Chinese. Manzai cut off a piece of meat neatly and threw it into the hot pot to cook. He cut several pieces of meat in succession. Dr. Song was in excruciating pain and went into shock several times. He was awakened by Qiqi pinching her Rinzhong acupoint. Then he watched as Manzai fed the cooked meat to the mice in the cage. Xiaoming and Xiaoyu squeaked with joy. They finished the meat slices in no time and lay comfortably in the cage, obviously full. "We'll eat him tomorrow. He's so fat, there's enough for you to eat until next year." Manzai spoke in the most gentle voice, words that frightened Dr. Song to the extreme. Qiqi took out some hemostatic medicine, stopped the bleeding from his wound, and fed him something. Dr. Song closed his mouth tightly and refused to eat. He wanted to die of starvation. "Want to go on a hunger strike?" "Don't worry, you won't die." Qiqi smiled and took out a bottle of glucose, a needle, and an infusion tube from her bag, which she had just picked up from the clinic. She gave Dr. Song an injection skillfully. In her previous life, she was self-taught in a mental hospital, so she basically learned everything that a nurse could do. So sometimes when the nurse was too busy, she would ask her to help. A bottle of glucose was injected. Dr. Song felt much better, but the pain in his body made him feel like dying. He didn't know what was waiting for him next. When he thought of the terrible torture instruments in Manzai's bag, he shuddered and wanted to die even more. After the infusion was completed, Qiqi went to the hospital warehouse and found an abandoned cart. The wheels were not working properly, so she repaired it, lifted the bruised and battered Dr. Song onto the cart, and tied a hemp rope to it so that she and Manzi could pull it. "Boss, when will you be back?" Leaving, the patients were reluctant to go. Since Qiqi came, they found that life could be so wonderful. Their previous lives were too monotonous and boring. "I'll be back when I'm free. Go back to sleep." Qiqi said goodbye to them and left some candies and snacks. She and Manzi left. Lu Yi and Xingji rushed to the mental hospital. They also came to arrest Dr. Song. They captured a Japanese soldier, and under Lu Ye's unique interrogation, the Japanese soldier confessed that he was Mantis and said that he had several subordinates, and only Mantis knew the specific situation. Lu Yi rushed overexcitedly. As long as he could capture this group of Japanese devils, he would definitely be the first this year. Even Jiahua, riding the white dragon horse in Group B, could not catch up with him. However, they were a step too late, and their efforts were in vain. "People from Group B have been here." Zhengji discovered the mark left by Qiqi, which was unique to the members of Group B. Only people in Group 759 could understand this mark. Lu Yi was about to find out the news, but after hearing his words, he had to stop. "Without this mantis, I'll go catch cockroaches. Or if that doesn't work, I'll just swim over and catch them." Lu Yi snorted lightly, but was not discouraged. The country is so big, it is impossible to catch all the Japanese devils. Even if he did catch them all, there is still the Sakura country. He and Qiqi didn't know it and passed each other by. Qiqi and Manzai separated at the foot of Yuelu Mountain. Manzai went home. She took the unconscious Dr. Song into the space and locked him in an airtight little room. Since Ding Yi and Shangguan didn't catch up, she didn't have to worry about the space being exposed. After settling the Japanese devils, the sky was almost dawn. Qiqi yawned and returned to the dormitory. She didn't get up in the morning and asked He-I home to help her ask for leave. "Just say I'm sick and take a day off." Qiqi was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She spoke in a daze and then fell asleep. He-I home curled her lips and complained in her heart. "He is lazy and greedy, a habitual liar and cruel and ruthless. How could the government be interested in such a person?" However, she only dared to keep it in her heart and did not dare to show it on her face, for fear that Qiqi would put a curse on her. She couldn't afford to offend even 100 of the Gu women from Miaojiang. Qiqi slept until noon, went to the cafeteria to eat, and then went up the mountain in high spirits. Manzai and Mama Jiang had already arrived. They went to the maple forest, which was the forest where Master Lou and those Japanese devils lived. Qiqi asked Manzai to wait outside. She went deep into the forest and released the blindfolded Dr. Song from the space. Pulling off the black cloth on his eyes, Qiqi dragged him out regardless of his life or death. Manzai had already prepared the tools. The hot pot was steaming, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu in the cage were squeaking, and Heidoyen was particularly excited. The same punishment as yesterday happened again today. Dr. Song was still stubborn and refused to give in. Qiqi gave him glucose as usual, then dragged him into the depths of the forest and threw him into the space. After 5 days of torture, his right leg was shaved smooth, revealing the beautiful bone. Qiqi simply cut it off and went back to process it so that he could make the staff again. "Do you recognize this? It's a bone from your hometown. Isn't it beautiful? And these are all from your hometown. Your bone is very beautiful and suitable for polishing. It's a pity that your skin is too rough, otherwise it could be used as a lampshade." "What a pity." Qiqi displayed her magic tools one by one and lit the candlesticks. The bright candlelight shone through the lampshade, becoming hazy. The bright red roses on the lampshade also became more vivid in the swaying candlelight, as if they were real. Dr. Song finally understood the message that Il had conveyed before his death.
He did not lie.
This woman was indeed a terrible pervert. It was not unfair that Eel died in her hands. Ruan Qiqi took out a dumbbell from the bag, which weighed 10 kilograms. In her previous life, she saw on the internet that a 10-pound dumbbell accidentally slipped into an old man's body, and the doctors were amazed. This shows how incredible the elasticity of some males is. Everything can be plugged. Do you want to experience the joy of giving birth? Come on, expand the birth canal first, I'll help you. Ruan Qiqi lifted the dumbbells and gave him a wicked smile. Dr. Song's scalp tightened and his whole body went numb. The third update is finished. I will let them meet soon.
Don't worry.
Now there's a problem. After coming to Shangrao, every meal I ate a lot.
The food here goes really well with rice.
I even felt dizzy from drinking charcoal water. I always dozed off while typing, haha. Every word Ruan Qiqi said, but when they were put together, he didn't understand what they meant. However, that didn't stop him from being afraid. Ruan Qiqi's desires and cruelty. He could tell with his buttocks that the dumbbells this woman took out were definitely not for him to exercise. And what she said about the birth canal and childbirth also made him shudder. How could a man have a birth canal, let alone give birth to a child? Dr. Song's iron will had long been broken after 5 days of torture. He looked at Ruan Qiqi in fear, begging for mercy. If his jaw had not been removed, he would have definitely stopped. Rather than being tortured like this, it is better to confess some half-true and half-false information and get relief. Ruan Qiqi ignored his pleas for mercy, asked Manzai to help him up, applied some oil on him, and pressed the dumbbells.
Woo.
Dr. Song let out a painful wail. He finally understood what Ruan Qiqi said. Darn it. Follow my breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Hold on. You'll soon see the baby's head. Ruan Qiqi kept encouraging him like a midwife. Qiqi, what came out was the baby's foot. Manzai quickly got into the role, started cooperating with the performance, and started shouting in surprise. It's a difficult birth. No, we need to expand the birth canal. Use scissors to cut it open. Ruan Qiqi rolled up her sleeves with a very serious expression, took the scissors handed to her by Manzai, and prepared to expand the birth canal. Dr. Song was so frightened that he shook his head vigorously, his eyes turned into pleading ones, and he confessed everything, not hiding a single word. Are you thinking of recruiting? Ruan Qiqi looked at him with a half-smile, the scissors in her hand still pointing at him. Dr. Song nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. He brought discredit to the Kikuno family. But even if the eldest son of the Kikuno family came, he could not withstand the torture of this perverted woman. It was already remarkable that he could hold on for 5 days. Dr. Song made excuses for himself, not because he was a coward, but because Ruan Qiqi was too abnormal. Ruan Qiqi closed his chin and asked, "How many people do you have under your command?" "Currently 10. Dr. Song, who was completely honest, confessed everything. Among the 10 subordinates, including the 3 of Master Lou, there were 7 left, which made exactly 8 including Dr. Song. Ruan Qiqi was overjoyed. If she could deal with Dr. Song's group, she would be able to surpass Tyrannosaurus and become the number 1. No, she had to get a few more and leave the Tyrannosaurus far behind. "Where is your transmitter?" Ruan Qiqi asked. "In my office." Dr. Song told him where he hid the radio. Ruan Qiqi went to the mental hospital. Manzai and Dr. Song stayed in the woods. With Boss Feng around, Dr. Song couldn't escape even if he had wings. Sure enough, she found the radio in the office, and also found a Bible that looked out of place in the bookcase. The bookcase is filled with medical books, and this Bible seems out of place. However, Dr. Song must have read the Bible so often that the edges of the book are frayed. On the contrary, the other medical books are still quite new. Ruan Qiqi thought of a spy drama she had watched in her previous life, in which the underground workers used the Bible to crack the code. The intelligence only needs to state which page, which line, and which word of the Bible it is on. Only insiders know how to decipher it, and even if the intelligence falls into the hands of the enemy, they cannot decipher it. Ruan Qiqi took the Bible and the radio and returned to the mountain. "Send this message to your superiors." Ruan Qiqi wrote the content to be sent on a piece of paper and asked Dr. Song to send the message.
Good.
Dr. Song looked very honest and was ready to send a message. Don't you need to look at this? Ruan Qiqi suddenly took out the Bible. Dr. Song's face changed slightly. Although he quickly returned to normal, it was too late. Want to tip off your superiors? You still haven't behaved yourself yet, huh? Ruan Qiqi whipped Dr. Song, leaving a blood mark on his face, and he was extremely frightened. Why did this woman know the Bible? Could it be that there is a spy among the higher-ups? Dr. Song finally realized that he had been hiding safely in the mental hospital for so many years without revealing any flaws. How did this female devil know that he was a mantis? Apart from the fact that there was a spy on the superior side, he couldn't think of any other reason. Dr. Song was extremely anxious and wanted to send a telegram to his superiors to alert them, but the radio was taken away by Ruan Qiqi. Manzai continued to expand his birth canal. Ruan Qiqi called out coldly. Good. Manzai pressed Dr. Song down hard, and this time it was very smooth. Dr. Song let out a low, hoarse scream, and the cold sweat on his forehead was bigger than soybeans. He bit his tongue in pain and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Very good. Ruan Qiqi was very satisfied and didn't care about Dr. Song's bloody wound. Please. I will send the message honestly, Dr. Song begged in a hoarse voice. His lower abdomen was now heavy, as if there was an extra 10-pound dumbbell in his stomach. He finally realized the hardships of 10 months of pregnancy. Moreover, the wound was so painful, more painful than the previous few days combined. He really couldn't bear it anymore and just wanted to die quickly. I'll send it now. If you dare to play tricks again, I still have dumbbells. Ruan Qiqi took out another dumbbell, which was bigger than the previous one. Dr. Song shook his head vigorously. This time, he didn't dare to play tricks again. He endured the severe pain and sent the message honestly. Ruan Qiqi is very powerful. My people were completely wiped out. This woman even threatened to wipe out the entire Kikuno clan. She is too arrogant. However, I have found this woman's fatal weakness. She is allergic to pollen. Please support me. Dr. Song finished sending the letter and waited quietly for a reply. Half an hour later, there was a reply. Dr. Song wrote it down, deciphered it with the Bible, and reported it to Ruan Qiqi. The superiors said they will send someone as soon as possible to get rid of you before the end of the year. How many people should we send? Ruan Qiqi was very excited. These were all human heads, and also nutrients for the trees. I didn't say, but it's definitely not less. You're already on the Kikuno family's kill list. The family will eliminate you at all costs. Dr. Song told the truth. Ruan Qiqi sneered disapprovingly. It would be a good opportunity for her to get killed if he came. She was more than happy to do so. Please take it out for me, please. The pain, begged humbly. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital. Ruan Qiqi originally wanted to kill this little Japanese, but she restrained herself. This mantis must know a lot, so she left it to Pei Yuan to interrogate. As for the dumbbells, she didn't have the ability to make them, so she asked Pei Yuan to do it. Seeing that Dr. Song was in excruciating pain, Ruan Qiqi gave him some painkillers and asked Manzai to watch over him on the mountain while she went down the mountain to call Pei Yuan. An hour later, Ding He arrived. Where's Xiao Chao? Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but ask. In the past it was always comrade Xiao Chao who came. He's on a mission. What did you give him? Ding He looked at the unrecognizable Dr. Song with curiosity. In just 5 days, the once handsome Dr. Song turned into a pile of dying rotten flesh, with almost no blood drained out. And the missing right leg shows that Dr. Song suffered inhuman torture, which is really satisfying. Ding He was very curious about what was filled to cause so much blood to flow. A 10-pound dumbbell. Ask Dr. Gong to get it out later. Every time Ruan Qiqi mentioned Dr. Gong, the corners of her mouth would twitch subconsciously. 759 is indeed a unit that brings together all the weird things in the world. Not only are the people weird, but even their surnames are weird. There are many unpopular surnames, and 759 has them all. Dr. Gong is the exclusive doctor for Group B. He is a man in his 40s and an old partner of Director Mu. Nowadays, people like to add old titles before their surnames, but no one calls them Dr. Gong and Director Mu in that way. After all, no one wants to call their mother or husband every day. It's too disadvantageous. Ding Yi's mouth twitched, and his admiration for Ruan Qiqi doubled. She is indeed a queen of flower who can compete with Tyrannosaurus Rex. The desires index of her interrogation is definitely in the top 3 out of 759. I don't know what kind of perverted ideas are in this girl's head. Only this girl can come up with the idea of stuffing dumbbells into her stomach. When I brought Dr. Song back to the bureau, Pei Yuan and Dr. Gong were already waiting there. Dr. Gong carefully examined Dr. Song's body. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He muttered to himself, "Not bad, this method is quite good. It can be included in the torture manual of 759. In addition to being the exclusive doctor of Group B, Dr. Gong has another identity, which is to interrogate stubborn enemies. He also compiles various perverted interrogation methods into books and distributes them to people in the group for study." Dr. Gong thought that he was already very abnormal, but in front of Ruan Qiqi, he still admitted defeat and hoped to learn more from her in the future. He is the mantis? Pei Yuan's eyes lit up. The importance of the mantis was second only to the eel. It had persecuted countless comrades. He didn't expect that this jerk was hiding in a mental hospital. No wonder he couldn't find it. Yes, I was the one who caught him. Ruan Qiqi was eager to catch the 7 Japanese devils, so she left after giving her instructions. The 7 Japanese devils were not in Tanzhou, but were scattered in other cities. Ruan Qiqi applied for a car and took Manzai and Mama Jiang with him. It only took them 3 days to capture the 6 Japanese devils. The reason there are 6 is because one has been exposed and arrested. Ruan Qiqi felt a little regretful that she could only tie with Tyrannosaurus for first place, but there were still a few months left until the end of the year, and she was confident that she would surpass him. She cut the tendons of the 6 Japanese soldiers' hands and feet and brought them back all at once. He said to Pei Yuan excitedly, "I am now tied with Tyrannosaurus for first place. I forgot to tell you that Tyrannosaurus has just captured 3 enemy spies, 3 more than you. He is still the first place, but I think you are much better than Tyrannosaurus. There are still 2 months left this year. You will definitely surpass him." Pei Yuan poured a large basin of cold water on him. Ruan Qiqi had been working nonstop to capture the Japanese these days, and Tyrannosaurus Rex was also not idle, firmly ranking first. However, he was very optimistic about Ruan Qiqi. He had caught up to the 2nd place in such a short time, and his strength was definitely stronger than that of Tyrannosaurus. "When the Kikuno family arrives, I will definitely be able to surpass them." Ruan Qiqi was not discouraged, and was still full of confidence. The Kikuno family was determined to kill her and would definitely send a lot of people. By then, she would definitely be able to crush the little bug. "I trust you." Pei Yuan was also full of confidence in her. Ruan Qiqi went to collect her bonus. Her recent performance has been very good, and her bonus is several thousand yuan. The 759 list looks at quantity, but the bonus looks at quality. For example, the bonus for eel is as high as 1,000 yuan, while for Zheng Jingyun it is only a few dozen yuan. Generally speaking, the bonus for catching the Japanese devils is higher, so Ruan Qiqi prefers to catch the Japanese devils. Among the Japanese soldiers caught this time, there was a big fish, a mantis, and a large number of other Japanese soldiers. The reward was quite high, more than 1,000 yuan. Ruan Qiqi was very satisfied with the prize amount, and even hoped that the Qiqi family could send more people. The more the better, because that was all money. It was getting dark outside. Ruan Qiqi did not go back to school. Instead, she took out 10 pounds of meat and some candies and snacks from her space and rode her bike to the winery. "I haven't visited Wan Shuangjiang and her 3 daughters for a long time, and I don't know how they are doing. Comrade Ruan, long time no see." She met a few familiar-looking people at the gate, who greeted her enthusiastically. "I'm very busy at school, and can't spare the time. I'll come back to see my elder sister and niece today if I have time." Ruan Qiqi smiled and rode slowly into the factory. Everyone looked at it with envy. Such a big piece of meat must weigh at least 10 pounds. Look at the white fat. It's so tempting that everyone is drooling. Those people in the factory were talking nonsense, saying that comrade Ruan and the eldest sister had a bad relationship. Since Ruan Shuangjiang came to work, comrade Ruan had never come once, but the other sister came more frequently. Now it seems that they clearly have a deep sisterly relationship. If their relationship was really bad, how could she be willing to give so much meat, making them so greedy? Ruan Shuangjiang lives in a bungalow behind the factory. Although it only has one room, there is a large open space at the door. She cooks and does laundry outside, which saves a lot of space and is quite convenient. Your father was killed by your mother. My mother said that your family is all unlucky. Anyone who plays with you will be unlucky. An annoying child's voice came over, along with the noise of other children making fun of him. We don't want to play with you. Your whole family is short-lived. You will choke to death when eating, choke to death when drinking water, fall to death when walking, and be scared to death when sleeping due to nightmares. Tomorrow you will eat your mother's tofu rice. Ruan Yen's clear voice rang out. The little girl had just celebrated her 5th birthday last month, and she was much more fluent in cursing. Eat tofu rice. Ruan Pan agreed in a baby voice. She was her sister's most loyal supporting actor. If you dare to curse my mother, I will beat you to death. First broke down and rushed over to teach Ruan Yen a lesson. Come on, am I afraid of you? Facing a girl older than himself, Ruan Yen was not afraid at all. The two of them wrestled with each other. At first, the older girl had the upper hand, but after a few minutes, Ruan Yen subdued her. His small body was full of great strength. He rode on the girl and beat her with his little fists. Your mother is a short-lived ghost. Tomorrow you will eat your mother's tofu rice and follow my recitation. Suppressed girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She kept her mouth shut and refused to say anything bad about her mother and father. Will you tell me? Ruan Yen punched hard several times, and his hands turned red. Sister, this. Ruan Pan ran over staggeringly, holding half a brick. She felt sorry for her sister's hand, so she thought it wouldn't hurt if she hit her sister with the brick.
Good.
Ruan Yen touched his sister's face with praise, then grabbed a brick and smashed it on the girl's head, causing her head to break and bleed all over her face. Yang Lingling is dead. Wow. Yang Lingling was beaten to death by Ruan Yen. Her head was smashed. The children who were watching were so scared that they cried loudly. A few smart ones wanted to find adults to seek justice. Not dead. Still breathing. The 2-year-old Ruan Pan squatted down calmly, stretched out his little paw, put it under the girl's nose, and cried in a baby voice, looking at these older children with contempt. My second aunt said that as long as no one is killed in a fight, there is no need to panic. These brothers and sisters are so lame. If anyone dares to say bad things about my mother again, I will punch him. Ruan Yen stood up, raised his fist, and demonstrated in a bandit-like manner. My second aunt said that we can't always fight, but once we do, we must kill one person to serve as a warning to the rest and scare those jerks to death. Ruan Qiqi, who was hiding in the corner, raised her lips with satisfaction. The 2 little girls performed very well and could get 95 points. What's wrong? Ruan Qiqi walked out and pretended to know nothing. Second aunt, you are a bad person. Ruan Pan pointed at the girl crying on the ground and complained. Second aunt, she said something bad about my mom. I gave her a lesson, no one died. Ruan Yen explained loudly that she did not hit anyone for no reason, and those she hit were those who deserved to be beaten. She beat someone to death. Yang Lingling let her beat him to death. The other children all complained, hoping that Ruan Qiqi could uphold justice and give their Ruan Yen sisters a severe lesson. Ruan Qiqi squatted down to check the girl's wound and soon felt relieved. After all, Ruan Yen was only 5 years old and had limited strength. The wound was not too deep. It just looked scary. Does it hurt? Ruan Qiqi asked gently. The girl nodded. It hurts so much. She pointed at Ruan Yen and said, She hit me. It's a good beating. Who told you to talk nonsense? The main responsibility for this matter lies with your mother. Your mother talked nonsense and didn't know how to educate her children. That's why you got beaten. Go home and scold your mother. Ruan Qiqi's voice was extremely gentle, even gentler than that of a kindergarten teacher, but her words were more sharp than an ice knife in December. Broke her head was stunned for a long time, staring at Ruan Qiqi, and finally confirmed that this beautiful aunt said this. She suddenly felt very aggrieved and cried loudly with her mouth wide open. Her head has been broken. Why are you still scolding her? Wang Yan's second concubine is so bad. The other children were also stunned, their eyes unable to believe it. When something like this happens, don't adults teach the child who hit others a lesson? Why did Wang Yan's second aunt teach the child who was beaten a lesson? That's too bad. I'll beat you if you cry again. Ruan Qiqi's head ached from the crying, and she roared fiercely. The girl was so scared that she closed her mouth and let out a sobbing sound of grievance. Get up and go to the infirmary. Ruan Qiqi was about to take her to the infirmary to treat her wounds, and the girl got up obediently. Whoever bullies my Lingling, I will kill him. There was a roar from the ground, and the sound came before the person arrived. Yang Lingling's eyes lit up and she cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. Mom, they bullied me, woo-woo. Yang Lingling was crying her heart out, and with the blood on her face, she looked really pitiful. You are such a jerk. I'm going to kill you. You are a motherless jerk. Yang's mother had a face full of flesh and was swearing all the time, even to the children. She didn't see Ruan Qiqi and was cursing at Wang Yan and her sister and trying to teach them a lesson. Who do you want to kill? Do you think I'm dead? Wan Shuangjiang rushed over without even taking off her apron. She was working in the packaging workshop. She heard that the eldest daughter had beaten He Fenghua's daughter and her head was broken. She knew something was wrong and hurried over to help. Wan Shuangjiang was extremely anxious and did not see Ruan Qiqi. She rushed to her daughter, like an old hen, and confronted He Fenghua. Although Wan Shuangjiang is tall, He Fenghua is twice as wide as her. She is a well-known shrew in the winery. She is good at throwing tantrums and making trouble. Even the factory director is afraid of her. The mother is always ready, and the daughter she gave birth to is a bandit, a bunch of bandits. He Fenghua glared at Wan Shuangjiang fiercely, wishing she could eat her. Wan Shuangjiang lived next door to her house. Ever since this easy Wumati widow came, her husband had lost his mind and wished he could stick his eyes on this easy woman. The lazy man who used to not even help pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle at home, now actually took the initiative to help Wan Shuangjiang fetch water. Even though Wan Shuangjiang refused, He Fenghua was still angry. She couldn't do anything about her husband, so she hated Wan Shuangjiang and her two daughters. She spread rumors in the factory every day, saying that Wan Shuangjiang and her two daughters were unlucky and had killed her husband's family. Anyone who had anything to do with them would be unlucky. She also said that Wan Shuangjiang would get excited when she saw a man. Although everyone knew that He Fenghua was talking nonsense, Wan Shuangjiang didn't talk much to the man and lived her own life behind closed doors. How could she be a fickle person? But there are always some mean people who are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Even though they know that He Fenghua is spreading rumors, they still join in the fun and want to make fun of Wan Shuangjiang. As a result, the rumor spread all over the factory in a few days. As more and more people started talking, even those who had previously thought Wan Shuangjiang was serious began to waver and gradually distance themselves from her. Wan Shuangjiang didn't care about these rumors, but she absolutely couldn't allow her child to be bullied. She was weak and incompetent in the past, causing her daughter to have a hard life. On the day of her divorce, she swore that she would never be an incompetent mother again. Who did I flirt with? You are throwing mud at me without any evidence. The quotations say that we should seek truth from facts. Show me the evidence. What year, month, day, time, and place did I flirt with which man? If you can't show it, you are slandering me. I will go to Director Lin to seek justice. Wan Shuangjiang would read quotations when she had free time. Her second sister said that only by reading more quotations can one make progress. The second sister said was indeed right. Quarreling would come in handy. You charmed my man and flirted with him every day. He didn't even hold the soy sauce bottle at home, but ran to fetch water for you. If you didn't flirt with him, would he be so diligent? He Fenghua became more and more angry as she cursed, and she started fighting. Ruan Shuangjiang was not to be outdone, and started wrestling with her. Although she was not as strong as He Fenghua, she had been working in the countryside for many years, and was quite strong. She soon gained the upper hand and slapped He Fenghua several times. Did I ask your man to fetch water? It's none of my business if he behaves like a jerk.
Take good care of your man from now on.
If he behaves like a jerk in front of me again, I'll go to the Cutting Tail Society and sue him for hooliganism. And you stinky mouth, if you make up rumors about me again, I'll pour shoot into your mouth. Ruan Shuangjiang was also very angry. He Fenghua's man was ugly and very confident. He always came to her to act coquettishly and said some words that deserved a beating. She regretted that she was too weak in the past. She should have slapped this despicable man when he harassed her for the first time. Ruan Qiqi originally wanted to help, but Ruan Shuangjiang was so angry that she ignored him and started to educate the Ruan Yen sisters. Your performance just now was very good, but I can only give you 95 points. Do you know why you deducted 5 points? Isn't the beating hard enough? Ruan Yen felt a little ashamed. She was still too soft-hearted.
Why?
Ruan Pan asked, blinking her big eyes. Ruan Qiqi pinched her face gently. It turned out that fat girls were easier to pinch. It was really fun. She picked up half a brick from the ground, pointed at the sharp corner, and said, although Yang Lingling is annoying, her crime does not deserve death. Just teach her a lesson. You shouldn't use such a sharp stone. It can easily kill people.
Ruan Pan nodded confusedly.
She understood that one should not hit the head with a sharp stone. Nian Yen, you hit the wrong place, too close to the temple. If it was a little off, it would have killed someone. Be more careful next time. Ruan Qiqi pulled Yang Lingling over and pointed at the wound on her head while imparting her experience. Ruan Yen listened very carefully and kept it in mind. Next time when you hit someone, be careful to avoid their vital parts. The onlookers originally thought that this parent was too ignorant, but when they saw it was Ruan Qiqi, they immediately felt that it was natural. Moreover, they were all afraid of Ruan Shuangjiang and her daughter. It turned out that 2 kinds of melons could not grow on the same vine. Ruan Shuangjiang's family was crazy. Even the 4- or 5-year-old children were so crazy. They must not offend this family in the future. I have finished writing the 3rd update.
I went to climb Mount Sanqing today.
It was really beautiful. Unfortunately, there was too much fog on the mountain, so many scenic spots were not clear. But it was still very beautiful. It is worth going there a few more times. The food in Shangrao is delicious. I highly recommend it. Ruan Shuangjiang also saw her second sister. She was so surprised that she knocked He Fenghua to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. She then rode on top of her, grabbed the woman by the hair and said fiercely, "If you dare to bully us again, I will kill your whole family. I hate your mother."
Bah.
He Fenghua had only finished swearing when Ruan Shuangjiang stuffed a ball of sand into her mouth. Go ahead and curse me. If you keep cursing, I'll pour shoot into your mouth. Ruan Shuangjiang looked at her with a sneer and felt extremely happy. Sure enough, the second sister was right. The arrogant ones were afraid of the crazy ones. As long as she went crazy, even the fierce woman, He Fenghua, would be afraid of her. He Fenghua spat out all the sand in her mouth. A large patch of her hair was pulled out, her nose and face were swollen, and she no longer had the arrogance she once had. Her daughter stood beside her pitifully, and in her heart she listed the Ruan Yen sisters as her most terrible enemies. From then on, she would avoid the 2 sisters whenever she saw them and would not dare to offend them. Ruan Qiqi walked up to He Fenghua and said coldly, "Next time I hear those nonsense words, I will send you to labor reform. My father-in-law is the commander and my husband is the deputy head of the regiment. What's wrong with you? How dare you bully my eldest sister and niece?" This was the first time she had bullied others by taking advantage of her power. Sometimes, when dealing with some zitches, reasoning doesn't work, and you really need to use the power of others to intimidate others. Sure enough, He Fenghua's face turned pale with fright, her mind became clear, and she really wanted to slap herself in the face. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just so angry that I did something stupid. Your niece even broke my daughter's head. Fenghua's momentum weakened a lot, but she was still a little unwilling. She and her mother were beaten so badly, but the man in the family was still restless. She hated it. My Nian beat your daughter, because she is just as cheap as you are. If you can't discipline your daughter well as a mother, don't blame others for helping you. And if you are angry, go and teach your man a lesson. You don't dare to teach your man a lesson. You want to pick on the weak, but you didn't get the upper hand and got beaten. Aren't you very unwilling to accept this? Fenghua didn't say anything, but her indignant expression showed that she was indeed unwilling to accept this. If you're unwilling, just hold it in. Next time you see my elder sister, avoid her. And your easy womanty man, if you don't have a mirror at home, just annoy and look at yourself. How dare you act easy womanty in front of my elder sister? If you do that again, I'll send both of you to a farm for reform. Ruan Qiqi's face turned cold, and he made harsh remarks. He also took out $5 from his pocket and threw it over. The money floated down to Fenghua's feet and lay there quietly. This money is for your daughter's medical expenses. Discipline your daughter, well, next time. Otherwise, if she is beaten to death, you can only cry at her grave. Ruan Qiqi warned coldly. She originally wanted to give more money, but Fenghua was too cheap, so $5 was enough. My daughter has such a big hole in her head, and you only took $5? Even if your family is an official, you can't bully others. Fenghua was unwilling to accept the result and started to make a fuss, demanding that she be compensated at least 20 yuan. What are you arguing about? If you have nothing to do, go to the workshop and work. Director Lin's roar rang out. He had just finished his official business and was about to go home for dinner when he saw a group of people gathered around him. He also heard the shouting of Fenghua, the factory's bandit mall. His head suddenly became bigger. Everyone dispersed and stood far away to watch the fun. Qiqi is here. Why don't you come to my place? Seeing Ruan Qiqi, Director Lin's dark face broke into a smile, and his gentle tone made everyone look at him in disbelief. When had the director ever been so gentle? Was he possessed by a ghost? I just came over and you're off work. I'll come see you next time. Ruan Qiqi greeted him with a smile. Come on, what are you going to do next time? Let's go to my house for dinner now. Your aunt's cooking is delicious. I have something I want to ask you. Can you give me some advice? Director Lin finally saw her, so he refused to let her go. He dragged her away and yelled at Fenghua. Why don't you go back? Director, my daughter's head was broken, and she only paid $5. Fenghua pointed at the wound on her daughter's head and complained. Why did your daughter get beaten? You're always talking shoot and nonsense, and that's why your daughter got beaten. If you spread rumors in the factory again, don't come to work anymore. Director Lin's face darkened, and he gave him a severe lecture. With just one glance, he knew that the little girl's injury was not serious and that she could just go to the factory's infirmary for treatment. He didn't spend a penny and was still not satisfied with $5. How greedy! Fenghua didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and took her daughter to the infirmary angrily. She also began to fear Wan Shuangjiang because her backer was the factory director and she couldn't afford to offend him. Don't play with Ruan Yen and Wan Pan anymore. Stay away from them. You deserve to be beaten. Fenghua, who was full of anger, took it out on her daughter, scolding her all the way. The girl felt very aggrieved and cried all the way, not daring to talk back for fear of being beaten. From then on, seeing the Ruan Yen sisters was like a mouse seeing a cat, and she never dared to act like this again. Ruan Qiqi divided the meat into 2 halves, gave one half to Ruan Shuangjiang, and took the other half to Director Lin's house. I won't be polite with you. I just ran out of meat coupons, and I'm craving for meat. Director Lin did not refuse, as he was really greedy for so much meat. After arriving home, Director Lin asked his wife to cook while he took Ruan Qiqi away to talk. Qiqi, can you give me some advice? How can we get foreigners to buy our wine? Director Lin sighed with a sad face. He was very worried during this period. Ruan Qiqi asked him to explain in detail. It turned out that they had attended the Canton Fair last month, and Director Lin also took his products with him, but the fair was deserted, and he was quite disappointed. Although our wine is not as famous as theirs, it is not bad either. After tasting it, those foreigners also said it was good, but they just didn't place an order and went to other factories to place orders. Isn't that infuriating? Director Lin sighed. This was his first time attending the Canton Fair, a chance he had fought so hard to get, but in the end he suffered a disastrous defeat and only had a few small orders scattered around. My boss talked to me and said he would give me one more chance. If the situation is the same at the Canton Fair next spring, I won't get a spot. I want to earn foreign exchange for the country, too. Why can't I sell it? It's definitely not because it tastes bad. The foreigners said it tastes good, but they just won't place an order. Qiqi, you're a college student. Can you help me figure out the reason? Director Lin looked at Ruan Qiqi hopefully. He had held several meetings in the past few days and had gathered the whole factory's strength, but he still couldn't come up with a good idea. He had a feeling that this girl might be able to give him a surprise. Let me see the wine you brought to the exhibition, said Ruan Qiqi. Director Lin took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet and placed it on the coffee table. It looked very plain. Ruan Qiqi understood at a glance that it was actually because of his good looks that he suffered. She remembered that the wine's packaging was later changed and sales soared. The packaging was indeed beautiful, especially the bottle, which could be used as a vase after drinking the wine. It was very exquisite. Change the packaging. Foreigners like Chinese porcelain. Find someone to design some exquisite porcelain bottles and boxes. There will be no problem at the Canton Fair next spring. Ruan Qiqi gave some advice. She did not provide the packaging of her previous life because she was too lazy to draw. She also did not want to finish all the things to appear capable. In the future, all the work would come to her, and she would be exhausted. What's wrong with this packaging? It's packed tightly. How nice. Director Lin picked up the wine and looked at it from left to right. He was very confused.
It was so simple and cheap.
It would cost money to hire someone to design it, and it would also cost a lot to make custom-made porcelain. He didn't sell a single bottle of this wine, and he still had to spend a lot of money. What's the point of you thinking it's good? It's only good if foreigners think it's good. Go and look at those wineries that sell well. Aren't their packaging very beautiful? Ruan Qiqi patiently guided Director Lin, and it was not his fault that his thinking was out of date. People nowadays believed that simplicity was beautiful and no one appreciated anything fancy. It's flashy and not simple at all. Director Lin spoke with disdain. This was something he couldn't understand. How come those weird liquors were selling so well? Uncle Lin, you're going to sell this wine to foreigners, so they have to think it looks good. Foreigners like fancy things, and it is human nature to love beauty. Uncle Lin, you're the same. Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes, her patience exhausted, and she started to speak rudely. Nonsense. When did I start liking fancy things? Director Lin flatly denied it, saying that he always believed simplicity was beauty. Just then, Aunt Lin came in with a bowl of pork cooked with garlic sprouts. Although she was in her 40s and dressed very simply, she still had fair skin and a pretty face. One can imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. Ruan Qiqi snorted softly, then really do say one thing and mean another. Uncle Lin, since you like simplicity, why don't you marry an ordinary, simple woman? Why did you marry Aunt Lin, who is so beautiful? This shows that you also like beautiful things. Ruan Qiqi refuted Aunt Lin, who blushed, glared at Director Lin, and went out to cook. That's different. Your Aunt Lin and I have a foundation of affection. I like her good character and kind heart. Director Lin's voice became lower and lower, and by the end, he felt guilty. He looked at several girls at the time, and his wife was the most beautiful. He fell in love with her at first sight. So, Ruan Qiqi was right. People like beautiful things. Director Lin suddenly understood. But he still hesitated because it costs money to hire someone to design it, and it costs a lot to make custom porcelain bottles. The factory just bought some equipment, so we're short of money. Director Lin was frowning again. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. What should he do if he has no money? No funding from above? Ruan Qiqi asked. We are all short of money. Director Lin sighed. The country was in trouble right now, so he didn't have the nerve to ask the country for help. Ruan Qiqi thought about it and asked how much money was missing. It would cost at least 10,000 yuan to have someone design and make a custom porcelain vase. Director Lin made a rough calculation and found that it would cost at least 10,000 yuan. The money in the factory account was needed to pay the salaries. Where would he get this 10,000 yuan? Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle Lin, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, and you can help me find a sister-in-law to work, okay?" Director Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately thought of the 10,000 yuan given by his old leader. A while ago, he went to the farm to visit Lu Disheng. They drank together. Lu Disheng drank too much and talked a lot to him. He regretted marrying Lin Manyun, mistreating Liu Yi, and wasting the liberation and aid to Korea. The old leader also mentioned the 10,000 yuan. "Qiqi, you have 10,000 yuan? I don't feel comfortable spending your money. How about I write you an IOU and pay you back as soon as the wine is sold?" Director Lin said he was sorry, but his money-grubbing smile and golden eyes showed that he did not feel embarrassed at all. "Uncle Lin, let's not talk about money. It would hurt our uncle-nephew relationship. Can you please tell me first?" Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes silently. How could she, such a stingy person, take money out of her pocket? Friendship is friendship, money is money. They are two different things. Director Lin's face faded instantly, and he said listlessly, "If you can really help me get 10,000 yuan, let alone arrange for one person, even 3 people will be no problem. Uncle Lin, you must keep your word. Auntie, please bear witness for me. Otherwise Uncle Lin will deny his debts." Ruan Qiqi immediately responded. It was fine to have 3 vacancies. She would give a job to whoever she liked when the time came. Lin just came in with some dishes. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll testify. I guarantee he won't dare to deny his debt. A real man should keep his word. Qiqi, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what to do." Director Lin became excited again. This girl is very clever and her ideas are always right. Maybe she really has a solution. Ruan Qiqi took out a pen and paper from her bag and wrote a few names in a flamboyant manner. Each name had a suffix after it. Huang Momu, the shoe box under the bed. Lu XX, the biscuit box at the bottom of the cousin's dowry box. Mr. Li, vase on the chest of drawers. Su Momu, the 3rd drawer of the chest of drawers. There are 6 names in total, all of whom are the winery's buyers, deputy factory director, purchasing director, and canteen director, including those who have been in office and those who are currently in office. Director Lin looked at the note, frowning, not understanding it. "Go into the house quietly and look for the place I told you to find a surprise." Ruan Qiqi knew that his brain power was limited, so she kindly explained. She went to collect the debt. She also checked the winery and found a lot of corrupt officials. The total amount of money they had embezzled was definitely more than 10,000 yuan. Director Lin understood and immediately became furious. He raised his hand to bang the table, but was stopped by Ruan Qiqi. "Slap your thigh, I still need to eat." Lin were all delicious and could rival those cooked by Shi Xiaojun's mother. But after Shi Jinghong died, the half-crazy and half-stupid Shi Xiaojun was assigned by the farm to dig lotus roots and drowned. After losing her husband and son in succession, Shi Xiaojun's mother couldn't bear it anymore and went crazy. It looked like she wouldn't live for many days. Ruan Qiqi ate a feast at Lin's house. She ate 3 big bowls of rice and a lot of dishes. She went to Ruan Shuangjiang with a burp. The mother and her 2 daughters had already finished dinner. Ruan Shuangjiang was washing clothes at the door, and the 2 little girls were watching TV. The TV is an 11-inch black and white TV, given by Ruan Qiqi. There are no more than 3 families in the whole factory who have a TV. This is also one of the reasons why He Fenghua is jealous of Ruan Shuangjiang. "Qiqi, have you eaten yet?" Ruan Shuangjiang stood up with a smile and wiped her hands on her apron. "I've finished eating. I'm coming over to take a look. I'm not going into the house." Ruan Qiqi stood at the door and talked to her, just chatting about some family matters. Ruan Shuangjiang was now standing up, and the Ruan Yan sisters were also very strong. Ruan Xiaoxue and Song Junjie had both passed the physical examination and would be joining the army at the end of the month. Liu Yi used some connections and the couple were assigned to the Southwest Military Region so that they could take care of each other. She has fulfilled all 3 conditions she promised her original body. From now on, she will let herself go and live a happy and free life. Don't worry about Xiaoxue going to the Southwest. Lui has asked his comrades to take care of her. As long as Xiaoxue performs well, she will be promoted. You don't need to take special care of her. Don't let people gossip about your brother-in-law. It's good enough that Xiaoxue can join the army. Ruan Shuangjiang's eyes were complicated, as if she was looking at another person through Ruan Qiqi. It's okay. I will definitely take care of you if I can. Call me if you have any problems next time. You guys were really good just now. Keep it up. Ruan Qiqi praised her and her 2 children. Ruan Shuangjiang smiled and said meaningfully, I was useless before, and I made you and Xiaoxue suffer a lot. In the future, I will definitely stand up and not be bullied anymore. Your studies are important, don't worry about me. Well, I'll come when I'm free. It's cold, so I can heat water to wash clothes. Don't force yourself. Ruan Qiqi gave some instructions and rode away on her bike. Ruan Shuangjiang looked at her from behind, her eyes gradually turning red, and she murmured, Xiaoqi, I will do my best. You can go to your next life and live a good life without any worries. The Lu Jiafeng brothers at the border have started their daily routine of waiting anxiously since they sent the letter. After patrolling every day, the 2 brothers stand at the intersection where the postman must pass and wait. Brother, did sister-in-law receive the letter? Lu Yuanchao turned his sore neck and asked in a low voice. I think you should have received it. It's been half a month. Lu Jiafeng calculated the time. It had been half a month since he sent the letter. As long as everything went smoothly on the way, he would definitely receive it. Brother, can sister-in-law come up with a solution? Lu Yuanchao gritted his teeth. The black monkeys were too mean. They always jumped outside the border and mumbled something they couldn't understand. But even if they couldn't understand, they could tell from the monkeys' mean expressions and obscene movements that these jerks definitely didn't fart well. Another time, the squad leader took his brothers and several comrades on patrol. A stray bullet was fired, and the squad leader was hit in order to cover them. Fortunately, he was not injured in any vital parts. Even though the squad leader was very fierce, scolded them to death, and was cruel and merciless, often punishing them by putting them in solitary confinement, but even so, they were still family members. Why should they be bullied by the black monkey? He and his brother had never felt so aggrieved since they were young, except when they were with Lu Yi. If there hadn't been an order from above not to cross the border, he would have definitely crossed over and taught those dirty monkeys a lesson. Of course, my sister-in-law is full of bad intentions. She is extremely smart. Lu Jiafeng braked in time, swallowed the bad words, and almost slipped his tongue. That's right. Lu Yuanchao nodded vigorously. The 2 brothers turned their necks at the same time. Their necks were sore from waiting for too long. What are you 2 waiting for here, every day? Someone came over and made a joke. Wait for my sister-in-law's letter. The 2 brothers answered in unison. It's only been half a month since you sent it out. Even if your sister-in-law received it, it would take her half a month to send it back. Are you waiting for air? The person asking the questions looked at them like they were fools. From the day the package was sent out, these 2 fools started waiting, and they have been waiting for half a month. The 2 brothers blinked a few times in unison and touched the back of their heads in unison. Their movements were in unison and their confused expressions were exactly the same. Yeah, brother. Why did you drag me here to wait? Lu Yuanchao asked innocently. My legs are on your body. Why did you follow me? Lu Jiafeng was a little annoyed and angry. He glared at her unhappily, held his head high, and walked away quickly. Brother, wait for me. Can you cook for me tonight? I want to eat beef stewed with potatoes. Lu Yuanchao chased after him. Walk. Lu Jiafeng's mouth was drooling. He stopped and waited, and then the 2 brothers ran towards the cafeteria with shining eyes. The person asking the question smiled and shook his head. He had never seen such stupid people. Or were these 2 brothers exactly the same stupid? I don't know what kind of parents gave birth to them. The 2 brothers had a big meal in the cafeteria and burped all over. Next to them was their mortal enemy Cui Xiongwei, who closed his eyes and swallowed the porridge with a fearless attitude. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, he had to stretch his neck upwards to let the porridge slide down, otherwise it would get stuck in his throat, and he would be very uncomfortable.
Mr. Kui.
Xiongwei, would you like me to treat you to some meat? Lu Yuanchao walked over and asked with malicious intent. Ever since the leech incident, the squad leader has made a new rule that strictly prohibits giving comrades insulting nicknames, especially father-in-law and governor. Violators will be put in solitary confinement. The two brothers made several slips of the tongue and were put in solitary confinement, but they finally learned their lesson.
Roll.
Cui Xiongwei glared fiercely and dared not scold the governor of Hong Kong anymore. He couldn't control his tongue several times and was put in solitary confinement by the squad leader. Finally, he learned his lesson. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you scolding me? I'll tell the squad leader later. Lu Yuanchao angrily slapped him on the back of the head and said he would go and complain, but when he mentioned the squad leader, they all fell silent. The squad leader is lying in the hospital. Grass. Lu Yuanchao was in no mood to argue with Cui Xiongwei and was going back to the dormitory with a sullen face. Lu Jiefeng, there's a call for you, it's your sister-in-law. Someone was shouting outside. Everyone in the cafeteria looked at the two brothers with envy and jealousy in their eyes. He must have sent money again. The brothers' eyes lit up and they rushed to answer the phone. Lu Jiefeng barely caught his breath and stammered, Big sister-in-law. How come you stuttered after going to the border? Take a deep breath before you speak. Hey, I'm going to catch my breath. Lu Jiefeng was very obedient. He took several deep breaths and finally caught his breath. Sister-in-law, I'm breathing well. Lu Jiefeng reported obediently, like a primary school student. The operator next to him twitched his mouth. No wonder these two fools always said that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. It seems that she is indeed more obedient than her son. Believe me, since the leader doesn't allow you to go over, then let the monkeys come over. We can always beat them if they come over, right? Ruan Qiqi asked. I can beat them, but they're very ruthless, so I won't come over. Your eldest brother has asked someone to send you some things. You will receive them tomorrow. Please do, as I write in the letter. Ruan Qiqi hung up the phone after giving the instructions. Lu Jiefeng wanted to ask what was written in the letter, but before he could open his mouth, a beep came from the microphone. Brother, what did the sister-in-law say? Lu Yuanchao asked hopefully. This must be a good way to teach the black monkey a lesson, right? My eldest sister-in-law said that my eldest brother asked someone to send something to me, and there was also a letter from my eldest sister-in-law, asking us to do, as the letter said. Anyway, we will know tomorrow. Lu Jiefeng said exactly what he said. The two brothers looked at each other, turned around, and went back to the dormitory. That night, the two brothers suffered from insomnia, which was rare. Even when they knew they were about to be exiled to the border, they had never suffered from insomnia and slept soundly. The two of them tossed and turned in bed, the bed creaking. Cui Xiongwei said angrily, Are you still going to sleep? If not, go outside and run 20 kilometers. Oh, the squad leader is not here, so you, the servant, are calling yourself the king? Brother, don't waste time talking to him. Take him out. The two brothers jumped off the bed together, each pulling one side of Cui Xiongwei and dragging him out. The result was that the three of them ran 20 kilometers. Of course, Cui Xiongwei was forced to do so. You two governors, you jerks, you fools, you sons of bitches. I'm not done with you. Ahem. Cui Xiongwei cursed out all the dirty words he knew. Go to bed. The two brothers didn't understand, but were not angry at all. They took a shower and went to bed, sleeping soundly. On the contrary, Cui Xiongwei tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night. Listening to the snoring of the two brothers, he really wanted to beat the two governors to death. The next day, the two brothers received a large package, which was delivered by a plane carrying supplies. Their comrades surrounded them and urged the brothers to open the package. Open it quickly and see what delicious food is there. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the two brothers opened the package, and what was revealed left everyone a little dumbfounded. A tape recorder and two big speakers, you can't eat them. Lu Jiefeng was reading a letter. It was not a long letter, and the two brothers finished reading it quickly and looked at each other. Brother, will this method really work? Sister-in-law can't be wrong. Let's give it a try. Although the two brothers were not smart, they had strong execution ability. They quickly installed the tape recorder and loudspeaker and took them to the border. There were a few black monkeys patrolling on the opposite side. When they saw them, they immediately started swearing and making some insulting and obscene gestures. They were so mean. I will update one first and write the remaining two at home. You jerk. If you have the guts, come here, and your grandfather will kill you. Lu Yuanchao lost his temper and ran to the edge of the boundary, put his hands on his hips, and cursed at them. Several soldiers from the opposite side also ran over and cursed Lu Yuanchao face to face, each cursing at his own pace. Although no one could understand what they were saying, it did not affect their performance. Lu Yuanchao was alone in the crowd, and his momentum was a bit weak.
Duck.
You jerk. Come here if you dare, I'll kill you. Cui Xiongwei rushed over to support, cursing in the most unpleasant Shanghai dialect. Although he was not good at fighting, he was quite good at cursing. He and Lu Yuanchao were outnumbered and overwhelmed the other side.
Duck.
This jerk must have eaten shoot. It's suffocating me. Lu Yuanchao had saliva sprayed all over his face. He couldn't stand the stench and kept retching. Darn it. I can't stand it anymore. Cui Xiongwei also failed and began to vomit along with Lu Yuanchao. Darn it. These jerks are not only ugly but also darn smelly. The saliva they spit out is even stinkier than a toilet. It's so disgusting. Ha 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 ha. The person opposite laughed triumphantly, made insulting gestures, and cursed. I will kill them sooner or later. Was almost furious, glared at them with gritted teeth. If it weren't for the military orders strictly prohibiting crossing the border, he would definitely go over and beat them up, beat these cheap and stinky jerks to death. Glancing at Cui Xiongwei retching and still waving his orchid finger, Lu Yuanchao said contemptuously, "Why don't you just change into a flowery dress, run over, and use your beauty to charm these jerks over, so I can beat you up? Why the heck don't you put it on yourself? I'm considering the overall situation and don't want to argue with you." Cui Xiongwei was so angry that he felt refreshed and stopped vomiting. He glared at Lu Yuanchao with gritted teeth and pressed down his raised little finger with force, feeling extremely annoyed. This little finger doesn't listen to his brain at all and always sticks up on its own, causing him to be laughed at by the two governors of Hong Kong. Stop arguing and come here. Lu Jiefeng installed the tape recorder and speaker, inserted the tape, called the two black-eyed chickens over, and excitedly pressed the play button. After a burst of rustling sound, the old man's strong voice cursed, also in a gibberish voice, and his speaking speed was very fast. I couldn't understand a word. What is this old man cursing? Someone asked. Have no idea. The brothers shook their heads. Look, they're getting angry. Someone shouted excitedly, and everyone looked up at the same time. Sure enough, they saw that the people on the opposite side were so angry that their faces turned red. One person wanted to rush over, but was held back by the others. The people on the opposite side glared at them fiercely and cursed at them. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, they could tell that their curses were very dirty. Grandson, your grandpa is standing right here. Come here, I won't move. Lu Yuanchao shouted proudly. Great-great-grandson, come and meet your great-grandfather. Cui Xiongwei shouted even louder and mentioned it without permission. Grass. This time the two brothers reacted extremely quickly and attacked at the same time. Cui Xiongwei was hit twice on the back of the head in succession. He immediately saw stars and his head was buzzing. Stop arguing and unite against the outside world. The other comrades were so angry that one of them kicked him and then glared at him fiercely. The three of them withdrew in disappointment. The cursing sounds from the recorder continued, attracting another 10 people. Among them was a man with a slightly lighter complexion who stood at the front. The others were all respectful, and it was obvious that he was a superior. The officer also brought a translator, but his Chinese was not very good, and he spoke haltingly. Our superior said that you are damaging the relationship between the two countries by playing insulting language on the recorder. The superior asked you to turn off the recorder immediately, otherwise we will regard your behavior as deliberately provoking conflict between the two countries and you, China, will be responsible for the consequences. The officer spoke a lot, looking very angry. Bullshit. I'm playing a tape recorder in my own yard. It's none of your business. If you don't want to listen, just poke your ears out. Lu Yuanchao cursed. If you can't do it, we, as friendly neighbors, are willing to help. Cui Xiongwei picked up a thin stick from the ground and made a gesture of poking his ear in a mean manner. You can come over here to check in. My recorder is right here. After Lu Jifeng finished speaking, he glared at the two idiots with disdain. His scolding was totally off the point, and they were so stupid. That's right, come here. The two fools immediately got enlightened and used their little fingers to hook their fingers towards the other side. After hearing what the translator said, the officer's face turned even darker. He mumbled a bunch of words again, which were conveyed by the translator. The meaning was similar to what he had said before, warning Lu Jiefeng and the others not to cause trouble. I'm warning you, come then look at my mouth. Lu Jiefeng was getting impatient after being warned, and suddenly he remembered that Ruan Qiqi had two sentences in pinyin at the end of the letter, which were particularly difficult to pronounce. The letter said that he could use these two sentences to curse the other party, and the other party would definitely break down. He memorized the sentence, practiced it repeatedly, and could read it fluently. Lu Jiefeng read the sentence word for word to the person opposite him and spoke it very loudly. As soon as the words fell, everyone's face changed, including the superior and the translator. Brother, did you duck their ancestors? Lu Yuanchao asked, and Cui Xiongwei next to him also looked curious. I don't know who I ducked, my sister-in-law taught me. Lu Jiefeng was also a little confused. He didn't expect that this difficult sentence would have such a good effect. The jerk on the opposite side was so angry that his skin turned red. Brother, I want to learn. I want one too. Lu Yuanchao and Cui Xiongwei shouted in unison, and other comrades also clamored to learn. Why are you in such a hurry?
My sister-in-law taught me something.
Let me try it first. Lu Jiefeng was a little flattered. He was always the one chasing others to copy homework, but this was the first time that someone chased him to learn to curse. So happy. So proud. Thanks, sister-in-law. Lu Jiefeng read another sentence loudly, and then the people on the opposite side whose red temperature had returned to normal quickly turned red again. A few people couldn't help it and jumped up and cursed. This time the officer didn't stop them, but looked at Lu Jiefeng and the others coldly, with murderous eyes. Haha, they're so annoyed. Let's get them to teach us. I'll scold them to death. Everyone was very happy. In the past, they used to curse at them in their hometown dialect, and even if they cursed their ancestors for 18 generations, these jerks would not react. After all, she was Lu Jiefeng's sister-in-law. She was indeed a great person who could train her brother-in-law into a son. Although it is difficult to read, there are only two sentences and they are swear words, so everyone learns it quickly and mastered it in just a few minutes. The loudspeaker next to them played obscene words on a loop. Lu Jiefeng and his friends lined up and shouted in unison, each of you will have 18 daughters. I wish that the sons you give birth to will all become women in the future and be ridden by thousands of men. Ruan Qiqi learned these two sentences from the internet in her previous life. The woman on the other side has an extremely low status and is not treated as a human being at all. If she scolds a man for having a daughter, it is more vicious than the Chinese curse, duck you. Ruan Qiqi and the genius old man learned these two sentences and marked them with pinyin to make it easier for Lu Jiefeng and the others to learn. The effect was really good. Two people were so angry that they lost their minds and wanted to rush over to teach Lu Jiefeng brothers a lesson. Because among this group of people, brother Lu Jiefeng cursed the loudest and had the most despicable expression. I'm sorry. I wanted to write when I got home, but I fell into a deep sleep and just woke up now. Also, these things about the border are all fictional history. Don't compare them with reality. Some of them are the author's free play, and there will definitely be many loopholes when compared with reality. Haha. The two black monkeys still failed to rush over and were stopped by their leader. The commander looked at the Liu Jiefeng brothers gloomily, as if he wanted to remember their appearance clearly. Lu Yuanchao pointed his little finger down at him and shouted arrogantly, "Grandson, come here and kowtow to your grandfather. Grandson, come here, Grandpa will teach you how to be a man." Liu Jiefeng also made the same gesture, with an even more arrogant attitude. "Great-great-grandson, come here quickly. Grandpa has been saving up his urine for 21 years. It's a good thing for you." Cui Xiongwei was even more arrogant. He unbuttoned his clothes and shot out a high stream of water, which even crossed the line and landed on the opponent's ground. "Duck, I can shoot farther than you." Lu Yuanchao was not willing to be outdone. He gathered all the energy in his dantian and released a huge amount of water. The water indeed went farther than Cui Xiongwei's, and some of the water even splashed onto the upper of his superior's boots. "I'm even further away." Liu Jiefeng snorted and shot a farther stream of lightning, which pierced the officer's other boot. "The company commander won't let us cross the line to provoke," someone said worriedly. "I didn't go there, it was my urine that went there, and the company commander didn't say I couldn't pee." Liu Jiefeng had a good point, because Ruan Qiqi had said in the letter that they should find ways to lure the black monkey across the border so that they could beat it openly. His is called Urinating to Attract Monkeys, in the 36 strategies. Very high. Liu Jiefeng was very proud and felt that he was indeed a genius. He had been restricted in Tanzhou and Jiangqing before, but he was able to give full play to his talents only after arriving at the border. "That's right, you control everything, including my peeing?" After Lu Yuanchao had released the water and fastened his buttons, he gave his little finger to his officer, who was almost annoyed off, in an extremely provocative manner. "I'll treat you guys to a meal tomorrow." "It's enough." Cui Xiongwei is also very arrogant. After all, he was once a domineering playboy in the compound. He doesn't need any acting skills at all, and plays his role completely in his true character. Suddenly, a black monkey rushed across the line, howling, holding a gun with a bayonet in its hand, and stabbed at Liu Jiefeng. "Brother, get down." Lu Yuanchao shouted and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Liu Jiefeng also lay on the ground very quickly. This was the tacit understanding and trust that they had developed between brothers over the years. "I'll beat you to death, you jerk. I've been putting up with you for a long time, you son of a zitch." Lu Yuanchao rode on the black monkey, snatched the bayonet, and threw it far away. The other comrades quickly picked it up and loaded their guns. The black monkey on the opposite side also loaded his guns, and the two sides confronted each other. Cui Xiongwei and Liu Jiefeng also joined in. The three of them surrounded and beat the black monkey, and in an instant he was beaten to the ground. Of the black monkeys demanded that we release the prisoners, but of course we refused. Anyone who crossed the border was an enemy and could not be killed. "Don't beat him to death." An older comrade reminded him that he was not speaking for the black monkey, but was considering the overall situation. If someone really died, there would be big trouble. Although it is very frustrating, we have to endure it now. When China becomes stronger in the future, we won't have to endure it anymore. Then cripple him. Without saying a word, Liu Jiefeng kicked the black monkey on the ground hard in the crotch. Then, Lu Yuanchao +1.
Cui Xiongwei +1.
The screams of the black monkeys resounded through the sky. The other black monkeys roared in anger, wishing they could kill the three of them, but they did not dare to act on their own without orders from their superiors. "You still won't come over? I'll kick you again." Liu Jiefeng raised his foot and stomped hard on something, rolling it a few times. The black monkey on the ground screamed miserably, and its body bent like a shrimp in pain. "Brother, they are so cowardly." Lu Yuanchao also stepped on it, but he stepped on the other side. The black monkey let out a mournful cry, and the two quail eggs were completely destroyed. "Save me." The black monkey cried for help from his superior. The commander gritted his teeth and asked to negotiate with Liu Jiefeng and their company commander. "Who do you think you are? You want to see our company commander? Wash your black monkey face first." Even though Lu Yuanchao is not very smart, his mouth is as poisonous as poison. The same goes for Liu Jiefeng. Both brothers have been practicing martial arts since they were young. When they were young, not only were they beaten badly by Lu Yi, they were also scolded like grandsons. Their hands-on ability was no match for Lu Yi anyway, so the two brothers could only train their tongues and try to beat Lu Yi in scolding. But the result was that Lu Yi didn't even give the two brothers a chance to speak and knocked them down in just a few hits. However, the two brothers have developed sharp tongues and are more than capable of scolding the black monkey. The two brothers were too lazy to talk and turned on the recorder again, which they had turned off during the negotiation. The genius old man's curses played in a loop again. The Lu Jiafeng brothers retreated to the side to drink water and stared at the black monkeys vigilantly, fearing that their tape recorder and speakers would be damaged by them. The commander on the opposite side left with his men, leaving only a few people to stand guard. The black monkey, who was beaten like a servant, was carried away by the soldiers. On this day, the border was very lively, with horns honking nonstop. The black monkey on guard was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he didn't dare to come over. Brother Lu Jiafeng and his comrades were very happy, and all the frustration they had felt in the past few days was swept away. During the evening patrol and changing shifts, the comrades who came to take over gave the two brothers a thumbs up, and the look in their eyes was no longer one of contempt but admiration. The two brothers touched the back of their heads, feeling uncomfortable. After all, they have been looked down upon since they were young, and they have long been accustomed to it, and even think that it is good to live a carefree life. But now they have a sense of pride and are full of ambition. This feeling is hard to describe in words, but it feels great anyway, and they want more. On the way back, the two brothers still felt like they were dreaming, and they walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot light. "Brother, did Brother Wang give me a thumbs up?" It stood up and stood up 3 times. "Brother, I want to make a contribution." I wanted to. The two brothers didn't know that their mentality had undergone a qualitative change at this moment, from wanting to survive when they first arrived to wanting to make merit. They also wanted to be given a thumbs up again, and they wanted to hear Lu Disheng say, "Well done. You are worthy of being my son." Who followed them silently, curled his lips in disdain to hide his inner envy and jealousy. He really wanted that thumbs up to be given to him. Darn. Even the governor of Hong Kong can deserve praise. He is so smart. He must not lose. I will call my brother later and ask him for any tips on how to deal with the black monkeys. Although Cui Xiongwei is a coward, his elder brother used to be a member of the Sharp Knife Company of the Southwest Military Region. He has been to the border many times to carry out missions and has experience in dealing with black monkeys. Just as I arrived at the cafeteria entrance, someone ran over and called out, "Lu Jiafeng, your sister-in-law is calling." The brothers' eyes lit up and they quickly ran to answer the phone. Cui Xiongwei felt jealous because he also wanted an elder sister-in-law who was like a mother to him, but his eldest sister-in-law was a military doctor, more fierce than his eldest brother, and even his mother was afraid of her. "Sister-in-law, your tape recorder is really useful." The black monkey was so angry. "And the 2 pinyin sentences you taught were amazing." A black monkey was so angry that he ran over and was beaten by us. Lu Jiafeng excitedly talked about today's achievements and humbly asked, "Sister-in-law, what did those 2 sentences mean? Duck their ancestors?" Ruan Qiqi gave a brief explanation, but the two brothers didn't understand. What was there to be angry about having a daughter? After all, monkeys are monkeys, and they think differently from humans. The higher-ups will definitely ask you to return the black monkey you caught. You should cripple him first. Do you know how to cripple him? It's already broken. Yuan Chao and I each stepped on it and crushed it. The bones were also broken. Lu Jiafeng's tone was very proud. He and his brother were very skilled in this business. "Well done. Just give the black monkey some breath. Don't be soft-hearted. I sent you some money. Eat well so you can beat him up." Ruan Qiqi hated the black monkey very much. Brother Lu Jiafeng beat up the black monkey, which won her heart very much and deserves reward. The Lu Jiafeng brothers went to eat happily. Their simple thinking was like this: beat up the black monkey equals rich equals special treatment. Therefore, they will beat up more black monkeys in the future and strive to give them special treatment every day. Cui Xiongwei, who had also finished the call, was a little absent-minded. He was thinking about what his elder brother said. Soldiers crossing the border is a big deal, but civilians crossing the border is a small matter. Finally finished writing. There will be one more update at midnight, and the rest will be written during the day. I should be able to resume normal updates tomorrow. Since they would receive money soon and also got praised, the two brothers decided to treat themselves. They asked Lao Huang to stew a big pot of potatoes and beef, and another big pot of rice. They ate until they were burping and were very happy. Cui Xiongwei also cooked his own meal. He stewed a big pot of fish and ate it with his two brothers who were close friends. Stewed by Lao Huang was particularly delicious. Cui Xiongwei used to love it very much. But today he was eating absent-mindedly. He was still thinking about what his elder brother had said. He kept thinking about it until the evening. He tossed and turned in bed. His mind was extremely excited, and he couldn't fall asleep at all. Because he figured it out. He can just disguise himself as an ordinary citizen and beat up the monkey. It has nothing to do with the army.
Qiqi.
The bed was shaking very loudly, and brother Liu Jiefeng couldn't sleep because of the noise. He jumped out of bed in anger and dragged Cui Xiongwei out for a run without saying a word. After running 10 kilometers, all three of them were sweating profusely. Cui Xiongwei rarely swore today. He was still immersed in the excitement of playing the role of an ordinary person, and he was struggling with what kind of costume would be most appropriate. He is a handsome man with an elegant demeanor, so he must dress up as a gentleman. He doesn't want to dress up as those dirty farmers. Stupid? Lu Yuanchao was not used to his silence and slapped him on the back of the head. I'm about to make a great contribution. I won't bother with you guys. Cui Xiongwei gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. After all, he was about to make a contribution and would be a hero praised by everyone. How could he afford to be on the same level as the two governors of Hong Kong? You might as well castrate yourself. Liu Jiefeng sneered disdainfully and didn't believe it at all. Don't be so mean. My elder brother is from the Sharp Knife Company of the Southwest Military Region. He taught me a wonderful method. Humph, you want to know? I won't tell you. When he saw that brother Liu Jiefeng had caught a black carp. You are the only one who has a big brother? My big brother is also from the Sharp Blade Company, and he is also a military leader. My big brother can beat your big brother with one hand. Lu Yuanchao was not convinced. Although he didn't like Lu Yi, it didn't mean that he didn't admit that Lu Yi was strong enough, definitely stronger than Servant Cui. What did your elder brother say? Liu Jiefeng wanted to know more about the method brother Cui taught him. Maybe it could help him teach the black monkey a lesson, and his sister-in-law would definitely reward them with more money. Why should I tell you? What are you doing? Let me go. Cui Xiongwei refused to say anything, but the next second, he was restrained by Liu Jiefeng. Lu Yuanchao reacted very quickly and quickly took off his socks that had not been washed for 3 days. The stench was enough to kill an elephant. Lu Yuanchao himself was disgusted with it, so he picked up the socks with 2 fingers and tried to stuff them into Cui Xiongwei's mouth.
Ugh. Shoot.
Take it away. Cui Xiongwei rolled his eyes so much from the fumes that he almost vomited the stewed fish he had eaten that night. I'll put it in your mouth. Liu Jiefeng threatened openly. Lu Yuanchao had a wicked smile on his face, and the socks in his hand were getting closer and closer, only 3 or 4 centimeters away from Cui Xiongwei's mouth. I said,
Ugh.
Take it away. Cui Xiongwei surrendered and confessed honestly. The brothers' eyes lit up. This was a good idea. They could disguise themselves as ordinary people, teach the black monkey a lesson, and then come back, all without anyone noticing. They would definitely not be discovered. Let's take a break together next time. The two brothers set the time domineeringly, regardless of whether Cui Xiongwei agreed or not. I don't want to. Cui Xiongwei had just protested when a smelly sock was stuffed into his mouth. He was so scared that he quickly shut up and was forced to accept the action of the 3 people. 3 days later was their day off, and the 3 decided to take action on that day. However, the day before the action, they had a disagreement. Cui Xiongwei wanted to dress up as a gentleman, but the 2 brothers strongly opposed it. Lu Yuanchao also came up with a brilliant idea. You dress up as a woman, wear a flowery dress and a veil, and the black monkey will definitely not be able to recognize you. Why don't you guys pretend? Why should I pretend? Cui Xiongwei was particularly sensitive about dressing up as a woman. He was not even afraid of his smelly socks and jumped up to protest. Who made you so delicate and thin? Your waist is thinner than a woman's. If not you, who will? Lu Yuanchao retorted angrily that the big man's waist was thinner than the woman's, his skin was whiter than the woman's, and he could even raise his index finger. No matter how he dressed up, he was better looking than the women on the black-skinned monkey side. Cui Xiongwei's protest was ineffective, so he was forced to agree, but he made a request. You have to dress up as a woman or I won't. If they want to pretend, then they can pretend together. Otherwise, he won't pretend even if he has to eat smelly socks. The Lu Jiafeng brothers, who were eager to make money, agreed. The next day, the three of them had a day off. They asked for leave early in the morning and went to the market to buy clothes. The residents on the border were very mixed. Most of them were locals, and a small number were people from the other side. So they could buy their clothes at the market. They bought 3 sets, walked through the small road, found a secluded place to change clothes, and hid the changed military uniforms. All 3 of them wore veils and had red dots on their foreheads. They looked at each other and showed expressions of disgust.
Wait.
Lu Jiafeng called out to the handsome but unromantic Cui Xiongwei, took out 2 buns from his arms, and stuffed them into his clothes. Suddenly, Cui Xiongwei became charming and voluptuous. Fair and delicate skin, expressive eyes, a slender waist, and a graceful figure. She is prettier than many local women. The Lu Jiafeng brothers looked like Cui Xiongwei's maids. The 3 of them walked towards the market and met many local people along the way. No one doubted their identities at all. I look pretty good in my costume. Cui Xiongwei was very proud and no longer minding the women's clothes he was wearing. He even twisted his body to be more charming, bewitching the men on the street. The market here was also very lively, and the 3 men quickly found their target, 2 black monkey soldiers. They were also on duty and were preparing to go to the brothel in the town to have fun. The 3 of them exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Cui Xiongwei walked towards the 2 black monkeys gracefully, and the handkerchief fell in front of him. The black monkey picked it up, raised his head, and his eyes suddenly widened. This woman is more beautiful than the most expensive top easy-sold woman in the brothel. She smiles so beautifully at them. She must like them, right? Cui Xiongwei was wearing a veil, with affectionate eyes. He looked back and smiled. Without saying anything, he hooked 2 black monkeys into black carp, which followed him fascinatedly. Who were obsessed with love, did not notice that the road was getting further and further away. Instead, they thought that the beauty was deliberately leading them to a secluded place so that she could have fun with them. The Lu Jiafeng brothers followed closely and finally arrived at a secluded place. Apart from them and the black monkey, there was no one else. The impatient black monkey pounced towards Cui Xiongwei, but someone grabbed his collar from behind. He turned around and wanted to curse, but was hit hard in the face, followed by a barrage of punches. 3 against 2. The result was no surprise. The 2 black monkeys were beaten half to death and were only breathing their last breath. "Brother, do you want to kill him?" Lu Yuanchao asked. "Of course, they saw us." Lu Jiafeng didn't hesitate. He grabbed the black monkey's neck and twisted it. With a click, the black monkey died. Lu Yuanchao and Cui Xiongwei were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lu Jiafeng would just kill the man without beating him at all. It was much more efficient than killing a mouse. Not only are the leeches fat on the border, but the rats are also fat and bold, coming out even in broad daylight. The veterans often catch rats for a snack. What's more, rat meat tastes like beef and is quite delicious. As soon as the new recruits reported for duty, the veterans taught them how to catch rats. The Lu Jiafeng brothers thought rats were disgusting, so no matter whether they were catching or killing rats, they were always ranked last in the company. Lu Jiafeng is second to last and Lu Yuanchao is third to last. Cui Xiongwei is last. Because of this, the 3 of them were often laughed at by their comrades, who laughed at them for being cowards and lacking the blood of a man, and said that it would be better for them to go home and eat. Facing the admiring gazes of his younger brother and Cui Xiongwei, Lu Jiefeng raised his chin with a very calm expression, as if what he had just killed was just a small ant. But in fact, he was very panicked inside, and it took all his strength to barely control his body from shaking. Before this, he had never even slaughtered a chicken, and he had to cover his eyes when the army slaughtered pigs. But today he killed a living person and the corpse was right under his feet, still warm. Brother, there is one more. Lu Yuanchao was ready to kill the remaining black monkey. Judging from his brother's expression just now, it shouldn't be that difficult. Just a gentle twist would be enough. Let him do it. Lu Jiefeng stopped his brother and glanced at Cui Xiongwei, who was still dumbfounded. I haven't killed one yet. I won't let you. Lu Yuanchao was not happy, and he also wanted to kill the black monkey. No need to let me, you guys do it. Cui Xiongwei didn't want to take over at all. He had never killed a fish in his life. Lu Yuanchao snorted, thinking that Servant Cui was quite sensible. He squatted down and was about to start working but was stopped again. Go get it, hurry up. Lu Jiefeng winked at his brother and urged Cui Xiongwei to hurry up, as he would be punished if he returned late. Although Lu Yuanchao didn't understand yet, he believed in his brother unconditionally, so he urged, You don't dare, do you? Who dares not? Humph. I'll kill you right now. Cui Xiongwei couldn't stand the provocation, so he grabbed the black monkey's head without saying a word and twisted it with gritted teeth. The unconscious black monkey woke up and struggled. Cui Xiongwei failed to hold him down, and he almost escaped. Lu Jiefeng kicked him unconscious and yelled, Stop talking like a woman and do it quickly. You are a woman, I am a real man. Cui Xiongwei got angry. He exerted force with his hands, and with a snap, the black monkey tilted its head with its eyes open in death. Walk. Lu Jiefeng carried a corpse and walked in front. Lu Yuanchao carried another corpse and followed quickly. The two brothers walked a few steps and found that Cui Xiongwei didn't catch up with them. He stood there stupidly. Lu Jiefeng was so angry that he shouted, If you don't leave now, you'll be in trouble when they catch you. Cui Xiongwei shuddered and quickly followed. Soon he was in the front, as if he was being chased by a ghost. He had heard from the veterans that the people on the other side were not picky about meat or vegetables, and anyone who fell into their hands, regardless of gender, would be in great trouble. He would rather die than be a prisoner. The three men ran into the woods and threw the two corpses away. There were many wild beasts and poisonous insects on the mountain, and the corpses would be eaten by the wild beasts within one night without leaving anything. After dealing with the corpse, the three men quickly returned to the border, took off their clothes, killed the leeches on their bodies, changed into military uniforms, hid the women's clothes, went to the market to buy some things, and slowly returned. Brother, why does he have to do it? Lu Yuanchao hadn't figured it out yet, so he asked quietly. If he does it, the three of us are like grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape. Lu Jiefeng whispered to his brother. He thought that if the company commander knew about this, he would definitely punish them. So he had to drag Servant Cui along as well, so that not only they brothers would be punished. Brother, you are so smart. Lu Yuanchao suddenly understood, his clear eyes full of admiration. His brother's brain was half as smart as his sister-in-law's. It's okay. Lu Jiefeng was extremely proud and became more and more convinced that he was a genius. The reason why he achieved nothing in the previous 22 years was mainly because Tanzhou and Jiangcheng did not give him the opportunity to display his talents. The border was his blessed land. They returned to the company. It was already dark. The three of them went straight to the cafeteria to eat. They also asked Lao Huang to stew a pot of beef for the three of them to eat together. Yo he, when did you three become so close? The comrades were extremely surprised. These three people were incompatible and always quarreled when they met. How come they were so friendly today that they were wearing the same pants? Do you understand the love between comrades and brothers? You have no awareness at all. Responded in unison, showing a tacit understanding. You have good chemistry, good, keep it up. The comrades were not angry at all. They were very pleased that the three young masters had finally grown up and that Squad Leader Shi's efforts were not in vain. Squad Leader Shi is the squad leader of Lu Jiefeng and his team. He has put a lot of effort into improving the relationship between these three people. Snort. The three of them hummed in unison, rolled their eyes in unison, and then lowered their heads to eat in unison. Their movements were even more consistent than if they had been trained. Lu Yuanchao ate with big mouthfuls and was very happy. Lu Jiafeng and Cui Xiongwei didn't have much appetite. Even their favorite stewed beef didn't arouse their appetite at all. In the end, most of the big pot of beef stew went into Lu Yuanchao's stomach. Vomit. Cui Xiongwei suddenly ran out and squatted on the side of the road to vomit. Brother, look at him. He looks like he's pregnant. Lu Yuanchao chirped softly, but before he could finish his words, his brother ran over, squatted next to Cui Xiongwei, and vomited. Brother, why are you pregnant too? Lu Yuanchao talked to himself in dumbfoundedness. Several comrades gathered around and wanted to send them to the infirmary. No need.
Ugh.
I just ate too much. Ugh. Lu Jiafeng refused while vomiting. He was afraid that if he went to the infirmary, what he had done during the day would no longer be hidden. I ate how to inia chordata. Ugh. Cui Xiongwei also refused because he was afraid of being exposed. The two of them vomited out all the food they had just eaten, even the bile. Finally, Lu Yuanchao held Cui Xiongwei in his left hand and his brother in his right hand, and dragged the two back to the dormitory. Cui Xiongwei just threw him on the bed and ignored him, while his brother carefully put him on the bed, took off his shoes, and covered him with a quilt. Brother, drink malted milk. I made 3 spoonfuls of it. Lu Yuanchao couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. There was not much malted milk left, so he and his brother drank it carefully, only 1 spoonful at a time. It was as light as boiled water. 3 spoonfuls of malted milk were really delicious. I can't drink it. You drink it. Lu Jiafeng waved his hands weakly. He would vomit whatever he ate now. I have heard veterans talk about their reaction to their first kill. They are excited at first, then feel nauseous. They are so nauseous that they vomit even when they drink water. After they get through this period, they will feel better. He didn't quite believe it when he heard it, but now he finally understands it. Brother, drink something? Lu Yuanchao fed him with a spoon. After Lu Jiafeng drank a few sips, he gradually regained his appetite. He picked up the cup and drank it in 1 gulp. Then he licked his lips and said, Yuanchao, make me another cup. Why? Lu Yuanchao happily went to make malted milk. Cui Xiongwei, who was lying on the bed next to him, was almost dead. The aroma stimulated his stomach to growl. He said weakly, Make me a cup too. Lu Yuanchao was about to refuse, but on second thought, he readily agreed. He opened Cui Xiongwei's malted milk and generously scooped out 8 spoonfuls, 6 of which he put into his own jar, and the remaining 2 spoonfuls were given to Cui Xiongwei to drink. Thank you. After drinking the fragrant and hot malted milk, Cui Xiongwei felt like he was alive again and was full of gratitude to Lu Yuanchao. Don't be polite, I'll make you another drink after you finish drinking. Lu Yuanchao grinned naively, earning 6 scoops for each flush. What a good deal. After Cui Xiongwei finished 1 cup, he was still not satisfied, so he asked Lu Yuanchao to make him another cup. As a result, he originally had half a can of malted milk, but now only half was left. Cui Xiongwei, who was kept in the dark, was extremely grateful to Lu Yuanchao and even felt guilty. He secretly decided that he would never call the 2 brothers governor of Hong Kong again. After drinking 2 cups of malted milk, Cui Xiongwei and Lu Jiafeng felt less uncomfortable. After another night's sleep, they both returned to normal. When the bugle sounded, they got out of bed in high spirits. As usual, Cui Xiongwei opened the can of malted milk and prepared to make a cup. Shoot! Why is there only this much malted milk left? Cui Xiongwei's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the little malted milk left in the jar. He had clearly opened it only a few days ago, so there should be at least 2/3 left, but now not even a quarter of it was gone. Which jerk stole his drink? Malted milk wafted over, and Lu Yuanchao made 2 cups. There aren't many left, right? I forgot to buy some yesterday. Lu Jiafeng said a little regretfully. I have to rest for half a month next time, and I don't think the remaining malted milk will last. Also, drink it up, brother. Lu Yuanchao chuckled, drank it all in one breath, and glanced in Cui Xiongwei's direction, smiling with a particularly proud look. His clever brain is only slightly inferior to that of his elder sister-in-law and his brother. Cui Xiongwei figured it out quickly and glared at the two brothers with gritted teeth. Darn it. From now on, he will not only curse the governor of Hong Kong, but also curse that jerk. The three of them had breakfast. They went on patrol. Along the way, they were all thinking about the same thing. How can we let my sister-in-law, eldest brother, know that they killed a black monkey? However, phone calls would be monitored by the army and letters would be checked, so it was easy to be exposed. They racked their brains and finally came up with a safe way. Sister-in-law, Yuan Chao and I have been eating well recently, so we cooked 2 special meals. After returning from patrol, Lu Jiefeng made a phone call to report, his tone particularly excited. Ruan Qiqi blinked. There was no need to be so excited about cooking 2 special meals. This idiot must have something else to say. What did you eat? Beef stew. It's from the money my sister-in-law gave me last time. Yuan Chao and I were on our day off yesterday, so we went out to eat. Lu Jiefeng didn't dare to say it too clearly for fear of arousing suspicion. He secretly prayed that his sister-in-law could understand him and then give them the reward money. Were both meals eaten yesterday? Ruan Qiqi asked meaningfully. Right. Lu Jiefeng nodded vigorously. He knew that his sister-in-law understood. From now on, he and his brother would not have to worry about going hungry anymore. You and Yuan Chao are still young, so you really need to keep up with your nutrition. How about this? The dried leeches you sent last time are very good. I have a friend who takes medicine all year round, and the prescription includes dried leeches. The ones you catch are better than those in the pharmacy. Catch more next time, and I'll pay you. We'll go catch leeches when we take a break, and we'll definitely get them all clean. Be careful and don't get bitten by leeches. Yes, we are very careful. Between the uncle and the sister-in-law, they all envied brother Lu Jiefeng for having such a good sister-in-law. It was just about catching some leeches, but she gave him so many instructions and warnings. No wonder the elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Cui Xiongwei was also calling his elder brother. Brother, I was resting yesterday and went out for a walk. On the way, I encountered a dark snake that wanted to bite me, and I killed it. Didn't you bring the snake back to stew? It stinks, I can't eat it. Big brother, tell Dad not to call me a loser anymore. I didn't embarrass Commander Cui. Cui Xiongwei's voice became choked, and his eyes were a little red. He was scolded as a coward by his own father every day. No matter how good-tempered he was, he would still be annoyed. If he can kill one black monkey, he can kill a second and a third one. In the future, he will definitely impress his father. Brother Cui on the other end of the phone was listening nonchalantly, but when he heard these words his expression suddenly became stern, and he realized something was wrong. Xiaolu was afraid of snakes. There were many snakes and insects on the border, so Xiaolu must have been used to it. It was impossible to make such a grand ceremony to kill a snake. Thinking of the last phone call, Brother Cui clenched his teeth. The little jerk must have sneaked across the line. Dad is just talking, he actually cares about you the most. Be careful when you catch snakes next time, don't let them bite you back. Brother Cui gave earnest instructions.
He doesn't care about me.
Brother, I'm dead. Please ask Mom to send me some more money. I've run out of money. Cui Xiongwei curled his lips. The old man wished he didn't have a son like him. He had 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters. All of them were good people. Only he brought shame to the old man. How could the old man care about him? But he was still very happy, because he knew that his eldest brother understood and would definitely tell the old man. If the old man called him a coward again in the future, he would not bear it so aggrievedly. Snort. After hanging up the phone, Brother Cui called his comrades on the southwest border directly and soon learned that 2 soldiers from the neighboring country's border garrison were missing yesterday. It was said that they went to the town to play during their break and did not come back until late at night. Someone in the town saw them leaving with 3 women. One of the women was fair-skinned and beautiful, and the other 2 were tall and strong, probably servants. These 2 men might have been obsessed with love and wanted to use the beautiful women, so they were killed by the 2 servants. The woman had such fair skin. She must be a local upper-class person. So even if she killed someone, she wouldn't have to pay with her life. Brother Cui asked about the beautiful woman's height and appearance, and the more he listened, the more he thought she looked like his troublesome Xiaolu. When Xiaolu was a child, she wore a flowery dress and was prettier than foreign girls. You little jerk, you quite brave. Brother Cui cursed with gritted teeth, but there was a smile in his eyes. If the old man knew, he would definitely be very happy. Another person who called the Southwest Military Region was Lu Yi. It was Ruan Qiqi who asked him to do so. Lu Yi knows about the same thing as Brother Cui. After listening to this, Ruan Qiqi understood that the two tall and strong maids must be the Lu Jiafeng brothers in disguise. These two idiots finally grew some brains.
It was a very good job.
Ruan Qiqi went to send the money the next day. If she wanted the horse to run fast, she had to feed it well. Anyway, she had no shortage of money. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-November, and Lu Yi brought back another piece of news. Shi Dahong is dead. Update after midnight. Go to sleep first and read it during the day. Shi Dahong died in his own home by shooting himself. In addition to the small notebook that Lu Yi handed over, Jiang Liming also found other evidence of Shi Dahong's corruption. He gave face to Commander Yang and did not hand it over directly but gave the evidence to Yang Xinhua and said one sentence, "Shi Dahong killed my brother, one life for another otherwise." The rest of the words, Yang Xinhua understood them. There were several things in that small notebook that were in his house, including the vase his wife used to arrange flowers, the Wang Wali table in his study, and the watches worn by his wife and daughter. Before seeing the little notebook, Yang Xinhua always thought that the vase and the Wang Wali table were really bought by his wife for 50 cents. There are also the watches worn by his wife and daughter. He always thought they were ordinary models, but he didn't expect that they were foreign brand-name watches, all given by Shi Dahong. If Jiang Liming hands in this little notebook, his competitors will definitely make a big fuss about it. It won't be a big problem, but it will be very troublesome. Yang Xinhua really doesn't want to deal with these trivial matters, and he doesn't want to be held responsible by his competitors. Yang Xinhua did not hesitate for too long. He called Shi Dahong and talked with him for an hour. After returning home, Shi Dahong locked himself in the study and committed suicide late at night. He also left a letter of confession. If he dies, Yang Xinhua will definitely protect his wife and children, otherwise their family will have a hard time. But Mo Jinsong will definitely have a hard time. Ruan Qiqi's tone was one of gloating. That little notebook was submitted in the name of Mo Jinsong. Yang Xinhua and Shi Dahong are brothers-in-law and have a very good relationship. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. Mo Jinsong had messed with Shi Dahong, so he gave Yang Xinhua even less face. With Mo choofing around, Yang Xinhua wouldn't dare do anything to Mo Jinsong, but he could block this guy's future unless Mo Jinsong was transferred to other military regions. But he would have to start all over again, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Mo Jinsong would definitely be furious. For someone like him who is only interested in climbing up the social ladder, ruining his future is more serious than taking his life. Let's ignore them from now on and live our own lives.
Ruan cici patet Lu'ya ise şov der.
She didn't want Lu Yi to live in resentment forever. Even if the past was painful, he should try to forget it. Hating someone is actually more exhausting than loving him, her. She hopes that Lu Yi will spend the rest of his life in love, loving her, loving their baby, and loving their entire family. Well, forget about them.
Lu'ya noted.
He didn't hate anything at all now because he was happier than anyone else. He would become happier and happier in the future. He would no longer have such a nasty thing as resentment. Qiqi, what are we having for dinner? Would you like to eat leech stew? Ruan Qiqi was joking, saying that the big bag of dried leeches that Shahanhan sent had not been eaten yet. If you eat, I'll eat too. Lu Yi smiled. He knew Qiqi would definitely not eat it. Ruan Qiqi glared and went to cook, making a large table of dishes to celebrate Shi Dahong's death. Braised pork trotters, native chicken stewed with dried mushrooms, Yongzhou blood duck, and stir-fried vegetables were delivered to Lia's house as usual. During this period, She had a few more magic wands, bone whips, and candlesticks, all of which were made by Leah working overtime. Just when I was halfway through my meal, there was a knock on the door. "It's me." The person knocking on the door was Mo Jinsong. Qiqi frowned slightly and guessed Mo Jinsong's purpose. This guy is very smart. He must have guessed that the small notebook was handed in by them. Is he here to settle the score? Louis didn't want to get up, so he stretched out his foot to hook the door lock and opened it. Mo Jinsong was standing at the door. He came in without being invited and closed the door behind him, as casually as if he was at home. "I haven't eaten yet. Do you mind giving me a pair of bowls and chopsticks?" Mo Jinsong asked with a smile. Not at all like he was here to settle a score. "Mind," Qiqi and Lu Yi said in unison. "Then I have to apologize. I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm very hungry." Mo Jinsong smiled, went to get the bowl and chopsticks, filled a large bowl of rice, and sat down to eat. "This blood duck is delicious. My sister-in-law's cooking skills have improved again." Mo Jinsong was probably really hungry. He only praised once from beginning to end, and spent the rest of the time eating. He ate 3 bowls of rice in a row, and ate a lot of vegetables. Louis cleared the dishes and went out to wash them, without glaring at Mo Jinsong from beginning to end. Qiqi sat there without moving, waiting for this guy to speak. Mo Jinsong first took a toothpick and picked his teeth slowly, then went to make a cup of tea, drank it while blowing on it, and after taking a few sips, he finally spoke. "I wasn't sure at first, but now I am. From the time I entered the door until now, Xiaoyi has not glared at me. His mentality is very peaceful, which means that he has let go of his resentment towards me. You submitted the small notebook in my name, right? You think too much." Qiqi didn't dare to say too much. Mo Jinsong was very good at talking, and he would fall into a trap while talking. It was better to say less. But she still admired this guy very much. He was really smart and guessed the truth almost exactly. Mo Jinsong smiled slightly and stopped talking about this matter. Instead, he started talking about other things. "I will be working somewhere else soon. Jiao Jiao is a simple girl. If she needs help from you, please help her. I will come back to thank you later. Is that okay?" "No, we don't have such a good relationship." Qiqi refused. She didn't want to have anything to do with Mo Jinsong's family at all, and Xiong Jiaojiao's parents were both in Tanzhou and held high positions, so she didn't need help from anyone else. She couldn't understand what Mo Jinsong was up to, so she simply refused everything. "I am self-righteous. I hope our relationship will be better next time we meet." Mo Jinsong smiled and stood up.
You are so self-righteous again. Goodbye.
"I won't see you off." Qiqi sat there without moving. She probably guessed Mo Jinsong's purpose, which was to act pitiful, and she would not be fooled. "Although you don't welcome me, to me, you and Ono will always be my family. I hope that one day we can reconcile." Mo Jinsong spoke in a particularly emotional way. If it were anyone else, they would have been moved to tears. But Qiqi and Lu Yi were not ordinary people, so they remained indifferent, looking at him as if they were watching a monkey show. "I'm leaving now. I have one more thing to tell you. Aunt Yuan has filed for a divorce, and my father has already signed it." Despite being treated coldly one after another, Mo Jinsong was not embarrassed at all. He still smiled and told the latest news. "If it rains, let it rain. If my mother wants to marry, let her marry." Qiqi's tone was indifferent. This result was within her expectations. She shouted to Mo Jinsong, who was still in the room, "Why don't you leave? I don't provide midnight snacks here." Mo Jinsong, who had a very calm mentality, was also a little embarrassed. He touched his nose, smiled, and left. Louis came in with the washed dishes. What is he doing here? He just talked a lot of nonsense. Just act pitiful and ignore him. Qiqi curled her lips and didn't feel any sympathy for Mo Jinsong at all. The causes planted in childhood will lead to the current results. She and Lu Yi are still very kind and only gave him a slight punishment. Will Mo Jinsong go to the Yangqing military region? His father-in-law has connections there.
Lou'ya analize dekçitetli.
No, He doesn't even want his own father's connections, so why would he want his father-in-law's? Ruan Qiqi felt that it was impossible. Although Mo Jinsong appeared kind on the surface, he was actually very arrogant. He only wanted to climb to the top of the mountain by himself and would not rely on help from others. End of the month, she received a call from brother Liu Jiefeng. Sister-in-law, do you know who is here? You will never guess it, Liu Jiefeng said in surprise.
Montag Jinsong?
Ruan Qiqi guessed it immediately. Sister-in-law, how did you guess that? It's really Mo Fox. I saw him today. He is the new political commissar. Liu Jiefeng's tone was full of worship. He hadn't said anything yet, but his sister-in-law had guessed it. How could he be so smart? Don't let him know that you caught leeches. Ruan Qiqi was not very reassured, mainly because she did not have much confidence in the brother's IQ. Mo Jinsong is more cunning than a fox. Even if the Liu Jiefeng brothers put their 10 heads together, they are still no match for him. We haven't been out catching leeches recently. 2 people have gone missing across the street. It's been a commotion every day. We have to increase patrols. We're very busy. Liu Jiefeng felt a little annoyed. If he had known, he would not have dumped the body so secretly that day. As a result, the black monkey still hasn't found the body yet. Every day, they have to mobilize a large number of people to look for the body. Several times they have found it here. Their company had to increase patrols, and they haven't had a rest for a long time. There are so many ferocious beasts over there. You might get eaten by wild beasts. Don't go out recently. Safety comes first. Ruan Qiqi solemnly warned that the other side would definitely not let it go after 2 people died, and these 2 idiots should not be so ignorant of their own limitations and let themselves be caught by the other side. Although the 2 idiots didn't look that good, the people over there didn't even let go of lizards and were extremely cruel. She couldn't imagine how miserable the 2 idiots would be if they fell into those people's hands.
No.
Liu Jiefeng agreed obediently. Even if the sister-in-law didn't remind him, he wouldn't be so bold as to deliver it to the door. After a while, when the rumors died down, they would go back and kill the black monkey and earn the bonus. Last time we slaughtered 2, my sister-in-law sent me 200 yuan. Each fish is worth 100 yuan. This deal is really a good deal. Hanging up the phone, Ruan Qiqi pushed the bicycle and prepared to ride back to the compound. Today is Friday and she was supposed to work tomorrow, but she asked for leave. The school is very easy to talk to now, and no matter when she asks for leave, it always goes through the green light and has never been stuck. Ai-hong stood at the window, watching Ruan Qiqi ride away on her bike. She felt more jealous than a jar of vinegar. She really couldn't understand why the organization would treasure Ruan Qiqi, who was lazy and always skipped classes to avoid labor. However, she only dared to complain in her heart and did not dare to show it on her face, for fear that Ruan Qiqi would cast a curse on her. Ruan Qiqi rode out of the school gate. She saw Zhang Weihong, who was wearing a purple woolen coat and black trousers. He looked very fashionable and was completely different from before. How come you have time to come to see me? Ruan Qiqi stopped the car and asked with a smile. I have something to tell you. I'll treat you to a meal? Zhang Weihong smiled, but the smile was a little forced, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Come to my house and eat. Ruan Qiqi invited her home for dinner, and Zhang Weihong agreed. When crossing the ferry, Zhang Weihong suddenly said, Your mother-in-law is divorced, did you know? I just found out a while ago. How did you know? Ruan Qiqi actually guessed it. She felt a little contemptuous of Yuan Huilan and was too impatient. Zhang Weihong sneered. I'll tell you when I get back. Are too many people outside, and it's not convenient to talk. After returning to the compound, Ruan Qiqi and Zhang Weihong cooked together. When the meal was almost ready, Liu came back and brought a friend with him. The friend was in his 30s, had an honest face, and was shy to talk to female comrades. Zheng Ji, my brother who will live and die with me. Liu introduced his friend, and he kept praising his wife's delicious cooking in front of Zheng Ji. Zheng Ji was so greedy that he followed him to eat for free. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Greeting Ruan Qiqi, Zheng Ji looked natural, but when facing Zhang Weihong, he stuttered, lowered his head and dared not look her in the eye.
Hello, I'm Zhang Weihong.
Zhang Weihong was very generous and took the initiative to shake hands with him. After shaking hands, Zheng Ji's face turned even redder. Louis found it funny and asked him quietly, "Do you like her?"
No.
"Nothing like that. Don't talk nonsense." Zheng Ji denied it flatly, but his flushed face betrayed his thoughts. "It's okay if you don't like it. I was trying to make some connections." Louis teased him deliberately. Zheng Ji got anxious when he heard it and whispered, "It's not that I don't like him, but Comrade Zhang doesn't have a partner?" "No, divorced, no children, from Beijing, nice person." Louis told the truth about Zhang Weihong's situation. Zheng Ji's eyes lit up. Louis said that she was a nice person, so this girl must be quite good. No wonder he was so greedy these past 2 days and insisted on coming to eat with her. "Isn't this the will of Yu Lao?" Lu Yi and Zheng Ji were whispering in the room, while Ruan Qiqi and Zhang Weihong were whispering in the corridor. "Your mother-in-law is very clever. She bewitched my father, and he has been obsessed with her for more than 20 years. No wonder she has never been nice to my mother. As soon as my mother died, she couldn't wait to marry Yuan Huilan. How shameless." Zhang Weihong said this while gritting her teeth. Yesterday, she received a call from her father, asking her to have dinner at Shangguan Hotel and saying that he would introduce her to a very important person. She did not think much about it at the time and thought it was an old friend of her father. But after she went to the hotel, she found out that the very important person was Yuan Huilan. My father also said that he was about to marry Yuan Huilan. When she and Mo Tsongrong were dating, they went to Mo's house for dinner. Yuan Huilan treated her very badly and even privately advised her to break up with Mo Tsongrong. The implication of her words was that she was too old and not worthy of Mo Tsongrong. Zhang Weihong has never had a good impression of Yuan Huilan, and now she is extremely disgusted with her. A selfish woman who can be so cruel and ignore even her own son, and who is still having an affair with her father even though she knows her mother is still dead, is so disgusting. Zhang Weihong felt heartbroken for her mother. She did not receive love from her father when she was young, and after she got married, she still did not receive care from her husband. Her mother's life was a tragedy. The people who caused this tragedy were her grandfather and father, and now there is Yuan Huilan. I cursed Yuan Huilan in a very bad way yesterday, calling her a vulgar woman who only wanted to climb up the social ladder. When Uncle Lou got into trouble, she turned around and married Uncle Mo. Now that my father is of a higher rank than Uncle Mo, she married my father without hesitation. Humph, when my father gets into trouble in the future, she will definitely try to climb up the social ladder again. Zhang Weihong's voice was low, but still full of hostility, which showed how angry she was. "You don't live with them anyway, so out of sight, out of mind." Ruan Qiqi agreed with Zhang Weihong's summary. Yuan Huilan was such a person. In her first 2 marriages, she was lucky, and the men she married were both pretty good, but this time, Yuan Huilan made a mistake. Zhang Zigua is now enjoying great success, but it is only temporary. Yuan Huilan can only enjoy 5 years of good life at most. When Zhang Zigua is in trouble, she will be unlucky too. I'm just heartbroken for my mom. Even if they get married next year, I won't be this angry. Zhang Weihong was indignant, as it had not even been 100 days since her mother passed away. Your mother may not care at all. Don't be angry. Bring the dishes in and prepare to eat. Ruan Qiqi felt that Zhang's mother might not care. When she was alive, she was probably already disappointed with her husband Zhang Zigua. Such a result should be within Zhang's mother's expectations. Zhang Weihong sighed lightly, brought the dishes into the house, and was soon healed by the delicious food. After the meal, she felt much better. Zheng Ji happened to pass by Zhang Weihong's unit on his way back, so he volunteered to take her home. Ruan Qiqi saw Zheng Ji's thoughts but did not point them out, and just let things take their course. Soon it was December, and Liu Dixing returned to the military region, still serving as the commander, and Mo Qiufeng as the political commissar. What was different from the past was that both of them were single. Tanzhou welcomed its first snow in December. The snow was not heavy, and the snow on the road melted quickly. Only a thin layer of snow accumulated on the eaves. When the sun came out, the snow melted quickly, and the eaves dripped like rain. Although the sun was out, the melted snow made it even colder. People on the street were wrapped up tightly, especially the children, who wore hats, scarves, and gloves and looked like cotton balls, which was very cute. Ruan Qiqi was afraid of the cold, so she wrapped herself up tightly. It was the weekend again, so she stewed a big pot of pork trotters and soybeans in the evening and went to see Lu Disheng with Lu Yi. "This doesn't count, I'll play again." Lu Disheng's loud voice came out. "Don't regret your move. This is your third time." Mo Qiufeng spoke in a gentle and unhurried tone. "Mine hasn't fallen yet, so it doesn't count." Lu Disheng proudly raised the chess piece in his hand and moved it to a new position. Mo Qiufeng smiled and directly moved the chess player to the checkmate, ending the game. In fact, he could have won in just 3 minutes, but the next game had the same result, so he was too lazy to end it, and the game dragged on for more than 10 minutes. If Lu Disheng hadn't always regretted his moves, he could have dragged it on for another hour. Unconvinced, Lu Disheng stared at the chessboard with his eyes wide open, but he couldn't find any flaws in Mo Qiufeng's chess. He had definitely defeated him. Moreover, he discovered that Mo Qiufeng could have defeated him 10 minutes ago. Who are you looking down on? If you can be a general, why don't you do it? You are being disrespectful to your opponent. Try again. Lu Disheng argued confidently and clamored for a rematch. "If you keep doing this, you won't get any results tomorrow. Go cook."
I'm hungry.
Mo Qiufeng touched his stomach. If it wasn't for the free meal, he wouldn't bother to play chess with that bad chess player. He was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, military tactics, and warfare, but the only thing he couldn't do was cook. Although the food Lu Disheng cooked was not delicious, it was not bad either, at least better than what he cooked. "Boiled noodles and fried 2 eggs for you. Do you want some?" Lu Disheng stood up and asked in a rough voice. "I'm not picky when it comes to eating." Mo Qiufeng is very easy to talk to. People who eat for free have no right to be picky. As long as there is something to eat, it's fine. Seeing him being so useless, Lu Disheng couldn't help but complain. "Why are you doing this? Yuan Huilan will definitely not divorce you if you don't sign. She is so proud that she wants to be the first in picking cotton. You actually signed first and embarrassed her. It would be strange if she didn't get angry with you. She has made up her mind. There is no need to keep her. It is better to end it as soon as possible." Mo Qiufeng smiled calmly. Things that are forced are meaningless. After all the twists and turns, she finally married Zhang Zigua. Lu Disheng shook his head and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Mo Qiufeng smiled, but his smile was a little cold because he knew that Zhang Zigua's glory would not last many years. But he would not remind Yuan Huilan. Even if he did, Yuan Huilan would not believe it. There was no need to waste time. Mo Qiufeng had a self-deprecating look on his face. When he was lurking, he was thankful for his sobriety. Now he finally understood that being too sober and rational would eventually lead to being alone. In a confused state is the most self-consistent way.
Dad, Onkel Montag.
Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi entered the house. "Have you eaten yet?" Mo Qiufeng asked with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on the pot in Lu Ye's hand.
Ever eaten?
"This is pig's feet stewed with soybeans. Eat it while it's hot." Ruan Qiqi placed a large pot of pork trotters and soybeans on the table and opened the lid. A rich aroma floated out with the hot steam. Mo Qiufeng took a deep breath and called to the kitchen, "Old Lu, cook more noodles." Lu Disheng ran out wearing an apron, shouting, "My food doesn't cost money? How much food have you eaten here? Stewed pig's feet?" Incessant chattering was interrupted by the aroma of pork trotters stewed with soybeans. Lu Disheng, with a smile on his face, decisively gave up cooking noodles and decided to stew rice and fry some peanuts. Such delicious food must be paired with a glass of wine. "Go, bring your mitai over." Lu Disheng rudely ordered Mo Qiufeng that he couldn't bear to drink his own mitai, but he wouldn't feel bad drinking other people's. "Let's fry another plate of bacon." "Xiaoye, hurry up and get some wine." Mo Qiufeng didn't stand up, but asked Lu Disheng to add another dish and instructed Lu Yi to get some wine. "Take 2 bottles, don't be polite to your Uncle Mo." Lu Disheng roared. A few minutes later, Lu Yi brought back 2 bottles of wine, 1 bottle of Mutai and 1 bottle of Wuliangya, both of which were good wines. Lu Disheng was so happy that he couldn't wait to open the wine and fill the glasses for himself and Mo Qiufeng. Come, congratulations on your divorce. Congratulations. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Ruan Qiqi came out with a plate of fried peanuts and happened to hear the toasts from the two people. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily, and her respect for Yuan Huilan deepened a little more. Although this woman is selfish and cold-hearted, her taste in choosing men is really great. Her ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend are all the best among men. Even if Zhang Zhigua is not a good person, his ability and talent are definitely not bad, otherwise he would not have climbed to his current high position. Ruan Qiqi put down the peanuts and went to fry a few dishes. There was good wine and good food. The two old men drank very happily and drank a bottle of Mutai unknowingly. Lu Disheng wanted to open another Wuliangya, but was stopped by Mo Qiufeng. It's just right to be slightly drunk. Being drunk is bad for your health. Let's eat. Mo Qiufeng drank a lot, and his cheeks turned red, but his eyes were still bright, indicating that he was very clear-headed. You are such a boring person.
You always look so dead.
No wonder Yuan Huilan said you are a machine without emotions. Lao Mo, the enemy has been driven away. It's time to relax. Lu Disheng patted Mo Qiufeng on the shoulders several times and persuaded him earnestly. I've gotten used to it. It's like when you hear the enemy attack, no matter how deep your sleep is, you will jump up and fight. It's ingrained in my bones, and there's no cure. Mo Qiufeng smiled slightly. His tone was calm, but there was also a sense of sadness that came from seeing through the world. Lu Disheng was stunned for a long time and sighed deeply, but he quickly pulled himself together and said loudly, "It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. The Southwest is not peaceful. There will be a war sooner or later. I can still go to the battlefield and kill those jerks. Lianpe's old. Can he still eat?" Lianpe would drop 3 pieces of feces after eating a meal. Mo Qiufeng suddenly started to talk, and he was so happy after he finished speaking. Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi also covered their mouths and laughed. Only Lu Disheng didn't understand. But he knew that Mo Qiufeng must have not farted well. What do you mean? Mr. Mo, are you scolding me? Lu Disheng roared angrily. No, I'm praising you for being as brave as Lianpe. Mo Qiufeng explained seriously, and Lu Disheng looked pleased. He knew Lianpe, a very powerful general in ancient times. He said modestly, No, compared to him, I am still a little bit inferior. I told you you're stupid, but you still don't accept it. You can't even tell good from bad. Uncle Mo said you poop 3 times for every meal. Lu Yi openly sowed discord, hoping that the world would be in chaos. The smile on Lu Disheng's face disappeared instantly, and he took a large bowl of pig's feet and said, You're so mean, Mo Hussy. This is made by my daughter-in-law. I won't let you eat it. Qiqi is also my daughter-in-law. Mo Qiufeng said calmly and moved the pig's foot back. Yuan Huilan dumped you, no. That's called a peaceful divorce. Even if we get divorced, once a father, always a father. Xiao Yi will always be my son. You wish he's my son. Not only do I have a good idea, I also enjoy the food. Qiqi fried this bacon really well. It's delicious. The 2 old men, whose combined age was over 100 years old, were arguing like children. Lu Disheng was so angry that his face turned red, but Mo Qiufeng was always calm and not anxious at all. When Lu Disheng took away the pig's trotter, he ate the bacon. He ate the pig's trotter, just like a cat playing with a mouse. He did it easily. The result was that Lu Disheng made so much noise that smoke came out of his throat, and he didn't eat many bites of the meat. Mo Qiufeng ate both the pig's trotter and the bacon, and he really enjoyed them. You are so stupid. If you don't eat it now, Uncle Mo will eat it all. Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch and yelled at him without any respect. He was also glad that he didn't inherit the old man's stupidity. Lu Jiafeng and Lu Yuanchao were so stupid because they inherited it from the old man. No need to fight, I'm full, all yours. Mo Qiufeng put down his chopsticks. He didn't have a big appetite and only ate until he was 70% full at night. He was just teasing Lu Disheng just now. It was quite fun. Lu Disheng glared at him and started eating with big mouthfuls. Xiao Yi, can you make me a cup of tea? Mo Qiufeng directed Lu Yi to work very naturally, his butt heavier than that of an elephant. Ruan Qiqi finally understood who Mo Jinsong looked like. This lazy habit of assigning people to do work must have been inherited from Mo Qiufeng. In fact, these two father and son are quite similar. They are both extremely smart, cunning, calm and rational, and a little cold. The word cold here is not a derogatory word. It means that after seeing through everything, one no longer forces anything. It mainly refers to family and friendship. This is the author's personal understanding. Lu Yi went to make tea, and also made a cup for Lu Disheng. Uncle Mo, did you know that Mo Jinsong went to the border? Ruan Qiqi asked. I know. Without destruction, there is no construction. It's good to go to the border. Mo Qiufeng spoke in a calm tone, not surprised. Nothing that happened in Tanzhou and Jiangcheng could be hidden from him. The boss went to the border. He didn't say goodbye to him and he didn't ask, but he knew what the boss was thinking. He had no future in Jiangcheng and didn't want to go back to Tanzhou, so going to the border was the best choice. The constant conflicts on the border are not good for the people, but for the soldiers, they mean opportunities. If he were in the eldest son's position, he would also choose to go to the border. Jinsong went to the border? When did he go? Lu Disheng was very surprised. He had just returned and was not clear about many things. A while ago, they are now with the Liberation and Aid Korea. These two children are doing very well now. Mo Qiufeng spoke in a tone of praise. The Lu Jifeng brothers had inherited their father's bravery. Lu Disheng was like this when he was young, rushing straight towards the artillery fire. It was just that this guy was lucky and had a long life. If it were anyone else, he would have died long ago. It's good to go to the border. Young people should go and try their luck. Lu Disheng didn't think much about it, thinking it was a normal transfer and continued eating. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi sat for a while and then left. The moon was very bright tonight, and the moonlight stretched the two people's shadows into long ones. Ruan Qiqi suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong? Lu Yi asked with concern. Nothing. Ruan Qiqi tried hard to hold back her laughter and shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to share, but that she couldn't say it. Because she just suddenly thought of two men. They participated in a divorce variety show together in their previous life and both divorced their wives. As a result, the two men got together. In the fiercely competitive self-media track, they broke out an extremely niche track and left many excellent bloggers far behind. Our ancestors were right when they said, if you lose something in one place, you may gain something in another. Lu Disheng and Mo Qiufeng used to have a delicate relationship, but now that Yuan Huilan is no longer in the middle, they get along even better. This is what is called losing a guest in the hall and gaining a brother. Qiqi, tell me, what are you laughing at? Louis felt very itchy in his heart. He knew that his wife would not laugh for no reason. If he didn't ask clearly, he would not be able to sleep well at night. Laugh at your mother. You turned two unrelated men into good brothers. Ruan Qiqi had no choice but to speak. She will definitely regret it later. Zhang Zhigua is far inferior to the old man and Uncle Mo. Lu Yi is not optimistic about the marriage between Yuan Huilan and Zhang Zhigua. The two of them walked downstairs to the family building. The weather was cold, and everyone in the building had gone to bed early. It was deserted downstairs, but there was a person standing under the street light, walking back and forth, looking like he was waiting for someone. Lu Yi had a smile on his face, but when he saw the person under the streetlight, the smile disappeared immediately. Because the person who came was Yuan Huilan, she was wearing a long black woolen coat, a hat and a scarf, and she looked much better than at the farm. Yuan Huilan looked up and saw them, with a look of surprise on her face, and walked towards them. What are you doing here? Lu Yi asked in a rough voice. I divorced your Uncle Mo. Yuan Huilan's face felt a little hot. In fact, she didn't know whether it was right or wrong to divorce Mo Qiufeng. If Mo Qiufeng had not signed so readily, she might not have left, but Mo Qiufeng signed without hesitation, and her heart was dead. Zhang Zhigua was right, Mo Chiufeng had never had her in his heart. He was like a piece of ice, and she couldn't warm him up even after holding him for 20 years. So, she signed and accepted Zhang Jigua's proposal. She would return to Beijing tomorrow, and would come to see Lu Yi before leaving. I know, and I also know that you're going to marry Zhang Jigua. Lu Yi's tone was cold and a little impatient. A look of discomfort flashed across Yuan Huilan's face. She took out an envelope from her coat pocket and handed it to him. I'm going to the capital tomorrow, so I can't make the dumplings I owe you. Here are the food coupons and meat coupons, as well as some money. Go to the restaurant and have dumplings.
Thank you.
Lu Yi took the envelope and thanked her politely, but his eyes were full of disappointment, and the admiration he had for Yuan Huilan had completely disappeared. He should have figured it out long ago. This woman had never loved him and only regarded him as a burden. Why should he force himself for maternal love? A look of panic flashed across Yuan Huilan's face as she noticed the change in her son, as if the rope that was pulling them together had suddenly broken. When you come to the capital in the future, I will definitely provide you with food. How about this? I will ask your uncle Zhang to transfer you to the capital. Yuan Huilan breathed a sigh of relief. The capital city was 100 times better than Tanzhou, so this could be considered as making up for what she had owed her son over the years. When you climb up the social ladder, you become arrogant. Thank you. Tanzhou is great. I'm in Tanzhou, and I'm not going anywhere else. The dumplings you make are not tasty at all. It's better not to make them. Lu Yi's tone became colder and colder. Seeing the anger on Yuan Huilan's face, he felt very happy and said, You have been married 3 times. I wish you a happy marriage. Don't get married for the 4th time. After saying that, he pulled Ruan Qiqi upstairs. Yuan Huilan walked away with a gloomy face, and the guilt she had towards her son disappeared completely. It turned out to be Lu Dixing's child. Both father and son were equally annoying. When she went to the capital, she would definitely be very successful, 100 times better than in Tanzhou. Yuan Huilan, who was full of confidence in the future, boarded a flight heading north with Zhang Jigua the next morning and left Tanzhou City. Ruan Qiqi slept until noon before getting up. Lu Yi went to work and prepared breakfast for her. The lunchbox was wrapped in cotton cloth and stuffed into the quilt. It was still steaming when she opened it. A box of white porridge, 3 meat buns, and some side dishes, all of which she liked. Ruan Qiqi got up and went to wash up. There were many people in the bathroom washing clothes and vegetables and chatting loudly about gossip. It was very lively. Come here. Everyone made room for her. Ruan Qiqi smiled at them, poured hot water to brush her teeth, and listened to some gossip. The gossip these sisters-in-law talked about was very explosive. Did you know? Sang Qingfeng returned to her hometown a few days ago. A sister-in-law said mysteriously. No wonder we haven't seen her these days. She is 5 or 6 months old, right? Why did she go back home with such a big belly? Isn't it said that she has a bad relationship with her parents' family? Someone asked. She didn't go back to her parents' home. She went back to Captain Su's home. She, Captain Su, and Ji Xianglian are all from the same place. My hometown is also there. The woman who was speaking was Mrs. Liu, whose hometown was the same as Sang Qingfeng's. You said last time that Ji Xianglian's leg was broken. How is she now? She died last month, and her mother and sister collected the body. What a sin. Sister Liu sighed. Stop talking about this, and quickly tell me why Sang Qingfeng returned to her hometown. Lu Danny was eager to hear gossip, so she changed the topic back to the topic. Mrs. Liu looked around subconsciously, which was her habitual action when she gossiped about others, for fear of being heard. Sang Qingfeng has returned to her hometown. Hurry up and tell us. Everyone urged. She divorced her ex because she couldn't have children. The man's family was very wicked. They told everyone that Xiao Sang couldn't lay eggs. Everyone in the surrounding area knew about it and called Xiao Sang a barren woman. Her family also blamed her for bringing trouble to her younger siblings. The most wicked one was her ex-husband. He married her right after the divorce and gave birth to a big fat son 8 months later. He even deliberately invited Xiao Sang to the full-month banquet. Mrs. Liu's tone was very sympathetic. She gave birth to a cub at 8 months old. Is this cub wild? If he's alive or dead, he must be a jerk. Xiao Sang is now 5 or 6 months pregnant, which means it's her previous husband who can't lay eggs. If I were Xiao Sang, I would go to the previous husband's house with my big belly and beat drums to let everyone know that this wicked man can't lay eggs, is cuckolded, and is raising a jerk for someone else. Lu Danny can't tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes, and her words are full of hostility. Mrs. Lu slapped her thigh and said excitedly, "You gave Xiao Sang this idea, didn't you?" Xiao Sang did this when she returned to her hometown. She went to the front man's house every day. People in the surrounding area knew that it was the front man who couldn't lay eggs. Do you know what this man did? Stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us now. Everyone's appetite was whetted, and they urged in unison. The man beat up the current guest severely. The woman was not a good person either. She called the man a servant and said he would never have a son. She also said that she had done a great deed by bringing a son into the family. If she angered her, she would take the son and leave, leaving the man without any descendants. She scolded the man so much that he dared not even fart. Mrs. Lu spoke with disdain. That woman is right. No matter whose child it is, the fat son is always real. This man should thank his current cousin. Lu Danny said sarcastically. Xiao Sang is still too soft. She needs to learn from the guest now, and not be polite to men. Xiao Sang has finally gotten his reward after all the hardship he has endured. Things will get better and better in the future. Sang Qingfeng is very popular in the staff housing complex and has never quarreled with anyone. Everyone hopes that she can live a good life. Ruan Qiqi listened with great interest. The washroom was indeed a great place to eat melons. Xiao Sana's belly is round. It's likely she'll give birth to a girl. The topic turned to what Sang Qingfeng gave birth to, and everyone guessed it was a daughter. It's good to have a daughter. It's exactly what Captain Su wants. Before Ji Xianglian divorced, she said Captain Su wanted a daughter. Was mentioned, everyone was silent for a few seconds. They didn't want to mention this person, as it was unlucky. Xiao Ruan, you introduced Wang Shuhua to this job, right? The woman who asked the question had an envious tone. Many sisters-in-law in the building did not have jobs arranged for them because they had no education and no skills, and there were no suitable jobs. They could only receive a living allowance of 5 yuan a month. Wang Shuhua used to be the same as them, but now she has transformed herself into a worker in a state-owned factory, and everyone is envious of her. Ruan Qiqi finished washing up and went home with the basin and thermos, hearing a series of quacking sounds behind her. Wang Shuhua is so lucky. Why is Miss Ruan so kind to her? I heard that Deputy Head Liu had eaten her dumplings before. Everyone fell silent again, wondering what kind of dumplings were they that could make Liu Yi so obsessed with them that he even offered him a job to repay the favor. Could it be that the filling was made of dragon meat? The sisters-in-law in the water room all dispersed, but they all had the idea of currying favor with Ruan Qiqi. After all, this Ruan's sister really gave them work. After returning home and having breakfast, Ruan Qiqi went to her space to watch some drama. Someone knocked on the door, so she had to leave. It was Wang Suihua, who came in. She had a flattering smile on her face and was carrying a basket covered with a cloth, so she couldn't see what was inside. I raised the duck myself. It has been slaughtered and plucked. The duck is very tender and is delicious when cooked in blood duck. Wang Suihua suppressed her grief and generously took out the slaughtered duck, cleaning it thoroughly, even washing the duck intestines and gizzards, and also giving it a bowl of fresh duck blood. Ruan Qiqi really liked eating duck, so she accepted it and even paid for it. I can't take the money. This is a gift from me to you. I treat you like my own sister. A duck is nothing. Eat it while it's fresh. Wang Suihua finished speaking. She snatched the basket and ran away, running very fast, as if there was a ghost chasing her. After running back home in one breath, Wang Suihua patted her chest in pain and said to herself, "You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child." Sister Ruan is happy with the ducks. Maybe she can arrange a job for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something, quickly covered her mouth, opened the door and looked around, but found nothing unusual, so she felt relieved. She spoke so softly just now. Qiqi shouldn't have heard it, right? Qiqi, who was upstairs, walked to the window. A branch stretched out and conveyed Wang Xuehua's movement. She couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they send ducks during any festival. It turns out it's for work. She still had 2 spots in her hand, so it would be fine to give one, but 1 duck was definitely not enough, and she would need a few more. The happy weekend ended quickly. On Monday morning, Qiqi went to school, had lunch, and returned to the dormitory for a nap, but found that someone had moved into Zheng Jingyun's empty bed. It was a sweet and quiet girl. She was about 20 years old, with 2 braided pigtails, wearing a flowered cotton jacket made of homespun cloth, and had very fair skin, looking a bit exotic.
Hello, I'm Xia Tao.
Let's study and improve together in the future. Xia Tao introduced herself generously and said that she was an educated youth from the frontier. You look like a minority from the border area, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and very fair skin. You are extremely beautiful, Li Yuqin blurted out. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Xia Tao would think she was being presumptuous, so she explained, "There is a Uyghur female colleague in our unit who looks like you. A lot of people say that, but I'm not Uyghur, I'm me." Xia Tao explained with a smile, and seemed to be an easygoing person. No wonder the Yi people also have big eyes and high noses. They are all pretty, but they are all very dark, not as white as you. Li Yuqin's unit, and they do look like foreigners. There are also white Yi people. My mother is quite white. I look like her. Xia Tao explained patiently, and had a very pleasant chat with Li Yuqin. In the past, Hei Hong would definitely take the initiative to chat with her new classmates, but with the experience of Zheng Jingyun, she no longer had any thoughts and just wanted to spend 2 years of college life in peace, so she just said hello and went to bed for a nap. Shangguan nodded coldly and went to bed. Su Erfeng had no intention of making friends with her new classmates. After saying hello, she went to bed. She finally understood that Qiqi and Shangguan in the dormitory were not ordinary people. Zheng Jingyun must have done something wrong. That night, she and Li Yuqin were the only ones in the dormitory. After a long time, Zheng Jingyun and Hei Hong came back in a daze. Shangguan and Ruan Qiqi were fine. The next day, Hei Hong had a high fever. After the fever subsided, she seemed like a different person and no longer competed for the position of an official. A few days later, Zheng Jingyun disappeared mysteriously. Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan were very calm, but Hei Hong was even more obedient. When she saw Ruan Qiqi, she was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was obvious that she knew that Zheng Jingyun's disappearance was related to Ruan Qiqi. After careful analysis, Su Erfeng roughly guessed that Zheng Jingyun was an enemy spy and Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan were both government servants. Therefore, Shangguan was the scorekeeper for every labor, and the class teacher took special care of her. And there is Ruan Qiqi, who asks for leave every now and then, sometimes for a week at a time, and the school doesn't care. Su Erfeng knows her own limitations. She is just an ordinary farmer, and she has fought hard to be able to go to university, so she must mind her own business, graduate successfully, and then become a state official, earning 42 yuan a month. Workers, peasants, and soldiers who graduated in the 1970s would return to their hometowns after graduation and be assigned jobs. They received cadre salaries, which were higher than those of ordinary workers. Ruan Qiqi glanced at the new classmate, nodded, then went to bed, pulled the bed curtains, and went to sleep. In the afternoon, Xia Tao went to class with them. She talked to Li Yuqin along the way, and also took the initiative to talk to Su Erfeng. "Student Su, where are you from in Shaanxi? Maybe we are from the same hometown. Shaanxi is so big, we shouldn't be in the same place." Su Erfeng mentioned the name of her hometown, and Xia Tao was pleasantly surprised. "What a coincidence, we are really from the same hometown. My family is in the county town, but my grandmother's family is in the commune next to yours, called Xingzailing Commune. Did you know that?" "Of course I know. I have a cousin who married to Xingzailing. Maybe I know your grandparents." Su Erfeng was very surprised. She didn't expect that she was really from the same hometown as Xia Tao. She also let down her guard against Xia Tao. Her hometown was in a mountain village. If she was not a local, she would definitely not know Xingziling.
Xia Tao should be fine, right?
My grandpa passed away before liberation, and my grandma also passed away last year.
I was raised by my grandma.
We were separated when I went to school in the city, but I would go back to live with my grandma during the holidays. Talking about her grandmother, Xia Tao looked gloomy and sad. Su Erfeng looked embarrassed and didn't know how to comfort her. It seemed like nothing she said would be appropriate, so she just remained silent.
Nothing.
My grandmother passed away peacefully.
She was very blessed.
I've been to your Xinyu commune and I know there's a very famous person there. It's said that she was engaged 3 times, and all 3 of her fiancés had accidents. 1 died, and 2 were disabled. This girl was engaged for the 4th time, but the next day after the engagement, her fiancé went up the mountain to chop wood and was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it was a 5-step snake, and the village had snake medicine, so she was saved, but she lost her thumb. Xia Tao was very talkative and talked about the gossip about Su Erfeng's hometown. Li Yuqin listened with great interest. Even Ruan, Qiqi, and the others were attracted and slowed down their pace. Only Su Erfeng's expression became more and more serious. She pursed her lips and said nothing. This girl is lucky. Fortunately, she didn't marry him. Otherwise, she would either be a widow or a disabled person. He Ihong's expression was serious, her tone was sincere. Su Erfeng glanced at her with a look of surprise. Li Yuqin hesitated to speak. What she actually wanted to say was that this girl was really unlucky. Her 4 fiancés all met with accidents one after another. It couldn't be a coincidence. But no matter how stupid she was, she would not say it in front of so many people. This is feudal superstition. Did this girl marry her 4th fiancé? Li Yuqin asked curiously. No. The 4th fiancé refused to marry her, but the girl refused to give up. The 2 families were in a stalemate. Last year when I went home to visit my relatives, my mother mentioned it. I don't know what the situation is now.
Xia Tao said.
I quit. The girl came to college. Su Erfeng suddenly responded in a calm voice. Where did that girl go to college? Erfeng? Li Yuqin reacted quickly and looked at Su Erfeng embarrassedly. It's me. Walk faster. I'm going to be late. Su Erfeng smiled and quickened her pace to walk ahead. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned this. Xia Tao was very upset. Erfeng is not a petty person and won't care about it. After comforting her, Li Yuqin went to chase Su Erfeng. Seeing that she was very calm, she felt relieved. The first one had tuberculosis and wanted to get engaged to me for good luck, but he died because it didn't happen. The second one was an old bachelor who had an affair with another man. He was caught climbing the wall at night and broke his leg. The third one was a village scoundrel. He was chased by a dog while stealing chickens and fell into a pond. He almost drowned, but he became a fool when he was rescued. The fourth one was a real fool. His father was the team leader. Su Erfeng calmly talked about her 4 marriages. None of them was her own will. They were all arranged by her parents without their permission. They just wanted the dowry given by the men so that they could marry their sons. In the past, she was submissive. Her parents and brothers treated her like a beast of burden and calculated how much she could be sold for. She was also rumored to be a jinx, and no one wanted to play with her for fear of being unlucky. It was obviously their own fault, why blame her? So she decided to resist. She firmly opposed the 4th marriage and broke off the engagement. Even though her parents agreed, she insisted on getting married. Since she had the reputation of being a jinx, she had to make good use of it. She went to the team leader's house every day to cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to hang herself. No one dared to persuade her, for fear of being affected by her bad luck. God also helped her. The team leader's family was particularly unlucky during that period. The team leader would fall over when he walked around the house. His wife grew white hair while pickling vegetables, the chicken stopped laying eggs, the pig stopped eating, and the dogs stopped barking at night. The captain's family was terrified and determined to cancel the engagement. In this way, she got the opportunity to go to college. The captain originally wanted to arrange this place for his own daughter, but he had to give it to Su Erfeng first in exchange for Taiping's family. It's good now, and it will get better and better in the future. Li Yuqin sniffed a few times. She didn't expect that Su Erfeng, who seemed cheerful and optimistic, had suffered such a great injustice. She felt so distressed. Definitely. Su Erfeng is full of confidence in the future, and she will definitely live a better and better life. Ruan Qiqi looked at Xia Tao in front of her thoughtfully. She always felt that this woman mentioned Su Erfeng deliberately to prove that she and Su Erfeng were from the same place. Let Manzai come over tomorrow and smell whether this woman has any bad smell. The appearance of Xia Tao caused quite a stir in the class. There were more boys than girls in the electrical automation class, and female classmates were a rare commodity. There were 6 of them before, but after Zheng Jingyun's accident, there were only 5. Then, among these 5 female classmates, Ruan Qiqi and Li Yuqin are both married. He Hong only wants to become an official. Shangguan Qing is cold and aloof, and her aura is stronger than all the male classmates in the class combined, and no boy dares to talk to her. There was only Su Erfeng left. She seldom talked to the male classmates and did not team up with them when working. She was a bit distant. Now there was a sweet-looking, lively, and outgoing girl named Xia Tao, who made the boys in the class very happy. After 4 classes in the afternoon, Xia Tao became friends with the boys in the class. Xia, you've missed a lot of classes. I'll lend you these notes. Xia, if you have any questions, just ask me. I will definitely explain everything I know. During the break, several male classmates surrounded Xia Tao and were very attentive. Thank you. I was worried that I couldn't keep up with the course. I'm sorry to bother you later. There are indeed many things I don't understand. Xia Tao's smile became sweeter and sweeter. She did not refuse any of the male classmates' advances. She was very considerate, and every male classmate felt that she had a good impression of them. Seeing Xia Tao being the center of attention among the male classmates, He Hong's brows tightened more and more. She couldn't help it any longer and stood up and shouted, "Class is about to start. Hurry back to your seats." Several male classmates reluctantly returned to their seats, still offering their courtesy. "Xia classmate, I will take you to the cafeteria for dinner after school. You may not know how to get to the cafeteria, right? Student Li Wei, I will take student Xia to the cafeteria." He Hong's tone was very serious. Li Wei shut up in dismay, secretly cursing He Hong for meddling in his affairs, but he didn't dare to argue. After all, He Hong was a D member and he was not, and the consequence of an argument would definitely be that he would be criticized. Xia Tao smiled sweetly at him and said silently, "Thank you." Li Wei's depressed mood suddenly brightened up. He grinned and felt that Xia Tao must like him. He asked Xia Tao to go boating in the park this weekend. When He Hong saw the little actions of these 2 people, her brows were twisted into a frown, and she decided to have a good talk with Xia Tao. She is the secretary of the Youth League Committee of the class and shares a dormitory with Xia Tao. Although she is not the dormitory head, she always holds herself to the standards of a dormitory head, so she must take care of this matter. For classes in the afternoon, it was already dark outside. The north wind was howling, blowing on people's faces. It felt like a knife cutting, very painful. "It's so cold. I want a bowl of hot soup." Li Yuqin thought the north wind was too cold, so she asked Su Erfeng to support her while she walked backwards. "Hurry up, if you're late the soup will be gone." Su Erfeng quickened her pace. She also wanted to drink a bowl of hot radish and bone soup. Even though there were more radishes than bones, drinking a bowl of soup in the cold winter would make her whole body warm, and she felt very comfortable. "Here it comes." Li Yuqin turned around and walked with her neck hunched. She saw Xia Tao in front of her. She was wearing thin clothes, and not even wearing a scarf. She was walking in front of her with her neck held high. "Xia Tao, aren't you cold wearing so little?" Li Yuqin chased after her, touched her body, then touched her pants, and screamed in surprise. It was such a cold day, but Xia Tao was still wearing only pants, not even long underwear, and her clothes were not thick. Li Yuqin wanted to wrap herself in a 10-pound quilt. If she only wore this little, she would definitely freeze to death. It's not cold. I'm used to it. Xia Tao smiled and looked energetic. She was really not afraid of the cold. I am most afraid of the cold. No matter how much I wear, I still feel cold. At home, I want to lie on the stove. You don't know how much I envy the Qings in the north. It's comfortable to sleep on a warm kong.
Liu Qinxiga.
At home she could warm herself by the fire and sleep with her husband in her arms at night. But at school she could only sleep alone on a cold bed. She put 3 hot water bottles, but it was still very cold. When she woke up in the morning, the quilt was ice cold. I see you have plenty of blood and energy. Why are you so afraid of the cold?
Xia Tao asked jokingly.
I am like a red lacquered toilet bowl with a shiny surface. My husband often says that I look like I can kill a tiger, but in fact I can't even kill a mouse. I am useless. Li Yuqin teased herself half-jokingly. A few of them chatted and laughed as they went to the cafeteria and ordered a bowl of hot radish and bone soup. After drinking the soup, their bodies immediately felt warm. Finally, I'm alive. After drinking the last mouthful of soup, Li Yuqin sighed exaggeratedly. Xia Tao was sitting opposite her. She smiled slightly when she heard that, then lowered her head and continued to drink the soup. She didn't seem to like the radish and bone soup very much. She drank it in small sips, and there was still a lot left after drinking for half a day. You don't like this soup? Ruan Qiqi asked. I like it, but the amount given is too much. Xia Tao explained with a smile, and in order to prove that she liked drinking soup, she drank the soup faster and finished it quickly. Ruan Qiqi glanced at her and got up to get some food. Stuffed tofu, fried bacon with white peppers, stir-fried vegetables, and 3 tails of rice, a full lunchbox. Xia Tao also prepared some food, including cold shredded kelp and fried chicken with peppers, and 2 tails of rice. Eating cold kelp shreds in such a cold weather? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Li Yuqin was so surprised. She thought that people should eat hot food in such a cold day. Cold dishes are only enjoyable in summer. I like to eat. Xia Tao explained patiently, picked up a large chopstick of kelp shreds and ate them. She nodded while eating and covered her mouth with her hands. She looked very enjoyable. It was obvious that she really liked eating cold kelp shreds. Ruan Qiqi squinted her eyes. The action of covering her mouth and closing her eyes was very similar to the female food streamers in Sakura country. The girls there seemed to eat like this, covering their mouths while chewing and squinting their eyes to make an expression of enjoyment, as if they were eating delicacies from land and sea. Also, Xia Tao is not afraid of the cold, doesn't like to drink hot soup, and eats cold kelp shreds in the middle of winter. All of these things are in conflict with the Sakura kingdom. Could it be that they were sent by the Kikuno family again? But this was too clumsy. Pei Yuan said that the Kikuno family was a ninja family with a century-old heritage. There were many people from the Kikuno family in the notorious Plum Agency. It was impossible for such a powerful family to always send clumsy people, right? Ruan Qiqi was a little undecided, so she decided to call Manzai and ask him to come and smell it. After dinner, everyone went back to the dormitory together. The wind was a little lighter. Ruan Qiqi thought for a moment, took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. You didn't wear a mask when the wind was strong just now, but you put it on now that the wind is low.
Liu Qinteasa.
I'm allergic to pollen, and I felt a little uncomfortable without wearing it just now. Ruan Qiqi explained seriously. Is there pollen in winter? Xia Tao asked naively. There are them all year round, less in winter and more in spring and autumn. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. Is pollen allergy uncomfortable? Xia Tao asked in a concerned tone. I felt so uncomfortable and couldn't breathe. One spring I went hiking and almost died in the mountains. Ruan Qiqi said this very seriously. It's too scary. Does that mean you can't climb mountains anymore? Xia Tao's tone became more concerned. Just wear a mask. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very casual. That's good. The scenery on the mountain is so beautiful. It would be such a pity if we couldn't climb it. Xia Tao patted her chest, appearing happier than Ruan Qiqi. Ruan Qiqi smiled, and her eyes became meaningful. 1 month ago, in the land of Sakura, Kyoto. There is an antique old house in the suburbs, covering a large area. There are many guards patrolling, and the security is very strict. This is the old house of the Kikuno family, and also the training base of the Kikuno family. The outstanding ninjas sent to the UME agency were trained in this house, including the dead eel. Of the Kikuno family is named Kikuno Masato. He is also Eel's master and Dr. Song's biological father. Masato Kikuno looked to be in his early 60s, not tall, with a stern expression. He was sitting at the top, looking coldly at a girl wearing a cherry blossom kimono, kneeling on the ground with her head lowered. There were also a few middle-aged men and women sitting next to them, all of whom were the sons and daughters-in-law of Kikuno Masato. Chiyo, why did you come back suddenly? Where is Chinatsu? Masato Kikuno's tone was stern, and his eyes were cold and ruthless. Grandfather, Chinatsu sent me a secret message asking me to come back, saying it was grandfather's order. The kneeling girl raised her head, and her face was exactly the same as Xia Tao's, without any difference. But their temperaments are completely different. Xia Tao is sweet while Chiyo is cold, and the two are easy to distinguish. When I sent you to China, I told you that you could only come back if I personally gave the order. Chiyo, don't try to be smart in front of me. What's going on? Where did Chinatsu go? Kikuno Masato finished speaking. He raised his hand lightly. Kikuno Chiyo on the ground groaned. Her face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Sitting on the side stood up worriedly, but after Masato Kikuno just took a look, she sat down obediently, not daring to look at her daughter again. Grandfather, I'm telling the truth. I haven't forgotten what you said, but I really miss my family and the cherry blossoms in Kyoto. You sent me to China when I was 5 years old, and I haven't set foot on my homeland since. For the past 15 years, I've been missing my homeland and my family all the time. It just so happened that Chinatsu sent me a secret message asking me to come back, so I came back. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, grandfather. After saying that, Chiyo knelt straight down, lowered her head, and prepared to accept the punishment. Kikuno Masato's expression did not change at all, and he asked in a cold voice, "Where is Chinatsu?" I don't know. After I came back, she poisoned me and told me to follow her instructions. Otherwise, she wouldn't give me the antidote. I had no choice but to obey her and stay in her room, wearing Chinatsu's clothes. Chiyo's face became paler and paler, and her kneeling body was shaky. She had just been whipped by her grandfather and had suffered internal injuries. All her internal organs were in pain. Kikuno Masato stood up, walked slowly to her, and said coldly, "Stretch out your hand." Chiyo stretched out her hand obediently. Her skin was not as white as Xia Tao's, but a healthy wheat color due to frequent sun exposure. Masato Kikuno took the patient's pulse and found that he was indeed poisoned, so his anger subsided a little. "Father, Chiyo knows she is wrong. Please forgive her." The beautiful middle-aged woman Keiko Sanada knelt down and pleaded for her daughter. Chiyo glanced at her with a cold and mocking look in her eyes. Masato Kikuno didn't even look at his daughter-in-law, but just gave his son a warning look. His son quickly pulled his wife out of the hall. His father was angry now, and if they waited any longer, they would be in trouble. What did Chinatsu tell you she was going to do? Masato Kikuno looked at his granddaughter coldly. This granddaughter had extraordinary talent since she was young, so he sent her to China when she was 5 years old and sent masters to secretly teach her various ninja skills. He spent so much manpower and material resources on a big game. He also hoped that the empire would be able to counterattack China in the future and take back the land that belonged to them. Chiyo has lived in China since she was a child. Her behavior and speech are the same as those of the locals. Chiyo is also an excellent ninja. In addition to Chiyo, he also arranged other ninjas to lurk in every city in China. Once the counterattack begins, these spies he has planted will be the greatest help to the empire. When the counterattack is successful, he, Kikuno Masato, will definitely become the next prime minister. Under his leadership, the Kikuno family will definitely move to a higher level. But Chiyo's sudden return disrupted his plan. Kikuno Masato was very angry because he hated disobedient chess pieces the most. I don't know. Chinatsu didn't tell me anything.
She has always looked down on me.
Chiyo replied. Father, there's a secret message coming from Huagua Tanzhou saying they've contacted me Tao. Someone came in to report, holding a secret message that had just been received from China. Masato Kikuno took the secret message and read it, and felt even colder. How did Chinatsu know our plan? Did you tell her? Masato Kikuno questioned his son. Father, I didn't. I never said these things to Chinatsu. The son cried out in injustice. Her father had arranged for his youngest daughter to marry into a prominent family in the capital in the future, so Chinatsu learned music, chess, calligraphy, and painting and how to please men since she was a child, and only learned the basics of ninja skills. The eldest daughter, Chiyo, was sent to China to lie undercover at the age of 5 because of her extraordinary talent. She underwent cruel and rigorous ninja training since she was a child, and would serve the Kikuno family in the future, even at the cost of her life. Therefore, he knew very well that from the moment his eldest daughter Chiyo was chosen, she was no longer his daughter, but a powerful weapon of the family. Masato Kikuno glared at his son with disdain. He had been a wise man all his life, but he gave birth to such a cowardly son who had nothing. The only thing he could show off was that he had a pair of twin daughters who were both very talented. Chiyo is extremely qualified and can serve the family well. Chinatsu is sweet and lovely, and can be used to arrange marriages and consolidate the family status. He has invested a huge amount in both of his granddaughters. Chinatsu is about to marry the heir to a prominent family in Kyoto. The wedding will be held next year when the cherry blossoms are in bloom and the invitations have been sent out. Chiyo was going to send someone to deal with the troublesome Ruan Qiqi. Il was his most proud disciple, but she was ruined by Ruan Qiqi. He had to kill this Chinese woman to restore the reputation of the Kikuno family. Now the plan has been disrupted. Qianxia must have gone to China to find Ruan Qiqi. This ignorant girl, who only learned a few superficial skills, thinks she is invincible. Tomorrow you go to China and bring back Qianxia. If anything happens to Qianxia, don't come back. Kikuno Masato warned coldly. Chinatsu's marriage must not be ruined. She must return safely. Grandfather, I look exactly like Chinatsu. I can marry Fukuyama-kun for her. Chiyo whispered. Then she groaned in pain. Her face turned even paler, and a streak of blood seeped out on her pink cherry blossom kimono. Masato Kikuno had a thin whip in his hand, which could tear skin and flesh apart with one whip. Everyone in the family was afraid of his whip and would rather be beaten with a stick than be whipped. Chiyo's body was shaking with pain, but her back was still straight, her cold face was even more stubborn, and she let the cold sweat flow down. Get rid of this thought immediately. You will never be able to replace Chinatsu. Go back and pack up and leave tomorrow morning. Masato Kikuno threw down an antidote and looked at her without a trace of emotion.
Yes.
Chiyo put the pill into her mouth, stood up, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. She walked very slowly, and with every step she took, the wounds on her body would be pulled, causing excruciating pain. The bloodstains on her clothes also became darker and darker, looking horrifying. Chiyo, I'll apply medicine for you. Keiko Sanada was still waiting outside, looking at her daughter with heartache. Thank you, ma'am. That's not necessary. Chiyo bowed slightly, politely declined, and continued walking slowly.
Chiyo.
I'm sorry. Keiko Sanada's eyes were red, and she looked like she was crying. How do you talk to your mother? You are becoming more and more unruly. The cowardly father scolded harshly. Sorry, there's no one to teach you the rules outside. Chiyo looked at the couple sneerfully and walked away without looking back. The next day, when the sky was still dim, she carried a simple luggage and boarded a cargo ship to China. She stood on the deck, watching the rising sun, and a smile appeared on her cold face. She was finally able to escape from the darn Kikuno family. From now on, she would be Xia Tao and no longer Kikuno Chiyo. And that pretentious Chiharu Kikuno was her gift to China. She should be able to exchange her for a good job, right? Ruan Qiqi called Manzai and asked him to find time to come to school. Come tomorrow, Qiqi. When are we going to catch the Japanese? Xiaoming and Xiaoyu are hungry. Manzai can speak a lot now, and even his weakest personality can speak many long sentences. It's almost time, come to school first. Ruan Qiqi was not trying to fool him. If nothing unexpected happened, Xia Tao was the Japanese. After Manzai is confirmed, Xiaoming and Xiuyu can have a full meal. Moreover, this woman's skin is as white as snow. This time, she plans to get a tattoo of cherry blossoms so that Xia Tao can rest in peace even if she dies. After the call, Ruan Qiqi went to the store to buy a bag of ginger candy before returning to the dormitory. Because the weather was cold, she wanted to eat ginger candy to warm her stomach. She felt very comfortable after eating it. When she reached the dormitory building, she chatted with the trees as usual. There are 2 new people in your dormitory. Shu cried in surprise. 2 of what? Ruan Qiqi asked while holding a ginger candy in her mouth. 2 newcomers, both wearing the same clothes. Ruan Qiqi's expression became serious. 2 Xia Taos. What's going on? Shu told her that 2 Xia Tao were talking right under it just now. Because the weather was cold and there were not many people downstairs in the dormitory building, the 2 Xia Tao were very brave and didn't even wear masks. Ruan Qiqi asked about the content of the conversation between the 2 people, but Shu said he couldn't understand it. It was all gibberish and he couldn't understand a single word. Should I learn a foreign language? The ginkgo tree felt a little upset because it was unable to help Ruan Qiqi and felt sorry for the little spiritual energy that Ruan Qiqi had passed on to it. It was even more afraid that its ability was too poor and it could not compete with other trees, and it would have no spiritual energy to consume in the future. After all, there are so many trees in the school. If it is not special, it will not be able to enjoy Ruan Qiqi's spiritual energy alone. After this analysis, Shu immediately felt a sense of crisis, but where could he go to learn a foreign language? No, you are already very capable. Ruan Qiqi patted the tree gently and gave it some spiritual energy. Humans are already so extravagant. Why should trees also be extravagant? They should just enjoy their life happily. Thank you, Qiqi. The trees were very happy, and their branches were dancing wildly. Ruan Qiqi smiled and prepared to go upstairs back to the dormitory. She was now 100% sure that Xia Tao was the Japanese devils, and there were 2 of them. The other Xia Tao should be lurking outside, and we have to find her out somehow. In the dormitory, and Li Yuqin's cheerful laughter was particularly noticeable. Xia Tao, why are you drinking hot tea? Li Yuqin screamed in surprise, as if drinking hot tea was a very strange thing. If we don't drink hot tea in winter, should we drink cold tea? Xia Tao made a joke, picked up the steaming cup, and took a sip. The mist filled the air and her beautiful face also became misty. You only drank cold tea at noon, and said you didn't like hot drinks. Li Yuqin said with a smile, and didn't think much about it. Shangguan, who was lying on the bed eating cake, stopped and looked down. Her eyes became sharp and she immediately noticed something different about Xia Tao. Half an hour ago, Xia Tao had snow-white skin. Now her skin is still snow-white, but it is obviously painted with white powder. The wrists that are not covered by the sleeves are obviously darker in color, but the backs of her hands are as white as snow. Shangguan stuffed the whole cake into his mouth, slid off the bed, and observed Xia Tao closely. Sure enough, there were more loopholes. The ear piercings of the original Xia Tao were in a different position from the current Xia Tao, and her nails and hair lengths were also different. Half an hour ago, Xia Tao went downstairs to buy something, and when she came back, she was a different person. Ruan Qiqi pushed the door open and met Shangguan's eyes. Neither of them said anything, but they both understood what the other meant. Chestnut cake? Any more? Ruan Qiqi sniffed and knew it was Ding Yi's craftsmanship. Shangguan was a little reluctant. She only had 3 pieces of cake in total, not enough for herself. But Ruan Qiqi gave her 2 pieces of cake last time, so she had to reciprocate. There are 3 more. How many do you want? Will you give me $3? Ruan Qiqi asked deliberately.
No, $2 at most.
Shangguan felt so much pain, but she couldn't eat other people's food for free. She had to pay it back. Forget it. I'll eat 2 pieces of your cake. I'm afraid you'll chase me in your dreams at night. Give me 1 piece. Ruan Qiqi burst out laughing. She used to think that Shangguan Qing was an unkind alpine snow lotus, but after getting to know him, she realized that he was actually a greedy and funny guy, quite cute. Shangguan Qing breathed a sigh of relief and picked out the biggest piece of cake for her. Thanks. I'll make some almond cake next time. The almond cake from that store is also delicious. Ruan Qiqi took a bite of the cake. Wow, there was more ingredients than what was made for her. What was Dingyi doing? She stared at Shangguan Qing with her eyes wide open, as if she had discovered a big secret. The only thing that could make Dingyi betray his life-saving grace was romantic love. There must be something fishy going on between these two people. If not, she would twist Dingyi's head off and kick it like a ball.
Good.
Shangguan Qing's eyes lit up. Almond cake is also delicious. He will let Fatty Ding make it next time. Please bring me some money too. I'll give you money. Ruan Qiqi took out a $10 bill and handed it to Shangguan Qing. If the almond cake, made this time, still had more ingredients than the one made for her, Dingyi's vicious intentions would be obvious.
Ok.
Shangguan Qing readily agreed and called Fatty Ding to order a cake and pick it up tomorrow. This cake looks delicious. Can you bring me one too? Xia Tao asked politely. Sure, $2. Shangguan Qing agreed. She wanted to see what this fake Xia Tao was up to. Thanks. Xia Tao took out $2 and handed it over with both hands, very politely. Ruan Qiqi observed from the side and found that this Xia Tao looked more like a Chinese. The previous Xia Tao always gave people a sense of incongruity. The next day, when I went to class, as soon as I walked into the classroom, several male classmates greeted me enthusiastically. Xia, sit here. This class was attended together with other classes in a large classroom, and seats had to be reserved in advance. These male students occupied the seats in the front rows early on, hoping to show their courtesy to Xia Tao. The one who shouted the loudest was Li Wei. He was a native of Tanzhou. Both his parents were cadres. His family was well off, and he was also handsome. He specifically targeted pretty female classmates from other places. After he succeeded, he would break up with them and pick the next one. Xia Tao was his latest target. Stop shouting, it's too noisy. Xia Tao looked at these men coldly, with disgust in her eyes. Several male classmates were dumbfounded, especially Li Wei. He was smiling at him yesterday. Why did he look so cold and stern today? Xia Tao, I specially reserved a seat for you. You can hear clearly in the front. Li Wei did not give up and wanted to try again. After all, Xia Tao was so beautiful, and he had not succeeded yet. I'm not deaf, but you are. Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop making noise? Xia Tao did not hide her disgust. After glaring, she prepared to sit in the back. Li Wei was also confused. He couldn't understand what Xia Tao meant. How could one person be so different from both ice and fire? Is he crazy? Xia, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Another male classmate came over to show his affection. His grades were better than Li Wei's. Xia Tao told Li Wei that he was so happy that he thought Xia Tao liked talented men and felt that he had a great chance. You look like a mentally slow person. I might as well ask a pig instead of you. Xia Tao said something even more vicious. She pushed away the male classmate who was approaching her with great force. The male classmate was caught off guard and stepped back repeatedly. His lower back hit the table, and he gasped in pain. The other male classmates were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how she could be so different after just one night. If the face wasn't exactly the same, they would have suspected that Xia Tao had been replaced. The third update is completed, and the normal update is finally restored. Good night. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Xia Tao walked to the very edge of the last row in a very cool manner, sat down, then lay down, pulled her scarf up, put on her hat, and soon fell asleep, even snoring a little. Ruan Qiqi twitched her lips and looked at Shangguan Qing. They both doubted their own judgment now. No matter how clumsy the Japanese were, they couldn't expose themselves so obviously. This fake Xia Tao was afraid that others didn't know she was fake, so she did the opposite of the real Xia Tao in every way. They all suspected that the fake Xia Tao and the real Xia Tao had a grudge against each other. What stimulated Xiao Tao? Li Yuqin muttered to herself. I guess I had a nightmare and didn't sleep well. I have a bad temper when I don't sleep well. I don't like everyone, and I will scold any dog that passes by. Su Erfeng pulled Li Yuqin, winked at her, and told her to stop talking. Even though she was the dumbest person in the dormitory, she could see that something was wrong. However, Wan Qiqi and Shangguan didn't say anything. They just pretended not to know. Only by minding your own business can you live longer. Yes, that's right, I'm the same, so when I sleep, my family members don't dare to disturb me. Li Yuqin reacted quickly and agreed immediately. The two exchanged glances and carefully sat down on the other side, away from Xiao Tao, Wan Qiqi, and the others. When gods fight, they little ghosts should stay away to avoid getting hurt. Zheng Jingyan again? Li Yuqin and Su Erfeng whispered to each other. Not really. He's not an ordinary person anyway. Su Erfeng felt that he should not be an enemy spy. She had never seen such a stupid enemy spy and was afraid that others would not recognize him. Our dormitory is really a good place with good feng shui. The people who live here are not ordinary people, except for the two of us. Li Yuqin said with a smile. Stop talking. Su Erfeng was afraid that there might be ears on the other side of the wall, so she didn't dare to say anything more. Shangguan and Wan Qiqi were also passing notes. Enemy? Just wait and see. Wan Qiqi replied with a small note. She was confused now. When Manzai came, she would let him smell it first. Pei Yuan had already sent people to Xiao Tao's hometown to investigate, and there should be a reply soon. The bell rang, and the classroom suddenly became quiet. Fake Xiao Tao had been sleeping during the 4 classes in the morning. Except for waking up when changing classrooms, she lay down and slept the rest of the time, as if she hadn't slept for hundreds of years. Xiao Tao, are you feeling unwell? Going to the cafeteria for lunch at noon, Li Yuqin asked with concern. She noticed that Xiao Tao looked very bad, and her lips were pale, while she looked very good yesterday, with pink lips and rosy cheeks. It was obvious that she was in good health. It's okay, but I just don't have enough sleep. Xiao Tao smiled and yawned. You've slept for the whole morning. Why are you still sleepy? Li Yuqin made a joke. I haven't had a good night's sleep for many years. From now on, I will sleep at least 10 hours a day. Xiao Tao said half-truthfully. What have you done that you can't sleep well? When I was your age, I couldn't be woken up even by thunder. I slept very deeply. It's only after I had a child that I can't sleep well. It's so noisy that I can't sleep. Li Yuqin thought Xiao Tao's words were interesting and she didn't look like a bad person, but she didn't completely let her guard down and just chatted about some family matters. Xiao Tao smiled slightly and didn't answer her question. She said was the truth. Since she could walk, she began to undergo cruel training. She could only sleep 5 hours a day and was not allowed to cry. If she was caught crying, she would be severely punished. The one who trained her was her grandfather, Masato Kakuno, and the one who punished her was a thin whip. When she was little, she envied her younger sister Chinatsu very much, who could wear beautiful clothes, stay in an exquisite room, eat sweet and delicious snacks, and when she fell, she could throw herself into her parents' arms and cry like a spoiled child. Even if she cried like a tearful person, she would not be punished. Even her grandfather was kind to her sister. Sometimes after training, she would secretly run to peek at her sister's life. Looking at the happy life of her parents and sister's family of 3, she was so envious and wanted to join them. But her cowardly father found out. The father, who was cowardly and incompetent in front of her grandfather, was cruel and ruthless to her. He taught her a lesson himself and threw her to the training ground. He warned her not to go home again. Otherwise, he would tell her grandfather and beat her with a whip. But her grandfather found out and beat her severely with a whip. She was injured so badly that she had a high fever. In a daze, she heard her grandfather and parents say, "Survival of the fittest. If she can survive, she will survive. If she can't survive, it means she doesn't deserve it." She was lucky and survived. From then on, she never peeped into the lives of her parents and sister again. She trained very hard every day. At the age of 5, she was already the first in the same age group. So, her grandfather sent her to China and fed her poison. She had to take the antidote every month, otherwise she would die. Xia Tao recalled the past, and her heart grew colder and colder. The Kikuno family had been unkind to her, so don't blame her for being unjust. She was still very grateful to that idiot Qianxia. It only took a few words of provocation for this idiot to get restless and run to China to die. And it was also thanks to this idiot that she was able to find the secret recipe of the antidote. From now on, she would not be controlled by the old man anymore. In the days to come, she will live the most unbridled and free life, and no one will try to control her. Xia Tao's mouth corners raised, and her eyes were particularly bright. The cafeteria was bustling with people queuing up. The air was filled with the aroma of various dishes. Xia Tao took a few breaths, and her eyes became brighter. There was her favorite fried bacon with white peppers. China was indeed the best. That darn place, Sakura Country, had nothing to eat. It was a century-old family, but they didn't even have bacon. They were so poor. Finally, it was Xia Tao's turn. She shouted, "Stir-fried bacon with white peppers, another portion of braised pork, and 5 taels of rice. Can you finish it?" Liu Qin, who was standing behind her, was shocked. Xia Tao only had 2 taels of rice yesterday at noon, and was so full that she ate it all. She only had 1 tael of rice in the evening. The canteen chef didn't even ask for a meal ticket, and just scooped out a small ball of rice from the corners for her.
"I'm starving."
Xia Tao said this very seriously, holding a lunchbox full of food, and ran to find a seat. She had been hungry for a month in Kyoto and had not enough to eat at every meal. Even though old man Kikuno asked her to marry in his place, she was not willing to do so. The dwarf Fukuyama was extremely ugly and had bow legs. Most importantly, Fukuyama was a man. She hates men the most. How could there be such disgusting men in this world? Until now, she has never seen a man she likes. Ruan Qiqi also prepared the meal and sat opposite Xia Tao, just watching her wolfing down the food like a ghost that had been hungry for 3 days. Yesterday, Xia Tao only took small bites of her food, covered her mouth, and squinted her eyes pretentiously, but today's fake Xia Tao ate more heartily than a man, as if she could swallow an elephant in 1 bite. "How many days have you been hungry?" Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but ask. 1 month. Xia Tao stuffed a big mouthful of rice, winked at her, then lowered her head and ate seriously, each bite full of love for food. Ruan Qiqi's mouth twitched again. She was very sure that this fake Xia Tao deliberately exposed so many loopholes, fearing that she would not be able to discover them. What is the purpose of the fake Xia Tao? After finishing a full lunchbox, Xia Tao went to get a large portion of carrot and bone soup. She drank it while it was still hot, and burped with satisfaction. It's so comfortable. In winter, you have to drink radish and bone soup, or lotus root and pork rib soup, which is 10,000 times better than miso soup. In China kept talking about miso soup and sushi, and she thought they were delicious things.
Haha.
She finally ate them when she went back last month. The miso soup sounded like sewage soup made from a rag that hadn't been washed for a month, and she couldn't drink a single sip. The cold rice balls of sushi with some sashimi and pickles, but she couldn't get used to it. She didn't like eating it raw. Which of them wouldn't taste good when cooked by steaming, frying, stewing, pan-frying, or braising? Liu Qin and Su Erfeng exchanged glances, lowered their heads to eat, and said nothing more. This new classmate Xia Tao is too weird. Let Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan deal with it, and they should just watch the show quietly. He Hong became even more silent. She originally wanted to talk to Xia Tao and persuade her to stay away from frivolous men like Li Wei to avoid being deceived. However, Xia Tao was rude to Li Wei and other male classmates in the morning, and now she ate like a starving ghost, which was completely different from the Xia Tao yesterday. She immediately thought of the missing Zheng Jingyun and shut up decisively. Mind your own business, live well, and graduate safely. She gave herself these 12 words of mantra, and she reminds herself of them every day. He Hong silently recited the 12-word mantra while eating. The atmosphere at the table became silent, with only the sound of everyone chewing their food and the sound of the spoon hitting the aluminum lunchbox. Xia Tao ate the fastest. She rested her elbows on the table, held her chin up to her head, feeling sleepy, and nodded her head. Beautiful people are still beautiful even when they are sleepy. Several male classmates from the class sat next to her, including Li Wei. Although Xia Tao humiliated him in the morning, Li Wei did not give up. He even felt that Xia Tao was playing hard to get. Now he was even more certain that Xia Tao did not leave after dinner, but deliberately held her chin with her hands and made a beautiful gesture to charm him. With his heart beating fast, stood up abruptly without thinking, walked to Xia Tao's side, stood in a self-proclaimed cool posture, stretched out his hand and knocked hard on the dining table a few times. Xia Tao opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. Shangguan Qing glanced at her, and there was a real murderous intent in his heart just now. This fake Xia Tao had murderous intentions, but she restrained herself. Xia Tao, do you want to go to the park with me this weekend? We can go boating, and we can also…
Oh my!
Li Wei forced out what he thought was a charming smile and extended an invitation, but before he could finish his words, he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Li Wei fell heavily to the ground. Xia Tao took her hand back and said coldly, "Don't come near me anymore. If you do it again, I'll beat you to death." The disgusting man even had a problem breathing. She wished she could destroy all male creatures on Earth. This darn man made her sick for the second time. If it happens a third time, she will definitely take Li Wei's life. Li Wei, who was lying on the ground, couldn't even get up because his butt hit the ground first, and his coccyx was almost broken. He didn't expect Xia Tao to change her attitude faster than he could turn the pages of a book. Was smiling lovingly at him yesterday, but today she turned into a cold and murderous person. Even a neuropathy face doesn't get better this fast.
You.
Are you crazy? If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you hitting people? Li Wei was so angry that he cursed loudly. It was always the female classmates who tried to please him, but this Xia Tao not only humiliated him but also dared to hit him. Just wait and see. I beat you, and you still feel like your hands are dirty. Ugly people are full of weird things. If you don't have a mirror, just annoy on it and see how ugly you are. You have dead fish eyes, a garlic nose, a catfish mouth, a toad face, not an ounce of flesh on your face, and a body as thin as a 3-inch stick. Even your head and feet have been plucked of hair, and even after you cook them, you still have the nerve to come in front of me and disgust me? Xia Tao walked up to Li Wei and looked down at him with disgust. Her cherry lips looked as if they were stained with red blood, and every word she said could kill Li Wei. There were a few male classmates who wanted to come over to mediate the fight, but they stopped decisively. They were afraid of being scolded by Xia Tao. You're going too far. I just invited you to the park. Why did you hit me and humiliate me? I will report it to Teacher Jing. Li Wei was both ashamed and angry. His parents were cadres, and he was the only son. He had lived a privileged life since he was young, and was fawned upon by everyone. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Darn Xia Tao, he must get her and humiliate this sitch severely. Snap, a crisp slap was heard. Xia Tao was slapped after taking off her shoes. Touching a man makes her sick. Have you stopped drinking? You always report to the teacher? Why don't you stay at home and eat your milk? Why do you come to school? I warned you this morning. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Did I invite you to the park? If you keep talking nonsense in front of me, I'll turn you from Li Wei to Yang Wei. Xia Tao cursed and slapped him with her shoe soles. The sound of slaps continued. Li Wei's face, which was as thin as a piece of flesh, became swollen like a pig's head, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Xia, stop fighting. Let's talk it over nicely. The class monitor Chang Yufeng came over to persuade them, and the other male students stayed away, fearing that the cruel Xia Tao would beat them up too.
Roll.
Xia Tao raised her head. Her beautiful face was colder than ice, and her eyes were full of disgust. Darn this man, I really want to kill him. But if she wants to surrender to China, she must abide by China's laws and cannot kill people at will. No, she has to go to a unit where she can kill people legally. 759 is a good unit. She can kill the Japanese legally. Kill as many as you can. Xia Tao's lion-like roar frightened Chang Yufeng so much that he retreated repeatedly. Just now, he felt as if there was an ice-cold knife on his neck. If he didn't retreat, the knife would definitely chop him down. Squad leader, are you okay? The male classmate supported Chang Yufeng and asked with concern.
No.
It's okay. Chang Yufeng's face was pale, his body and voice were trembling. He didn't look like he was okay at all. Don't worry about it. She must be mentally ill. Report it to teacher Qing immediately and send her to a mental hospital. Several male classmates nodded in agreement. Yesterday, Xia Tao was sweet and lovely, but today she was a crazy person. Definitely a lunatic. They, the normal people, couldn't afford to offend such a lunatic. What nonsense are you talking about? It's obviously Li Wei, who doesn't understand what people say. He went to Xia Tao to make trouble. What a lunatic. If you keep talking nonsense, I will report it to teacher Jing. He Hong heard this and severely punished the male students. Although she suspected Xia Tao's identity, she didn't confirm it until she knew that she was her classmate, compatriot, or roommate. As the secretary of the Youth League Committee, she had to stand up when someone slandered Xia Tao's reputation. Otherwise, she would be derelict in her duty as the Youth League Committee secretary. Student, he is right. Don't say such things. Student Xia Tao may not be in a good mood today. Chang Yufeng had a gentle tone and spoke slowly and calmly. Although he was lecturing people, he was much more polite than He Hong. Several male classmates accepted Chang Yufeng's criticism very humbly, but they were not convinced by He Hong. They felt that she was making a fuss over nothing and was a little overbearing. She did not have the gentleness that a female comrade should have. He Hong hesitated for a few seconds, but still walked over and advised Xia Tao, even if Li Wei was wrong first, you have already hit him, so stop it immediately. If you continue to hit him, it will be intentional injury. Go away.
Got it.
Xia Tao blurted out, get out, but when she saw it was He Hong, her attitude improved a lot, and she stopped obediently. She has always been more tolerant toward sessions. If it's a beautiful Zespian, she will be more gentle. If she is a beautiful and powerful Zespian, she will be more gentle than the pretentious Chinatsu. Don't come near me from now on, remember? Xia Tao put on her shoes and warned condescendingly. Li Wei, with a swollen pig face, agreed humiliatingly, but in his heart he was planning to find someone to teach her a lesson. Xia Tao snorted coldly, turned back to her seat to get her lunchbox, washed it, and went back to the dormitory. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin walked side by side. Neither of them spoke, but they both planned to provoke Xia Tao less in the future, as they were afraid of being beaten. Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan didn't say anything either. They were thinking about Xia Tao's purpose, which was too weird. It was late at night, and the dormitory building was very quiet. Most people were asleep, but Ruan Qiqi was not asleep. She had a feeling that tonight would not be peaceful, so she drank a cup of coffee before going to bed. Sure enough, the door opened, and a dark shadow flashed out. Ruan Qiqi quickly got out of bed and followed the black shadow. A few seconds after she went out, Shangguan also came out. He Hong was struggling in bed for a long time. Should she go with him or not? If she followed him, she was afraid that it would be the same as last time, and she would be scared to death. Last time, she had a fever that took 3 days to subside, and she almost lost her life. But if she didn't follow, in case Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan couldn't defeat the enemy, she could still run and call for help. After all, she was also a public servant, and she definitely couldn't just stand by and watch. And what if she succeeds in her mission? She should be promoted, right? Thinking of this possibility, He Hong's eyes lit up. Eager to get promoted, she became bolder and got out of bed decisively, and followed him out on tiptoe. The dormitory became unusually quiet. Erfeng, do we want it? Li Yuqin asked in a low voice. Go and have a look. Su Erfeng was torn between her own conscience and her own desires. If she followed, she was afraid of death. If she didn't, she was afraid something might happen to Ruan Qiqi and the others. Finally, she decided to follow, since she was strong and could at least lend a hand. The two of them put on their clothes and took their weapons. Su Erfeng held the broom and Li Yuqin carried the mop. They walked stealthily to the entrance of the corridor, but no one was visible. "Where did you go?" Li Yuqin asked in a low voice. "I don't know, throw a coin." Su Erfeng took out a 5-cent coin from her pocket and chanted, words down, national emblem up. When she can't make up her mind, she just makes the decision by tossing a coin, and usually nothing serious happens. She threw the coin upwards, and it spun a few times in the air. She then caught it with her hand and opened it. The national emblem on the palm of her hand was facing upwards. "Walk." The two of them went upstairs decisively. If there was no one upstairs, they would go back to sleep. They walked to the small door leading to the rooftop on the 4th floor. As soon as they opened the door, they were frightened out of their wits by a crouching black shadow and almost screamed. Su Erfeng reacted quickly. While holding the broom tightly, she was able to free one hand to press Li Yuqin's mouth hard. She even raised her foot, ready to kick the black shadow. "Hush!" The lying black shadow moved. It was He Hong, who signaled them to be quiet. The three of them lay down. It was amazing that He Hong had found a good place. They were not exposed to the wind and could see what was happening on the rooftop. It was just too far away, so they couldn't hear anything. There were two people standing on the rooftop. They were Xia Tao and Ruan Qiqi. Shangguan Qing Mao is on the tree. Xia Tao and Ruan Qiqi are talking. Li Yuqin listened for a long time, but didn't hear a word. She wanted to get closer, but He Hong grabbed her tightly and growled, "You want to die?" "He wants to die. Don't drag her down with you. She still wants to be a high official." "I can't hear you," Li Yuqin explained in a low voice. No one could hear her. What was the point of lying on the roof and freezing? Might as well go back to sleep. "If you can hear me, you're dead." "Shut up." He Hong glared fiercely. She didn't want to hear these people's secrets at all. She just wanted to make achievements and get promoted. Ruan Qiqi and Xia Tao stood face to face, with a distance of 3 meters between them.
"Who are you?"
Ruan Qiqi asked. She appears calm on the outside, but her body is on high alert, ready to attack at any time. "Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I'm Xia Tao, also known as Kikuno Chio." Xia Tao smiled slightly, her voice much softer than during the day. "Where is Xia Tao from yesterday?" Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to keep her in suspense and asked directly. "Her name is not Xia Tao, but Kikuno Chinatsu. She is the darling of the Kikuno family." Mentioning Kikuno Chinatsu, Xia Tao smiled sarcastically with hatred in her eyes. "Are you and her twin sisters?" Ruan Qiqi said with certainty. They looked so similar, it was obvious that they were twin sisters. "They are twins, but not sisters. Let's not waste time. I know you doubt my identity, but I can tell you that I hate the Kikuno family and Sakura country more than anyone else. My greatest wish is to blow up Mount Fushire and destroy Sakura country, so you don't have to waste time on me." Xia Tao expressed her sincerity very frankly, and what she said was from her heart.
"Why?"
"You should be the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family, right? Why should I believe you?" Ruan Qiqi felt her sincerity, but did not completely believe it. "Let me tell you a story. 20 years ago, the useless eldest son of the Kikuno family and his wife gave birth to a pair of twin daughters. When the daughters were 1 year old, the old man Kikuno Masato, who is the head of the Kikuno family and my grandfather by blood, was a vicious, perverted, and cruel old man. He found that the two sisters were both very talented, but with different focuses." Xia Tao stopped and Ruan Qiqi didn't say anything, just listened quietly. If nothing unexpected happens, this pair of sisters is the real Xia Tao and the fake Xia Tao. The elder sister was very talented in ninja, and the younger sister was sweet and lovely, so the old man took the elder sister away and taught her ninja skills himself. As for the younger sister, he invited masters of various talents such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to teach her how to please men. When she grew up, she married into a noble family. When she was 5 years old, The elder sister was sent to China by Kikuno Masato and lived in the old couple who adopted her were surnamed Xia and named her Xia Tao. Mentioning the old couple, Xia Tao's expression became nostalgic and her voice became softer. Although the old couple were poor and could not even get enough food, Xia Tao lived a very happy life because they were the best people in the world to her. However, the happiness only lasted for 1 year. When Xia Tao was 6 years old, the old couple were killed by people sent by Kikuno Masato. Someone disguised themselves as them and continued to live in the village. She witnessed with her own eyes her loving adoptive parents being brutally murdered by people sent by her grandfather. She wanted to save her adoptive parents, but was restrained by those people and had to watch with her own eyes how her adoptive parents were killed. These people also told her true identity to her adoptive parents. She will never forget the disbelieving and regretful looks in her adoptive parents' eyes, which pierced her heart like a knife. She knew that her adoptive parents must hate her to death because she had brought disaster to them and killed them. This was the first hatred, and I swore at that time that I would avenge them. Xia Tao said word by word. How old were you when you took revenge? Ruan Qiqi was a little curious. When I was 12, I killed them with my own hands in front of my adoptive parents' graves. Xia Tao smiled faintly. What is the second hatred? Ruan Qiqi asked again. When I was 13, a few old men who were sent by Kikuno Masato to teach me skills used me. They said that it was my grandfather's order because they were lonely in the mountain village and couldn't reveal their identities. My grandfather also wrote me a personal letter saying that these old men were high-ranking officials in the country and it was my honor to serve them. Xia Tao calmly told her story. When she was 12 years old, she killed the enemy who killed her adoptive parents. Her grandfather's people did not find out and thought that something happened in the mountains, so they sent a few people to teach her skills. These old men were highly skilled in martial arts, and she had no chance of defeating them. She had no choice but to be defeated by them, and this continued until she was 17. She learned all the skills of these old men, and then killed them using the most beautiful Lingqi technique in China. Lingqi is truly the greatest invention in the world. I cut off their skin and flesh piece by piece, blood splattered, bones and flesh separated, tendons and veins severed. It is the most beautiful work of art in the world, but it's a pity that I'm the only one who appreciates it. Xia Tao used the calmest language to describe the craziest things. Ruan Qiqi knew that what she said was true because she felt a similar aura from Xia Tao. The most severe deep well ice she had encountered since coming to this time and space. No one is as good as her. After all, if Manzai gets crazy, he won't be tortured to death. The third update is finished. Xia Tao hates men and is a severe case of deep well ice, but she won't kill people casually. Tomorrow, Tyrannosaurus and Jiaohua will meet. Good night. Had to work on Saturday. She had inquired and found out that going to the countryside would either mean carrying manure or reclaiming wasteland, which was dirty and tiring. She had suffered enough in the past 20 years, so she didn't want to suffer any more in the future. Please ask for a leave for me. I have my period and my stomach hurts. Xia Tao pulled aside the mosquito net, revealing her pale little face, looking so weak that it seemed like she would faint at any moment. Should we take you to the infirmary? He Hong believed it and wanted to help her get up and go to the hospital. Xia Tao did not disappear suddenly like Zheng Jingyun, and she was talking and laughing with Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan and the others. This means that Xia Tao is not an enemy spy, but one of us. She will definitely care about her own people. No, I'll just lie down for a while. Go and work, don't waste time. Xia Tao decisively retreated back into bed, and her true identity was exposed when she went to the hospital. Xia Tao is so weak, someone has to stay and take care of her. If something happens to her, she will die in the dormitory, and no one will know. Please ask for leave for me, and I will work hard to take care of Xia Tao. Ruan Qiqi also decisively lay back in bed and gave a particularly high-sounding reason. Xia Tao rolled her eyes and complained silently. You are the one who has good and bad luck. I wish you a long life. Yes, someone does need to take care of him. I will talk to Teacher Jing. Hong had no doubts and agreed to help them ask for leave. Shangguan Qing gritted her teeth and was a step slower, allowing Ruan Qiqi to get there first. If she asked for leave again, it would definitely arouse teacher Jing's suspicion. She didn't want to work, even as a scorekeeper. It was a round trip of more than 20 miles. Student Ruan, why don't you get up to take care of her? Student Xia is so weak, she needs to drink hot water. If she doesn't go and get some water, she'll be gone. Shangguan Qing walked to the door and said this deliberately to prevent Ruan Qiqi from sleeping in. Get up. Ruan Qiqi got up with gritted teeth, took the thermos to boil some water, and came back to continue sleeping.
I'm hungry.
Please help me get breakfast. 6 meat buns, a bowl of white porridge, and a fried cake. The meal ticket is in the drawer. Take it yourself. Xia Tao gave orders with confidence. You yourself have no arms or legs. Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes. Teacher Jing and the others haven't left yet. Xia Tao threatened openly and pretended to get up. If she went out to get breakfast, she would definitely be exposed, and both of them would have to work and be criticized. Then just starve. You won't die of starvation if you skip a meal. Ruan Qiqi snorted. The Japanese devils still wanted to control her? She got into bed quickly. The quilt was still warm. It was such a cold day, and she felt so happy sleeping in the warm quilt. Xia Tao waited for half an hour, thinking that Ruan Qiqi would surrender first and go get breakfast, but in less than half an hour, she was too hungry to bear it and had to get up to get breakfast. Bring me some white porridge and 3 meat buns. The meal ticket is in the drawer. Take it yourself. Ruan Qiqi's voice sounded, and her movements were particularly natural. Xia Tao curled her lips, took out the meal ticket from the drawer, and went to the cafeteria to get her meal. He called back soon after, and the two chatted while eating. I won't be here tonight, but Chiharu Kikuno will come. Don't expose her. Go hiking with her tomorrow. I will bring her men with me, at least 10 people. Will Kikuno Chiharu's people listen to you? I have Chiharu Kikuno's token. Those 10 people are all ninjutsu masters. But don't worry, they are no match for me. I will protect you. Xia Tao explained in advance, fearing that Ruan Qiqi would be afraid to go up the mountain. Good, I will definitely go hiking tomorrow. Ruan Qiqi smiled slightly. 10 little Japanese devils will definitely outnumber the Tyrannosaurus this time. Don't kill Kikuno Chinatsu. She is more valuable alive than dead. Kikuno Masato really wants to marry into the Fukuyama family, so he will definitely find ways to protect this idiot. Xia Tao reminded. Okay, let her live. Ruan Qiqi agreed, detained Kikuno Chinatsu, and demanded benefits from Kikuno Masato, threatening to kill him if he refused. What specific benefits she wants. After they finished their breakfast, they both went back to bed and slept until the afternoon. Xia Tao went out, and the one who came back was Kikuno Chinatsu. Although they are wearing exactly the same clothes, the difference between Kikuno Chinatsu and Natsumo is very obvious and can be seen at a glance. Neither Ruan Qiqi nor Shangguan Qing exposed her and continued to chat and laugh with her. Su Erfeng and the others pretended not to know. Is anyone going to climb the mountain tomorrow? I've heard of the reputation of Yuelu Mountain, but I've never climbed it. Is there anyone who wants to go with me tomorrow? Before lights out, Chinatsu Kikuno suddenly suggested climbing the mountain, but no one agreed. It's too cold outside, and it's even colder on the mountain. Let's wait until it's warmer before climbing.
Su Efeng advis.
But I can't wait any longer. Can someone accompany me for a while?
Please.
Chinatsu Kikuno started to act coquettishly, and everyone got goosebumps. I also want to climb the mountain, let's go together. Ruan Qiqi agreed. Xia Tao was right. Kikuno Chinatsu was indeed stupid and confident, and was so easy to fool. Thank you, Ruan. It's settled. We'll go hiking at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Kikuno Chinatsu was very proud. The Chinese were indeed stupid and so easy to deceive. When she kills Ruan Qiqi, her grandfather will definitely look at her with new eyes and maybe even pass the position of head of the family to her. That guy Kikuno Taro, he just knows a little bit about swordsmanship. He is definitely not as smart as her. Being the head of a family depends on brains. It is useless to just know how to wield a knife. A night passed and dawn came. Ruan Qiqi and Kikuno Chinatsu went hiking, and Shangguan Qing also said he wanted to hike, so he followed them. She and Ruan Qiqi both climbed slowly, enjoying the scenery as they walked, but Kikuno Chinatsu seemed a little anxious and urged her several times along the way. "Why are you in such a hurry? The mountain is not that high." Ruan Qiqi said this, but still quickened her pace. She couldn't wait to kill those 10 Japanese devils. Shushu needs a lot of nourishment to survive the cold winter. At the same time, Lu Yi received a call from Zhengji. Hurry, hurry, there are quite a few Japanese soldiers on the mountain, let's go quickly." "Where did you get the news?" "The Japanese soldier we left behind last time received a secret message from his superiors, saying that they were going to intercept a man on the mountain to avenge Il," Zhengji said. Lu Yi deliberately left that little Japanese soldier behind, hoping to play the long game and hook the big fish, and they really got what they wanted. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Il died at Jiahua's hands, which meant that these Japanese devils were going to the mountain to intercept Jiahua. Let us go and be the flower protectors and kill the devils by the way. Lu Yi hung up the phone, asked for leave immediately, and went up the mountain with Zhengji. This time, he would snatch away all the little devils in front of that delicate flower and securely sit on the #1 spot in 759. Pei Yuan also received the news and quickly sent Ding Yi and comrade Xiao Chao to the mountain for reinforcement. Jiahua was his treasure and nothing could happen to her. Ruan Qiqi and the others had already climbed halfway up the mountain. The trees on the mountain were still lush and green, as there were many evergreen trees and shrubs, but there were also many bare trees, with only bare branches left. "Hey, what kind of tree is that over there? I've never seen it before. Let's go over there and take a look, okay?" Kikuno Chinatsu screamed in surprise and insisted on going into the woods to look at the trees. "Go and have a look." Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan Qing were both easy to talk to. They accompanied her into the woods. The smile on Kikuno Chinatsu's face became more and more proud. This forest was the ambush point she had chosen. Soon, Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan Qing will both become corpses. There are many green leaf trees in the south even in winter, and the mountains are still green. Chinatsu Kikuno ran happily to the tree, looked up to admire it, and exclaimed in amazement, "How beautiful! Only nature can produce such beautiful trees. No matter how good a painter is, he can't paint them." Kikuno Chinatsu's tone was extremely exaggerated. Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan Qing watched her performance quietly. It was just an ordinary pine tree, not the welcoming pine of Huangshan. The performance was really poor. "It's just a pine tree. Don't you have any in your country?" Ruan Qiqi spoke in a teasing tone. She learned from Shushu that Xia Tao did bring 10 people and ambushed them on the tree, her head staring at her fiercely. After all, the place is small and the resources are scarce, so it's normal that there are no pine trees. Shangguan Qing said sarcastically. Kikuno Chinatsu's face changed drastically. She reacted quickly and realized that she was exposed. "Is it discovered by you? I'm so sorry. Maybe I was too happy and got carried away. You too, take a good look at this beautiful scenery. You won't be able to see it soon." Kikuno Chinatsu was not panicked, but rather very proud. She brought 10 excellent ninjutsu masters who were assigned to her by her grandfather. They were more than capable of dealing with Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan Qing. "Stop talking nonsense and get your people out." Shangguan Qing was impatient to listen to the woman's pretentious voice. Last night, she almost couldn't help herself and almost killed this Japanese woman. "Don't be impatient. Are you really not going to look at this beautiful scenery anymore? If you go to the underworld, you won't be able to see anything." After saying that, Kikuno Chinatsu covered her mouth and laughed, a laugh that was particularly annoying. Snap! Shangguan Qing rushed to the woman like lightning, slapped her cleanly and neatly, and then slapped her with the backhand, leaving bright red slap marks on both sides of her face.
Baka.
Chinatsu Kikuno was furious. She was the noble Miss Kikuno. How could a lowly Chinese dare to hit her? "Come out and teach them a lesson." Kikuno Chinatsu shouted angrily. 11 black shadows fell from the trees. all holding knives, and surrounded Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan Qing. Kill them. Kikuno Chinatsu proudly retreated to her men and gave them orders. Just as Xia Tao was about to take action and eliminate the ninja closest to her, footsteps were heard in the distance. It's us. Ding Yi ran over with Xiao Chao on his back. What are you doing here? They are mine. Ruan Qiqi looked at them warily. She would not give up any of them. All 10 were hers. Old Pei asked us to come here because he was afraid that you would be in danger. Don't worry, we won't fight with you for it. All of them are yours. They will crush the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Group A. Ding Yi said with a smile. Of course, it's just a little bug. Ruan Qiqi was full of confidence. The mountain wind blew her words to the other side. Humph, you're not afraid of biting your tongue when you brag. Am I that easy to suppress? I can kill your delicate flower with just a fart. The voice came before Lu Yeren arrived. You don't even need to say anything. Your sneeze can blow the delicate flowers 10 miles away. We, Group A, will always be the first. Group B, forget it. Zheng Ji, who was lying on Lu Ye's back, joined in loudly. Lu Yi thought he ran too slowly, so he carried him up the mountain. He could hear the people in Group B talking nonsense from a distance. They were so arrogant. Ruan Qiqi was a little angry at first, but after hearing the voice of the Tyrannosaurus, she suddenly felt happy. Isn't this our own son-in-law? It turns out that the little bug is Lu Yi. If she had known that Tyrannosaurus was him, she would not have fought for it. Anyway, whoever came first would get the prize money. That's right, one sneeze from me is enough. These little devils are all mine. No one can snatch them from me. Lu Yi and Zheng Ji had already entered the forest. When they saw the dense swarms of Japanese soldiers, they were both delighted. This year's first place is secured. 3,000 yuan bonus is also secured. You sneezed so violently, how come I didn't know it? Ruan Qiqi asked deliberately. Who the heck are you?
Qiqi?
Lu Yi finally recognized his wife's voice, casually waved his hand, and rushed over in ecstasy. Zheng Ji was caught off guard and fell hard on his butt, but fortunately he had thick skin and was not hurt. Duck, you forgot your brothers when you got a wife. Zheng Ji got up cursing, brushed off the dust on his body, and grinned foolishly at the 10 Japanese soldiers. In his eyes, these little Japanese devils are walking money, so he can make a fortune. Qiqi, you are a delicate flower? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have argued with you and would have given you everything. Lu Yi finally realized that his wife was the beauty in Group B, so what was he fighting for? The first place must go to his Qiqi. Do I need you to give it to me? Ruan Qiqi glared. She could get first place on her own. I was wrong. Qiqi, you are the best. I am not as good as you. From now on, I will always be second.
Lu Ye grinet folile.
He was willing to be second to his wife forever. Have you had enough? You are so affectionate in front of me.
Kill them.
Originally, Kikuno Chinatsu was somewhat obsessed with Lu Ye's masculine beauty and wanted to capture him alive and make him her lover, but when she heard that he was Ruan Qiqi's man, she immediately lost interest. She is the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family and will never use a man left over by others. It's so noisy. Lu Yi frowned impatiently, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it casually. Kikuno Chinatsu's 2 front teeth were broken, and her mouth was full of blood.
Kill them.
Chinatsu Kikuno went crazy. Losing 2 front teeth was more painful than taking her life. She screamed wildly and asked her men to snipe these people. Qiqi, I'm going to kill them. Lu Yi prepared to take action. No, look at me. Ruan Qiqi pushed him away. The mountain was her home ground. She finished her words. 10 ninjas were suddenly hung upside down, headfirst, entangled by tree branches. Chinatsu Kikuno widened her eyes in shock, unable to believe what she saw.
How could this be?
I'm sorry, I'm very healthy, and I don't have any allergies even though I live in the mountains every day. You are so stupid. Ruan Qiqi walked up to her, took off her mask, and looked at her mockingly. You lied to me on purpose? You found out about me a long time ago? Kikuno Chinatsu asked angrily. You are so clumsy that even a blind person can see it. Chiharu Kikuno, your head is filled with shoot, right? Your sister is much better than you. Ruan Qiqi smiled in a particularly sarcastic way and deliberately said that she was not as good as her sister. Sure enough, Kikuno Chinatsu became furious, with a dagger in her hand, and stabbed towards Ruan Qiqi. But she had no chance to stab out with the knife because she was also hung upside down. Chiyoko Kikuno, are you a fool? Save me quickly, or grandfather will not let you go. And there is poison in your body. Don't you want the antidote? Chinatsu Kikuno is very dissatisfied with Xia Tao, who is as indifferent as a piece of wood, and threatens her with Masato Kikuno. Xia Tao moved, but only stepped underneath her, raised her foot, and chopped upward, striking Kikuno Chinatsu in the face with precision. I told you you're stupid, and you're still not convinced. I told you that Chinese people are stupid and easy to fool, but you actually believed it. 3-year-old children in China are smarter than you. You're such a fool, and you still have the delusion of competing with Kikuno Taro. You really should take a annoy and look at yourself carefully to see how stupid you are. Every time Xia Tao said something, she would slap Kikuno Chinatsu in the face with her foot. Her kicks were much more fierce than Shangguan Qing's. In just a few minutes, Kikuno Chinatsu was beaten beyond recognition, and her eyes were swollen and narrowed. The third update is completed, and will continue tomorrow. Without the antidote, you'll die next month. Kikuno Chinatsu even wanted to threaten her with poison. She regretted it so much now.
She shouldn't have listened to this sitch.
Otherwise, she would still be the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family. She would be able to marry into the Fukuyama family in the spring of next year and become the young lady of the Fukuyama family and the future wife of the head of the family. Xia Tao sneered and kicked several times. Why do you think I went to all the trouble to go back to Sakura country to coax a fool like you? Thanks to you, I found the secret recipe for the antidote in the study of old man Kikuno Masato. Don't worry, I will definitely die after you. Grandfather will not let you go. Kikuno Chinatsu was regretting her decision so much that her intestines turned green. She was one of only 2 juniors in the family who could enter the study, the other being Kikuno Taro. My grandfather's study was very large, containing the Kikuno family's collection of books spanning hundreds of years, most of which were medical books and secret recipes looted from China. Xia Tao said she wanted to go to the study to see what was going on. At that time, she was quite happy to be coaxed by this sitch, and she wanted to show off her superior status in the family, so she took her into the study. I didn't expect this sitch to find the secret recipe, darn it. Worry about yourself first, idiot. Xia Tao sneered. She was not afraid of the old man. She even hoped that the old man would send people to kill her. She would kill as many as they came. All for money. Ruan Qiqi has already made an agreement with Shushu and the others that whoever captures the Japanese will be given tonic. Soon, the ground began to shake, and then dense roots were revealed. All 10 ninjas were sucked in and soon turned into shriveled corpses. Lu Yi and Shangguan Qing were both very calm. They already knew Ruan Qiqi's abilities and were not surprised. Ding Yi and Xiao Chao opened their mouths exaggeratedly and didn't close them for a long time. Xia Tao was startled at first, then looked at Ruan Qiqi with surprise. Her eyes became very gentle and full of love. Such a beautiful and powerful woman. She loves it so much. As for Lu Yi next to Ruan Qiqi, Xia Tao didn't even see him. At this moment, she only had Ruan Qiqi in her eyes. The trees had a big meal and shook their branches happily to thank Ruan Qiqi for the gift. 10 mummies were lying in a row on the ground. The forest returned to peace. Kikuno Chinatsu had fainted from fright. This method is good. It saves us from dealing with the corpse and can also preserve the bones.
Can you teach me?
Comrade Xiao Chao was a good comrade who was eager to learn and clamored for Ruan Qiqi to teach him. No, you can't learn it. Ruan Qiqi refused. Xiao Chao was a fire tamer, so how could he make plants obey him? Xiao Chao was extremely disappointed. For the first time, he was upset about his supernatural powers. It would be great if he could also control plants. Qiqi, you're so awesome. Xia Tao suddenly floated over. looked at her with eyes full of love, and spoke in a voice that was cloyingly sweet, even more artificial than Kikuno Chinatsu's. Ruan Qiqi quickly rubbed her arms and took a few steps back. She stepped back and Xia Tao stepped forward, the love in her eyes growing deeper and deeper. Qiqi, there is a rock here. Please be careful. If you fall, I will be sad. Xia Tao considerately kicked away a few stones from Ruan Qiqi's feet, winked at her, and shot out 36-volt electric waves.
Stop.
Ruan Qiqi, who could no longer bear it, summoned Shushu to stop the excited Xia Tao. Xia Tao was entangled by the branches and could not get any closer, but she still looked at Ruan Qiqi with loving eyes. She finally met her true love, and from now on she will follow Qiqi until death. Don't love me. It's impossible. Ruan Qiqi refused mercilessly. She only liked to kiss, hug, and lift Lu Yi up high. If you don't try, how do you know it's impossible? I can cook and do housework, I can make money, and I can protect you. I'm better than any man. We will definitely be very happy together. Xia Tao expressed her love passionately. You don't even have a house. What are you trying to do? I am indeed popular, but I have a man. Stop it now. Ruan Qiqi couldn't bear it anymore. Although she was a crazy woman, she was not a nymphomaniac, let alone a thespian. She only liked Lu Yi, who had juju. Xia Tao is not her type at all. After listening for a long time, the people nearby finally understood something. Could it be that Xia Tao was a mirror grinder? She wants to steal your guest. Zhang Ji gloated over the misfortune and added fuel to the fire. Lu Yi didn't understand at first. He just thought Xia Tao's words were weird, and the way she looked at his Qiqi was even weirder. Now, he finally understood. I'll kill her. Lu Yi shouted that he wanted to kill Xia Tao but was stopped by Ruan Qiqi. She came to surrender. You can't kill her. Then don't let her surrender. Just kill her first. Lu Yi looked at Xia Tao coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Xia Tao. Xia Tao also felt Lu Yi's strength, and her expression became serious. Even if her love rival was very powerful, she would never give up. Even if you kill me, I won't give up. You can't give Qiqi happiness, but I can. Let go. Xia Tao sings like she is in a stage play, exaggerated and affectionate, giving people goosebumps. Lu Yi was so angry that he howled. If Ruan Qiqi hadn't stopped him, he would have taken action long ago. Don't stop him. I want to duel with him. Only the winner is qualified to accompany Qiqi. Xia Tao suddenly floated down, with a knife as thin as a cicada's wing in her hand, and a few broken branches on the ground. Her weapon is also a sword, but unlike Kikuno Taro, hers is a soft sword, which makes it more difficult to practice. Everyone only knows that the best swordsmanship expert in the Kikuno family is Kikuno Taro, but in fact it is her. Don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson. Ruan Qiqi released Lu Yi, told him to spare his life, and then left him alone. Lu Yi fought with Xia Tao with his bare hands. The two of them moved faster and faster, almost like phantoms. In just a few minutes, they exchanged hundreds of moves. You are too lame. You are not worthy of my Qiqi. Lu Yi snatched Xia Tao's knife and pointed the tip of the knife at her throat. It's not over yet. Xia Tao suddenly laughed. She put her hands in her mouth and whistled very clearly. Soon, several birds flew towards Lu Yi's eyes. Lu Yi subconsciously closed his eyes. At this moment, Xia Tao's figure changed, flashed behind him and launched an attack. A trifle. It was as if Lu Yi had eyes behind him, and Xia Tao failed to succeed and was restrained again. But she escaped again in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Xia Tao was nowhere to be seen, having magically disappeared.
Where is she?
This woman is more powerful than any ninja I've ever seen. Her invisibility skills are very advanced. Ding Yi saw that Xia Tao used the invisibility technique, which he had encountered before when he was on a mission. In fact, it was to imitate the mimicry of animals and plants, blending in with the surrounding environment and causing visual errors. Ruan Qiqi's mouth curled up slightly. She knew it as soon as Xia Tao hid herself. It must be said that the ninjutsu of the Sakura country is really something. Xia Tao's skills are first class even in China. Lu Yi quickly found Xia Tao among the withered weeds, not far away. She blended in with the weeds and was hard to spot from a distance, and one had to look carefully at her from a close distance to spot her. Lu Yi tied her to a tree and unilaterally announced, "I won. Stay away from my Qiqi from now on, or I will kill you." Even though she was tied up, Xia Tao still raised her head proudly and said unruly, "Even if I lose, I will only let you accompany Qiqi temporarily. One day, I will beat you. I'll kill you now." Lu Yi was determined to kill her. Qiqi could only be his, and no one could snatch her from him. Even if it is the emperor, he will kill without mercy. Xia Tao snorted coldly, closed her eyes with a fearless attitude, and said affectionately, "If I can't accompany Qiqi, what's the point of living? Just kill me. After I die, I will be the cinnabar mole in Qiqi's heart and live in her heart forever." "Not really. My relationship with you is not that deep. If you die, the most I can do is burn some paper money for you." Ruan Qiqi rubbed her goosebumps hard and told the truth. "That's because we've been together for too short a time. Feelings are developed through time. As time goes by, you'll find that I'm 1,000 times better than this man. This problem is easy to solve. The ancients could all use Mr. Jiao, and they were just as happy." Xia Tao's originally cold and indifferent eyes turned into affectionate peach blossom eyes when she looked at Ruan Qiqi, and the words she said became even more corny. "But this woman does have a wealth of knowledge. Even Mr. Jiao knows it." Lu Yi and Xiao Chao were both naive elementary school kids who only understood half of what was said and had no idea what Mr. Jiao did. Ding Yi and Xingji were older, and their faces turned red with shame, secretly cursing this Japanese woman for being so shameless as to dare to say such explicit words in public. "Don't look at my Qiqi when you talk. Turn your head away." Lu Yi fiercely tried to force Xia Tao's head aside and forbid her to look at his wife. "Don't touch me. It's basic courtesy to look at the person you're talking to. This stupid and arrogant man really can't change his bad habits. Qiqi, are you sure you want to spend your whole life with a man like this?" Xia Tao turned her head away, making no effort to hide her disgust for men, including Lu Yi. Even though Lu Yi was very powerful and had defeated her, in her opinion, he was still a darn stinky man and not worthy of her Qiqi. Not all men are bad. You can't generalize. Try to get in touch with more men. There will definitely be some who don't disgust you. Ruan Qiqi patiently explained to her that Xia Tao's aversion to men was actually a serious mental illness. Because of what happened in her teenage years, she hates men so much that she would not be happy even if she killed all the men in the world. The past trauma left a huge wound in her heart, which has been bleeding and is difficult to heal. Perhaps one day, Xia Tao will meet someone who loves her very much and will tolerate her, so that her wound will slowly heal and she will return to normal. Men are disgusting. I don't want to hear it. Qiqi, please don't tell me this, okay? Xia Tao was very reluctant to talk about this topic. She looked at Ruan Qiqi pitifully, with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful that not only men, but even women would feel soft-hearted when seeing her. "Don't use your charm in front of me, be honest." Ruan Qiqi's face darkened and her tone became much colder. Xia Tao stabbed the Kikuno family in the back. She still cannot be trusted. This woman is both good and evil, and acts based on her mood. We need to observe her for a while. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Qiqi, please don't hate me." Xia Tao immediately stopped her charm technique. She was very upset. She didn't do it on purpose. It was a habit formed from long-term training, and she would use it unconsciously. From now on, she would never use her charm technique in front of Qiqi again. Ruan Qiqi gritted her teeth helplessly. If she had known Xia Tao was so difficult to deal with, she would not have accepted this gift. After all, the first place would belong to her family. "Speak normally and don't talk in front of me, otherwise you will never be able to enter 759. Ruan Qiqi warned that she couldn't stand the sound of the clips. Especially after having witnessed Xia Tao's ferocity with my own eyes, it was too chilling to hear her squeeze. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xia Tao's voice returned to normal, and she gave Ruan Qiqi a fierce look. "No more flirting, be serious. Ruan Qiqi warned again. All right. Xia Tao was very obedient and indeed turned back to her previous self, except that her affectionate eyes always followed Ruan Qiqi. Chiyoko Kikuno, Grandpa will not let you go. Chiharu Kikuno, who was still tied to the tree, understood everything when she saw the familiar conversation between Xia Tao and Ruan Qiqi. She was so angry that she started cursing.
Call me Xia Tao.
I don't want the worst name Kikuno Chio anymore. Xia Tao suddenly floated over and slapped Kikuno Chinatsu a few more times. There were a few broken branches under the tree where she was tied before. Lu Yi frowned. This woman's ninjutsu was indeed powerful. Among all the ninjutsu masters he had fought against, this woman could definitely be ranked in the top 3. You betrayed the family. You will not have a good ending. Chinatsu Kikuno cursed in the language of the Japanese devils. Shut up, you're making so much noise. Xia Tao didn't want to listen to her nonsense anymore, so she put Kikuno Chinatsu down, took a pair of pliers at her hand, and pulled out her lower front teeth without saying a word.
Ah!
Stop it, you're crazy. Stop it. Chinatsu Kikuno screamed in pain. She had already lost 2 front teeth. If her lower front teeth were lost as well, it would definitely affect her appearance. How could she still be the lady of the Fukuyama family? Don't worry, I'll pull out all your teeth, and you won't have cavities anymore. Xia Tao smiled sweetly and pulled out another tooth. Blood gushed out of Kikuno Chinatsu's mouth and flowed down the corners of her mouth, making her look like a vampire. Let me go, please. Kikuno Chinatsu lost all her arrogance and humbly begged Xia Tao to let her go. Xia Tao looked at her coldly, but her hands did not stop and she continued to pull out teeth. After a few minutes, more than 20 bloody teeth were left on the ground. All the teeth in Kikuno Chinatsu's mouth were pulled out, leaving only bare gums, which were bleeding. You will never have cavities again, and you won't have toothaches anymore, so don't thank me. Xia Tao finished speaking. She didn't get a response from Kikuno Chinatsu, so she got angry and pinched her philtrum hard. The severe pain woke Kikuno Chinatsu up, and the taste of blood in her mouth reminded her that what just happened was not a dream. All her teeth were really pulled out, not even her wisdom teeth were left. In the future she will be like a toothless old lady, with sunken and shriveled cheeks, too ugly to be seen in public. A toothless old lady appeared in Kikuno Chinatsu's mind. When she thought about herself becoming like this in the future, her eyes went dark and she fainted again. Useless stuff. Xia Tao kicked in disgust, cut a few vines, and tied the man up again. Ruan Qiqi was going to take 10 corpses and Kikuno Chinatsu to 759 to hand over the heads and report on Xia Tao's matter, so she went down the mountain, and Lu Yi followed behind. Xia Tao and Shangguan Qing returned to school. The almond cake is ready. Here. Dingy took out a freshly baked almond cake from the big bag on his back. He had originally planned to deliver the cake to Shangguan Qing after supporting Ruan Qiqi. Thanks. Shangguan Qing happily took the cake and couldn't wait to eat a piece. The unique sweet aroma of the almond cake penetrated everyone's nose, making people salivate. What about mine? Ruan Qiqi looked at Ding Yi with a somewhat unfriendly tone. This fat guy hasn't made a cake for her for a long time. He is so heartless and ungrateful that he forgets his friends for the sake of beauty. Yes, all. Ding Yi quickly took out another cake and handed it to Ruan Qiqi. There's nothing I can do about it. Ruan Qiqi's tea is so fragrant. Ruan Qiqi took the cake, gave a piece to Lu Yi, and took a piece for herself. After taking a few bites, she walked to Shangguan Qing and stared at the cake in her hand. Sure enough, the cake given to Shangguan Qing had obviously more ingredients than hers. Ruan Qiqi didn't expose him, but walked up to Ding Yi and asked quietly, "Do you want to date Shangguan Qing?"
No.
No. Don't talk nonsense. Ding Yi's chubby face turned red instantly, and he stammered in denial. Then I will introduce Shangguan Qing to my brother-in-law. Ruan Qiqi deliberately deceived him. Your brother-in-law is so stupid. How can he be worthy of her? Don't mess around with him. Ding Yi was fooled, and he came to his senses after he finished speaking. He looked helplessly at Ruan Qiqi, who seemed to be smiling, and nodded shyly with a red face. He also glanced at Shangguan Qing and whispered, I'll add more ingredients to your cake in the future. Don't ruin my business. I'm not just greedy for that one bite of food. Ruan Qiqi spoke very seriously. She was not a greedy person. Yes, you are not greedy, but I am the one who insists on adding more. Dingy didn't dare to say that she was greedy, for fear that she would really go to Shangguan Qing to cause trouble.
How could he find a wife then? It's not easy to meet a girl I like.
It's not easy. Qiqi, I can bake cakes too, and they taste better than his. Xia Tao came over, and she was also very good at making Western pastries. What's your business? Get out of here. Lu Yehuadadi grabbed her collar and threw her far away.
She was more clingy than a leech.
Xia Tao flew out, tapped the tree with her toes, landed lightly on the ground, and wanted to come back again. She was reluctant to part with Ruan Qiqi and wanted to follow her lover. Shangguan Qing, take her with you. Ruan Qiqi was also annoyed by the pestering and asked Shangguan Qing to bring people. Although Xia Tao is a master of ninjutsu, she is still a little inferior to Shangguan Qing. Qiqi, she can't take me away. I'm very powerful. Xia Tao finished speaking, the smile on her face disappeared, because Shangguan Qing floated behind her like a ghost and subdued her with lightning speed. Let's go down the mountain. Shangguan Qing held Xia Tao with one hand and the cake with the other, and led her down the mountain like a cow. Xia Tao wanted to move her limbs, but her body was numb and she couldn't use any strength. Shangguan Qing had just pressed a few times on her body, and her body became numb. Could this be the legendary acupoint pressing? Are you a master of ancient martial arts? Xia Tao's tone was excited, and her eyes were full of love, just like when she looked at Ruan Qiqi just now. So corny. Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. It turned out that love can be transferred. She bet right. Xia Tao admires the strong and will fall in love with anyone of the same sex who is stronger than her. Since she can't convince this woman, let her fall in love with someone else. Ruan Qiqi silently said, I'm sorry, to Dingy in her heart, and then she felt at ease. Well, shut up. Shangguan Qing felt so disgusted by the look in this woman's eyes that he decisively pressed her mute point. Ding-yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shangguan Qing was determined, he would not be afraid of being stolen away by the Japanese woman. Darn it, not only do we have to be on guard against the males, we also have to be on guard against the females. What kind of world is this? Lu Yi followed Ruan Qiqi like a follower, and even wanted to get on Group B's car, but was pulled away by Xingji. Why are you dragging me down? The land and the fire roared. We're not on the way. Xingji was also very angry. He used all his strength to drag him into the car and slammed the door. Qiqi, I'll be home soon. Lu Yi yelled while leaning against the car window. I'll make you something delicious when I get home, braised pig's head. Ruan Qiqi replied gently that her man had performed very well today and deserved a reward of a big pig's head. Lu Yi howled happily in the car and urged Xingji to drive quickly. After he had talked to Director Mu, he would go home to eat pig's head. Xingji started the car, muttering nonstop. After all, we are in the same group, right? You didn't discuss it with me, and you used the 11 heads to flatter your wife. The first prize is 3,000, and the second prize is 2,000. You flattered her and directly lost 1,000 yuan, which can buy several pigs. He and Lu Yi were in a team, and every year they would win first prize. He got 1,000 and Lu Yi got 2,000. After all, Lu Yi made great efforts, and he played a supporting role. What he cares more about is reputation. Group A has been ranked first for several years, but from now on, he can only be the runner-up for eternity. He can't stand this gap. My wife took first place, and I took second place. It will always be like this in the future. Lu Yi still had some patience towards his old partner and gave a reluctant explanation. Are you willing to let a woman dominate you? Zhang Ji deliberately provoked him. Lu Yi showed a happy smile on his face and murmured, I am willing to suppress it for the rest of my life. Seeing that Xingji didn't understand, he said disdainfully, You, an old bachelor, can't understand. You will understand when you have a wife. The old bachelor Xingji was suddenly speechless. He turned the steering wheel angrily, and the car made a sharp turn, just like his mood at the moment. Didn't I tell you about Zhang Weihong's workplace? Why haven't you gotten to know her yet? Considering their long-term partnership, Lu Yi asked with concern. I listened to you and invited Comrade Zhang to dinner, but she refused to come out and told me not to waste her time. I can't just drag her out to dinner, right? Zheng Ji became even more depressed. He mustered up the courage to go to Zhang Weihong's workplace and invite her to dinner, because Lu Yi said that he and his wife fell in love after just a few meals. You'll never be wrong if you listen to me. Love is built on food. My wife and I have been inseparable since we ate 3 meals together. Lu Yi's example of himself was particularly convincing, and Zheng Ji believed it to be true, but suffered a disastrous defeat on their first date. Please invite me a few more times. You won't just invite me once and then give up, right? Lu Yi asked. Zheng Ji's face turned red, and he hummed softly, explaining. I'm just afraid that she will find me annoying. You stupid pig-headed fool. No wonder you are still single in your 30s. You won't go if the girl says she doesn't want to eat? Will your legs break if you go a few more times? You have such a big head. Is it just for show? Don't you know how to be flexible? If Zhang Weihong doesn't go out to eat, why don't you buy her in to eat? Look at that fatty ding. He's smarter than you. He even knows how to make cakes for people, but when fatty ding has a baby, you're still a bachelor. Lu Yi scolded Zheng Ji like he was scolding his grandson, making him spit blood.
Zheng Ji was not angry at all.
After Lu Yi finished scolding her, he humbly asked, what if she doesn't eat the food I bought? If she doesn't eat, how can you not eat? Forget it, you'd better stay single. Lu Yewadadi glared, and was too lazy to care about this stubborn piece of wood anymore.
I see.
No wonder you got married in 3 meals. I'll ask you again if I don't understand next time. Zheng Ji praised sincerely. He really thought Lu Yi was amazing. Ask me, I know everything about astronomy and geography. I am second to none in the world. Lu Yi was extremely proud. He was a rare genius in a century, and he would always be second no matter what he did. Who is the best in the world? Zheng Ji asked curiously. My wife. You don't know this? Lu Yi gave him a slow look. Zheng Ji shut up in dismay, and then made a sharp turn to vent his inner jealousy. Darn it! Even after he gets married, he will show off every day. Ruan Qiqi and the others all returned to Group B, and Shangguan Qing took Xia Tao back to school. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ruan, you're definitely going to win first place this time. Pei Yuan's exaggerated laughter could be heard from a long distance away. Group B finally turned the tables and overwhelmed Group A. He couldn't even close his mouth. The first place will be mine from now on. Ruan Qiqi spoke with certainty, but did not say that the Tyrannosaurus was hers. I have confidence in you. You will definitely be in our Group B, Xiao Ruan. You have worked hard. Come and sit down and have some tea. Pei Yuan personally made a cup of tea and brought it to Ruan Qiqi. This woman's name is Kikuno Chiharu. She is. Ruan Qiqi finished speaking. The phone rang. When Pei Yuan picked up the phone, Director Mu's roar came from the receiver. Pei Yuan, you son of a zitch, you have poached my people. I warn you, don't think about my Tyrannosaurus Rex, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The 3rd update is completed and will continue tomorrow. What the heck are you doing? When did I ever steal your girl? Explain yourself clearly. Pei Yuan held the microphone away. He was not angry but just wondered what had happened to Director Mu. He and Director Mu were both intelligence workers in the past. In their line of work, it is necessary to remain calm and rational. Even in life-and-death situations, one cannot panic. He has not seen Director Mu lose her composure in many years, and today is the first time.
Don't pretend.
If you hadn't poached him, why would Tyrannosaurus suddenly come and say he wanted to join Group B? He's doing well here. It must be you, the old fox, who bewitched him. Don't waste your time. I won't let him go. Director Mu didn't believe a word he said. Pei Yuan wanted to find out Tyrannosaurus's mind, and all 759 knew it. Pei Yuan, this old fox, is best at using sweet words to confuse people. When he was doing intelligence work in the past, this old fox used this skill to instigate many enemies to work for our army. The most famous incident of this old fox is still talked about today. Pei Yuan was once betrayed by a traitor and captured by the enemy. On the way back to the city, which was only 2 days' journey, this old fox instigated the small group of soldiers escorting him to rebel. Even persuaded this small group of soldiers to take him into the city as an insider. Pei Yuan left a secret code on the road. After entering the city, he contacted his comrades and they cooperated inside and outside to capture the city without any effort. With the ability of this old fox, it would be absolutely easy to fool that stupid boy Tyrannosaurus. Director Mu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had always been on guard against the meeting between Tyrannosaurus and Pei Yuan, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't prevent it. Darn it. Although I really wanted to dig up the Tyrannosaurus, I really didn't do it this time. It should be Comrade Tyrannosaurus's own choice. Comrade Laumu, you have to respect the wishes of your subordinates. Pei Yuan smiled and fanned the flames. If Tyrannosaurus really came to him, he would welcome him with open arms. But this is impossible. The general administration will definitely not agree. Qiqi finally understood that her little bug wanted to join Group B. What a fool it was. I'll talk to Director Mu and convince Tyrannosaurus. She asked for it. Pei Yuan handed her the microphone and was also curious about how she was going to convince Tyrannosaurus. Director Mu, please let Tyrannosaurus talk to me. Ruan Qiqi took the microphone and requested politely. Director Mu usually takes good care of her son Lu Yi. He is a very respectable elder who deserves her to be treated with courtesy. Are you a delicate flower? Director Mu guessed her identity at once, and it was most likely Jiahua who came from behind. He soon guessed Ruan Qiqi's other identity and couldn't help but feel excited. I was too angry before and didn't think about it carefully. This brat Lu Yi went out for a while and came back clamoring to go to Group B. He would definitely not leave without a reason. Obviously, there was something in Group B that attracted this kid. Except the wife that this boy holds in his heart. In just a few seconds, Director Mu suddenly figured it out and was so angry that he wanted to kick Lu Yi a few times. Ruan, try to persuade Lu Yi. This kid does whatever he wants. Well, I will advise you. Ruan Qiqi agreed, and then she heard Director Mu's roar coming from the microphone. Come in and answer the phone. It's your wife's. Who was outside the door, rushed in, picked up the phone and said attentively, Qiqi, I just told my mother comrade that I will be transferred to your place. We can go on missions together in the future. Then, he received a hard kick on the buttocks from the female director, who could no longer tolerate it. Darn it, he's still next to us. Lu Yi patted his butt nonchalantly, ignoring the angry Director Mu, who was blue in the face, moved the documents on the desk to the side, and sat down on it. No, you're still in Group A, and I'm in Group B. Let's compete fairly. If you're first, then I'll be first, and the prize money will go to ours. Ruan Qiqi refused. Husband and wife also need to have a sense of distance. They would get bored if they stick together every day. She prefers a short separation to a new marriage. You come first, I come second, Qiqi. We really don't want to be together? Lu Yi was not very happy about this. He wished he could be with his wife 24 hours a day. You're stupid. If you come to Group B, we will definitely be divided into 2 groups. Then there will be only 1 prize. If you are in Group A, the first and second prizes will belong to our family. Our family has a lot of expenses, so we need to make more money. Ruan Qiqi patiently analyzed it for him. Yes, then I am still in Group A. Lu Yi was quickly persuaded and agreed to stay in Group A. Director Mu next to him breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead silently. Fortunately, Comrade Jiahua was highly conscious, otherwise he would have lost a great general. Director Mu was a little regretful at first that she lost the first place, but compared to losing Lu Yi, this regret was not important. So what if she was second? Ruan Qiqi hung up the phone and reported the matter of Kikuno Chinatsu and Xia Tao. Xia Tao said that Kikuno Chinatsu will marry into the Fukuyama family in the spring of next year. The invitations have been sent out. The Kikuno family doesn't have a girl who can replace her, so Kikuno Masato will definitely find ways to redeem Kikuno Chinatsu. We can ask for more benefits at that time. Ruan, you have done a great job this time. Pei Yuan was generous with his praise. It's also Xia Tao's fault. She wanted to join Unit 759 and kill the Japanese. Qiqi did not take all the credit. Without Xia Tao's cooperation, it would certainly not have been so easy to catch Kikuno Chinatsu and her men. Pei Yuan frowned and objected. Xia Tao's identity is unknown. We cannot rule out her using a self-torture tactic. We have to continue to observe. I can feel that she is sincere. She hates the Kikuno family and Sakura country more than anyone else. Qiqi said a few good words for Xia Tao. They felt a resonance between them and could feel the woman's deep hatred for the Kikuno family. I will ask the higher-ups for instructions, and I will also investigate whether Xia Tao has harmed any Chinese people over the years. Pei Yuan's tone softened a little. If Xia Tao really wanted to surrender, she could become a non-staff member of 759. Qiqi was about to go home to braise the pig's head when Ding Yi knocked on the door with a document in his hand. Our people have found out that in the county where Xia Tao was hiding, there have been more than 10 murders in recent years, and the murder has not been caught yet. The victims are all men, and they were all tortured to death. The death was extremely tragic. Ding Yi placed the document on the table. It was the case information of the dozen or so victims. The murders had all occurred in the past 5 years. Qiqi looked at the information and found that he had indeed died a miserable death. He was basically tortured to death in an extremely cruel way. Moreover, the identities of the 10 dead were varied, including workers, farmers, vagrants, doctors, teachers. They had nothing in common. The biggest common point among the dead was that they were all men. The oldest is in his 70s and the youngest is 30. Pei Yuan finished reading the information, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Do you suspect Xia Tao did it? I didn't think of her at first, but today I saw Xia Tao's weapon, a soft knife as thin as a cicada's wing, which was very similar to the wounds on the bodies of these dead people. Moreover, Xia Tao was extremely disgusted with men, and she was a Japanese devil, so she was very suspicious." Ding Yi shared his analysis. In a small county town, more than 10 bizarre murders occurred in just 5 years. The murderer was most likely the same person, and he was an expert with a knife. Apart from Xia Tao, he could not think of anyone else. Qiqi also felt that Ding Yi's analysis made sense. The knife wounds on the 10 dead bodies did look like the one used by Xia Tao. But she had a hunch that there must be a reason why Xia Tao killed these men. Just call Xia Tao and ask her. If she really killed him, she won't deny it. Qiqi suggested. Pei Yuan agreed, but the meeting place was arranged at the tea house opposite the Wudong pastry shop. Qiqi called the dormitory building, and soon Xia Tao came to answer the phone. "Qiqi, do you miss me?" Sickly sweet voice came out. "Speak human language. Don't even think about entering 759 if you keep being naughty." Qiqi rubbed her arms vigorously and threatened with gritted teeth. She missed the cold and venomous Xia Tao so much. "Okay, what's up?" Xia Tao's voice returned to normal. Qiqi reported the address of the tea house and asked her to come over immediately. "My leader wants to see you. He may be your leader in the future. Don't be late and don't get mad." "I'll come right now." Xia Tao hung up the phone, went to the parking shed, pushed Qiqi's bicycle, and rode very fast. An hour later, they met in the tea house. In front of the leader, Xia Tao was still very decent. She even took the initiative to pour tea for Pei Yuan, using both hands. She had learned all the etiquette of China. "Leader, I'm Xia Tao. I really want to surrender. Please feel free to use me. I will use the blood and heads of the devils to express my sincerity." Xia Tao's expression was particularly sincere. Even though she disliked men, she did not show it in front of Pei Yuan. Because she had found out long ago that except for 759, the other units were not very good. The salary is low, she has to work like a servant and endure the boss's anger. Her personality is definitely not suitable for the job. If you make her angry, she will kill you. 759 is still better and especially suitable for her, so she is willing to endure it and just treat Pei Yuan as heir. "Are these people related to you?" Pei Yuan moved the pile of information over and asked directly. Xia Tao glanced at it casually for a few seconds, then nodded and admitted. "I killed it." "Why kill them?" Ruan Qiqi asked. Because they don't deserve to live. On the surface, this teacher is a respected teacher, but in fact he is a beast in human form. He bullied many students, both male and female. This old man bullied all 3 of his daughters-in-law, and he also beat his wife to death. This man is worse than a beast. He even didn't let his daughter go. Xia Tao recounted all the evil deeds that each deceased had done in their lifetime. They were all worse than animals. If what she said was true, these 10 people indeed deserve to die. How do I know what you said is true?
Pei Yuan asked.
He couldn't just believe this woman based on her one-sided statement. The victims are all alive. You can find someone to investigate. The reason I killed them is to enforce justice. There are too many rubbish men in this world. Men don't deserve to live. Kill them all. Sorry, I'm a little emotional. This is not what I really mean. In fact, some men are still very good, such as the leader. He is a model good man at first glance. Xia Tao was about to lose her temper again. Ruan Qiqi kicked her hard under the table to remind her to be more restrained. Only then did she change her tone and flattered him stiffly. Pei Yuan twitched his lips. He had already sensed that this woman really wanted to kill all the men in the world. She was quite crazy. He motioned for Xia Tao to continue. My main purpose is to enforce justice and also to complete the mission of that old man Kikuno Masato. The Kikuno family's ninjas must complete the mission of killing 3 people when they turn 15. If they fail to do so, they're not qualified ninjas. There are too many rubbish men in this world, and I can easily find several of them. I accidentally killed too many and exceeded the mission. Later, I went out every year, and when I saw rubbish men, my hands would itch, and I wanted to give them the most beautiful torture. Of course, I didn't use it after all. I was in China, and I had to abide by Chinese laws. Xia Tao almost exposed her insane nature again, so Ruan Qiqi had to kick her again and pull her back. This woman is extremely crazy. She is afraid that Pei Yuan would not dare to accept her. Have you killed any innocent people in these 15 years?
Pei Yuan asked.
No, I killed men who deserved to die. I couldn't bear to kill women who were so good. Leader, don't misunderstand me. You are the best among men. You are great. When talking about men, Xia Tao couldn't hide her disgust on her face, but she was still somewhat rational and knew that she had to flatter Pei Yuan in order to stay in 759. Do you know where the Kikuno family's forces are located in China? Pei Yuan didn't believe a word she said. In this woman's heart, he must be a man who deserved to die. He didn't care. As long as Xia Tao sincerely surrendered and could help China deal with the Japanese, her misogyny was just a small problem. Masato Kikuno is very defensive. He only trusts Taro Kikuno, the grandson of this old man and the future heir. Taro Kikuno basically knows all the important information about the Kikuno family. I don't know much. Xia Tao told the truth that she was just Kikuno Masato's killing tool, and it was impossible for her to know too many core secrets. But I found a few Japanese soldiers lurking deep inside. They are a big move by Kikuno Masato. They have not been on duty in recent years and are kept for future counterattacks. I can tell you about these people. Xia Tao wrote down a few names and the departments they belonged to. They were indeed all important departments and their positions were not low. They all contacted Kikuno Masato directly. I saw the list in this old man's study. I only had time to read 1 page. These are the ones. Xia Tao's tone was full of regret. She went to the study to look for the secret recipe for the antidote, but time was limited, so she only quickly read the first page. She never had the chance to enter the study again. If these lists are true, I can put you in 759. Holding the list. If this list was real, Xia Tao's sincerity was indeed strong enough, and she was qualified to be a non-staff member of Unit 759. It's more valuable than gold. Please hurry up, boss. I don't have much money, and I'm going to starve. Xia Tao urged her bluntly, saying that she only had gold, silver, and jewelry, which she could not cash in for the time being, and she was waiting for the 759 salary to live. I'll lend you $50 privately. Use it to eat first. Pei Yuan took out 5 big unity notes from his pocket and handed them to her with a smile. Thank you, leader. Xia Tao was stunned for a few seconds, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect that Pei Yuan would be willing to lend her so much money just after their first meeting. Well, she would hate her leader less in the future. The waiter brought a lot of snacks, but Pei Yuan didn't eat a single bite, and all went into Xia Tao's stomach. You guys don't want tea anymore? Xia Tao picked up the teapot and picked it up. There was still half a pot of tea. Qiqi and Pei Yuan both shook their heads, and then they saw her gulp down the tea from the spout of the pot, without leaving a drop. Don't waste the money you've spent. Xia Tao wiped her mouth and was very satisfied with the tea and snacks. Did Masato Kikuno give you money? Qiqi couldn't help but ask. This woman had a fanatical love for food, as if she had never been full.
She would not even leave any soup.
I doubted whether she had ever been full before. Just a little bit. Ninjas have very high requirements for their body shape. Many ninjas never eat enough until they die. Xia Tao explained the reason. She had indeed never had a full meal. Only after she left the Kikuno family could she dare to eat her full meal. Aren't you afraid that you'll be too full and unable to perform as a ninja? Qiqi asked again. It doesn't matter.
I also know swordsmanship.
I am the best swordsman in the Kikuno family. Kikuno Taro is no match for me. Xia Tao shrugged. She was already tired of being a ninja. What's Kikuno Taro's greatest strength? Qiqi asked with interest. This guy is the successor carefully trained by Kikuno Masato. He is definitely not an ordinary person. We might fight each other in the future, so it's better to get to know him first. Xia Tao shook her head. I don't know. Masato Kikuno is very protective of Kikuno Taro. He only tells others that he is the best swordsman. But in fact, Kikuno Taro's skills are not that great. I tried to test him once, and he lost. Does he know who you are?
Pei Yuan asked.
He didn't know it at the time, but he found out later. That's why Kikuno Chiharu wanted to snatch the heir. Teru Kikuno's skills were mediocre, and the fool Chiharu Kikuno was not convinced and wanted to squeeze him out to become the successor, which is why she easily tricked her into coming to China to die. To be noticed by Kikuno Masato, there must be something extraordinary about him. Pei Yuan remembered Taro Kikuno, and he had a feeling that he was a formidable opponent. Qiqi thought so too, and she guessed there were two possibilities. One is that Kikuno Taro pretends to be mediocre in his skills to hide his true strength. Second, Taro Kikuno's skills are indeed mediocre, but he has other more powerful skills, which may also be supernatural powers. 7:59 in China, so there should be people in Sakura country who can unleash supernatural powers as well. That guy is so gloomy. I really want to kill him. Xia Tao gritted her teeth. She wished she could kill all the men in the Kikuno family without leaving any alive. If you have the chance in the future, you can go back to school. I want to go home. Qiqi prepared to go back and braise the pig's head to celebrate. I want to eat pig's head too. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I really miss it. Xia Tao swallowed her saliva. She ate pork head with peanuts, a plate of spice-dried tofu, and 2 pounds of glutinous rice wine. It was such a treat. Let's go. Qiqi agreed. After all, Xia Tao had really made great efforts today, so it was only right to treat her to a meal of pork head. Thank you, Qiqi. Xia Tao released her electric eyes, with a long tail. Qiqi rolled her eyes in disdain and strode away. When they returned to the family building, Lu Yi was already processing the pig head. The pig head was taken out of a space. Qiqi placed a lot of food in the open space, and Lu Yi could go in and get it at any time.
What is she doing here?
Saw Xia Tao. He looked unhappy. Qiqi invited me to eat pig head meat. Do you have any objection? Xia Tao also had a bad face towards him. Even if this man was more handsome and more skilled, he was not worthy of Qiqi. 7-7. Lu Yi looked at his wife aggrievedly. Be good, let's not bother with her. She is crazy. Qiqi comforted her in a gentle voice.
Okay, I'm Janetis.
Lu Yi was easily coaxed into submission and continued to process the pig's head. It would take a long time to stew the pig's head, and he would definitely not be able to make it in time for lunch. So Qiqi simply fried a few dishes and cooked a big pot of rice. Xia Tao praised the food highly and finished half a pot of rice by herself. Louis was still not full, so Ruan Qiqi had to cook another big bowl of rice noodles to appease him. Hiccup. Xia Tao moved the lounge chair to the balcony, covered herself with a blanket, basked in the sun, and soon fell asleep. She doesn't even wash the dishes. She's so lazy. Qiqi, I'm much better than her, who was washing dishes, immediately complained to his wife and did not forget to praise himself. Well, she is lazy and you are diligent. Ruan Qiqi coaxed him with a smile and fed him a small biscuit. Lu Yi was immediately coaxed into smiling. After washing the dishes, he began to mop the floor and wipe the table, more diligently than a bee. Sister Wan, are you at home? Wang Suehua was holding a basket in her left hand and a large pot of glutinous rice wine in her right hand. Her eldest son behind her was carrying a slaughtered duck. This is the glutinous rice wine I brewed. Sister Wan, you and Deputy Commander Lou can drink it. And this white sugar cake is a specialty of my hometown. It is delicious. If you want to enjoy it, I will make it again next time. I have cleaned the duck. Wang Suehua put the things in the house and lifted the gauze on the basket, revealing the white sugar cake, which looked very appetizing. Ruan Qiqi took a piece and ate it. It melted in her mouth, sweet but not greasy. It was indeed delicious. White sugar cake, don't send me gifts anymore. Now that you're at the winery, work hard and don't steal anymore, or I won't be able to protect you. I have changed and my 3 kids have changed too, all thanks to Sister Wan, otherwise I would not have changed. You are my great benefactor. Wang Suehua thanked her with tears of gratitude and pressed her eldest son to the ground, making him kowtow to Ruan Qiqi. The child was also very honest. He knelt down immediately and kowtowed, dong dong dong. It sounded painful. Stop knocking and go back. Ruan Qiqi pulled the little boy up. Wang Suehua was a good person. Although she had some minor flaws, she had a sense of the overall situation. She was forced to steal, so it was good that she had changed now. Hey, let's go back. Wang Suehua walked away, holding her son's hand with a smile on her face. It will only take 3 months to get a permanent job, and Wang Suehua will be able to eat government food. Definitely have to be prepared in the future. Wang Suehua is not an ungrateful person. The duck must be given as a gift, and the glutinous rice wine must be brewed. Her monthly salary of more than 30 yuan is enough for her to give gifts. Mom, when you get your salary, can you buy some candy for me and my younger brothers and sisters? Asked the eldest son. Buy it and buy some meat, so you can have enough to eat. Wang Suehua is more generous than ever. Now that she has money, she definitely won't let her children suffer a loss. From the corridor, Ruan Qiqi couldn't help but smile. People nowadays are so easy to satisfy. No wonder their happiness index is so high. The steamed white sugar cake made by Wang Suehua was so delicious that Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi accidentally ate half of it and left the other half for dinner. Sister Wan, are you at home? Ruan Qiqi was just about to go to bed for a nap when Lu Danny came, also carrying a basket and several bags, both full of things. Exist. Ruan Qiqi guessed why she came. It must be for work. There is still one vacancy. Lu Danny is generous and loyal, so it's okay to give it to her. This is the donkey rolls I made. It's a local snack. Do you like it? Lu Danny lifted the gauze on the basket, revealing a basket full of donkey rolls, weighing nearly 10 kilograms. Ruan Qiqi took a piece and ate it. It tasted pretty good. Donkey rolls, glutinous and delicious. It's delicious. Thank you, sister-in-law. Just eat what you like. There are also mountain products from my hometown here. They are free. My brother picked them up in the mountains. You can stew chicken or meat with them. They are delicious. Lu Danny introduced the packages of mountain products, which were all dried mushrooms and even Hericium arenaceus. Although Ruan Qiqi didn't know what they were, she knew they must be mountain delicacies. If it were in the future, she would not be able to buy such pure mountain delicacies, even if she had money. She didn't hesitate and accepted them all, then asked Lu Danny to report to the winery. Lu Danny didn't react at all. She was planning to give more gifts. After all, that was how Wang Suehua got the job. She gave several ducks as gifts. I'll make some glutinous rice dumplings in a while, and I'll send you some then. They're delicious. What did you say just now? Lou Danny was talking. She finally reacted. She was stunned and couldn't believe her ears, afraid that she had heard it wrong. You will report to the winery tomorrow. Ask Sister Shuhua for the specific procedures. Work hard when you get to the winery, and don't embarrass me. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. Hey, I will definitely work hard and never bring shame to our military wives. Lou Danny nodded vigorously, her eyes turning red unconsciously. Living in the family building do not live well. Only those with two working families like Gao Shangjin and Yin Lia live well. The other wives of soldiers who do not have jobs have many children and are burdened with heavy family responsibilities. They live a tight life, relying on just one person's salary. Is the case with Lou Danny's family. She has 4 children, her parents-in-law are old and in poor health, and her 2 brothers-in-law also need support. She has to send money back home every month, and their life is really tight. Ruan Qiqi took out the donkey roll and didn't put anything in the basket. She let Lou Danny take the empty basket and leave. She was afraid that someone would come again, so she closed the door and went to sleep, leaving Lu Yi to deal with it. Sure enough, when she woke up, the things on the table were piled up like a mountain. The table was piled with a variety of dim sum, bacon, rice cakes, sausages, pig blood cakes, smoked fish, smoked duck, smoked pig's feet, etc. Lu Sanmei, Zhang Hohat, Li Shaozi, and Shang Lahua. Lu Yi mentioned the names one by one. Wow, all the unemployed military wives in the family building came to give gifts. There were more than 10 of them. Return everything. We've run out of jobs. Although Ruan Qiqi was greedy, she did not want to receive gifts without doing anything, so she planned to return all the food. Why return it? They are all delicious. Xia Tao also woke up. When she entered the door, she saw so many delicious foods and her saliva couldn't stop flowing. No reward without merit. If I accept these things, I will have to help people find jobs. I don't have that ability. Ruan Qiqi explained. It's a simple job. I have a way to do it. Xia Ta took a piece of donkey roll to eat and took on the responsibility of doing the job. The 3rd update is completed. Good night. After eating 3 donkey rolls and 2 white sugar cakes, Xia Tao finally suggested a solution. With so many people without jobs, why not set up a factory and employ as many people as you want? Ruan Qiqi was so angry that she laughed and said, It's easy for you to say that. It's not that easy to set up a factory. Where does the money come from? As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes lit up and she understood what Xia Tao meant. I knew we were so in tune with each other. Qiqi, are you really not going to consider divorcing this man and being with me? Xia Tao gave a fierce look and started again. Lu Yi picked her up directly, walked out, and threw her out onto the balcony. Everyone in the corridor was shocked. Lu Yi hadn't had a seizure in a long time. Why did he suddenly have a seizure again? If you throw it down from the 3rd floor, someone will definitely die. Of course no one was killed. Xia Tao threw a flying rope in the air and hooked it on the balcony. The person was hanging in the air. Then she slowly climbed up and went into the house to eat donkey rolls as if nothing had happened. Auntie is amazing. Auntie, one more. Several children lay on the balcony and cheered loudly. Xia Tao came out with a piece of donkey roll in her mouth, jumped down from the 3rd floor, and then climbed up from the zipline. When passing by the 2nd floor, she took the biscuits from Wang Tsuewa's eldest son and stuffed them into her mouth. This kid was the one who screamed the loudest just now. Who's better, Auntie or Uncle Lou? Xia Tao asked with a smile, with one hand hanging on the zipline. Auntie is awesome. The eldest son stared blankly at Xia Tao, whose smile was as beautiful as a flower, and his head felt dizzy. Auntie is so beautiful, like a fairy. You're so good, I'll give it to you. Xia Tao smiled even happier. He took out a piece of donkey roll like a magician and stuffed it into the boy's mouth, then climbed up to the 3rd floor quickly like a monkey, attracting cheers from a group of children. The adults all curled their lips in dismay at what they saw. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. Those who play with crazy men and women are not serious people either. Xia Tao was greatly stimulated and wanted to perform again, but was dragged away by Ruan Qiqi. She now had to admit that this Japanese woman was crazier than her. Xia Tao, who had just entered the room, pointed at the black pig blood cake and said with a smile, "Let's have this tonight. I haven't had it for a long time. It's delicious when fried with bacon." Ruan Qiqi also felt greedy, so she took 3 pig blood cakes and a piece of bacon, washed them with hot water, and fried them with garlic sprouts in the evening. Her work problems had been solved. She felt at ease eating these things. In the entire family building were watching what was happening at Ruan Qiqi's house. When they saw her frying pig blood cake, Lu Sanmei was so excited that she shed wide noodle tears. "I was the one who gave the pig blood cake. Sister Ruan will definitely arrange a job for me. I also gave you pig blood cakes. Maybe it's mine." Shangguan was not convinced. She said that the pig blood cake fried by Ruan Qiqi was so fragrant. It was definitely her skill. The pig blood cake, made by Lu Sanmei, was not as fragrant as hers. "Stop arguing. Think about it. Sister Ruan didn't return anything. Is she trying to arrange jobs for all of us?" Zhang Hohat has a more flexible mind and thinks more deeply. After spending more than half a year together, she had a good understanding of Ruan Qiqi's character. She was a little crazy, but she never took the initiative to find fault. She was a little greedy, but she never took advantage of others. Since Ruan Qiqi didn't come back, she should be able to arrange a job for her, right? Other wives were all very excited, saying at the same time, "Even if it's a temporary job, it's fine. We can earn an extra 10 yuan a month, which is enough for the children to eat meat and buy new clothes." "Me too. I am content with having a temporary job." The wives of military personnel don't have high demands and don't want formal jobs. They are very grateful to have a temporary job. The Ruan family had a very sumptuous dinner with a large pot of pork head, pig blood cake, fried bacon, steamed sausage, fried peanuts, spiced dried tofu, and a large plate of stir-fried vegetables. After sending some dishes to Lia's house, they started eating. "It's so comfortable." Xia Tao drank a bowl of glutinous rice wine in one gulp, then ate a piece of pork head meat, sighed with satisfaction, and said, "My adoptive father especially likes to eat pork head meat with glutinous rice wine. He can only eat it during the Chinese New Year. My adoptive mother will fry a plate of peanuts for him and cut a plate of spiced dried tofu. Our family will sit together to drink and eat meat." My adoptive father said that even gods would not trade for such a day. Therefore, her life wish since childhood was to eat a plate of pork head with glutinous rice wine every day. If she could also have a plate of peanuts, she would be even happier. 759 is a good salary. You can afford to eat it every day. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. "I'll give you my salary, and I'll come to your house for dinner later. Okay?" Xia Tao's voice softened. Her eyes were watery from drinking, and she looked particularly affectionate when she looked at people. "No. Get out of here right after this meal." Lu Yi refused mercilessly. "You are just a live-in son-in-law. Do you have the right to speak?" Xia Tao sneered, without even looking at him, only looking at Ruan Qiqi. "No. Finish your meal and leave." Ruan Qiqi also refused and gave Lu Yi a piece of pork head to appease him. Xia Tao curled her lips and picked up a piece of pork head to eat. She was used to comforting herself. It doesn't matter. Qing is in the dormitory, and she won't be lonely. After the meal, Xia Tao took the initiative to ask to pack up the pork head and donkey rolls. "Are you not full yet?" Ruan Qiqi glanced at her waist. Where did all the food go? For Qing. Xia Tao's tone was very ambiguous, and she did not hide her love at all. Ruan Qiqi twitched the corner of her mouth. This woman is a sea king. She falls in love with everyone she meets. What a scumbag. It's better to let this scumbag girl entangle Shangguan Qing. It's better for me to let my friend die than for myself. The next day, Ruan Qiqi did not go to school, but went directly to Pei Yuan and proposed to negotiate with Kikuno Chinatsu and Kikuno Masato, asking the Kikuno family to pay to build a factory in Tanzhou City. Masato Kikuno is reluctant to give up Chinatsu Kikuno. He will definitely agree. This will solve the employment problems for many people. This is a good idea. I will ask my superiors for instructions. Pei Yuan really thought it was a good idea. There were many unemployed young people in Tanzhou City. If a factory could be built, it would not only generate income for the country but also create a lot of jobs. It would be a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. The military region must have management rights over this factory and give priority to arranging jobs for military wives. Ruan Qiqi made a request, which would not only allow her to arrange work for Liu Sanmei and the others, but also ensure that any future military wives coming here would not have to worry about being out of work. Pei Yuan agreed to everything, but he had to ask for instructions from his superiors and then send someone to negotiate with the Qiqi family in order to get the greatest benefit. December passed quickly, and New Year's Day arrived in the blink of an eye. The festive atmosphere in Tanzhou City became stronger and stronger, and many people began to stock up on New Year's goods, like hamsters, stocking up a little every day, and then having a prosperous New Year. The 10 people killed by Xia Tao have been investigated clearly, and it is just as she said, those 10 people deserved to be put to death. The surviving victims don't know who did it, but they are all very grateful to the murderer. Some even silently burn incense to the murderer, praying to the Buddha to protect them from being caught by the police. The several lists that Xia Tao handed over were also confirmed to be authentic. They were indeed deeply hidden enemy spies and had all been arrested. Kikuno Masato was hit hard one after another, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He hated Xia Tao so much that when our people negotiated with him, he made a request. I agree to all your requests, but I have one request. Please return the Kikuno Chiyo sisters to me. He wanted to punish the traitor Kikuno Chiyo with the most cruel punishment, and kill her in front of all the family members to serve as a warning to the rest. Of course, we would not agree to this. Xia Tao surrendered with the utmost sincerity, so she is one of us. How could we possibly hand her over to Kikuno Masato? It can only be returned to Chinatsu Kikuno. Kikuno Masato was unwilling. He had no choice but to agree. His wedding with Fukuyama-kun was about to take place, and the invitations had been sent to celebrities in the capital. If the wedding could not be held as scheduled, the Kikuno family would lose face and would also lose the powerful support of the Fukuyama family. Masato Kikuno promised to build a machinery factory in Tanzhou City, which would provide employment for 1,000 people. He humiliatingly agreed to the conditions, but demanded to see Chinatsu Kikuno immediately to make sure she was okay. Chiharu Kikuno was indeed fine. Pei Yuan had people take good care of her, and she even gained a few pounds. But there was a big problem. This woman had lost all her teeth, and her cheeks were shriveled. She looked like a toothless old lady, and only 1/3 of her beauty was left. This look won't do. Put some makeup on her. Ruan Qiqi took out her makeup box calmly. There was nothing that makeup couldn't solve. A toothless old lady could also be transformed into an 18-year-old girl. Xia Tao found some cotton and stuffed it into Kikuno Chinatsu's mouth, and her dry cheeks immediately became plump. Let me go, Chiyo Kikuno, my grandfather won't let you go. Kikuno Chinatsu struggled hard and kept cursing. Xia Tao angrily slapped her a few times, and she finally calmed down. Hit me gently, the slap marks won't be covered. Ruan Qiqi was very angry. Her factory could not afford any losses. Put more white powder on her. Should we sew her mouth shut? Xia Tao took a powder puff and brushed it on Kikuno Chinatsu's face like painting a wall. It indeed became a lot whiter, and even the slap marks were covered. No need. Give her a mute point. Ruan Qiqi took out a silver needle and inserted it into the mute point. Shangguan Qing had taught her this. One needle could make the patient lose his voice for 12 hours. Soon, after putting on her makeup, Chinatsu Kikuno was beautiful and charming, even more beautiful than when she was in Sakura country. Ruan Qiqi was very satisfied with her makeup skills. A talent like her would be the best in everything she did. Masato Kikuno saw his granddaughter with his own eyes, but there was a considerable distance between them, so he could only watch from afar and could not get close. Please rest assured, Mr. Kikuno. Your granddaughter is our VIP, and we will never treat her unfairly. As long as the money for building the factory arrives, you can take your granddaughter home to get married. Our negotiation expert said in a pleasant manner. Masato Kikuno did not dare to delay for even a single day and quickly transferred the money into the account. Pei Yuan received instructions from above to release the person. Ruan Qiqi was a little unwilling, and she didn't want to let go of any of the Japanese. Poison her and let her die suddenly on the wedding day in front of all the celebrities in Kyoto. It will definitely be exciting. Xia Tao had a brilliant idea. Can you control the time when the poison takes effect? Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. This was really a great idea.
Able.
Xia Tao was extremely proud. In order to escape from Kikuno Masato's control, she had been studying poison techniques for these years, and her ability to use poison was no less than that of the old man Kikuno. Ruan Qiqi gave her a thumbs up. I'm awesome, right? Do you want to divorce Lu Yi and live with me forever? Xia Tao always tries to flirt with him in secret, and she has evil intentions. Ruan Qiqi rolled her eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to this scumbag. Yesterday, she told Shangguan Qing that he wanted to be a pair of desperate lovebirds with her. As expected, no matter whether it is a scumbag man or a scumbag woman, I don't believe a word they say. Xia Tao was not discouraged. After hitting a wall with Qiqi, she went to Qingqing to try again. After a few times, she got used to it. When Chika Kikuno learned that she was about to return to her country, she was very proud and threatened Xia Tao. Grandfather will never let you go. He will punish you with the most severe punishment. Just wait. Don't worry. I will definitely die after you. Xia Tao spoke very sincerely because she was telling the truth. The food that Kikuno Chinatsu just ate was poisoned by her. Judging from the time, this sitch has less than 3 months left to live. Moreover, she is very confident in her abilities. Since Masato Kikuno cannot reach China, she will definitely die in China and witness the demise of the Kikuno family with her own eyes. Maybe you can even see the sinking of Mount Fushur and the destruction of the Sakura Kingdom. Chinatsu Kikuno and Masato Kikuno returned to their country, and the factory construction started in full swing. The factory site was not far from the military compound, and the military wives could see the construction site every day when they went out. There's a factory being built on that wasteland. I don't know what kind of factory it is. It would be great if we could go and work there. Several women were sitting by the fire in the corridor, chatting. The usually lively team seemed a lot quieter without 3 people. Wang Shuhua, Lu Danny, and Wang Tsuehua are all at work. Don't think about these empty things. We still hope that Miss Ruan will be more practical. I don't know if she can go to work after the new year. Zhang Hohot felt that it would be more practical to hold on to Ruan Qiqi's thighs tightly. It won't be available until the second half of next year. Ruan Qiqi's voice suddenly rang out, and she asked for leave again and went home to lie down for a few days. Sister Ruan, can we really go to work? Everyone asked happily. Well, it's the factory you mentioned. Once it's built, I can go to work. Ruan Qiqi gave them reassurance so that they could spend the new year with peace of mind. Oh, thank you so much, Sister Ruan. I knew you were the most capable person in our residential building. When Miss Ruan first came, I could tell she was no ordinary person. It is our blessing to live in the same building with Miss Ruan. Everyone's nice words, as if they were free, made Ruan Qiqi feel a little embarrassed. However, she didn't modestly say that it was not her credit. It was her credit in the first place, and she had to let these people know that her food was not in vain. Sister Ruan, sit down and warm yourself by the fire? Everyone gave up their seats for warming by the fire. I'll go home and bake. Ruan Qiqi refused. She disliked the quilts baked by these military wives because they were a bit dirty. We have a fireplace at home and a beautiful little floral quilt. We put our feet in it to warm them, eat fish, and watch TV series at the same time. It's so enjoyable. She returned home and found the stove was cold. Louis was on a business trip, so she had to take a fresh coal cake and go downstairs to ask someone to exchange it for red coal balls. When fresh coal briquettes burn, there is a sulfur smell, so you have to open the window to dissipate the smell. Also, you have to open the window a little bit when you are roasting a fire to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Every winter in Hunan province, there are cases of fire poisoning which can be serious and can result in death, or even make people become idiots. The fire was on. Ruan Qiqi prepared snacks and spicy fish, put the charged tablet on the table, put her feet in the warm quilt, and lay down comfortably to watch the show. She found the tablet in her space. There were several tablets with a lot of TV series downloaded on them, enough for her to watch while eating. The wind was howling outside. The house was warm as spring. I was roasting by the fire, eating small fish and watching a drama while eating. It was truly a heavenly day. The fire table was not as beautiful as before, but it was very warm. Border. The Lou Jiafeng brothers have been living quite happily lately. With the financial support from their eldest sister-in-law, they can cook for themselves every now and then, and their lives are only slightly better than those of gods. The only drawback is that I haven't been to the next door to kill black monkeys for a long time. Cui Xiongwei couldn't sit still anymore. He wanted to go through alone and kill a few more black monkeys to impress his father. We can't go, so why can you go? If you dare to go, I will report you. Lou Jiafeng strongly objected. With your thin arms and legs, you'll just be asking for your life if you go there, and it will even cause bleeding. Black monkeys like people like you with thin skin and tender flesh. Lu Yuanchao said even more viciously. Cui Xiongwei was a little scared. He was afraid of death, but he was even more afraid of having a bleeding ace. Then let's go together? He took the initiative to invite the governor's brothers, as the three of them had worked very well together last time.
Not now.
The two brothers shook their heads together. They didn't dare because the old fox Mo Jinsong was there. Lu Yi is so powerful, but he suffered several losses at the hands of the old fox. They know their own limitations and are sure to lose to this old fox. Anyway, the money given by the eldest sister-in-law can help them deal with it for a while. Are you scared? Cui Xiongwei tried to provoke them, but it was no use, and he got hit twice, one for each of the brothers. I'm reminding you that the new political commissar Mo is an old fox. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Just wait for your punishment. Considering the fact that they had worn women's clothes together, Lu Jiafeng kindly gave a reminder. Mo Huli is heartless and ruthless. If he catches you, he will definitely not show mercy. Lu Yuanchao said the truth. Mo Jinsong is gloomy. He and his brother have never liked playing with the Mo brothers since they were young. Are you familiar with him?
Cui Xiongwei asked curiously.
Not familiar, but I know him. The two brothers said in unison that their Lu family and the Mo family were not familiar with each other. How come I don't know that I'm heartless and ruthless? What did you do that makes you so afraid that I would know? Mo Jinsong's voice suddenly sounded behind him like a ghost. Brother Lu Jiafeng's scalp went numb, his back felt cold. He gritted his teeth, turned back and saluted. Political commissar. Political commissar. Cui Xiongwei also saluted. Mo Jinsong also became much darker and thinner. He glanced at the three guilty people and knew that his guess was correct. The two missing soldiers on the opposite side must be related to these three people. I know your elder brother. Mo Jinsong smiled at Cui Xiongwei, looking particularly friendly. Cui Xiongwei was a little nervous at first, but when he saw how amiable he was and that he knew his eldest brother, his wariness was immediately dispelled, and he began to chat warmly with Mo Jinsong. Liberation and Aid Korea are my brothers too. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Mo Jinsong offered to treat the two brothers, and naturally the two brothers had no objection, thinking it would be a waste if they didn't eat. After arriving at the cafeteria, Mo Jinsong asked Lao Huang to stew beef and then a big fish. After the dishes were ready, the four of them sat in a corner to eat, and Mo Jinsong chatted about family matters from time to time. The three idiots were all addicted to food, and their already slow brains were completely distracted by Mo Jinsong's chatter. Is the food over there similar to ours? Mo Jinsong asked, pretending to be casual. Not even close. None of them are delicious. The three of them blurted out the words, but they didn't react after they finished speaking and continued eating. Mo Jinsong didn't remind them and waited for these three fools to discover it themselves. Lu Jiafeng was indeed the smartest of the three. His face turned pale, and the food in his mouth lost its taste. Seeing Cui Xiongwei and his silly brothers still eating voraciously, he was so angry that he kicked each of them.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you do is eat. Even people have tricked you into talking. What the heck is the point of eating? Why are you kicking me?
Qiqi kurse dangrili.
Brother, why did you kick me? Lu Yuanchao was also unhappy. He is reminding you that the truth has been revealed. Mo Jinsong explained with a smile. Cui Xiongwei finally reacted, and his face turned pale. What's the secret? Brother, what's wrong? Lu Yuanchao was still confused. He didn't understand at all. Those two soldiers, it was you who did it, right? Mo Jinsong was very direct, because if he said it in a euphemistic way, he was afraid that the three idiots wouldn't understand.
No.
The three men refused to admit their guilt, but since there was no evidence, they could not be convicted. Don't be nervous. I won't tell anyone above me, Mo Jinsong said with a smile. But no one believed it, and they all thought it was a lie. Let's eat. Mo Jinsong didn't mention the matter again and let them continue eating. The three of them looked at each other, a little bit unable to believe that it was so easily revealed, but Mo Jinsong did not mention it again, so they were too lazy to think about it and continued to eat voraciously. After eating, Mo Jinsong asked them to go back to the dormitory, and as expected, he didn't say another word. After returning to the dormitory, Cui Xiongwei closed the door and whispered, "Is he really a fox? He doesn't look like one. Did he become stupid because of the leech bite?" Lu Jiafeng also became a little suspicious. Mo Jinsong knew that they had killed the black monkey, so why didn't he report it? This guy is not a kind person and has a black heart. Brother, now that Mo Fox doesn't care, let's continue? Lu Yuanchao was a little impatient. He had never killed a black monkey with his own hands. Cui Xiongwei was also very tempted and wanted to kill a few more. Lu Jiafeng hesitated for a few minutes and then agreed. He also wanted to kill a few more and then ask his sister-in-law for a bonus. After being used to having his meals cooked for him, he didn't want to eat porridge anymore. It was another day off, so the three of them asked for leave, ran to where the skirts were hidden, changed their clothes quickly, buried their military uniforms, and prepared to cross the line. The last time you wore these clothes, you already attracted the attention of the other side. If you wear them like this again, you will definitely be caught. Mo Jinsong suddenly appeared like a ghost, scaring the three people out of their wits. Put this on, and then tie this on. Mo Jinsong took out a bag, which contained several beautiful dresses, all of which were from the opposite side, and 3 small pillows. After Lu Jiafeng and the others changed their clothes and tied pillows to their clothes, they became pregnant women who were 5 or 6 months pregnant. Mo Jinsong taught them a few steps. Cui Xiongwei imitated them the best and walked with a particularly pregnant look. Brother Lu Jiafeng was still walking vigorously, and Mo Jinsong was too lazy to correct him. Anyway, the boundaries between men and women were very strict across the street, and no man dared to lift up their clothes to check. Mo Jinsong changed into the clothes of the man opposite. I am your husband. When I take you out shopping, you must listen to me outside.
You can only speak when I tell you to.
Remember? Mo Jinsong's tone was very stern, and any mistake would be extremely dangerous. Why don't you change your skirt? The three of them asked in unison. Because I speak the opposite language. Mo Jinsong spoke a few words of the black monkey language fluently. He had been teaching himself the language of the border country a long time ago. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared, and what he learned is now useful. You knew we were coming to the border?
Cui Xiongwei asked curiously.
I don't know. Mo Jinsong told the truth. He had to come to the border. If he could be promoted smoothly, he would definitely not come to this terrible place. Then why are you learning the language of black monkeys? Learning more will come in handy someday. Mo Jinsong smiled and suggested that Cui Xiongwei should learn more. Cui Xiongwei just shut up. He hated reading the most. It would be better for him to kill monkeys than to study. Mo Jinsong walked in front, and the other 3 followed behind. Cui Xiongwei and the 2 brothers whispered, "Has he always been this perverted?" "Right." The 2 brothers nodded vigorously. Mo Jinsong is much older than them, but they still suffered a lot from this guy. Even their mother always uses Mo Jinsong as an example. He has 1 head and you have 1 head too. Your head is bigger than Mo Jinsong's. How come you can't even get half the score he did? This is also the reason why the two brothers hate Mo Jinsong so much. Why did he get so many points in the exam? Can't he get a few points less? Stop talking. Mo Jinsong turned around and reminded them that they were almost entering the town. The three of them shut up. After entering the town, the three of them followed Mo Jinsong obediently. Mo Jinsong had a beard, wore glasses and a hat, and looked very different from usual. Besides, he had just arrived here, and the people on the other side had never seen him. Security in the town had become much tighter, and patrolling soldiers could be seen everywhere. Mo Jinsong walked past the patrolling soldiers with confidence and took the initiative to greet them, using fluent local language, and even his accent sounded very similar to theirs. He came here, he specially found a few local people to learn from. The soldiers' doubts were indeed dispelled, and under Mo Jinsong's guidance, he chatted a lot without realizing it. The third update is completed and will continue tomorrow. Are they all your wives? The soldier looked at Lu Jiefeng and the other two with an envious tone. He was able to marry 3 wives, and all of them were pregnant. A man must be so lucky to be able to do this. Yes, they always quarrel at home. Take them out to relax. Mo Jinsong sighed, but his expression was very proud. He did not hide his envy for the soldiers, as he didn't even have a wife. Another soldier came back from patrol. Mo Jinsong said goodbye, saying that he wanted to walk around another street, and then he led the 3 of them away. These 3 women are a bit like the 3 suspects. The returning soldiers looked at the tall and rugged backs of brother Lu Jiefeng and wanted to catch up to check.
Impossible.
They are 5 or 6 months pregnant. Their husbands are businessmen in the county town, and they brought them here to relax. With Mo Jinsong spoke in a very confident tone and assured that he was definitely not a suspect. He then took out a pack of high-end cigarettes given by Mo Jinsong and shared it with his companions. Where did you get these high-end cigarettes? The companion was a heavy smoker and he immediately started puffing away, not paying any attention to Mo Jinsong and the others. The man who just gave it to me is really rich. He has 3 wives and smokes such high-end cigarettes. A real man is like him. Only one of the 3 wives is pretty, and the other 2 are stronger than the man. Didn't you see the dark circles under the man's eyes? He must have been drained dry by his wives. The 2 of them winked at each other, exhaled a big puff of smoke, and smiled ambiguously. Their envy and jealousy of Mo Jinsong turned into sympathy. By them, still took Lu Jiefeng and the others for a stroll. Because there were troops stationed there, the town was very lively. There were 3 brothels that mainly served the soldiers and passing merchants. Heavily made-up, easy-souled women can also be seen on the streets, flirting with the men passing by. The bold ones will even grab and drag the men into the house. From afar, I saw several easy-souled women soliciting customers. The strong smell of incense powder drifted over with the wind, mixed with curry and body odor, forming a very strange smell that made people feel a little dizzy. What on earth are you doing here? You're wasting your time. Without you, we would have killed several people. Lu Yuanchao couldn't stand this smell and grumbled quietly, wanting to ditch Mo Jinsong and work on his own. You were lucky to kill 2 last time. Believe it or not, if you do it again, you will never get away. Mo Jinsong had a very casual expression and a smile on his face. From a distance, it looked like he was coaxing his wife. Then why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Lu Jiefeng couldn't stand his pretentious look and retorted. It's useless to kill 1 or 2. The people here are more fertile than pigs. People are the least valuable. Sindhu relies on the support of Western forces. If we can make them look ridiculous in the international community, it will be better than killing a few people. Mo Jinsong patiently explained to them that he came here at the risk of his life, not just to kill a few monkeys. He had bigger ambitions. How can we make a fool of ourselves? Take off their pants?
There are so many people here.
Even if they stick their butts out for us to take off, we have to do it until dawn. Cui Xiongwei blurted out the words, and an image of black monkeys neatly lined up in a row, sticking their butts out and begging to be robbed automatically popped up in his mind, and he laughed at himself. I don't want to pick it. It stinks. Lu Yuanchao was disgusted. All black monkeys, regardless of gender, were smelly and could be smelled from 3 meters away. He couldn't bring himself to kill them. Can you think about human affairs? Is the black monkey your dog? Will it stick its spit out when you tell it to? Lu Jiafeng felt very tired. At this moment, he suddenly understood a saying, a wise man works harder. Smart people always worry more, like him. Mo Jinsong watched the 3 people bickering with a smile, without any disgust in his eyes. These 3 idiots are still of great use, and need to be coaxed. He would be too conspicuous if he came alone, but it would be less conspicuous if he brought 3 wives, which would make it easier for him to gather intelligence. Why are you so fierce? It was he who said that the monkey should make a fool of himself.
Qiqi retorted angrily.
That is. Lu Yuanchao responded subconsciously, and soon realized that the boy was talking to his dear brother, so he kicked him immediately. Duck. Why are you kicking me? Cui Xiongwei immediately kicked back. He was not the kind of person who would not fight back when being bullied. Lu Yuanchao wanted to kick back again, but a few locals passed by and pointed at them with a smile. The 2 men had to stop temporarily and stand still, their swollen bellies particularly conspicuous. Women are always like this. They can argue for a long time over a new piece of clothing. It's so annoying. Mo Jinsong complained to them and sighed. You don't beat them enough. A disobedient woman will behave herself after a beating. The 2 women in my family are more obedient than dogs. A burly man proudly imparted his experience. Who says it's not true? But my 2 wives are stronger than cows and they work better than men, and they fight just as well. Mo Jinsong said he was disgusted, but he looked very proud. He pointed at Lu Yuanchao's belly and said proudly, my 3rd wife is the strongest. The child she gave birth to will definitely be strong too. In the future, we will have no problem finding someone to work the farmland at home. You are so lucky to marry such a strong woman. Several local people were very envious. To be able to raise a woman so tall and strong, her family must be well off. This man was so blessed. Lu Yuanchao was pulled out alone and criticized by so many stinky men, which made him very angry. He rolled his eyes at Mo Jinsong several times. Mo Jinsong chatted with these people for half an hour and gained a lot. The man who taught Mo Jinsong how to beat his wife had an empty house at home, and Mo Jinsong rented it without spending a penny. Because this man had a problem that had been bothering him for a long time, which was solved by Mo Jinsong in just a few words. The man was grateful and wanted to cling to Mo Jinsong's thigh and follow him to the county town to make a lot of money. He generously invited them to live with him and stay as long as they wanted. Thank you, Brother Galois. I won't be polite. I just happen to be looking for a partner for a big deal. I think Brother Galois is a good choice. We can talk in detail later. Mo Jinsong threw out the fragrant bait and caught the Galapagos carp. He warmly invited Mo Jinsong to his home for dinner and said he would introduce him to his friends, who were all businessmen in the town. Some of them also supplied the troops with goods, mainly fresh meat and fruits and vegetables. There are quite a few troops stationed there, and they consume a large amount of meat, vegetables, and fruits every day, all of which are supplied by the town. I will definitely visit on time. Mo Jinsong agreed. Galois took them to his house, a 2-story building with an independent courtyard, which was relatively clean. Mo Jinsong expressed his satisfaction, thanked him again, and even saw them off to the door. Pop sound. Mo Jinsong's body and several local large-denomination banknotes fell out. Galois also saw the thick money in the wallet and felt relieved immediately. When he goes shopping, he must be doing big business. He will be rich in the future. After seeing off Galois, Mo Jinsong closed the door and said to Lu Jiafeng and the others, go buy groceries later. Don't come back. Come back next time you have a break. I'll still be dressed like this. You're not going back? The 3 of them said in unison. No, I have something to do, let's go. Mo Jinsong's tone was firm. He had already found out that there would be a large-scale military exercise at the end of the month. Many national leaders would be invited to observe and Western reporters would report on the scene. He wanted to do something big. If you don't reply, we won't reply either. Lu Jiafeng and the other two didn't want to go back either. They wanted to stay and kill the monkey. To waste a day as they didn't kill any monkeys today. The most important thing is that the two brothers don't have much money left, so they can't cook for themselves very often. I order you to go back. Mo Jinsong's tone became stern. Forget it. My sister-in-law said that the generals outside don't have to obey. Your orders are bullshit. Lu Yuanchao sneered and refused to buy it. That's right, my eldest brother said the same thing, and I won't reply either. Cui Xiongwei immediately agreed. He also wanted to kill a few more monkeys to impress his father. You want to make a contribution, right? Mo Jinsong asked in a slower tone. The three of them rolled their eyes in unison. Nonsense. Who doesn't want to make a contribution? Mo Jinsong smiled and coaxed. If you kill a few monkeys, you will only be punished, but if you listen to me, you will definitely gain merit. Everyone can draw a cake. My sister-in-law said that the cake you put in your mouth is the real cake. Lu Jiafeng didn't believe a word of it. After coming to the border, he often corresponded with Ruan Qiqi and benefited a lot from it. Yes, my eldest brother said the same thing.
Qiqi nodded vigorously.
Mo Jinsong finally understood. No wonder the Lu Jiafeng brothers became smarter. It turned out that they had been trained by Ruan Qiqi, and the training was quite successful. Don't worry, I never make false promises. As long as you listen to me, you will be able to make contributions next month, at least second-class merit. Mo Jinsong promised that he was still confident, because the exercise at the end of the month is very important. If the exercise is successful, Sinlu will receive a large amount of advanced weapon support, which will be a huge threat to our country. What he wanted to do was to make this exercise a joke, make Sinlu look ridiculous internationally, and cause it to lose some economic and weapon support. This would be much more meaningful than killing a few monkeys. Lu Jiafeng and the other two were indeed persuaded. A soldier who doesn't want to make merit is definitely not a good soldier. Although they are not good soldiers and are cowardly, they also want to make meritorious contributions and even dream about it. You say I can be credited with merit just by making contributions? I don't believe it. Lu Jiafeng asked tentatively. As long as you cooperate with me, you will definitely be able to accomplish something. Mo Jinsong was unwilling to reveal too much, fearing that these three fools might not keep their mouths shut and ruin his plans. All three of them were deeply tempted. The temptation of the second-class merit was too great. If you don't make any achievements next month, I will beat you even if you are the political commissar. Lu Jiafeng swung his fist. I want to beat him too. Cui Xiongwei and Lu Yuanchao said in unison. Don't worry, there won't be such a chance. Mo Jinsong smiled slightly. As long as his plan succeeded, he would definitely be promoted. The border was just a stepping stone for him, and he didn't plan to stay there for long. Lu Jiafeng and the other two left, and asked Mo Jinsong for some money, with a very strong reason. I am your cousin now. Who else should I ask if I don't ask you? The three of them ran to the vegetable market and bought a few big fish, then carried them up the mountain. After returning to the territory, they changed their clothes and carried the big fish to the cafeteria, ready to give Lao Huang a snack. Mr. Mo won't deceive us, right? Cui Xiongwei was still a little worried. It sounds weird that winning the second-class merit is easier than buying vegetables. If he dares to lie, I'll stuff a sack full of blood into his mouth and beat him to death. Lu Jiafeng said viciously. Yes, fill his sack. Lu Yuanchao responded fiercely. Cui Xiongwei felt relieved immediately. The three of them went to the cafeteria happily, stewed a few big fish, and called the brothers from the previous class to have some extra food. They ate it with great relish. It turns out that getting something for free is the best. I'll ask Mo Fox for money next time. After eating and drinking, the three of them returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and prepared to go to bed. Cui Xiongwei suddenly said, Mo Huli is alone over there, is he okay? What could possibly happen to him? He's more cunning than a fox. The two brothers were not worried at all. Even Lu Yi couldn't beat Mo Huli, so what was there to worry about? Cui Xiongwei felt relieved when he heard this. He climbed onto the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The Lu Jiafeng brothers had already started snoring. The next day, Lu Jiafeng was still a little worried, So he ran to call Ruan Qiqi and racked his brains to explain the matter clearly. Mo Jinsong is also catching leeches? And he's having so much fun catching them? Ruan Qiqi understood it all at once. Yes, sister-in-law. He won't be bitten by a poisonous insect, right? Lu Jiafeng asked worriedly. Although he didn't like Mo Huli, they were from the same compound after all. He would feel sorry to see Mo Huli get into trouble. Did he promise to treat you to a big meal in the future? Ruan Qiqi asked vaguely. Mo Jinsong would not risk his life and stay on the other side for no reason. He must want to make a contribution. This guy is just like Hei-home. He is a complete power-obsessed person who only wants to get promoted. Therefore, Mo Jinsong wanted to stay there to gather intelligence and asked Lu Jiafeng and the other two to pretend to be pregnant women to cover him. Lu Jiafeng was stunned for a few seconds, then he understood and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's what he said, and he also said he would treat me to 2 meals. God bless my sister-in-law so that she can understand. Ruan Qiqi understood that Mo Jinsong promised that the 2 idiots would be awarded second-class merit. What this guy did was definitely a big deal, something that could cost him his head if he wasn't careful. Since I've treated you to a sumptuous meal, why not take him to catch leeches? Be careful in the mountains and don't get bitten by poisonous insects. Ruan Qiqi advised. These 2 idiots have already boarded the pirate ship, and it's too late to get off now. Besides, they can't just leave Mo Jinsong alone. She doesn't like Mo Jinsong, but now it's external. She definitely can't sing a different tune.
No.
Lu Jiafeng hung up the phone and went on patrol with peace of mind. Ruan Qiqi called Pei Yuan and asked what major events had happened recently on the southwestern border. At the end of the month, Sinda will hold a large-scale exercise on the border. Leaders from various countries will be invited to observe, as well as international journalists. After the exercise, they will receive a large amount of weapons and economic support. Pei Yuan was fully aware of the changes in the international situation and described them in great detail. If the exercise is unsuccessful, will Sinda suffer great losses? Ruan Qiqi knew nothing about politics and asked for advice humbly. Of course, the loss of face is a minor matter, but the loss of economic and weapons aid from various countries is a major matter. Pei Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he finished speaking. He said anxiously, "You are not allowed to cause trouble at the border without orders, Comrade Jiahua. I won't go there. There are leeches all over there." Ruan Qiqi's tone was full of disgust. Pei Yuan didn't quite believe it. After hanging up the phone, he told Ding Yi to keep an eye on Ruan Qiqi. She's definitely going to cause trouble at the border. You and Xiao Chao should take turns keeping an eye on her. Don't let her cause an international dispute. Ding Yi agreed and suggested that Pei Yuan transfer someone to 759. Shangguan Qing? Isn't she injured? Pei Yuan had indeed set his sights on Shangguan Qing before, but the army refused to let her go. Now that the girl was seriously injured, he couldn't bear to let her work with injuries. I'm recovering now, taking the medicine I took. Ding Yi recommended Ruan Qiqi's tea. Shangguan Qing glovetea. So he asked Ruan Qiqi for some tea. Sure enough, the hidden injuries in his body were slowly healing, and he would definitely be back to his peak next year. Regarding the border issue, it is all fabricated. Don't compare it with reality. Pei Yuan saw some clues and said meaningfully, Shangguan Qing is indeed a good girl, but it will be difficult for her adoptive father to pass the test. I haven't even started yet. I just want you to come over and be in a group with me, so that I can get the upper hand.
Ding Yi told him about his plan.
He was an old employee of 759 and had known Pei Yuan for more than 10 years. They were very close, and there was no need for him to hide anything. Okay, I'll go apply. Pei Yuan agreed. The old bachelor finally felt love, so he had to help him no matter what. What's more, Shangguan Qing's strength is there, and he is indeed qualified to enter 759. As the year draws to a close, the course schedule becomes tighter. There are final exams at the end of the month, and winter vacation will begin after the exams. Students in the class study harder, and often after the lights are turned off, you can still see many people in the corridor, reading in the dim corridor lights. The most hardworking people in the dormitory were Su Erfeng, Li Yuqin, and He Aihong. The three of them often read until late at night, reading with candles after turning off the lights, or reading under the quilt with a flashlight. The laziest ones are Qiqi and Xia Tao. One fishes for 3 days and rests for 2 days, and the other sleeps in class. They are both problem students in the eyes of the teachers. The atmosphere in the dormitory has become much more harmonious recently. When the school started, no one liked He Aihong very much, but after a while, they found that apart from being obsessed with power, loving to show off, and ordering people around, this person didn't have any serious problems. After all, he was not a two-faced, backstabbing person, and he was very upright when it came to major issues. Moreover, ever since He Aihong was dealt with by Ruan Qiqi and Shangguan, she has changed her habit of ordering people around and has become much more pleasing to the eye, so their relationship has naturally become harmonious. As time went on, He Aihong's long-suppressed desire for power began to surface again. The main reason is that she has always wanted to be the dormitory head. She thinks Shangguan is not qualified to be the dormitory head. If she were the dormitory head, she would definitely do a better job. That day, after lunch, everyone came back to the dormitory to sleep. Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin did not sleep. They used their nap time to read, trying not to be the last in the class in the final exam. Ruan Qiqi and Xia Tao have already climbed onto the bed. Shangguan is drinking tea. The tea leaves were given to her by Ruan Qiqi. After drinking the tea, she also prepared to go to bed.
Let me tell you something.
Our dormitory 309 has not been awarded the title of civilized dormitory twice. As the semester is about to end, why don't we do a thorough cleaning to make this semester a success? What do you think? He Aihong rehearsed this sentence in her mind hundreds of times before finally saying it out loud. She was very satisfied with her performance and could score at least 95 points. After saying this, she looked at her roommates expectantly, hoping for a resounding response. However, Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin were concentrating on reading without even lifting their eyelids. Ruan Qiqi and Xia Tao were both sleeping soundly. Shangguan finished his tea, chewed the tea leaves, and climbed into bed, ready to go to sleep. Did you hear what I said? I hope we can put a perfect end to this semester, do a thorough cleaning at noon, and be rated as a civilized dormitory. What do you think? Not getting a response, He Aihong asked again. Still no reaction. She was determined to ask again, when she felt a sudden pain in her head, which was caused by Shangguan's hit. I'm the dormitory head. If you're not smart enough, give me some advice. Shangguan warned coldly. You haven't fulfilled your duties as dormitory head, you.
Ouch.
Before He Aihong could finish her words, she was hit hard on the head by Xia Tao. Her voice became even colder. You even dare to question Qing. Is it your tongue or your skin that's itchy? If your tongue itches, pull out your tongue. If your skin itches, whip it. I don't feel itchy anywhere,
I'm sleepin'.
He Aihong immediately became timid and went to bed obediently. The budding desire for power in her heart was completely nipped in the bud. Pulling up the mosquito net, she couldn't help but slap herself, then silently recited the 12-word mantra, reciting it dozens of times before stopping. She hasn't been reading enough recently, which is why she feels so proud. From now on, she must read it 50 times every day, otherwise she may not be able to graduate safely. Xia Tao snorted coldly outside the tent, and He Aihong was so scared that she crawled into the quilt and fell asleep. Ruan Qiqi didn't say anything. With Xia Tao, the crazy woman, around, she would definitely be able to control He Aihong. On the weekend, Ruan Qiqi returned to the compound, and Lu Yi had just returned from outside. She cooked a lot of delicious dishes, and they sat around the fire table to eat in the evening. She also mentioned that Mo Jinsong stayed in the neighboring country to gather intelligence. He wants to sabotage the exercise? After listening to this, Lu Yi guessed Mo Jinsong's purpose.
Sure.
I'm curious how he'll sabotage it. Ruan Qiqi was really curious. Just go to the border, and you'll know.
Lu Yi replied just suave.
After saying this, Both he and Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up, and they exchanged a knowing look and said at the same time, "Let's go now?" Both of them were happy. After dinner, the two happily decided to go to the border since they hadn't taken their annual leave yet. The next day, they all went to their respective directors to ask for leave. Pei Yuan and Director Mu both approved it. It was a legitimate request for leave, so there was no reason not to approve it. However, they both arranged for people to keep a close eye on these two guys and prevent them from running to the border to cause trouble. Dante Yi and Xingji were both lost, and Ruan Qiqi and Lu Ye's abilities became much stronger, so it was easy to get rid of them. However, they brought Manzai with them. One reason was to take Manzai out to play, and the other was that Manzai had a strong talent for languages and would definitely be able to learn the language of Sindhi quickly, making it easier to get away with it. I also brought some Manhwa sauce. Louis contacted a plane to the southwest military region and took a car after arriving. The two of them packed their luggage, took Manzai and Mama Jiang with them, and boarded the plane to the southwest. The helicopter took off and gradually flew high into the sky. Mama Chan suddenly barked out of the window, and the pilot also made a sharp blast. Because, open the door. It turned out to be Xia Tao's voice. I don't know when this crazy woman hit on the plane. Louis opened the car door, and a huge wind blew in. Xia Tao held the shelf in one hand and waved a few times with the other hand, greeting calmly. He threw a rope and pulled the crazy woman up. Getting on the plane, Xia Tao heaved a sigh of relief, clasped her hands together and murmured, "Thank God. I live another day." "Why are you following me?" Ruan Qiqi asked helplessly. "Director Pei asked me to work with you. We are in the same group. Why did you only take him and not me? You even brought the dog with you. How am I inferior to this ugly dog?" Xia Tao pointed at Mama Jiang and attacked her physically. "Woof. You are ugly." Mama Jiang got angry and barked at Xia Tao. "If you keep shouting, I'll castrate you." Xia Tao took out a short knife and pointed it at Mama Jiang threateningly. Mama Jiang was so scared that she tucked her tail between her legs and curled up in Manzai's arms, asking for a pat. Manzai sniffed and looked at Xia Tao. There was a faint odor on this person, but it was not obvious, even fainter than Zheng Jingyun. He couldn't tell whether Xia Tao was a Japanese devil, so he told Ruan Qiqi. "She has turned from evil to good. Don't worry." Ruan Qiqi comforted him. "Yes, I am a good Japanese soldier." Xia Tao grinned, indicating that she was a good Japanese soldier and not the same kind as the little Japanese soldiers. Manzai also smiled and took the initiative to shake hands with her. 3 days later, they followed a vehicle transporting supplies and finally arrived at the border after a bumpy ride. They did not go to the army, but rented a house in the town and lived there temporarily. The third update is finished. These crazy guys are going to cause trouble. We will continue tomorrow. Ruan Qiqi and his companions bought local clothes and dressed up as local ethnic minorities, claiming to be a family of 4 and a dog who had come to the border to seek refuge with relatives. "That's my man's older brother. He was a little frightened when he was a child and doesn't like to interact with people, but he is very smart and talented. That girl is my sister. When she was little, she hid in a grave. After she came back, she was burning for 3 days and 3 nights. Her brain is not very clear anymore, and she has seizures from time to time. Both of our parents are gone, so we can only take care of her. Our relatives in our hometown bullied us, so we had to come here to live with our cousins. I didn't expect that they had moved too." Ruan Qiqi sighed sadly, with tears in her eyes. The landlady and several neighbors were all deeply saddened by what they heard and looked at her with sympathy. Both parents are dead, parents-in-law are deceased, and she has a crazy sister. The man she married has a stupid brother.
Oh my.
This family, even with the dogs together, can't even afford a table of mahjong. What a sin. We are a little bit out of the way here, but as long as we work hard, we will have no problem filling our stomachs. When things get stable, we'll introduce your uncle and sister to potential partners. Maybe after they get married, they'll be normal. It's really possible. I have a relative from my mother's side. Before she got married, she would pounce on any man she saw. After she got married, she became normal all of a sudden. Some illnesses need to be cured by men. Several aunts were very enthusiastic and wanted to introduce potential partners to Manzai and Xiaotao. Although one is stupid and the other is crazy, the man is tall and strong, and the woman is pretty. They will not have trouble finding a partner, as there are so many bachelors in the border area. Xiaotao in a room had a bad look on her face. If Ruan Qiqi hadn't forbade her to go out, she would definitely have gone out to argue with these aunts. Why should men cure women's problems? Men will only bring disaster and pain to women. What's the use of them? Thank you for your concern, aunts. Now I just want to settle down quickly and have enough food for my family. I don't dare to think about anything else. Ruan Qiqi sent these aunts away and went into the house. The distant relative she went to for refuge was real. Louis asked his friends in the military district to get him a suspension certificate and some information about local people, so he was not afraid of being investigated. Xiaotao and Lu Yi cleaned the house very well. Ruan Qiqi went to the market to buy some rice, flour, oil, pots and pans, and the family settled down there. The border town was not big, and any trivial incident would be known to the whole town within a day. The fact that Ruan Qiqi and his wife brought their silly brother and crazy sister to seek refuge with distant relatives was known to the whole town that evening. So, the next day, when Ruan Qiqi went out, she would receive warm greetings from the townspeople, who also comforted her and told her to stay there with peace of mind. If someone bullies you, just tell me. That's right, it will definitely work if you tell Lao Zhu about it. Who is recognized by everyone, is a tall and mighty middle-aged man. He is also a butcher who has been passed down in the town for 3 generations. He now eats public food and is responsible for slaughtering pigs at the food station. Old Zhu is a fierce-looking man who kills animals, so he enjoys great prestige in the town. Thank you, Master Zhu, and thank you, everyone. Ruan Qiqi kept thanking him. Most of the people in the town were simple and easy to get along with. She and Lu Yi split up into 2 groups. She took Manzi out for a walk while Lu Yi and Xiaotao went to find out the situation. After a week, Manzai learned the language of the locals and the neighboring country of Sindhu. The security next door is very strict and every stranger must be checked, but most of the soldiers from Sindhu are very greedy. As long as they are given enough benefits, they will turn a blind eye. Lu Yi said. He had been to the border to carry out missions before and had dealt with soldiers from Sindhu. He could only say that the people of Sindhu were the most bizarre people he had ever seen. It is a country that is difficult to accurately describe in words: dirty, greedy, arrogant, ignorant, and has many bad habits. In this country, any strange thing happening is very normal. Qiqi, I found a local family. They often cross the border to trade with the other side. They are very familiar with the people over there. We can ask them to take us there. Xiaotao was not willing to be outdone. She told Lu Yi about her discovery and gave him a provocative look. Lu Yi rolled his eyes and moved away from her. Qiqi said that this kid was crazy and he would not bother with this crazy woman. During this period, Ruan Qiqi found the town's cleaner through Shushu's information and threatened him with the evidence of his affair with the town's widow and successfully got a temporary job sweeping the streets. The cleaner told others that he had sprained his waist and hired a temporary worker to do the job. No one in the town doubted it, and they were happy for Ruan Qiqi. The streets have to be swept before dawn every day and must be cleaned by dawn. Of course, Ruan Qiqi can't get up so early, so Lu Yi and Xiaotao take turns to sweep the streets during this week. It's time to go check out the other side. Ruan Qiqi didn't check out either, and she could stay there again after the other side came back. She went to the cleaner's house and returned the job to him. The family of 5 then crossed the border before dawn. They were led by the family that Xiaotao had inquired about. Please put on your veils and don't flirt with men. The men here are worse than beasts. They don't even let dogs go. You are so beautiful. Be careful. The man who brought them here was named Li. He often came here to trade. He used the extra food at home to trade medicinal herbs with the people here and then sold them to the medicinal herb purchasing station, making a lot of money. But this job is extremely risky. Your head is hanging on your belt. If you are caught by the soldiers of Sindhu, you will die. Thank you, Uncle Li. We will be careful. Ruan Qiqi agreed very well and she was very well behaved, so Uncle Li believed her without a doubt and went home with peace of mind. It stinks, Qiqi. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a strong stench, and Manzai covered his nose tightly. Mama Jiang also used her 2 paws to cover her nose tightly. Even a dog couldn't stand the stench. Ruan Qiqi couldn't stand it either, so she quickly put on a veil which could be used as a mask. She finally understood why women in Xin had to wear veils when going out. It turned out to be to cover up the bad smell. Lu Yi and Xia Tao remained calm, as if they didn't smell the stench. There were indeed many soldiers patrolling the town. When they saw unfamiliar people, they would call them over for questioning. If anyone could not answer the question, they would be arrested, and their fate would definitely not be good. Come here. Several soldiers stopped Ruan Qiqi and the others. Manzai walked in front and greeted them in fluent local dialect, while Lu Yi took out several packs of high-end cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them into their hands one by one. ABA, ABA, ABA. Lu Yi was gesticulating and saying, Baba ABA, with a flattering smile on his face. He is my wife's sister's brother, and he is mute. Manzai pointed at Xia Tao and said, She's my wife, and this is my wife's sister. They are both mute. Ababa, Ruan Qiqi, and Xia Tao cooperated very well in acting the mute roles. The expressions of several soldiers were indescribable. My goodness, there are 4 mouths in this family, but only one can speak. They can't even start a quarrel. Ruan Qiqi had trained Manzai before he came. Manzai had a good memory and remembered everything. He told a few soldiers that they came to the border to look for business opportunities and make some money. I can't have a dumb wife. When I make a lot of money, I'll marry some pretty and eloquent wives. Manzai's words touched the hearts of several soldiers, and they thought the same way. Brother, I wish you all the best and be happier than Kumar. A soldier patted Manzai on the shoulder and mentioned a name. Who is Kumar? Manzai asked curiously. He's from the county town like you, and his family is very rich. He has 3 wives, all of whom are pregnant. He's a role model for men. Several soldiers mentioned Kumar. Their tone was full of envy. Ruan Qiqi didn't understand what the Sindhi people were saying. She only heard them repeatedly mention a person named Kumar, so she turned around and asked Manzai. She was not worried about Manzai's communication skills. At this time, Manzai was actually the underground worker Lu Yuanfei and was fully capable of dealing with these soldiers. This Kumar is so lucky. I must visit him if I have the chance. Manzai's tone was also full of envy. Look, those are Kumar's 3 wives. The prettiest one is the second wife, the one walking in front is the eldest wife, and the strongest one is the youngest wife. Isn't she more powerful than a man? A soldier pointed at 3 pregnant women walking towards him from afar and introduced them to Manzai. Ruan Qiqi and the others turned their heads together and saw 3 women in local costumes, with bulging bellies, walking towards them, twisting their bodies. Especially the second wife, who was twisting her body in such a charming way that Ruan Qiqi was worried that she would twist the baby out of her belly. When they got closer, Ruan Qiqi's eyes widened and the corners of her mouth twitched. She used all her strength to barely control her laughter. The first wife and the second wife are just the 2 fools in her family. Even wearing flowery dresses and veils, they couldn't hide their silly looks. The other beautiful concubine must be Cui Xiongwei. Lu Yi checked and found out that the Henin brothers were very close to Cui Xiongwei. Cui Xiongwei had an extraordinary family background and was as stupid as the Lu Jifeng brothers. However, this stupid guy looked really good in his woman costume, far better than many cross-dressing guys in later generations. Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi exchanged glances, but did not go over to recognize their relationship. The 3 idiots just walked past them. Manzai finished chatting with several soldiers and passed the test easily. He also found out an important piece of news. Recently, trucks have been coming in every day to deliver supplies to the garrison, mostly weapons, for the end-of-month exercise, so the town has been under tight security recently. The weapons of Sindhu are more advanced than ours, right? Ruan Qiqi asked. They have the support of Western forces and are indeed more advanced. Lu Yi nodded. This is true. Ruan Qiqi's eyes lit up. If they could get these advanced weapons, the Black Monkey's exercise would definitely fail. She then asked, "Does Mo Jinsong also want to get weapons?" "He wants to, but he can't bring it back. The best he can do is destroy it." Lou Yi shook his head. The military strength of Sinlu was not that weak. The sudden disappearance of so many weapons would definitely lead to a hunt, and it would be difficult to transport them back. Mo Jinsong would not do such a stupid thing. If he were in his place, he would also choose to destroy it, so that the kingdom of Sinlu would not have any use for it. If he can't bring them back, we can. If we steal the weapons the day before the exercise, Sinlu will definitely make a fool of itself. Qiqi told her plan. The leaders of various countries would definitely arrive the day before the exercise, and the exercise time would be announced to the world and must not be changed. The Sin country, which had no weapons, could only use old equipment for the exercise, which would be a huge embarrassment. As for transportation, it is even easier. She has space, so she can put everything in the space and bring it back. Lu Ye's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. "Qiqi, you are so smart. You can think of such a great idea. Usually I just thought about it casually." Qiqi was modest, and Lu Yi flattered her again. "I couldn't think of it no matter how hard I tried." "As expected, Qiqi, you are the first, and I can only be second. With me here, you can only be third," Xia Tao reminded in a cold voice, looking down on Lu Ye's flattery. "All men are like this. When they are good, they are full of sweet words and promises, but when they are bad, they are cold and heartless. Not a single one of them is a good thing. Men as creatures should not exist in this world." Lu Yi rolled his eyes at her and ignored her. Anyway, Qiqi is his, and the crazy woman can only envy him. With the help of Lu Yuanfei, an excellent underground worker, they quickly found a house. Coincidentally, it was just opposite Mo Jinsong, and it was also an independent courtyard. The landlord was very talkative, and I soon found out that the person living opposite was the legendary Kumar. Like you, he came from the county town. He has 3 wives, all of whom are pregnant. He is truly a standout among men. The landlord's tone was full of envy and jealousy because he only had 2 wives, one less than Mo Jinsong. Comrade Lu Yuanfei chatted a lot with the landlord and got a lot of information about the Kumar family across the street. The 3 wives rarely go out. Whenever they go out, they go to buy groceries. They don't chat with anyone. They are very well behaved. They are worthy of being from the county town. The landlord praised her highly, saying that women should stay at home and that women who show their faces in public are not decent people. After the landlord left, Manzai told everyone what he had learned. "Darn man, I want to kill him." Xia Tao almost couldn't control her murderous intent just now, because the landlord's eyes were roaming all over her body, looking at her sensitive parts. This disgusting and wretched landlord reminded her of those old men who had bullied her for a long time. "You can't kill anyone without my consent." Qiqi's tone was very stern. It was useless to kill 1 or 2 monkeys. The people of Sinlu were more fertile than pigs. Humans were the least valuable.
"No."
Xia Tao agreed. Although she was crazy, she knew the importance of the matter and would not do anything to ruin Qiqi's plan. She and Lu Yi stayed at home to clean the house, while Qiqi and Manzai went out to buy groceries and daily necessities and exchanged some local currency. As soon as they walked out of the yard, they ran into Cui Xiongwei, who was out taking out the garbage. Cui Xiongwei walked to the gate of the yard, twisting his body and throwing the melon seed shells in his hand onto the road. When he saw Manzai, he habitually gave him a wink, then twisted his waist and went back to the house in a charming manner. Qiqi's mouth was twitching. If nothing unexpected happened, the famous Kumar was most likely Mo Jinsong. As expected, he is Mo Qiufeng's son. He lurks quietly within the enemy's interior and even gets along well with them. Cui Xiongwei, who returned to his room, said, "A new family has moved into the opposite side of the street, and the woman there is quite pretty." "How beautiful is she?" "More beautiful than you?" The Lu Jifeng brothers teased deliberately. After all, the woman played by Cui Xiongwei was definitely number 1 in this town. Even the courtesan in the brothel was slightly inferior to her. How could there be a woman more beautiful than servant Chui in this town? Chui Xiongwei rolled his eyes in annoyance, and the two brothers went out to watch the fun with a smile, but Ruan, Qiqi, and Manzai had already left. They could only vaguely see a man and a woman working in the room through the window, but they couldn't see their faces clearly. I didn't see his face clearly, he was in the house. Lu Jifeng took a big step and a steamed bun fell down. He caught it skillfully and stuffed it into his collar.
Duck.
Lu Yuanchao cursed because two of his steamed buns fell off. He stuffed it back in place, straightened the pillow, and asked impatiently, "What on earth do you want to do by staying here every day? You might as well just kill a few monkeys." "That's right. You can't kill the monkey, and you have to travel all the way here. What a waste of time." Chui Xiongwei was also very dissatisfied. If Mo Jinsong hadn't stopped him, he would have killed at least 3 monkeys. Although Lu Jiefeng didn't say anything, Lu Yuanchao's meaning was what he meant. The three of them looked at Mo Jinsong with dissatisfaction. If he still kept making excuses today, they would just do it alone. Anyway, they have some leverage over Mo Fox, so they are not afraid that he will report it. Mo Jinsong took out a stack of money from his pocket, all local banknotes. "Hold on for a few more days, it will soon be over. We have persisted for so long, and victory will soon be upon us. Do you really want to give up?" Mo Jinsong was trying to persuade him earnestly. He put the money on the table. The colorful money was shining with charming light and was very beautiful. The three of them felt a little dry in their throats. With so much money, they could buy a lot of meat. "Where did you get so much money?" the three asked in unison. Mo Jinsong came. He didn't have so much money on him. He wouldn't rob a bank, right? "I did some small business with the people here." "Did you bring the croton seeds I asked you to buy?" Mo Jinsong explained lightly and asked them to take out the croton seeds. "I brought it. 10 kilograms of croton seeds. All the croton seeds in the pharmacy in town are here." Lu Jiefeng took out a large bag of croton seeds from the basket, which Mo Jinsong had asked them to buy. 10 kilograms of croton can kill an elephant. "You don't want to poison their superiors, do you?"
Qiqi asked curiously.
"Sir, we don't need so many croton seeds. Do you want to poison the leaders from various countries who come to observe?" Lu Yuanchao had wild thoughts and his eyes turned admiring when he looked at Mo Jinsong. If Mo Jinsong really poisoned those visiting leaders, he would call this guy a fox from now on. 1,000-year-old fox must have become a spirit to be so powerful. "Shut up." Lu Jiefeng kicked his feet alone, feeling too tired to talk. Mo Jinsong is a fox spirit who has lived for thousands of years. He does not have the ability to poison leaders of various countries. "Do you really think that the soldiers of Sinnu are vegetarians?" "I'm not that capable. You think too highly of me."
Montag Jinsong smiled.
He just wanted to give some croton seeds to all the people participating in the exercise to make them have diarrhea. Especially for the soldiers performing in the exercises, it must have been very exciting to see them suddenly run out of breath during the performance, in front of leaders from various countries and international journalists. His method is a bit despicable, but when used against enemies, it doesn't matter if it's a bit despicable, as long as the result is good. Although he had a bad relationship with his father, he agreed with his father's words. "If I can drive the enemy out of my home, what does it matter if I become a demon?" He is not as selfless as his father. The purpose of everything he does is to climb to a high position. Of course, he also has a bottom line, which is that he will never betray his motherland. First, he is Chinese, so he must be patriotic. Second, only with the support of his motherland could he climb to the highest position. None of those who betrayed their motherland and went abroad had a good ending. To put it bluntly, no one likes a traitor, including the enemy. If someone can betray once, he can betray a second time. No country will give up power to a traitor. At most, he will be fed and well fed. For some people, living a life without worries about food and clothing may be a good ending. But he couldn't do that. He was too ambitious. He wanted to climb to the highest position and look down on everyone. It would be better for him to die early than to live a life of mediocrity. "Can you tell us what you want to do?" Lu Jiefeng asked directly. Lu Yuanchao and Cui Xiongwei nodded vigorously. You are not careful enough to say it. Mo Jinsong told the truth that this matter was too risky and he didn't trust anyone. My father once said, when you want to do something big, don't tell anyone and keep it firmly in your heart, otherwise you will fail. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Who wants to hear it? The three of them snorted in unison, showing disdain, but they were very curious in their hearts. What on earth did this fox want to do? Help me pound these crotons. Mo Jinsong ordered them to work. Crushing 10 kilograms of croton seeds was a big job, and he was unwilling to do it. We have to go back. We won't do it. The three of them refused in unison. You don't have to go back these few days. Let's go back together after we finish our work. Mo Jinsong said slowly that he certainly did not come here on his own. He had consulted with his superiors, otherwise he would not have so much funding for the activities. If you don't reply, you will be punished. The three men refused to agree. The punishment for leaving the military area without permission was severe, and they didn't want to be punished. No, I've told the higher-ups. Mo Jinsong stuffed 10 kilograms of croton seeds into their hands, along with 3 mortars, and said with a gentle smile, Go to work. The three of them blinked, their minds a little confused, and they pounded the medicine obediently. As they were fiddling around, Lu Jiafeng was the first to react. He slapped his forehead hard and said to himself, Is Mo Huli on official business? What business? Didn't he sneak out? Lu Yuanchao was pounding medicine with a bang and responding to what his brother said. Yes, he sneaked in with us. Cui Xiongwei didn't react either. Lu Jiafeng sighed tiredly and explained, Mo Huli said that if we don't go back, we won't be punished. He has already made arrangements with the higher-ups. Besides, he has been here for such a long time. He is the political commissar. Nothing has happened. He must have come here with a mission. Yeah, brother, you are so smart. Lu Yuanchao finally understood and looked at his brother in worship. Just a little smarter than me. Cui Xiongwei was not quite convinced, but he was a pragmatic man and would not say anything against his will. My brain is only slightly worse than my sister-in-law's. Lu Jiafeng hummed complacently and patted his head with a crisp sound. That's right. Lu Yuanchao is the best supporting actor and also his brother's little fanboy. Cui Xiongwei curled his lips and pounded the medicine angrily. Mo Jinsong, who was outside the house, couldn't help laughing as he listened to the conversation between the three people. At least he was not so stupid as to be beyond redemption. His original plan was actually to steal the new weapons from the kingdom of Sinlu, but after talking to his leader, it was rejected. The leader felt that it was too dangerous and that it would be easy to be caught by the kingdom of Sinlu, which would leave evidence and cause disputes between the two countries. Now China is worried both inside and outside the country, and it is not appropriate to start a war. The relationship with the kingdom of Sinlu should be mainly stable. Mo Jinsong thought about it carefully and felt that his leader's concerns were justified, so he came up with this dirty trick. He had already hooked up with the merchants who supplied the troops. As long as he mixed croton powder into the seasoning, he could make the soldiers have diarrhea without anyone noticing. People here like to add all kinds of seasonings when cooking, and they put in a lot of them, which makes it convenient for him to do things. Even if the kingdom of Sin suspects that it was done by China, it can't produce any evidence and can only swallow the loss. Wan Qiqi and Manzai were on their way to the vegetable market. They walked slowly and smelled all kinds of stench along the way. Wan Qiqi was fine because she had a veil covering her face, but Manzai was almost vomiting from the fumes. A local woman walking in front suddenly stopped, looked around, then ran to the side of the road, grabbed her skirt, and squatted down. Her skirt was very big, so she couldn't see what she was doing, but when the breeze blew, a foul smell came. Wan Qiqi understood what the woman was doing and felt so sick that her stomach churned. Darn woman is defecating on the side of the road. Sure enough, the woman got up quickly, put down her skirt, and walked away as if nothing had happened, without even wiping herself. Then a pack of stray dogs rushed over. Wan Qiqi covered her mouth and retched a few times. She quickly got her weapon and left. She couldn't stay in this darn place for even a minute. She thought of a very popular pilot named Captain Wanwan on the internet in her previous life. He told a joke about Sindhu on the show. The pilot said that the people of Sindhu lived in a huge cesspool, and the stench was everywhere, and there was no clean land. At first, she thought the captain was exaggerating, but now it seems that what the captain said was the truth. Ruan Qiqi now admires Mo Jinsong very much. He can actually live in this ghost place for so many days. This kind of determination is extraordinary. Those stray dogs suddenly ran over and sniffed Mama Jiang. Mama Jiang's fur stood on end, and she barked at the dogs. Woof! Get away, you dirty shoot-eating dog. Ruan Qiqi and Manzi drove the dogs away, quickened their pace, went to the market to buy some vegetables, and ran back home as if they were fleeing. Seeing the clean and spotless house, they both breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. In a blink of an eye, they had lived here for 5 days and there were still 2 days left before the exercise. During these 5 days, they deliberately avoided the family across the street, so Mo Jinsong did not notice their arrival, and it was even more impossible for Lu Jiafeng and the other 3 to notice it. Mo Jinsong has been very busy recently. He goes out early and comes back late, and he hosts banquets almost every day. The place he goes most often is the brothel, which is the favorite place for men in the town. On this day, Mo Jinsong hosted a dinner at the largest brothel in town. The guest invited was the seasoning supplier for the garrison. The supplier was called Lahar, and he was not a local. The reason why Lahar became the garrison supplier was because he had a good sister. His sister married an officer in the garrison and became his 4th wife, who was very favored. He also rose to prominence and became the seasoning supplier for the garrison, making a fortune in the past few years. Mo Jinsong found out that Lahar was greedy for love and money, so he catered to his needs and invited Lahar to the brothel almost every day. He always ordered the most expensive, top-notch, easy-sold womans, which made Lahar completely infatuated. He kept calling Lahar Brother Kumar and told him to come to him if he had any problems. Lahar and the top girl had a romantic moment and their bones were softened. After coming out, he found Mo Jinsong closer to him than his own brother. Although I am not a big shot, I definitely have a say in this small town. Brother Kumar, if you have anything to say, just let me know. I will definitely do my best. Lahar patted his chest loudly and spoke more beautifully than he sang. Mo Jinsong frowned slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Lahar was in a very good mood because of the top star, and he drank a lot of wine. He asked in a hot-headed manner, "Brother, is there any difficulty? It's not a big deal, but I feel bad that some people question our brotherhood. Brother Lahar and I got along really well from the moment we met, and we were like real brothers. I dare to say that Brother Lahar and I are probably relatives from our previous lives. Otherwise, how can we explain this wonderful fate?" Mo Jinsong's words made Lahar even more excited. Tears came out of his eyes and he said with emotion, "I think so too, brother. From now on, we are half-brothers. Who is so blind as to dare to question our relationship? Big brother, tell me and I will teach him a lesson. That's not necessary. We're in business, so we should be merciful when we can. It's not good to make too many enemies." Mo Jinsong's look of concern for his brothers made Lahar's eyes well up with tears again. It was probably because he didn't know the story of the 3 Odes of Peach Garden, otherwise he would definitely have asked Mo Jinsong to become sworn brothers with him. "How about this? I've known you for so long, but I've never visited your home. Maybe that's why those people misunderstood our brotherhood. How about I take some time to visit your home?" Mo Jinsong explained his method and observed the changes in Lahar's expression. Sure enough, Lahar looked embarrassed, and Mo Jinsong understood what was going on. He asked many people and found out that the seasonings prepared by Lahar for the exercise were not kept in the warehouse. Sure enough, Lahar kept the goods under his nose. Lahar was hesitant. The batch of goods at home was very important and there must be no mistakes, otherwise his family would be in trouble and his sister would be implicated. He deliberately left the goods at home. He watched them personally when he was at home and let his 4 wives take turns watching them when he went out. He just had to wait until the goods were delivered to the troops tomorrow and everything would be fine. So, during this period, he never brought outsiders home, for fear that something might go wrong with this batch of goods. Lahar was about to think of a reason to refuse, but he didn't have the chance to open his mouth. I was rude, you just pretended I didn't say anything. I will be back to the county in 2 days. If you come to the county next time, you must come to see me. I will take you to the largest brothel in the city. The girls there are like fairies. I will treat you, and you will definitely have a good time. Mo Jinsong said some considerate words and sincerely invited Lahar to visit the county town. After hearing these heartfelt words, Lahar immediately felt ashamed and embarrassed. Brother, it's my fault. I'm going to take you home for tea now. Let's go. Lahar pulled Mo Jinsong and walked out. Forget it. Your 4 wives don't like outsiders coming to the house. So don't make things difficult for them. Mo Jinsong followed reluctantly, chatting in a teasing manner. They dare? I have the final say at home. Lahar's tone was very arrogant. He glanced at Mo Jinsong, then looked around and lowered his voice and said, To tell you the truth, I have a batch of very important goods at home, so I don't invite outsiders to sit at home. But Brother Kumar, you are different. You are my brother. Let's go to my house for tea. No. If there's any problem with your batch of goods, I can't afford it. I'll come to your house for tea again, when I have a chance. I'm going home first. Mo Jinsong turned around without hesitation, but was pulled back by Lahar. You are going back to the county town today.
Go.
If you don't go, you are not giving me face. Lahar was drunk and had great strength. He dragged Mo Jinsong home at a very fast speed. After supplying the troops for several years, Lahar made a lot of money and his house became big and luxurious. His 4 wives and 8 children stood in 2 rows to welcome the distinguished guests. Mo Jinsong only sat in Lahar's house for half an hour, drank 3 cups of tea, and went to the toilet twice. Lahar even laughed at him for having kidney deficiency. Alas, each of my 3 wives is more powerful than the other. Otherwise, why would I not want to go home? Brother, you are more powerful than me for wives and 8 children. That's amazing. Mo Jinsong gave a thumbs up, his face full of envy, which made Lahar very happy. His guard against him became lower and lower, so when Mo Jinsong asked to go to the toilet again, Lahar did not accompany him and let him go by himself. You'd better come with me. Your house is as big as a maze, and I'm afraid I won't be able to find it. Mo Jinsong took the initiative to ask. Haha, you'll find it if you look for it a few more times. Go ahead. Lahar leaned on the sofa, bleary-eyed, his eyelids unable to open. Mo Jinsong smiled and went to the toilet. Was almost at the toilet, he turned around and went to the other side. Lahar had accompanied him the first 2 times he went to the toilet. He deliberately went the wrong way and was pulled back by Lahar. It was obvious that there was something important over there. Mo Jinsong walked quickly and soon found a storage room with the door locked. As expected, the goods were inside. He first took off the hair tied to the door lock, then took out a thin wire from his arms, easily opened the lock, pushed open the door, and there were indeed a few bags of seasonings inside. When he opened the bags, a spicy smell came to his nose. Mo Jinsong took out a bag from his arms, which contained croton powder. He added a lot of croton powder to each seasoning bag, stirred it evenly, and tied it again. He added the croton powder methodically. It seemed slow, but in fact it was not slow. He finished quickly, put each bag back in its original state, locked the door again, tied up his hair, and ran to the toilet quickly. As soon as he took off his pants, he heard Lahar's cry, and he quickly moaned a few times. What's wrong? Lahar entered the bathroom and asked with concern. I have a stomachache. It must be because of the unclean food I ate in the brothel. Ouch! Mo Jinsong had just taken some croton powder, and as expected, he had diarrhea all over his body and was almost fainting from diarrhea. A foul smell wafted out, and Lahar, who was at the toilet door, quickly covered his nose, and all his doubts disappeared. No wonder it took so long. It turned out that he had diarrhea. After a few minutes, Mo Jinsong slowly walked out, holding onto the wall. He was sweating profusely and extremely weak. This time he was not pretending, he was really about to collapse. The croton seeds that the fool Lu Jiefeng had obtained were too powerful. He ate only a little and almost collapsed from diarrhea. He had just added so much seasoning that he would definitely make a fool of himself during the exercise the day after tomorrow. Why is it so severe? Lahar was shocked to see his appearance. I don't know. I can't do it anymore. Mo Jinsong shook his head weakly, then his face changed drastically, and he rushed back to the toilet. After another huge sensation, Mo Jinsong's face turned even paler, and his ace felt burning with pain. He felt a little regretful that he should have licked less of the croton powder just now. Lahar's suspicion of him disappeared completely. He was almost dying and definitely didn't have time to go to the storage room. Mo Jinsong said goodbye and went home. After he left, Lahar still went to the storage room. Seeing the intact hair on the door lock, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt completely at ease. This strand of hair belongs to his first wife. It is extremely thin and difficult to see even if you look carefully. The hair is not broken, which means that no one has entered the storage room. Lahar yawned and went to sleep peacefully. Mo Jinsong ran all the way home at lightning speed. Lu Jiefeng and the other three had just returned, but they disappeared in a gust of stinky wind. What was that thing that floated over? It stinks. Cui Xiongwei blinked his sleepy eyes and looked like a human, but not quite. It looks like Mo Fox. Lu Yuanchao looked better. Come and give me a hand. Mo Jinsong's weak voice came from the bathroom. He could no longer pull himself up. At this moment, he was both in pain and relieved. He was the one who felt pain, but he was relieved that the rehearsal the day after tomorrow would be extremely ugly. The Lu Jiefeng brothers each supported one side of the man, while covering his nose with the other hand, and carried the man out with a look of disgust on their faces. You made the black monkey bloom in his ace? The three of them asked in unison, their clear eyes filled with gossip. Give me some anti-diarrhea medicine, quick. Mo Jinsong didn't have the energy to be angry. If he didn't take his medicine, he was afraid he would really die in a foreign country. Cui Xiongwei found some anti-diarrhea medicine, and after Mo Jinsong took it, he felt like he was alive again. Have you finished what I asked you to do? After you finish this, will those black monkeys die of diarrhea tomorrow like you? The three asked in unison. Mo Jinsong was choked and wanted to scold them, but he really didn't have the strength. He could only wave his hands weakly, telling these three idiots to go to sleep and not stand in front of him and cause trouble. Are you okay? Do you want me to plug you up?
Cui Xiongwei asked kindly.
He did when he had diarrhea as a kid, but it didn't work, and he still had diarrhea all over himself. But he wanted to try it on others. Maybe it would work. Mo Jinsong gritted his teeth, waved his hand vigorously, and told him to get out. Good night. Cui Xiongwei went to bed, twisting his body. Now he was used to wearing women's clothes, and he twisted his body in all kinds of charming ways even at home. Soon, the thunderous snoring of brother Lu Jiefeng could be heard from the bedroom. Mo Jinsong was a little envious. He had never fallen asleep so quickly before. It was true that fools have good fortune. He leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, reviewing what he had done during this period. Today, the garrison's flour supplier will deliver flour to the troops. He asked Lu Jiefeng and his two companions to find a way to mix croton powder into a bag of flour while delivering the goods. This task was not difficult because there were only two people delivering the goods. Even if Lu Jiefeng and his three companions were idiots, they could complete it easily. This bag of flour was a smokescreen he threw. He didn't expect the garrison to eat it. It would be better if they didn't eat it. It all depends on the seasoning, so he does it himself. The exercise the day after tomorrow will fail, and the kingdom of Sindhu will definitely look for the reason. The flour and seasonings are poisonous, which can delay the investigation time and facilitate their retreat. Because he had to stay until the end of the exercise. If he left early, Lahar would probably become suspicious. He would not allow any possibility that might affect the plan, and it had to be perfect. The next day, Mo Jinsong asked Lu Jiefeng and the others to retreat. You're not leaving? The three of them asked in unison. The exercise will be held tomorrow, and it will be too late if they don't leave now. I'll leave tomorrow.
You guys go now.
Mo Jinsong's tone was calm. Forget it. I'll leave tomorrow too. The three men refused to leave. Even though they were cowardly, they were also loyal people. They would definitely not abandon their comrades in the enemy camp and leave by themselves. This is an order. I order you to go. Mo Jinsong's tone was stern. Come on, you can't even protect yourself. What's the point of giving orders? The Lu Jiafeng brothers all rolled their eyes and ignored him, saying, You have skinny arms and legs. How can you retreat alone? We can still carry you and run. That's right. The three of us can definitely get back with you. Cui Xiongwei nodded vigorously. Mo Jinsong's eloquence was ineffective in front of these three people. No matter what he said, the three people refused to leave and insisted on retreating together. Helpless, he had to agree. He also calculated the escape time and route, so as long as nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to evacuate safely. There are 4 people in the family across the street, but only one of them can talk. It's really interesting. The door opposite opened and Xia Tao came out, followed by Manzai and Mama Jiang, who were going to buy groceries. Mo Jinsong's heart skipped a beat. It was too unusual that 3 of the 4 in a family were mutes. It was very suspicious that such a family suddenly moved in at this critical moment. Recently, he has been busy making friends with Lahar and has not paid much attention to the other side. Mo Jinsong was very upset. If it were his father, this loophole would definitely not have occurred. Mo Jinsong walked to the window and saw the backs of Manzai and Xia Tao, but didn't recognize them. But when he saw Mama Jiang, his pupils suddenly shrank. Darn it, the accident still happened. Mo Jinsong recognized Mama Jiang, so the family opposite must include Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi. With these 2 crazy people around, things will definitely not be peaceful. He pressed his temples hard several times, feeling heavy in his heart. He had a feeling that tomorrow's retreat would not be smooth. Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi, these 2 crazy guys, will definitely cause a big scene. I'm going to visit the other side. Please don't go out. Mo Jinsong took some gifts and went to knock on the door opposite, but after knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. He thought no one was at home, so he turned around to leave, and the door opened. Lu Yi, who looked grumpy as he just woke up, didn't recognize Mo Jinsong and thought he was a neighbor, so he started gesturing. Ababa. Lu Yi gestured a few times, ready to close the door and go back to sleep. I worked all night with Qiqi last night, and I was exhausted. Did the leeches poison your voice?
Montag Jinsong teased.
Lu Yi woke up immediately, his eyes widened. He looked him up and down, recognized him, and dragged him into the house. What are you doing here? Lu Yi spoke in a bad tone. New neighbors have moved in, so it's only natural to visit them. What are you doing here? Mo Jinsong sat down casually, poured himself a cup of tea, and looked around. It was much more comfortable than where he lived. It's none of your business. You do your thing, and we do ours. Don't cross the line.
Lu Yi snorted coldly.
You're not going to get weapons, are you? Mo Jinsong asked tentatively. Don't waste your time, just go. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he fired at the man. Okay, let's not cross the line. Say hello to my brother and sister-in-law for me. Mo Jinsong stood up and took the egg pancake on the table. Xia Tao made it in the morning. She and Manzai ate and then went out, leaving a lot for Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi. It all went to Mo Jinsong. Leave the egg pancakes. Duck. Mo Jinsong, do you still have any shame? Lu Yi failed to catch up with him. Mo Jinsong ran faster than a thief and took away the whole basket of egg pancakes. He ran quickly to the opposite door and slammed it shut. Chased out, but didn't dare to break his character. He stood at the door, waving his hands angrily at the opposite side and shouting, Baba Aba, in his mouth. The neighbors couldn't understand what he was saying. What is the mute cursing about? It seems to be Kumar next door, who took his things. Kumar is so rich. Why does he steal from others? Rich people are very stingy. The neighbors stood at their doorsteps, watching the fun with great interest. Lu Yi stood at the door for a long time before returning to the room and going to bed with his wife. Mo Jinsong is here? Ruan Qiqi asked in a half-asleep state without opening her eyes, except Mo Jinsong. There is no one else who can make Lu Yi so excited. Yes, you shameless jerk. You took away our omelet and the basket. Lu Yi complained with gritted teeth. Forget it, just some omelets. I'll ask Xiatao to make them later and go to sleep. Ruan Qiqi turned over and continued to sleep. She was almost exhausted from moving weapons until dawn last night. She and Lu Yi found out the location of the garrison's new weapons through trees and water, rushed there overnight, avoided the guarding soldiers, and successfully stored all the new weapons into the space, leaving none behind. She has no plans to take out these weapons now, for fear of exposing them. She will take them out when there is a chance and submit them to the country for research. On the opposite side, Mo Jinsong, Lu Jiafeng, and the other two were wolfing down their egg pancakes. Xia Tao's cooking skills are quite good. The egg pancakes she makes are as delicious as those made by restaurant chefs. None of the four of them knew how to cook. They could only boil water and at most make sure the food was cooked through. They had been living a miserable life these days. If they were in China, they could still go out to eat in a restaurant, but the food here was even worse than theirs and was not hygienic. Once, Lu Jiafeng saw with his own eyes that the chef of a restaurant in the town cut vegetables without washing his hands after going to the toilet. He was so disgusted that from then on he would never eat in a restaurant even if he starved to death. It's delicious. The woman across the street is really nice. Even though she's mute, she cooks delicious food. Why does this egg pancake taste like Tanzhou? Lu Yuanchao said to himself. Aren't omelets the same all over the world? Lu Jiafeng retorted. What other taste does eggs and flour have other than the taste of omelet? That's not necessarily the case. It also smells like curry. Cui Xiongwei blurted out, and after he finished speaking, the three of them were stunned and looked at each other. This omelet is definitely not made by Black Monkey because it has no curry flavor. So, the family across the street is not Black Monkeys. Are they Chinese too? What are they doing here? The three were very curious. Of course I'm here to do business. Don't meddle in other people's business. Mo Jinsong stuffed the last piece of omelet into his mouth. Seeing the angry looks of the three idiots, he felt very happy. On this day, the townspeople lived their lives as usual, but there was something different because there were several times more soldiers patrolling the town, and everyone who passed by was checked. The exercise will be held tomorrow. The Kingdom of Sin takes it very seriously and will absolutely not allow any accidents to happen tomorrow. But the accident still happened. Several pilots who were performing fighter jets wanted to consolidate their practice, but after they arrived at the base, they searched for a long time but couldn't find their fighter jets. They had clearly parked them at the airport after training yesterday. These fighter jets were donated by the Bear Country and are considered to be relatively advanced in the world. They have been practicing for a long time and plan to make a splash in tomorrow's exercise, allowing the whole world to see the powerful military strength of this in the country. Now the plane is gone. Several pilots rubbed their eyes hard. They would rather believe that they were dazzled than believe that the plane was gone. But even after rubbing my eyes until they turned red, the plane still didn't show up. Report to the commander immediately. Several pilots looked solemn and hurried to report to the base commander. Soon, a group of commanders came to the base, each with a solemn expression. We must find the plane before tomorrow's exercise. If we don't, we will all be in trouble. The officer roared in frustration. What the heck is this? Yesterday, but several planes disappeared overnight. Could it be that these planes flew away on their own? Base commander did not dare to hide it and immediately reported it to the highest commander of the exercise. Then they discovered even more serious bad news. The other weapons are gone. They were all new weapons to be demonstrated tomorrow. Not a single one was left. They were all stolen. Mobilize all soldiers and check all exits, especially those outsiders who have appeared recently. Capture them all. Top commander's face turned even darker with rage. If these weapons could not be recovered, his career would be over. So, in less than an hour, the whole town was under martial law, and the focus was on checking outsiders who had come to the town in recent days, and all of them were arrested and investigated. The third update is completed. Tomorrow will be more exciting. Xia Tao and Manzi were the first to notice something was wrong. After they bought some vegetables and walked out of the market with a full basket, they saw a lot more soldiers on the street. The street was also very quiet, not as noisy as before. The pedestrians on the road were all in a hurry, looking nervous and walking quickly with their heads down, as if they were being chased by a ghost. Xia Tao winked at Manzai, signaling him to go and find out. Manzai understood what was going on, so he walked to a store where he often bought things, offered the owner a cigarette, and started asking. I heard that valuables were lost at the base. The whole town is under martial law. The highest commander has issued an order to check on outsiders who have come to the town recently. You should be careful. The boss lowered his voice and reminded Manzai to leave quickly and not to be caught. Because Manzai never bargained when he bought things at this time and bought large quantities, the boss thought he was a good person and definitely not a thief. Who on earth is so bold as to steal things from the base and implicate innocent people like us? Manzai automatically switched to Liu Yuanfei, who frowned and looked worried. That's right. Without outsiders coming, who'll do the business in this town? Will it rely on those poor locals? The boss was also full of resentment. The town's economy mainly depended on outsiders. Otherwise, who would he sell the things in his store to? I just bought a large batch of goods and my money is all on this batch of goods. What should I do with my money now? Brother, do you know any superiors? Can I use some connections to help you? Manzai asked tentatively, wanting to know how serious the current situation was. Just then a group of soldiers passed by, and the boss asked Manzai and Xia Tao to squat down quickly so as not to be seen by the soldiers and implicate him. After the soldier passed by, the boss heaved a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, shook his head and said, "This is an order from the highest commander. No one else's connections will matter.
You should leave now.
If you delay any longer, you won't be able to leave. You can earn money again if you lose it. It's better than losing your life." Thank you, brother. Manzai stuffed the whole pack of cigarettes to the boss and left in a hurry with Xia Tao and Mama Jiang. They wanted to go home to inform Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi, but on the way home, a group of soldiers were checking every house.
Walk.
Xia Tao pulled Manzai and walked in the opposite direction. I'm going to inform Qiqi and Ye. Manzai refused to go back. They will definitely be able to escape. Let's go first and meet up later. Xia Tao was very strong and Manzi couldn't break free, so he had to be dragged by her. When they were crossing an alley, a group of soldiers armed with guns and leading a military dog came towards them and collided head-on.
Woof.
Dear, long time no see. Mama Jiang suddenly rushed to the front, wagging her tail vigorously, sniffing the military dog, and acting very affectionate. Not only the soldiers were confused, but the military dog was also confused. It used its limited brain to try hard to recall when she had met this rustic male dog.
Woof.
I'm so sad. You actually forgot me? I'm your dear, Huang. Mama Jiang is like an acting queen, communicating with a military dog seamlessly using dog language. Because dogs resemble their owners, Manzai has a strong talent for languages, and so does Mama Jiang, who has completely mastered the language of local dogs. Seeing Mama Jiang's sad look, the military dog felt a little guilty. Did she really cheat on this male dog? After all, she had had several relationships in the past. She often ran out of the base during breaks to flirt with male dogs outside, and never said goodbye when she left. The female military dog looked at Mama Jiang carefully, and the more she looked, the more she felt that she was very similar to a male dog she had cheated on before.
Woof.
I'm sorry, my memory hasn't been very good lately. The female military dog explained embarrassedly, and to express her sincere apology, she licked Mama Jiang a few times. To outsiders, it seems that these two dogs have known each other for a long time. Without several years of friendship, they would definitely not have such deep feelings for each other. Mom, come back and don't disturb your girlfriend at work. Manzai pretended to scold them a few times, then smiled at the soldiers and said, I'm so sorry, my dog is a bit of a flirt. Almost all the Ziches in this town have had affairs with my dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Mama Zhang started kissing the military dog passionately, a passionate French kiss that made loud, smacking sounds. Several soldiers were a little suspicious at first, but now they are all gone. If it was an outside dog, it would not be possible for it to be so close to the female military dog. It would have to have lived in the town for at least 4 or 5 years. They pulled the military dog back and let Manzi and the others go. After that, they didn't encounter any soldiers, so they ran to a secluded place and hid. Mama Zhang suddenly ran to the side and vomited, making the whole place dark.
Woof.
The ugly dog eats shoot, and if he kisses, it means he also eats shoot. Ugh. Mama Zhang's dog brain was very good at associating things. The more she thought about it, the more sick she felt. She vomited until her eyes rolled back. She lay powerlessly on the ground, looking at Manzi with resentment. It has made such a huge sacrifice for its master. Manzi stroked its head lovingly and took out a big bone from the basket to comfort it. Mama Zhang was instantly healed and began to chew the bone happily. Manzi and Xia Tao decided to wait here for Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi. The two people they were worried about were still sleeping soundly and had no idea that there was chaos outside. When the soldiers entered the alley for inspection, Mo Jinsong sensed the crisis.
Duck.
Mo Jinsong seldom swore, but this time he really couldn't help it. It must have been the crazy couple across the street who caused such a big trouble that the whole town was under martial law. He had planned was completely destroyed. Now he has to find a way to escape. Grass. Mo Jinsong cursed again. All his plans were disrupted, and he wouldn't be able to watch tomorrow's exercises. What was worse was that he was not sure he could escape. There are 5 more to come. What should we do? Lu Jiefeng lifted a corner of the curtain and saw the soldiers approaching with an anxious look on his face. Break out. What else can we do? Lu Yuanchao took out a hunting rifle from the house. He bought it in the town. It was very powerful and could kill a bear. Cui Xiongwei also went to get the shotgun, but his hands were shaking. In his 22 years of life, this was the first time he had faced such a big scene. He is scared. I'm afraid of dying in a foreign country, but I'm even more afraid of dying with bleeding. Don't panic, stay calm, and put the fire away as usual. Mo Jinsong looked very calm and spoke as usual, slowly and unhurriedly. His nonchalant look magically soothed the 3 fools. Do you have any solution? The 3 asked in unison, with hopeful eyes. We have to find a way to unite with the other side. Mo Jinsong looked across, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As long as they join forces with the crazy man and the crazy woman, they will definitely be able to leave safely. The family across the street can't even find 2 people who can talk. How can they help? The 3 of them shouted in unison, no longer holding out hope for Mo Jinsong, and were ready to risk it all and fight these soldiers, hoping they could break through successfully. Your elder brother and his wife are across from you. Put away the fire quickly. Mo Jinsong used a commanding tone, and the 3 of them obediently put away their firearms. Then they reacted and looked towards the opposite side in surprise. With Lu Yi and sister-in-law here, we are not afraid even if 10 more teams of black monkeys come. The soldiers had already checked one house, and were about to check the next one, but suddenly a man ran out and pointed in Mo Jinsong's direction while talking. The soldiers then walked straight towards Mo Jinsong's direction. Mo Jinsong cursed again, and his face looked a little ugly. Accidents happened one after another. He couldn't panic and had to stay calm. The more urgent it was, the more he needed to stay calm. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and started thinking quickly, hoping to think of a good way to escape in a short time. If the father encountered this situation, what would he do? Mo Jinsong imagined himself as his father, closed his eyes, and rehearsed various escape routes in his mind. In just a few tens of seconds, he had thought of more than a dozen ways. But in the end, he discovered sadly that the method with the highest chance of success was what Lu Jiefeng and the others had suggested, which was to break out directly. Mo Jinsong opened his eyes and asked Lu Jiefeng and the others to hide in the house, ready to break out at any time. My elder brother and sister-in-law are here, it's okay. Lu Jiefeng comforted Cui Xiongwei with a particularly relaxed tone. Lu Yuanchao nodded vigorously to show his agreement. Although Cui Xiongwei had some doubts about the ability of his eldest brother and sister-in-law, he was still miraculously comforted. Mo Jinsong was not so optimistic. The crazy couple opposite were still sleeping. He just hoped that they could react faster. Several soldiers entered the yard and knocked hard on the door. "Here it comes." Mo Jinsong pretended to be out of breath from running. After opening the door, he saw several soldiers. He pretended to be frightened, then quickly took out a few packs of high-end cigarettes from his arms and stuffed them into the soldiers' hands in a flattering manner. "Sir, what happened? We have received an order to check on the outsiders who have come to town recently. You are also included. Come on, come with us." The soldiers who received cigarettes as a gift were quite polite. "But I have an appointment with Brother Gawara to discuss business today. It's a big deal. Can you wait until I finish the business? As long as the deal is concluded, I will definitely get benefits from the superiors." Mo Jinsong took out a few large denomination bills and stuffed them into the soldier's hands, then clasped his hands together and begged humbly. Several soldiers hesitated. They were very tempted by the benefits offered by Mo Jinsong. If it were under normal circumstances, they would have agreed, but this time they did not dare to do so. "I'm just going to cooperate with the investigation. You can come back once you've explained everything. Go quickly, call your 3 wives, and don't waste time," soldiers urged. Mo Jinsong's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face and agreed to call his wife out. Lu Jiefeng and the other 2 hid in the house, holding their swords tightly, ready to fight at any time. "Jiefeng and Xiongwei, come with me. Don't bring any guns. Yuanchao, stay at home. Listen to my commands. You can only shoot when I say shoot. When you run out of bullets, rush out." Lu Yuanchao was the best shooter among the 3, so Mo Jinsong left him behind to cover the rear.
Up.
Lu Yuanchao nodded vigorously, feeling extremely proud. He would soon fight in a big battle and become a hero, like the old man. He was not afraid, because there were powerful elder brother and sister-in-law on the other side, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Jiefeng thought the same, so he agreed to Mo Jinsong's plan with confidence and treated it as an exercise. But they didn't know that after being woken up by Mo Jinsong, Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi went into the space to sleep. In space, although you can sense what is happening outside, you're half a beat slower. At this moment, the 2 of them were still sleeping soundly in the space and had no idea what was happening outside. Mo Jinsong brought Lu Jiefeng and Cui Xiongwei out and said with a smile, "My little wife is out buying groceries and hasn't come back yet. Let's go with the commander first." A few soldiers agreed. It was just a woman, they didn't take it seriously. Mo Jinsong walked in front, while Lu Jiefeng and Cui Xiongwei followed behind with their heads down. After walking only a few steps, Mo Jinsong stopped, squatted down to tie his shoelaces, and when he stood up, there was a stone in his hand.
"Shoot."
Mo Jinsong shouted loudly and smashed the stone in his hand hard, smashing the glass in Ruan Qiqi's house into pieces. The soldiers could react. Gunshots went off, and a bullet hit a soldier. Then several more gunshots went off, hitting 3 soldiers, leaving 4 uninjured. Mo Jinsong and his friends ran away so quickly that the neighbors only felt a gust of wind passing by, and they disappeared. The 4 soldiers finally reacted and raised their guns to fire back at Lu Yuanchao, but someone shot them in the back again. It was Mo Jinsong, who had a gun. Being attacked from both sides, the 4 soldiers panicked and screamed. They stood back to back in pairs and fought back. While the 4 soldiers were in a panic, Lu Yuanchao rushed out. He ran even faster, almost leaving an afterimage. A steamed bun fell out. It belonged to Lu Yuanchao. Oh my God, his zipple fell off. The neighbors were shocked. They saw with their own eyes that Kumar's strong young wife was running, and her baby flew out. "Look, another one has fallen," someone shouted. Sure enough, there was another Lu Yuanchao running on the ground, and the terrain had changed from undulating mountains to a flat plain. "Aid Korea! Hurry up!" Lu Jiefeng shouted, picked up stones from the ground and shot them at the soldiers with a slingshot to buy time for his brother. Mo Jinsong originally thought that the noise of smashing the glass would definitely alert Ruan, Qiqi, and the others, and with their fighting power, it would be easy for them to break through. Of course, he also anticipated the second step. If he failed to wake up Ruan, Qiqi, and the others, he planned to kill these soldiers. It would take several minutes for other soldiers who were checking to arrive, which was enough time for them to escape. 1 minute after smashing the glass, Mo Jinsong knew it was time to start the second step. He shot at the black monkey soldiers while retreating towards the back mountain. As long as we retreat to the foot of the mountain, there is a great chance of escape. Run to the left, that's closest to the foot of the mountain. Lu Yuanchao had already met up with them, and Mo Jinsong asked them to retreat first, and he would follow behind. Duck, another team is coming. Lu Jifeng was about to curse. His elder brother and sister-in-law didn't come out. It must be that Mo Huli made a mistake. How could the people on the other side be his elder brother and sister-in-law? He shouldn't have trusted this fox. Now they are attacked from all sides, and they brothers may be stuck in a foreign country. Brother, I don't want to be beaten to a pulp. I'm going to fight them. Lu Yuanchao gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination appeared in his clear eyes. The old man said that even if he died, he had to kill a few enemies as a scapegoat. Otherwise, he would not be able to face his fallen comrades when he went down there. I'm going to fight them. Cui Xiongwei also made up his mind, because he knew that if he was really caught, he would definitely be the first to suffer pain. He would rather die than suffer this humiliation. The old man often said at home that when there is no way to retreat, just fight the enemy to the death. Fight with one to break even, fight with two to make a profit, fight with three to make a big profit. If you can fight with more, the Cui family tree will have a separate page for him, and he will have to burn the first incense on the 15th day of the Qingming festival. Make a fortune. Yuan Chao, you run fast, rush forward. I will cover you. While roaring, Lu Jifeng shot stones with a slingshot, hoping to buy some time for his brother. Brother, I'm strong. I'll protect you. Lu Yuanchao rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight to the death with the black monkey. Duck, if I'm angry, I'll kill every one of them.
Qi Xiongwei rushed forward swearing.
In order to avoid being beaten in the ace, he tried his best. Mo Jinsong fired his last bullet. He saw 3 idiots rushing towards the enemy with determination and heroic spirit. He was so anxious that he shouted, "Charge you!
Get back!"
Darn it, if one of them wasn't paying attention, these 3 idiots would end up seeking death. Without weapons, how can we possibly defeat an enemy armed with guns? He had just observed that he could retreat to the nearest house. It would be good to delay a little longer. He still had faith in the crazy man and woman. Maybe they would come to rescue him soon. The one rushing in the front was Lu Yuanchao, who was only thinking about fighting to the death and didn't hear what Mo Jinsong said at all. He was howling and smashing things as he rushed forward. He threw whatever he found on the roadside. The neighbors who were watching the fun were so scared that they hid themselves. Only they and the 2 teams of soldiers were left on the street. The aid to North Korea is back. Lu Jifeng heard it and shouted anxiously. But Lu Yuanchao didn't hear it. He was taking bricks from the wall of someone else's house and throwing them one by one. His aim was pretty good, and several bricks hit the enemy, causing their heads to break and bleed. Beat him to death. The 2 teams of soldiers were so angry that they cursed and raised their spears to shoot. Aid Korea. Lu Jifeng watched helplessly as a bullet shot into his brother's body and blood splattered. He rushed over desperately to save his brother. Lu Yuanchao held a brick high up and was about to throw it when he felt a sharp pain in his body and saw a hole in his left chest.
Duck.
You. Lu Yuanchao used up his last bit of strength to throw the brick out, hitting an enemy on the head, and then fell straight back. Aid Korea, brother is here, don't be afraid. Lu Jifeng rushed over desperately and caught his brother. Brother. It hurts. After Lu Yuanchao finished speaking in grievance, he fainted. Yuan Chao, wake up. Don't scare me. Lu Jifeng cried out in grief, but failed to wake up his brother. Instead, his face grew paler and paler. Brother will avenge you. Lu Jifeng put his brother on the ground, wiped his tears vigorously, and prepared to fight the enemy. Duck, I'm dead. Cui Xiongwei screamed loudly, then fell to the ground and did not move. Servant Cui, you weak Cui, get up the ducking hell. Lu Jiafeng shouted in panic, but Cui Xiongwei did not move at all. Blood flowed from his body, staining the ground red. His heart sank to the bottom. His younger brother and servant Cui both fell down. They would probably die this time. Mo Jinsong, break out, I'll cover you. Lu Jiafeng suddenly felt a surge of courage, and his mind became much sharper than before. Instead of dying here, it would be better to let Mo Huli escape. It's not that he is so great, but he knows himself well. He will never be able to escape by himself, and Mo Huli has a greater chance of escaping. Go ahead, drag them in. Mo Jinsong rushed over and joined him, and they each dragged one person and retreated into the courtyard. The owners of the house wanted to resist, but the angry Lu Jiafeng knocked them unconscious with one punch each and threw them out of the wall. Mo Jinsong closed the door tightly, asked Lu Jiafeng to guard it, and used bricks to temporarily repel the enemy. He then rushed into the kitchen to find a suitable weapon. There was a pot of boiling water on the stove, steaming. He came out with a pot of hot water and a few knives and pots. The enemy gradually approached, and bullets hit the courtyard wall like raindrops. Lu Jiafeng could only hide under the wall.
Put this on.
Mo Jinsong put the iron pot on Lu Jiafeng's head, put one on himself as well, then scooped up a large spoonful of boiling water and poured it out. A shrill scream was heard, and Mo Jinsong scooped a few more spoonfuls and poured them out. The iron pot above his head was crackling from being hit by bullets like a pot of boiling water, and his eardrums were buzzing. I'm going to the kitchen to get some water. You stay here? The boiling water was almost finished. Mo Jinsong put the remaining water on the ground, gave some instructions, and went back to the kitchen. What? Lu Jiafeng didn't hear anything and took the iron pot away, but his ears were buzzing. He only saw Mo Jinsong's lips moving and didn't hear a single word. Mo Jinsong made a few gestures and he understood. He also made a few gestures and took the spoon. From time to time, the enemy's screams and a few flying bullets could be heard outside. Lu Jiafeng also learned to be smart and poured a spoonful of water every few seconds to prevent the enemy from approaching. Brother, it hurts. On the ground groaned. Yuan Chao, I thought you were dead. You scared me to death. Hang in there. I will take you home. Believe in me. Lu Jiafeng miraculously heard it and was overjoyed. He splashed water and roared, with tears on his face. Brother, I can't take it anymore. I took the $20 you hid in the pillowcase. I'll pay you back in my next life. Lu Yuanchao was out of breath and spoke incoherently. I don't need you to pay it back, just be well. Just hold on, I will definitely take you home. Lu Jiafeng cried and shouted, and even threw boiling water on others. Yuan Chao, wake up, say something. After calling out several times without getting any response from Lu Yuanchao, Lu Jiafeng burst into tears and poured out the last of the water in the pot. Then he began to remove the bricks on the courtyard wall and threw them outside. They ran out of water, catch them. Outside screamed and approached while shooting. Several bullets hit Lu Jiafeng's helmet, splashing sparks. Mo Jinsong came out with a big pot of boiling water and saw sparks flying from Lu Jiafeng's head like fireworks. He was so angry that he wanted to pour all the boiling water in his hand on this idiot to see if he could burn his brain. Can't you just dig at the wall next to you? You can only dig at this place and think the gap is not big enough? Mo Jinsong's gentleness and elegance were completely gone, and he dragged the man to the side, cursing. The previous courtyard wall was dug into a concave shape by this idiot, and his entire head was exposed to the enemy. What did you say? Lu Jiafeng's brain was almost shattered. He couldn't hear a single word, and his clear eyes became even clearer, which made Mo Jinsong feel helpless. The two men successfully forced back the enemy with the help of boiling water and bricks, but Mo Jinsong knew that reinforcements would arrive soon, and they would not be able to hold on for long. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi appeared yet?
Woof. Kill.
Mama Jiang, the dog, took the lead and bravely pounced on an enemy, biting the enemy's throat in an instant. Xia Tao held a knife in her left hand and a sword in her right hand, covering Mama Jiang. Her shooting skills were very accurate, and she could hit an enemy with every shot. Qiqi, yeah. Manzai cried anxiously. They were hiding outside the town and heard gunshots. They thought something had happened to Ruan, Qiqi, and the others, so they rushed back to kill them. They refine, it's us.
Montag Jinzong Yet.
He looked very disheveled, completely lacking his usual gentleness. Bad Song Song? Manzai recognized him and spoke in a bad tone. Because Bad Song Song bullied Ye, he didn't like it. Yes, it's me. Mo Jinsong nodded helplessly, but he was still very happy. The woman that Manzi brought back was too lethal, and she seemed to be a Japanese. The third update is finished. I will continue tomorrow. Bagayalu. Xia Tao was so excited about killing that the Japanese blood in her body boiled, and she blurted out the names of the Japanese. Mo Jinsong had taught himself the Japanese language and could understand it. Moreover, the knife used by Xia Tao was obviously a Japanese weapon. He suddenly had an idea and thought of a good way to divert the trouble away. At this time, another group of soldiers, about 100 people, came and surrounded the street. Mo Jinsong yelled at them, speaking the language of the Japanese. He also said to Liu Jiefeng, "Don't speak Chinese, speak the language of the Japanese." In this way, even if they were caught, the kingdom of Xinlu would think they were the Japanese and would not cause trouble for China. Liu Jiefeng was stunned for a few seconds, then he shouted, "Bagayalu Mishimishi." He only knows these two Japanese words. A stream of hot blood splashed on his face, and then he saw the beautiful mute opposite him slashed with his backhand and killed the enemy, who suddenly attacked from behind. Stupid. Xia Tao looked at him with disdain and continued to kill the enemy. She prefers using a knife to a scythe. The sharp knife pierced into the enemy's body, and bright red blood splashed out like a beautiful dahlia. Killing men is simply the most beautiful art in the world, and she enjoys this process so much. Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions in China. Fortunately, she came to Xinlu, where she can kill to her heart's content.
Duck.
Liu Jiefeng's eyes widened. Darn it. Even mutes can be fakes. Xia Tao had enjoyed killing and didn't see Ruan Qiqi, so she asked Manzai and Mama Jiang to retreat. She didn't care at all about the life or death of Mo Jinsong and the others. But another group of enemies arrived and surrounded the small street so tightly that they could not fly out even if they had wings. Yoshi. Xia Tao licked her lips excitedly, not caring about the approaching danger. She just loved challenging death. If you win, continue to be crazy. If you lose, go to heck. Anyone is fine. She is not picky. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes, tied it around her head, and prepared to charge into the enemy camp and kill everyone. Next, the crisp sound was like the sound of nature, and a machine gun fell from the sky and landed accurately in Xia Tao's hands. Ruan Qiqi and Liu Yi finally appeared, stepping on the colorful, auspicious clouds. The space was a few minutes slow in sensing the outside world, and they didn't expect that such a big noise could be caused in just a few minutes. Fortunately, they were still in time. Mo Jinsong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He had made the right bet.
Da 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 da.
Intensive gunfire rang out and bullets rained down on the enemy camp, causing rows of enemies to fall. Liu Yi found the best sniping spot, set up a machine gun, and quickly suppressed the enemy with his powerful firepower. Humph, coward. Xia Tao snorted disdainfully, jumped onto the courtyard wall holding a machine gun, and without paying any attention to the enemy's bullets, she shot at the enemy like a female war goddess. Then another row of enemies fell. The ground was soon filled with enemy corpses, and the remaining enemies became frightened and hid behind the wall, not daring to show their heads. "Give me the sniper gun, I'll kill them," Xia Tao shouted excitedly. "You have no place here." Liu Yi shouted triumphantly, raised a sniper gun, and fired at the enemy. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and walls were broken into pieces, with a large group of people lying on the ground. In just a few minutes, 1/3 of the enemies were killed, and the remaining enemies were frightened and hid themselves. "Retreat. Don't fight." Mo Jinsong shouted that there were at least 3 regiments of troops in the town. Even if they lay still, They would be exhausted to death by the continuous bombardment. It would be better to retreat quickly before the enemy's large force arrived. Xia Tao and Lu Yi heard it and didn't stop. Retreat! Ruan Qiqi shouted. She knew nothing about military strategy and tactics, so she would be right if she listened to Mo Jinsong. Lu Yi and Xia Tao stopped obediently and retreated with machine guns and sniper guns. Sister-in-law, Yuan Chao is dead. When he saw Ruan Qiqi, Lu Jiefeng suddenly felt aggrieved and burst into tears. Lu Yuanchao lay unconscious on the ground, his face paler than a dead person. Ruan Qiqi placed her fingers on the artery in his neck and felt it was still beating. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a pity that the little fool died. Next to him lay Cui Xiongwei, who was also unconscious and still wearing gorgeous women's clothing. Ruan Qiqi gave him a rough examination and found that he had been shot in the right shoulder, but it was not serious. I guess this idiot fainted from fright. Ruan Qiqi used hemostatic drugs on Lu Yuanchao, and the bleeding stopped. This fool was lucky. The bullet just passed through his 2 ribs. It looked serious, but it was actually not serious. Sister-in-law, is Yuan Chao going to die? Brother anymore. Ruan Qiqi was about to answer when a volley of bullets flew towards her face. The enemy had started again, trying to use up their ammunition. When they ran out of ammunition and food, they would have no choice but to surrender. Mo Jinsong's arrangement, Lu Yi and Xia Tao followed behind and retreated. Lu Jiefeng carried his younger brother, Manzai carried Cui Xiongwei, and Ruan Qiqi carried a big bag full of grenades. He turned back and threw one after running a few steps. Bagayalu. Ruan Qiqi threw a grenade and cursed the Japanese. In the past life, there was a joke on the internet that said if you do something bad while abroad, you should say Bagayalu and pretend to be living a normal life. You must never bring shame to the descendants of Yan and Huang. So, she wanted to divert all this disaster to the Sakura Kingdom. Manzai followed suit, shouting and speaking fluent Japanese language.
Woof.
Mama Jiang shouted anxiously. What do the Japanese dogs bark like? It hasn't learned it either. With the strong fire cover of Lu Yi and Xia Tao, Ruan Qiqi and his men successfully broke through and rushed out of the alley, but soon they saw a large group of soldiers coming towards them. They must be reinforcements, Ruan Qiqi frowned. If it were just her and Lu Yi, they would be able to escape easily, but it would be a bit troublesome to bring so many people with them. Go to the base. Mo Jinsong yelled at the top of his lungs. His ears were still buzzing. Ruan Qiqi was startled and glared at him. Why was he shouting so loudly to summon ghosts? But what the fox said was right. The most dangerous place is the safest. The enemy would never think that they would hide in the base. Go to the base, go. Ruan Qiqi spoke in Tanzhou dialect, which Lu Yi and Xia Tao could understand but the enemy could not. Lu Yi fired several shots and caught up with Ruan Qiqi. He glanced at Lu Jiefeng's back and frowned slightly. I can't die, Ruan Qiqi said so that he wouldn't worry. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive. They circled around the town to confuse the enemy. Lu Jiefeng ran for his life as if he was tireless, and the violent shaking woke Lu Yuanchao up. Brother, the $10 you hid in the cookie box was mine. After speaking half a sentence incoherently, Lu Yuanchao fainted again. Yuanchao, hold on, big brother and sister-in-law are here. You'll be fine, as long as you can get better. I will give you all my money in the future. You can spend as much as you want, Yuanchao. Did you hear me? Lu Jiefeng ran and cried. He didn't hear Lu Yuanchao's voice for a long time, and he cried even more sadly. Yuanchao, please don't die. I can't live without you. I will never call you stupid again. He can't die. Ruan Qiqi couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at the top of her voice, but Lu Jiefeng didn't believe it and thought she was trying to comfort him because Lu Yuanchao on his back was getting heavier and heavier. He had heard from old people that only dead people would become heavier and heavier, and his stupid brother was really dead. Cried miserably, his mouth wide open, his tears mixed with the enemy's blood, all over his face, looking very embarrassed. He did not stop, but ran even faster. Yuanchao, I will definitely bring you home safe and sound. Lu Jiefeng gritted his teeth and swore that he would bring his brother home, even if it was a corpse. Lu Jiefeng ran even faster, like a little whirlwind, rushing to the front, and his sad cries could be heard. Ruan Qiqi looked helpless. She couldn't explain anything to the idiot at all. She would wait until they escaped to a safe place, and then talk to the idiot properly. If she really couldn't explain it clearly, she would give Lu Yuanchao an injection, and he would definitely wake up.
Ouch.
Cui Xiongwei, who was on Manzai's back, woke up because of Lu Jiefeng's crying. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain, which was heart-wrenching. Cui Xiongwei opened his eyes in confusion. There was a blood-red scene in front of him. In fact, it was the blood that blurred his eyes. The sky was turning upside down. In fact, it was because Manzi ran too fast and the sky was bumpy. His heart sank, thinking this was what the underworld looked like. No wonder the heaven and earth were turned upside down. Lu Jiefeng's crying sound came again. Cui Xiongwei, who was in a daze, misheard it and thought that Lu Jiefeng was carrying him on his back, so he said weakly, Tell my dad that I'm not a coward. I don't know your father, talk to him yourself. Manzai answered seriously, but Cui Xiongwei didn't hear it, and he fainted again. Bagayalu. Xia Tao's excited scream was loud and shrill. She ran at the back, carrying a machine gun in one hand. She turned around after running a few steps and fired a volley of bullets at the pursuing enemy. Watching the enemies fall down like dumplings, the Japanese blood in her body boiled even more, and she kept screaming, Yoshi Yoshi. Sir, they are from Sakura country. The pursuing enemy heard it and quickly reported it to their superiors. Sakura country? Did I hear that correctly? The commander was confused. The relationship between their country and the Sakura country was pretty good at the moment. Although there were some minor disputes, they were not big problems. It shouldn't be worth it for the Sakura country to make such a big fuss, right? Although the officer was a little suspicious, he still reported the situation to his superiors truthfully and continued the pursuit, hoping to capture these people and interrogate them personally. This way, Ruan Qiqi took a hidden shortcut. Shu told her that she and Lu Yi took this path to enter the base last night and seized all the weapons. The others followed her without hesitation, running tirelessly. They didn't know how much time had passed before the enemy's shouting finally died down, and all around became quiet. After passing through a forest, the road ended, and a wall blocked them.
There was no way out.
Get through. Ruan Qiqi moved away a clump of weeds, revealing a dog hole, which was discovered by Mama Jiang. The female military dog at the base came out of this hole and flirted with the male dog outside. The hole was not too big, barely enough for one person to fit in. The sad Lu Jiefeng first stuffed his brother's corpse into the hole. He was very careful with his movements, fearing that he would hurt his brother. Hurry up. Ruan Qiqi couldn't bear it anymore, so she pushed the corpse in, let Lu Jiefeng get into the hole, and kicked him in. It was Mo Jinsong's turn, and he quickly said, I'll drill it myself. Stop wasting time. Lu Yi pushed him down impatiently, then pushed him back and kicked him in the butt with great force, which directly kicked Mo Jinsong several meters in. Bang! Mo Jinsong's had hit a hard object, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy. He gritted his teeth and climbed up, looking around. There were several shipped cannons and cars piled around. He had just hit a cannon. No wonder it hurt so much, it was flesh hitting iron. Mo Jinsong rubbed his forehead hard a few times, tears streaming down his face in pain. Darn it, Lu Yi must be taking revenge on someone else. No one usually comes here, so let's hide here first. Ruan Qiqi filled the dog hole with weeds again so that everyone could rest in peace. This place was safe for the time being. Thanks. Mo Jinsong thanked them. No matter what, it was Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi who saved him. If it were just you, I wouldn't have taken action. Lu Yi snorted coldly and walked towards brother Lu Jiefeng. Lu Jiefeng sat down on the ground, distraught and sad. Next to him lay Lu Yuanchao, whose bleeding had stopped. After checking Lu Yuanchao, Lu Yi felt relieved. He glared at Lu Jiefeng with disgust, but did not scold him. After checking Cui Xiongwei again, It was found that his injuries were even lighter. The reason why he was still asleep was because he was frightened. Safe for the time being, everyone's tense nerves relaxed and they all lay on the ground, including Mo Jin-song, who was usually the most particular, but he just lay there carelessly, without any image at all. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, everyone was in a very good mood, and there was a sense of happiness of having escaped death. Except Lu Jiefeng and Xia Tao. Lu Jiefeng was immersed in the sorrow of losing his brother. Xia Tao wanted to go back and kill again, but Ruan Qiqi wouldn't let her.
Ouch.
Lu Yuanchao woke up slowly. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a white cloud floating by that looked like a chicken leg. He couldn't help but swallow a few times, and his stomach growled a few times.
I'm hungry.
Lu Yuanchao was very confused. How could a dead person still be hungry? Do ghosts need to eat too? Yuan Chao, how are you? Lu Jiefeng shouted in surprise, his face turning red and gray. In Lu Yuanchao's eyes, the one who shouted at him was a hideous, evil ghost. It was so scary. He was a little scared, stared blankly at the evil ghost, without saying a word. Yuan Chao, speak up, are you stupid? Lu Jiefeng shook him hard, and Bilkong shook him so exaggeratedly that Lu Yuanchao's head was almost shaken, but he finally recognized his brother's voice. Elder brother? It's me, Yuan Chao, are you okay? That's great, brother is here. Lu Jiefeng hugged his brother tightly, laughing and crying.
Ahem.
Brother, let me go. Lu Yuanchao was hugged so hard that he couldn't breathe and his face turned purple, but he was still very happy that he was alive. The two brothers cried and laughed at the same time, looking even more stupid. Cui Xiongwei also woke up and looked at the two Hong Kong governor brothers with envy, only to feel the wounds on his body become more painful. He also wanted to have a brother to comfort him. You tell your father yourself that I don't know your father. Manzai still remembered this guy's last words and explained them very seriously. It was not that he was unwilling to convey them, but he really was powerless. I would say thank you to myself. Thinking of his previous embarrassing incident, Cui Xiongwei blushed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, he was glad that his brother was no longer around. Otherwise, he would have been laughed to death. You're welcome. Manzi smiled slightly, took out a candy from his pocket, peeled off the candy wrapper and put it into his mouth. Eat candy, and the pain will go away. He also fed one to Lu Yuanchao. Lu Jiefeng looked at it eagerly. He also wanted to eat candy. Manzi glanced at him and stuffed a candy into his pocket as well. The Lu Jiefeng brothers lay side by side on the ground, with sweet candies in their mouths, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, with the breeze blowing on their faces. It was as if they were back in their childhood, and they felt extremely, extremely happy. But the harmony was soon broken. A minute ago, started to have a quarrel. The reason was that Lu Yuanchao suddenly remembered what he heard before he fell into a coma, and went to his brother to verify. Brother, did you say that you would give me all your money in the future? Lu Jiefeng had forgotten all about it, but his silly brother's question completely aroused his memories. You took the $20 I hid in the pillowcase and the $10 in the cookie box?
No.
I didn't take it. Lu Yuanchao turned his head away guiltily and refused to admit it. Lu Jiefeng understood it as soon as he saw it. It was indeed that little jerk who took it. Darn it, is it easy for him to save some money? You little jerk, when you're better, I'll beat you to death. Lu Jiefeng resisted the urge to beat up his stupid brother and cursed him with gritted teeth. You don't keep your word, and you say you don't care? Lu Yuanchao muttered softly. That's because I thought you were dead. Then just treat me as dead. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Good luck. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Lu Jiefeng was shocked and quickly put his hands together, bowed to the sky a few times, then slapped his silly brother a few times, avoiding the wounds. The two brothers were bickering with each other in a lively manner, and even Cui Xiongwei, who was watching the show foolishly, became much more energetic. Hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine from the big bag on his back. I'm starving, sister-in-law. Why are you here? Saw the food. His eyes lit up. He asked while wolfing down the food. Come over to do something and take the medicine later. Ruan Qiqi stuffed the medicine into his hand, and Cui Xiongwei also gave him medicine. Cui Xiongwei blushed with shame, because he was still wearing women's clothes, and he had flirted with Lu Yi several times before. Thinking of this, he wished he could disappear right there. Very beautiful. Ruan Qiqi praised sincerely. Cui Xiongwei looked the most beautiful and charming in women's clothing that she had ever seen. Thank you. Thank you, sister-in-law. The blood on Cui Xiongwei's face was about to overflow. He lowered his head and thanked him, his voice quieter than a mosquito's. Ruan Qiqi smiled. The three little fools were quite interesting. After eating, everyone felt much more energetic. This place was indeed very safe. The enemy didn't find it until dark. Lu Yi also got a lot of food from the base kitchen. Before leaving, Mo Jinsong reminded him not to take food with seasonings, so Lu Yi only took some light noodles. The sky is getting darker and darker, and the stars are densely packed. Tomorrow will definitely be a sunny day. The drill is tomorrow. What should we do? Lu Jiefeng couldn't help but ask. You can't stay here forever, right? He could stay, but his silly brother's injuries needed to be treated in the hospital. Who among you can fly a plane? Ruan Qiqi suddenly asked.
I.
Xia Tao raised her hand happily and looked at Lu Yi provocatively. Qiqi, I'm a great pilot. Lu Yi raised his hand unwillingly. He could even fly a fighter jet. Mo Jinsong quickly understood and exchanged glances with Ruan Qiqi. There will definitely be fighter jets in tomorrow's exercise. When the time comes, Lu Yi will sneak in and fly a fighter jet to attract the enemy's attention. We will fly other planes to escape and gather in Sakura country. Ruan Qiqi told her plan and decided to put the blame on others to the end. Mo Jinsong also agreed that among the neighboring countries of Sinnu, Sakura country was the most suitable country to put the blame on. Qiqi, I can definitely lure the enemy away. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he glared at Xia Tao provocatively, avenging himself for what he had just done. Xia Tao hesitated for a few seconds and said loudly, I can definitely leave the enemy far behind if I fly a plane. She doesn't want to lose to a stinky man. You are all amazing. Tomorrow we will see you show off your skills. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very gentle, which made the two childish kids very motivated, and they wished it would be dawn now. On that day, almost all the soldiers in the base were dispatched, and they only left the town to shovel the land. However, they still failed to catch Ruan Qiqi and the others, so they had to capture the two landlords and interrogate them. Ruan Qiqi and the others lived quite well. When they were hungry, they went to the kitchen to find food. When they were tired, they slept. No one came here to look for them. A night passed, and the morning light shone on their faces, and everyone woke up. Brother, it hurts. Lu Yuanchao sounded very aggrieved. Just bear with it. You're not a woman. Lu Jiefeng roared impatiently. Ever since he knew his silly brother would not die, he had no patience left. And considering the 30 yuan that was stolen, he was able to resist beating him up. He was already the best brother in the world. How can you compare to women? Xia Tao sneered. The contempt on her face was obvious, and she did not hide it at all. Lu Jiefeng wanted to refute, but when he thought of the bravery of this Japanese woman in killing the enemy, he remained silent. How can you talk like that? If you annoy me off, I'll beat you up anyway. Lu Yuanchao got angry and shouted that he wanted to fight Xia Tao in a duel. Shut up. Lu Jiefeng winked at his silly brother several times, but the silly brother didn't understand and glared at Xia Tao fiercely. Lu Jiefeng was so angry that he slapped the silly brother on the back of the head. He was really worried that this little devil Xia Tao would go crazy and chop his stupid brother to death. Just now, this little Japanese woman killed one black monkey with one sword without even breathing. It was easier than killing a chicken. He and his stupid brother together could not beat this woman. Lu Yuanchao touched the back of his head and shut up angrily. He was not afraid of this woman. He was just giving face to his brother. Breakfast was still the pancakes that Lu Yi brought back and boiled eggs. The exercise started at 10 a.m., and leaders from most countries have already arrived. Going to get food, Lu Yi also found out that the exercise in Sinnu was going on as usual. Leaders from various countries and international journalists had all arrived. The exercise was imminent and must be held as usual. Otherwise, the Xin nation will become a laughingstock of the whole world. At 10 o'clock sharp, military music sounded at the base, and the exercise officially began. In the first stage, leaders from various countries entered the venue. After the leaders took their seats, the new weapons were displayed. The Hedison sitting on the stage looked uglier than if he had eaten shoot. The highest commander of the base had already reported the theft of the new weapons to him, and until now those hateful thieves have not been caught. The exercise had become known to the world, so the Führer had no choice but to have the base use old weapons for the exercise to get by. There were many international journalists crowded in the audience, carrying cameras and filming diligently. The leaders of various countries sitting on the stage were all smiling and looking forward to the next weapons display. Because these leaders are basically on good terms with the Kingdom of Xin and provide economic support every year. New weapons like these are supported by the Bear Country in order to oppose China. Now for the new weapons. Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi climbed up a tall tree and sat contentedly on a branch, eating melon seeds and watching the drill. The weapons were brought in, but they were all old weapons from previous years, with no new ones. Seeing these old weapons, the dark face of the head of Xin quickly shifted to the faces of leaders of various countries. The first reaction of these leaders was that the new weapons were sold by the base, and the money was divided privately. Puff, 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 puff. Suddenly, a huge fart sounded in the field, like a chain of cannons. The sound became louder and louder, and accompanied by bursts of foul smells. The entire training ground instantly turned into a cesspool. Because everyone was scared, including the leaders of various countries on the stage. They added those additives and seasonings to the breakfast they ate, and the effect was great. The third update is complete. Don't exaggerate the hero and heroine. They don't have the ability to plan everything out. I will continue tomorrow. Go check.
What's going on?
The head of Xin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. All leaders of countries that were friendly with Xin were invited to this exercise. If anything happened to these people in Xin, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be.
Yes. Ouch.
Several men were willing, but unable to do anything. They had also eaten breakfast with croton seeds in it, and now they had severe abdominal pain and a feeling of foul air rushing down their spines. They could not hold on any longer. Go check it quickly.
Ouch.
Go check it now. The leader pressed his lower abdomen hard to hold on. He had his favorite curry potatoes in the morning, and he had eaten a lot of them. Now all the curry potatoes turned into shoot and were coming out. He could hardly control himself. But he didn't dare to leave. Now the situation was so chaotic that he had to stay and stabilize it. At this time, a team of soldiers armed with live ammunition entered the stage in neat steps. The soldiers walked quite majestically, but when they were halfway there, several soldiers in the front row started to get angry. The sound of farts was incessant, accompanied by a foul smell. The soldiers had to stop after walking a few steps. The sound of farts was audible, and the smell of shoot spread for miles. The entire training ground had become a huge pit of shoot. Of various countries were infected, except for a few who did not like Xin's curry and only ate light bread and milk in the morning, so they were not infected. On and off the stage. The exercise was performed in a stumbling manner. The soldiers had no interest in performing, and the people on the stage had no interest in watching. The head of Xin couldn't hold on any longer and ran to the toilet. When he came back, it was the turn of the fighter jet show. The several new fighter jets donated by the Bear Kingdom were stolen by Ruan Qiqi and his men, so they could only use the old fighter jets. Louis had already sneaked into the base and successfully hijacked a fighter jet. He killed the pilot on board and hid the body in space. Ruan Qiqi and his companions went to the passenger plane parking area, where there were more than 20 planes belonging to leaders of various countries. The guarding soldiers were killed by Xia Tao, and now these planes are at their disposal. Which one? The Liu Jiafeng brothers were dazzled. It was the first time they had seen so many planes. Although the two brothers are timid, they also have dreams. When they were young, Their dream was to become pilots. Unfortunately, their bodies passed the test, but their brains did not, so they were rejected. I must choose the biggest and most impressive one, Cui Xiongwei said while lying on Manzai's back. Pick the one from Sakura Country. Mo Jinsong xiquickly found the plane from Sakura Country. Like the people of Sakura Country, it was small, but it could accommodate several of them. Several people got on the plane. Xia Tao went to the cockpit, and Ruan Qiqi and Mo Jinsong followed her. Seeing her check the instruments skillfully, they were relieved. It looks like they have practiced this, so they should be able to fly away safely. When does it take off? Xia Tao asked. Wait for Lu Yi. Ruan Qiqi answered. After Lu Yi was in the air and attracted the enemy's attention, they flew again. Where can we go to refuel? Xia Tao asked again. She had just checked and found that the fuel on the plane was not enough to fly to the cherry blossom country, so she had to find a place to refuel. Go back to China and cheer for the country. Mo Jinsong quickly replied, returned to China to fill up the gas, and then went to the land of cherry blossoms. Could be heard in the sky, and several old models of fighter jets took off and began their performance. Lu Yi was among them. As soon as the plane was in the air, he rushed to the front and started performing like a conspicuous bag. A 360-degree roll from time to time, and the other fighters were confused. This is not what they do when they practice. What is La Hava doing? Because Lu Yi played unconventionally, the fighter jets behind him were completely unable to keep up with his pace and could only follow him blindly, looking stupid. The scene in the sky at this time was in line with an idiom, a crane standing out among chickens. And it was just a conspicuous crane. Everyone below was stunned, especially the head of Sinlu, who looked up at the sky. He was so angry that he wanted to fly up and slap these idiots hard in the face. He's sleepwalking? Of other countries are like eagles flying in the sky. In his house is like a stupid chicken flying into the sky. Of the kingdom of Sin that has been completely lost by these idiots. My lord, look! One of the men cried out in surprise, and then everyone saw that the fighter planes in the sky were twitching, tumbling, falling, and rising again. Every move was fraught with danger. The expression of the leader of the bear country softened a little. These pilots were indeed very skilled to be able to perform such thrilling moves in the air. Even their bear country, which was known as a fighting nation, did not have such skilled skills. However, the Kingdom of Sin must give an explanation to the Bear Kingdom for secretly selling the new fighter jets, otherwise the Bear Kingdom will cut off its weapons support to Sinlu in the future. At this moment, the pilots in the sky were in dire straits. The fighter jet's cabin was small and narrow. Although their faint air was caught by their flight suits, the stench still permeated the narrow cabin. Even though the pilots had received professional training, they still vomited because of their own chute and almost choked to death. In this situation, they could only barely stabilize the plane and were unable to perform at all. The several planes, only Lu Yi's was flying normally. The others were flying crookedly and almost fell several times, which was really frightening to watch. Lu Yi was so happy that his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. Then he made a beautiful stretch, and the plane flew into the thick clouds and disappeared. The people below were still waiting for the plane to come out. After all, among these planes, this one had the most exciting performance. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and 3 minutes passed, but Lu Yi's plane did not appear. The other fighter planes were the first to notice something was wrong. They chased into the clouds and saw that Lu Yi's plane was getting farther and farther away from the route. La Hawa, come back soon. Several pilots quickly issued warnings. Bagia Road.
Lu Yi jurset vijusli.
Qiqi said that they must impersonate the Japanese to the end, and he would definitely carry out the order seriously. Afsinda reacted quickly and notified the ground, asking them to snipe at Lu Yi. After receiving the notification, the base immediately mobilized artillery and sniper fire, and several fighter jets in the sky also chased after it. Artillery fire, but Lu Yi avoided it all. The fighter plane he was piloting was like an agile eagle in the air. The artillery shells were useless to him, and he left the other fighter planes far behind. Yoshi! Lu Yi's triumphant and arrogant shout reached the ground. When the leader heard it, His face looked uglier than if he had eaten shoot. Darn, it's the cherry blossom country again. What the heck is going on in the Sakura country? Head of state, the plane from Sakura country has escaped. Someone came hurriedly to report, and the leader's eyes went dark. He endured the stomach pain and went to see what was going on. Xia Tao maneuvered the plane into the sky, and with Lu Yi leading the enemy away, they left Sinda smoothly. Looking down from the window, the buildings of Sinda became smaller and finally turned into a sea of clouds. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping safely. Brother Lu Jiefeng and Cui Xiongwei wanted to lie down and have a good sleep, but as soon as they lay down, they were shaken down. The plane was shaking and trembling, and they couldn't sit still at all. Today's update will be a little late. I just got off the plane. Ouch, brother, it hurts. When Lu Yuanchao fell, he hit the wound and screamed in pain.
Hold on.
Lu Jiefeng roared. Darn it, it's too early to let go. That crazy Japanese, Zich, can't fly a plane at all. They are like stepping out of a cesspool and jumping into hell. The old man was right. The Japanese are really not trustworthy. The plane was dancing disco in the air and kept descending. If it continued to descend like this, they would all be smashed into pieces. Ruan Qiqi climbed up to the cockpit on all fours and saw Xia Tao frantically pressing various buttons and mumbling to herself in the Japanese language. Which one is rising? Darn, if I had known this earlier, I would have studied it carefully. It should be this one, right? Xia Tao hesitated for a second, then pushed a button upwards, and the plane descended rapidly. At this speed, they would be able to report to the underworld soon. Can you ducking fly a plane? Ruan Qiqi, who could no longer bear it, hugged the cabin door frame tightly and roared. Meeting. Xia Tao shouted at the top of her voice. Of course she could drive. She was just not very skilled. She pushed the button back, and the descent slowed down, but it was still descending. Mo Jinsong also crawled over and said gently, I believe you. We will definitely be able to return home safely. Flying a plane is such a small thing. It's easy for you, don't you think? Of course, hold on tight. Xia Tao was a little panicked at first, but after Mo Jinsong said this, she was no longer panicked. The worst that can happen is a plane crash. And she could die on the same plane with Qiqi. How great. I don't know which button she pressed, but the plane suddenly rose rapidly and soared up, just like riding a bungee jumping machine, jumping up and down. Boom. Dong dong. Ruan Qiqi and Mo Jinsong were both thrown out, making loud bangs. Qiqi, are you okay? Xia Tao asked with concern. Just fly the plane properly, and don't be distracted. Ruan Qiqi rubbed his forehead hard and roared in frustration. If she can land safely this time, she is determined to learn how to fly a plane. What our ancestors said is right. It is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. If she could fly a plane herself, why would she have to suffer this? Mo Jinsong thought the same way. He felt more at ease knowing his life was in his own hands, so he learned to fly a plane after returning to China. An hour later, Xia Tao's flying skills gradually became more proficient, and the plane became more and more stable, but the price was that many people were hit and had bruises on their heads. The worst hit were the two wounded soldiers, Lu Yuanchao and Cui Xiongwei, whose wounds had split open again, and they bled a lot. They flew back to China, refueled, and left the two wounded and Lu Jiefeng behind. Ruan Qiqi wanted Manzai and Mama Jiang to stay as well, as it would be dangerous to go to Sakura country. No, I want to follow Qiqi and Ye. Manzai disagreed. He wanted to follow the two cubs, otherwise he would feel uneasy.
Woof.
I want to follow too. Mama Jiang was so anxious that she almost started to speak human language. She even wanted to go to Sakura country to learn the Japanese dog language. So they had no choice but to take Manzai and Mama Jiang with them. As for Mo Jinsong and Xia Tao, they insisted on following and could not be driven away. I know the safe entry and exit routes. I am much more useful than a man. Xia Tao argued that she came to the cherry blossom country every year, but she never took the proper route. I'll go over there for a field trip. Mo Jinsong had sufficient reasons. Sooner or later, there would be a war between Sakura country and China. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If you want to fully understand a country, the best way is to live there for a period of time. Ruan, Qiqi, and Lu Yi had no objections. After all, it didn't matter whether it was just one sheep or a flock of sheep. The fighter jet that Lu Yi brought back remained in China. On that day, several shots were fired on the southwestern border of China, and then China announced that it had shot down a fighter jet. Naturally, the pilot was bombed into pieces. Sindhu's failed exercise spread to the whole world in just half a day. The international journalists were frightened, and their writing was more vicious than poison. Almost every word was laced with arsenic, criticizing Sindhu to the point of being worthless. International reputation of Sindhu was already bad, and it is even worse now. Even more serious is that the attitudes of those countries that once promised to provide aid to Sindhu have become ambiguous, and the promised supplies and weapons have not yet been delivered. The weapons and supplies we gave you may have been sold as soon as they arrived in your country. No wonder your officials are so fat. The most vicious one came from the Qiong country. The weapons they gave to the Sindhu country were not cheap. They hoped that the Sindhu country could use these weapons to pose a great threat to the China country. Now, the new weapons have been sold before they even have time to sit on them, and they're even using broken planes to conduct exercises. Do they think our bear country is a fool? Although the bear kingdom has strong limbs, its brains are not simple. They saw through the little tricks of the Sindhu kingdom at a glance. The kingdom of Sindhu lost all its face in the international community and suffered huge losses. It hated the people who stole the weapons and, of course, hated the country behind them the most. Although China claimed to have shot down a plane, the kingdom of Sindhu was skeptical. They did not believe that the kingdom of Sakura would come to steal weapons. The relationship between the two countries was good, and there was no conflict of interest. There was no need for the kingdom of Sakura to wade into this muddy water. Therefore, Sindhu suspected China. When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs made a statement, all its words pointed to China. China was not a pushover and immediately retorted, asking Sindhu to produce evidence. We have a saying in China, if you catch an adulterer, you take both of them. If you catch a thief, you take the stolen goods. What evidence do you have to prove that the weapons were stolen by the Chinese? We can produce evidence to prove that the plane on the day of the exercise flew to the land of cherry blossoms. The diplomat's rebuttal was full of confidence because when Ruan, Qiqi and others were temporarily refueling in China, Mo Jinsong called his superiors to report on his work and guaranteed that his identity had never been revealed, allowing the leaders to confidently push the message to the Sakura country. Of course, the Sakura country did not recognize it, and their prime minister was still stranded in Sindhu. Because the prime minister had a curry-flavored breakfast and was sent to the hospital for an 4 drip, coupled with leaders of other countries, the small hospital on the border had never been so lively, and the doctors and nurses were all very busy. The country of Sindhu could not produce any evidence and could only swallow the loss in silence, but they issued a universal hunting order, and the portraits of Ruan, Qiqi, Lu Yi, Mo Jinsong and others have been widely circulated in major international killer organizations, with a reward of tens of millions of US dollars. The painter hired by the Kingdom of Sindhu was quite talented. He painted Ruan, Qiqi and the others dressed as Sindhu people very vividly, especially Cui Xiongwei and the other 3 in women's clothing, which were painted very realistically. Cui Xiongwei's coquettishness and the Lu Jiafeng brothers' sturdy build were all portrayed in the painting. But the people who were being hunted have all changed their appearance now. Lu Jiafeng and the other 2 have changed into men's clothes and are lying on hospital beds in Huagua Hospital. Ruan, Qiqi and his companions have successfully landed on an unnamed island near the Sakura country. This island is located in the high seas, very close to the Sakura country, and many ships pass by every day. You can swim across. I have swum across before. Xia Tao said it in a nonchalant tone. As a killing tool of the Kikuno family, she underwent inhuman training. Anyone else would definitely not be able to survive it. The reason she was able to survive was all thanks to the support of hatred. Why swim when there is a boat? Wait for the boat to come and rescue us. Ruan, Qiqi didn't want to do it. She couldn't bear any hardship. She made up a heart-wrenching story for everyone, in which the eldest daughter of the legitimate family returned strongly and took back her fiancé and property that originally belonged to her. This meme, which is particularly popular in online novels of later generations, was applied to Xia Tao by Ruan Qiqi. Mo Jinsong is the eldest lady's loyal housekeeper, and she is the eldest lady's wet nurse. Lu Yi is naturally the wet nurse's husband. Manzai is the eldest lady's loyal servant, and Mama Jiang is the eldest lady's beloved dog. As for Xia Tao's identity, there is no need to make it up. She is the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family, so she can just use her original name, Kikuno Chiyo. In Kyoto had never heard of Kikuno Chiyo. They only knew Kikuno Chinatsu, and they didn't even know that they were twin sisters. In addition, Kikuno Masato believed that family disgrace of Han culture should not be made public, so he would never publicize Xia Tao's rebellion. Therefore, their story was 70% true and 30% false, and it would definitely be concealed. Are there a lot of Chinese things in the old man's study? Ruan Qiqi asked. Last time, she heard from Xia Tao that the study of old man Kikuno Masato was full of books and prescriptions that were looted from China back then. She had to get these treasures back. The Japanese used the stolen prescriptions to make a lot of Chinese patent medicines and shamelessly called them Chinese medicines. They then sold them to the Chinese at high prices. How shameless. Yes, do you want to burn it? Xia Tao's eyes sparkled. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but unfortunately, she couldn't find a suitable opportunity, and she was not sure she could escape safely. Now, with Ruan Qiqi and Lu Ye's help, she was 100% sure that she could burn down the old man's precious study without anyone noticing.
No burning.
Ruan Qiqi gave a stern warning and emphasized, "If you dare to burn it, I will throw you into the mountains to feed the trees. If you don't want to burn it, then don't burn it. I'm going to burn the old man's treasure house." Xia Tao curled her lips in dissatisfaction and decided to change the place to cook. Masato Kikuno has two treasures. One is his study, and the other is his treasure house. What's in the treasure house? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. Gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques were all looted. Most of them were from China. Xia Tao replied. Some of them were looted from some small countries in Southeast Asia. They are all national treasures of these countries. Masato Kikuno looted quite a few of them. You are not allowed to burn it either. When Ruan Qiqi heard that it was a cultural relic, he immediately warned. Then what should I burn? I'll be unhappy if I don't burn it. Xia Tao gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. You are stupid. Burning down the old house of the Kikuno family will surely annoy Kikuno Masato off to death. Ruan Qiqi gave her some advice, but you have to wait for my notification, then we'll help you burn it. After she has moved all the treasures of the Kikuno family, she will let Xia Tao set fire to vent her anger.
Ok.
Xia Tao agreed readily. There are many facilities for training ninjas in the old house, all of which were passed down from hundreds of years ago. Burning them all would make the old man Masato Kikuno so angry that he would die. They hid the damaged plane in the woods. There was no runway on the island, so Lu Yi made an emergency landing in the woods on the island. The process was very thrilling, but fortunately, he landed successfully in the end without any danger. That night, they spent the night on the island, caught a lot of seafood in the sea, and had a seafood feast. They were lucky as they only waited for 2 nights before they caught a cargo ship from the United States to the Sakura country. Adhering to the principle of international rescue, the captain received them enthusiastically. Ruan Qiqi and Mo Jinsong can both speak English, and Xia Tao can speak some too. Although Manzai doesn't speak English, he will be able to learn it quickly. Our young lady is the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family. The shameless Sich Sanada Keiko, relying on the family's wealth and power, killed the lady and drove the young lady out of the house. She shamelessly became the eldest daughter of the Kikuno family. Her daughter is just as shameless as her and snatched away the eldest daughter's fiancé. Ruan Qiqi put old age makeup on herself, Lu Yi and Mo Jinsong, making them look like a loyal and kind-hearted nanny. When she mentioned Sanada Keiko, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Luckily, the housekeeper and the nanny fought to protect me, otherwise I would have been killed by that Sich Sanada Keiko. Xia Tao lowered her head and sobbed as she spoke. When she mentioned Keiko Sanada, her face was full of hatred and murderous intent. She was not acting at all. Although Keiko Sanada was her biological mother, she hated this woman and her incompetent father, and she really wanted to kill her parents. Ruan Qiqi was very good at telling stories, and the captain and crew believed her without a doubt. They all felt very sympathetic towards Xia Tao and let them stay on the boat temporarily. 2 days later, when the cargo ship arrived at the port of Sakura Country, Ruan Qiqi and his companions left some money and quietly got off the ship. Xia Tao led them out of the harbor with ease and went to a familiar fake ID expert to get a few IDs. Then they went to stay in a hotel, the most luxurious and expensive hotel in Kyoto. Money is not a problem. It is enough to go to the street and steal the wallets of a few rich people. Xia Tao and Lu Yi are very skilled in doing this. In less than an hour, they have stolen many wallets, as well as famous watches and jewelry. They lived on the 12th floor. Kyoto was very prosperous in the 1970s. It was colorful at night, and the scenery was great. China today cannot compare to it. Even the most prosperous city of Shanghai is still far behind. Mo Jinsong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the beautiful night view of the city. Although his expression was calm, he was filled with mixed emotions. When will China become as prosperous as this? 20 years at most. Ruan Qiqi saw through his thoughts and gave an accurate number. Shanghai was very prosperous in the 1990s. Mo Jinsong looked at her in surprise, somewhat surprised that her tone was so certain. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your good words. If it really only takes 20 years, he and his father will be able to see the prosperity of China, and his daughter's children will be born in a prosperous era and will no longer have to experience war, poverty, and hunger." After resting in the hotel for 3 days, Mo Jinsong could no longer sit still. He went out for a walk every day and came back with a few newspapers to read in the evening to learn about major international events and the people's livelihood in the land of Sakura. Manzai was not idle either. He took his mother Jiang out for a walk. He even learned several dialects and spoke them more authentically than the locals. Ruan Qiqi, Lu Yi, and Xia Tao went to the old house of the Jury family. With Xia Tao leading the way, they sneaked into the old house smoothly and went to the study room unimpeded. The study was very big, with more than a dozen tall bookshelves filled with books. Ruan Qiqi picked up a few books at random and became furious. Darn it, they were all ancient Chinese books. She winked at Lu Yi, who understood her meaning and spoke rudely to Xia Tao, easily angering her and making her shout that she wanted to duel with him. "Let's duel. Who's afraid of you?" Lu Yi snorted coldly and ran out first, and Xia Tao chased after him. Ruan carefully put all the things in the study into the space, leaving nothing behind. She ignored Lu Yi and Xia Tao and found an ancient ginkgo tree. She tried to communicate with it in Japanese language, but the old ginkgo tree ignored her and seemed to be mute. The Japanese tree is so stupid. It has lived for so long but still hasn't gotten smart. Ruan Qiqi complained softly in Chinese and was about to change to another tree to ask, "You're stupid. I am smart. I am not a devil. I am the ancestor of the devil." Old Ginkgo has a loud voice and speaks authentic Xianying dialect. "Today's update is quite late. I'm sorry, I will update it tomorrow. Good night. Are you the Xianying tree?" Ruan Qiqi was really shocked. She didn't expect to hear such authentic Xianying dialect in the Sakura country. It's from the imperial garden, planted by the emperor himself. Old ginkgo tree spoke with a particularly proud tone. "It is a noble ginkgo tree. The little Japanese devils are not worthy of raising it. The emperor you're talking about is Qin Shi Huang?" Ruan Qiqi used honorifics unconsciously. If this was really the tree brought by Su Fu, then it could truly be an ancestor. Nature. Old ginkgo tree shook its branches proudly. Apart from the first emperor, who else was worthy of being called the emperor? "Hello, Ancestorine. I am so sorry for my disrespect." Ruan Qiqi became even more respectful and took out a branch of the bagua ginkgo from the space. This quite old bagua ginkgo looked particularly childlike in front of the tree ancestor, and its age was only a fraction of the ancestor's. Hello, ancestor. I am honored to be here. The Bagua ginkgo tree greets you respectfully, with its branches bent to represent a bow. You are very polite, little one. Stand up. The old ancestor sounded very happy. It had been in a foreign country for nearly 2,000 years without even anyone to chat with. Spring flowers blossomed and autumn fruits ripened, year after year. Time flew by, and it was so lonely that it almost forgot its hometown dialect. Fortunately, it waited for these little cubs. With the guidance of the ancestor, Qiqi easily found Kikuno Masato's treasure house, and the ancestor also told her a secret. That bad guy is very cunning. He hid in 2 places. The treasures in the open are ordinary. The real good things are hidden in the dark. The ancestor has lived in the old house for more than 100 years and knows it better than Kikuno Masato. The one in the open is the treasure house that Xia Tao mentioned. The real good things are in the dark. There is an artificial lake behind the old house, which was dug by Kikuno Masato's grandfather. There is a rockery in the lake. There is a mechanism under the rockery that leads to a secret passage. Inside are treasures and wealth accumulated by the Kikuno family over hundreds of years. The old man also said a piece of good news. The worst person in this family is the little brat. He has the greatest ability, but he is out and not at home. It was talking about was none other than Taro Kikuno. Qiqi's eyes lit up. She was indeed the chosen heroine. Any day she picked was an auspicious day. Kikuno Taro was a mysterious man, and it would be best if she could avoid meeting him. Thank you, ancestor. Qiqi gave some spiritual energy to the old ginkgo tree, and the old ancestor was so happy that the branches were shaking, and he made a great decision. Can I go with you? I want to go home. Old ginkgo tree begged. It didn't want to stay in this shabby place anymore. Of course. Qiqi readily agreed. The old ginkgo's huge body shook several times, and the ground cracked into countless cracks, revealing the tangled roots. Qiqi gave it a lot of spiritual energy to ensure that the old ginkgo's vitality was not lost. With the active cooperation of the old ginkgo tree, the transplant went smoothly, and it was moved into the space within a few minutes. The old ginkgo tree chose a place to take root, right next to the Bagua ginkgo tree. Next to it was a taciturn old camphor tree. The 3 trees kept it company. Old ginkgo tree was originally located has become a huge deep pit, like a huge eye, staring at the entire Kikuno family in the darkness. Qiqi ignored the pit and ran towards the backyard. As expected, she saw the lake and the rockery. On the way, she met a patrol team, but with the cover of trees and space, she was not discovered. The lake was not big and not particularly deep. She sneaked under the rockery and easily found the mechanism. After entering the secret passage, she quickly found the dark room. Perhaps the Kikuno family was very confident in the dark room they designed. There was no mechanism at the entrance of the dark room. Qiqi opened the iron door very smoothly. The dark room was about 100 square meters in size, filled with boxes of all sizes. On the other side there was a mountain of gold bricks, shining so brightly that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Qiqi didn't bother to check the things in the box. She put them all into the space, and the dark room immediately became empty. After cleaning up the dark room, she immediately rushed to another treasure house. There were guards in all directions, but it was not a problem for her. With Shushu's help, all the guarding ninjas were knocked down silently and then taken into Qiqi's space to be used as a tonic for old ginkgo. Moving at such an old age must have consumed a lot of energy. You need to eat more meat to replenish your energy. Thank you, I like meat. The happy voice of the old ginkgo tree came from the space. It did not eat alone, but shared the food with the gossip ginkgo and the old camphor tree. In a moment, a dozen corpses of the Japanese devils were turned into fertilizer and absorbed completely by the 3 trees. The treasure pavilion, most of which are cultural relics from China, and some are from other small countries. There are dozens of Buddha heads. Qiqi collected them all into the space and would find a way to hand them over to the country later. After collecting all the treasures, Qiqi went to find Lu Yi and Xia Tao, but no one knew where the two had gone to duel. However, they agreed to use the fire as a signal. As long as Ruan Qiqi set the fire, Lu Yi and Xia Tao would also start setting the fire and then gather at the gate. Ruan Qiqi took out a large barrel of gasoline from the space and poured a lot of it in every corner of the treasure pavilion. After walking out, he struck a match and flicked it lightly. The match drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the treasure pavilion. Boom! Treasure pavilion instantly burst into flames and turned into a sea of fire. The Kikuno family reacted quickly. In less than a minute, chaotic footsteps were heard, and servants were carrying buckets of water to put out the fire. "The treasure house is on fire. Come and put it out." Servants screamed in panic, saying that this treasure house was the treasure of Kikuno Masato, and if it burned down, they would not be able to survive. Ruan Qiqi, who was hiding in the tree, smiled triumphantly, left quietly, ran back to the study, and set another fire. Soon after, fires broke out in the four corners of the old house. The blazing flames illuminated the night sky, and all the sleeping members of the Kikuno family were awakened, including Kikuno Masato. While directing the servants to put out the fire, Masato Kikuno asked the butler to call the fire department to minimize the losses. However, he was secretly glad that his grandfather had the foresight to hide the important treasures in the dark room. Even if the entire old house burned down, it would not harm the vitality of the Kikuno family. "Where's Tomi?" Masato Kikuno suddenly thought of his good-for-nothing eldest son. The fire had been burning for so long and everyone in the family had gotten up to put out the fire, but this good-for-nothing son didn't show up, and neither did his wife Keiko Sanada. "I sent someone to call the eldest master and the young mistress, but there was no one in the bedroom," replied the butler. Masato Kikuno frowned, feeling extremely uneasy. The fire tonight must have been started intentionally. Who dared to be so bold in Kyoto? Unfortunately, everyone was busy putting out the fire, and no one was available to catch the murderer. Kikuno Masato took a deep breath, his heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a lost voice, "Where's Chinatsu?" "I haven't seen Chinatsu until now. In 1 month, Chinatsu will marry into the Fukuyama family. Nothing must happen at this critical juncture. Chinatsu, whom Kikuno Masato is thinking about, is being carried by Xia Tao at this time. There were also his useless son and daughter-in-law, Xia Tao's biological parents, who were carried out by Lu Yi one by one. The Kikuno family's old house had been burned spread throughout Kyoto the next day. All the noble families in Kyoto sent people to express their condolences and to inquire about the news. The Fukuyama family, in particular, tried to gauge the Kikuno family's losses in their words. The servants were absent at night, which caused the fire. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time, and the damage was not serious. It will not affect the wedding in a month. Please rest assured. Masato Kikuno's expression was calm, but he was actually forcing a smile. Old man's acting skills were quite good, and he successfully concealed it from all the aristocratic families. The wedding with the Fukuyama family was held as usual. Chinatsu Kikuno was also found, but the killer organization Lion made a huge demand, asking Masato Kikuno to pay a ransom of 6 million, otherwise they would not release him. Masato Kikuno did not dare to offend the killer organization, so he had to swallow the loss. He shouldded together money from everywhere and even sold some stocks to raise the ransom money to redeem his cowardly son and daughter-in-law, as well as Chinatsu Kikuno. The last time they redeemed Kikuno Chinatsu, they paid a lot of money to China to build a factory. This time they paid a lot again, and coupled with the loss of the treasure, the Kikuno family was severely damaged. Kikuno Masato was angry and anxious, and finally collapsed. Masato Kikuno, who was bedridden, called Taro Kikuno, whom he valued the most, and asked him to come back as soon as possible to take charge of the family business. Ruan Qiqi and the others didn't know about these things. They were floating on the sea at the time, so bored that they wanted to jump into the sea. It was very dark in the cargo hold. They didn't dare turn on the lights, let alone go out for some fresh air. All they had to do every day was lie down. Mom could run out for some fresh air, but they could only stay in the cargo hold. How long will it take to get to Hong Kong City? Ruan Qiqi stretched lazily out of boredom. 2 days. Xia Tao took out bread and water from her bag and distributed food to everyone. After eating bread for several days in a row, everyone felt a little nauseous when they saw bread and couldn't swallow it. Mama Jiang came over with a can in her mouth, put the can in front of Manzai, and signaled him to open it with her paw.
Woof.
Open it, it's delicious. Mama Jiang wagged its tail vigorously. It smelled the fragrance coming from the can and was so greedy. The light in the cargo hold was very dim, and one could only vaguely see that it was a can, but the pattern and words could not be seen clearly. Ruan Qiqi picked up a can and opened it. A rich aroma wafted out, making everyone's mouth water. It smells so good. I should have eaten this earlier. Lu Yi swallowed hard. The canned food must be better than dry bread. He rubbed Mama Jiang's head hard and praised. That's amazing. Eat first.
Woof.
Mama Jiang wagged her tail proudly, grinning happily, and moved the open can in front of Manzai, motioning for him to eat first.
You eat.
Manzai gently touched Mama Jiang's head and let it eat first. There were so many cans of food in the cargo hold, enough for them to eat. Lu Yi opened a box and found that it was full of canned food. He opened a can happily, and the aroma of meat filled the cargo hold, making everyone drool. Even the most reserved Mo Jinsong swallowed his saliva several times. It's delicious. The Japanese food is terrible, but the canned food is pretty good. Lu Yi finished a can and praised it highly, saying that it tasted better than what he had eaten in a restaurant in Kyoto. Ruan Qiqi also tried one. It was indeed very good, but a little bland and fishy. But compared to the dry bread, these canned foods were already a supreme delicacy. For the remaining 3 days, they basically ate canned food. After the cargo ship docked, they took the opportunity to slip out. Lu Yi and Xia Tao had been here before, and neither of them took the proper route, so they were familiar with the place and easily avoided the staff. An hour later, they were walking on the bustling streets of the port city. Each of them was carrying 2 safes. They were unkempt, their clothes were wrinkled like dried pickles, and they smelled like salted fish. Pedestrians passing by them all covered their noses tightly and looked at them with disgust. Later, they checked into a luxurious hotel in Hong Kong City. The hotel receptionist was contemptuous at first, but after Ruan Qiqi took out a stack of US dollars, he immediately became respectful, and his performance of arrogance at first and then respectfulness was vivid. Taking a nice shower in the hotel and changing into clean clothes, Ruan Qiqi finally came back to life. She lay on the sofa by the French window, drinking red wine, looking at the beautiful Victoria Harbor outside the window, and sighed with satisfaction. This is life. Qiqi, what does it say? Is it canned dog meat? Lu Yi looked at the can for a long time but couldn't understand the words on it. He wanted to know what kind of meat was in the can. It was delicious. What are you doing with this can? Aren't you tired of it yet? Ruan Qiqi glared. Hong Kong City is a food city with delicious food everywhere. She didn't want to eat canned food. Lu Yi chuckled and thought it was delicious. The can was written in the language of Sakura country, and there was a cute dog portrait. Ruan Qiqi drank red wine while reading the words. As she read, the red wine in her mouth lost its flavor, and her stomach began to churn.
Grass.
It's canned dog food. She actually ate canned dog food for 3 days. No wonder Mama Jiang ate it so happily. She really wanted to duck something, but she didn't know which one. Ruan Qiqi gritted her teeth and translated it for Lu Yi. She couldn't be the only one who felt disgusted. Dogs eat so well. It's such a waste of food. Lu Yi's first reaction was anger. His dog eats better than him. How could this be possible? Aren't you disgusted? Ruan Qiqi asked. What's so disgusting about this? I've even eaten rats before.
Lu Yi disagreed.
Ruan Qiqi drank the red wine in the glass in one breath, feeling very upset, so she ran next door to tell Mo Jinsong and the others. Dogs eat such good canned food? I wonder if dogs in China will be able to eat canned food in 20 years. Mo Jinsong immediately thought of people's livelihood from the canned dog food. The people of China could not eat canned food, but the dogs of Sakura country could. The gap between China and Sakura country was too big. He hoped that what Ruan Qiqi said was true, and that China could catch up with Sakura country in 20 years. If dogs can eat it, so can people. Xia Tao has sufficient reasons. Tasty. Manzai smiled naively and took out a few cans from his pocket. He also hid a few and brought them out for Qiqi and Ye. Ruan Qiqi slapped his forehead and went back to his room in frustration. She was the only one who was being pretentious from beginning to end, and she felt a little ashamed. They rested in the port city for a day and then returned inland, directly to Tanzhou. Persuaded Xia Tao to hand over the $4.5 million in full. The country is currently short of foreign exchange, and this money can help solve the urgent problem. 759 gave each of them a bonus of 50,000 yuan, which was enough for them to live a luxurious life. Ruan Qiqi wrote a concise report and handed it to Pei Yuan. What did you do with the weapons? They were all destroyed? Pei Yuan's tone was a little regretful. These were all new weapons. It would be great if they could be brought back for research. However, he also knew that it was easy to destroy weapons but not so easy to bring them back. I hid it. I'll take you to get it later. Ruan Qiqi kept Pei Yuan in suspense and hooked him into hiding. No matter how he asked, she refused to tell him where she was hiding. Let's talk about it after the new year.
I'm exhausted.
Anyway, it's safe hiding there. I can't run away. Also, I won't take any missions before the new year. I need to rest. Ruan Qiqi yawned. She had been working too hard recently and needed to take a good rest. Pei Yuan naturally had no objection. He approved her leave and then wrote a new report for her, focusing on the batch of weapons and saying that they could be retrieved after the new year. Ruan Qiqi returned to the compound and rested for only one day when Director Lin called like a death warrant. Qiqi, you're finally back. The design draft of the new packaging is out. Can you come and help me make a decision? I am dazzled by it and can't make up my mind. There will be another update after midnight. It will be a bit late. Please read it during the day. Ruan Qiqi agreed to go over after lunch. After hanging up the phone, she yawned loudly, took out a 5-cent coin from her pocket with sleepy eyes and handed it to the ant on the phone. Xiao Ruan, your school hasn't had its holiday yet? The ant on the phone asked with concern. You should let him go. Ruan Qiqi sounded uncertain. It was already the end of January and the Chinese New Year was on February 14th this year, so logically it should be a holiday. You go to school every day and you don't even know if you have a holiday? The ant on the phone laughed and made a joke. Ruan Qiqi smiled and went upstairs lazily. When she reached the second floor, an extremely tempting fragrance wafted over. Immediately, her mouth started watering and she couldn't stop drooling. After swallowing hard a few times, Ruan Qiqi put down her raised foot and turned to go to Wang Suehua's house. The tempting fragrance came from her house. Sister Ruan is back? Hasn't she been back for a month? Was concentrating on drying cakes, looked up and saw Ruan Qiqi, as if by telepathy, and shouted happily. After not seeing her dear sister Ruan for a month, then after being separated from her husband for a month. Ruan Qiqi was all in her dreams. Ruan Qiqi was infected by her enthusiasm, and the smile on her face deepened. She glanced at the dustpan covered with gauze, and her saliva flowed more. I'm busy with my studies and don't have time to come back. Aren't you going to work today? Today is Sunday, so you don't have to go to work. Sister Ruan, please eat this sour jujube cake. It's almost dried. I put a lot of sugar in it. Wang Suehua lifted the gauze, picked up a piece of translucent sour jujube cake with chopsticks, put it in the bowl, and handed it over. In autumn, you can pick a lot of sour jujubes on Yuelu Mountain. Sour jujube cake. Ruan Qiqi took the bowl, picked up the sour jujube cake, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Suehua said anxiously, You can't eat so much at one go. It's very sour. Not sour, quite delicious. Ruan Qiqi had finished eating. She licked her lips, still unsatisfied, and stared at the winnowing basket. The cake was sour and sweet, and very delicious. Wang Suehua was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and put all the sour jujube cakes in the dustpan into the bowl, smiling and saying, If you like it, eat more. I dare not eat it because I am afraid of tooth decay. Only now that conditions have improved does she feel willing to make sour jujube cakes for her children, although making this cake requires a lot of sugar. Not sour at all, delicious. Ruan Qiqi ate several more pieces, and the more she ate, the more delicious it became. Wang Xuehua was so greedy that she even suspected that the sour dates this year were particularly sweet. These are all for you. Wang Xuehua was very considerate and gave her most of the dried jujube cakes. Ruan Qiqi didn't hesitate and took a large plate of jujube cakes home. She had eaten half of the plate before she even reached the door of her house. Wang Xuehua on the second floor hesitated for a few seconds, broke off a piece of sour jujube cake, and put it into her mouth, wanting to see if it was better than mine. However, after chewing it a few times, her face wrinkled, and she swallowed the cake in her mouth with difficulty. It's so sour. Does Miss Ruan drink vinegar as water every day? Wang Xuehua picked up a pickled chili from the jar and ate it to wash away the sourness in her mouth. She did not eat the rest of the sour jujube cake, but saved it all for her child. These sour dates were picked up by the 3 children in the mountains. If it were in the past, she would definitely not make sour date cakes and would just let the children eat the sour dates. But now that she is earning a salary, she wants to make something delicious for the children. Ruan Qiqi got home, Xia Tao came to visit. Seeing the sour jujube cake on the plate, she took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, like Wang Xuehua, she grimaced and made faces because of the sourness. You eat something so sour? Xia Tao swallowed the sour jujube cake and didn't take a second piece. She now has a huge sum of 50,000 yuan and she is very confident. She will definitely not go hungry again. So, she doesn't have to eat so much at every meal. What's sour? Ruan Qiqi took another piece of sour jujube cake and ate it with relish. Xia Tao was drooling as she watched and gave a thumbs up in admiration. She had to admit that he was better at eating sour food. Ruan Qiqi cooked lunch for the 3 of them. Xia Tao was so stubborn that she refused to leave, so she had to cook for herself. After lunch, Ruan Qiqi prepared to go to the winery. I'll go with you. I know a lot about design. When Xia Tao heard that she was going to select design drawings, she immediately volunteered. You say you know a lot about flying a plane. Ruan Qiqi sneered and silenced her with one sentence. That's different. I really study design. Xia Tao argued in a low voice, but her credit score with Ruan Qiqi had already dropped to negative, so she didn't believe it at all. However, Ruan Qiqi still took her with her, mainly because she felt guilty towards this crazy Japanese woman, and also a little bit because it was difficult to refuse. Of the 4.5 million US dollars, 1 million belonged to Xia Tao. According to the current exchange rate of the US dollar, it was at least 2.2 million renminbi. Due to her deception, 2.2 million became 50,000. Ruan Qiqi still felt a little guilty. When the 2 arrived at the winery, Director Lin was already waiting in the office. The office door was open, and the table was full of design drafts. Qiqi, you are finally here. Ruan Qiqi appeared at the door. Director Lin came forward excitedly and dragged her to see the design draft. Uncle Lin, don't be impatient. Let me catch my breath first. Ruan Qiqi could understand Director Lin's feelings, but she really didn't like being dragged around like a dog. I'm really anxious. I have to prepare to participate in the Canton Fair after the new year. If I don't get any decent orders this time, I won't be eligible to participate in the future. Director Lin sighed heavily, his face full of worry. Ruan Qiqi picked up the design drafts on the table and looked at them one by one. Xia Tao also came over to take a look. I think this one is great, so festive. Director Lin picked out the one he was most satisfied with. It was a painting of several bright red hibiscus flowers. The bright red and green patterns and the clusters of flowers looked very festive indeed. People thought you were an easy-souled woman. Xia Tao sneered, her sharp tongue coming out. Director Lin only saw her at this time. His face looked a little ugly. If Ruan Qiqi hadn't brought her here, he would have definitely scolded her. The darn girl looks like a decent person, but she can't even utter a nice word. Qiqi, what do you think of this picture? Pomegranates represent many children and good fortune. How wonderful. Director Lin picked out the one he liked second best, which was a bunch of pomegranates full of fruits, bright red, and indeed looked very blessed. Does your factory provide confinement care for sows? Xia Tao couldn't help but retort again and rolled her eyes. Director Lin's expression changed again and again, but he held it in and picked out the third photo. It was a very simple working couple, with hearty and honest smiles on their faces, bright eyes, and looking firmly into the distance. Working people are the most glorious. How about this one? It's so funny. The foreigners thought you were selling hoes and sickles. Xia Tao finished speaking. She laughed first. Director Lin was so angry that he dragged her out of the office and closed the door. He and Qiqi were the only ones discussing the matter together. If he let this darn girl continue talking, he would definitely be so angry that a blood vessel would burst. In the end, Qiqi picked a design that was exactly the same as the one in her previous life. This packaging sold particularly well in her previous life, and it would definitely shine at the Canton Fair in this life. After her repeated assurances, Director Lin finally made up his mind, finalized the design, and prepared to have the porcelain factory and printing factory process a batch of bottles and cartons. Qiqi is going to visit Shuangjiang, and Director Lin is also going home. Today is Sunday, and the employees are not at work, so the family area is quite lively. Niu Feng, I will fight you. The woman's shrill screams came over, mixed with Xia Tao's voice. That's it. Men are all cheap. Just fight boldly. If you can't beat me, I'll help you. Finally finished writing. I was so stuck. Good night. When Director Lin heard Xia Tao's voice, his head began to hurt reflexively. He quickened his pace, wanting to go over and see what was going on.
Ouch.
The man's miserable screams were deafening, startling a flock of sparrows and also shocking Director Lin. He stood there for a few seconds, then ran away. Don't let anyone get killed. Su Yume, are you serious?
Oh my.
It's terrible. I'm going to die. The man's curse was mixed with complicated emotions, including disbelief, anger, and grievance. It's so funny. Don't use too much force when you hit her. Every hit should make a loud bang. Why is it that only your man is allowed to hit the concubine, but the concubine is not allowed to resist? Xia Tao finished mocking the man. She said to the frightened woman, hit him a few more times. Men are like dogs. Hitting them once won't work. Hitting them a few more times will make them obedient. Don't worry, you won't die. He beats you every day, but you're still alive and well. Hit him on the head with this. Xia Tao picked up the laundry mallet from the ground and stuffed it into the frightened woman's hand. The woman held the mallet tightly, her body shaking, her mind blank. In front of her was her husband with a bloody head, baring his fangs and claws at her, but she was not as scared as before. She just smashed her husband's head with a stick. It turns out that the vicious and ferocious husband is just like this. Where did you come from, you stinky jerk? My family affairs have nothing to do with you. If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you to death. Niu Feng wanted to kill Xia Tao. It was this zitch who fanned the flames. Otherwise, how could his usually weak wife dare to hit him? Your beating of the guest is also a family affair? A woman marries into your family to be your wife, not to be your nanny. Why should she be beaten by you? Why are you glaring at her? Your mother was stuck when she gave birth to you, right? That's why she gave birth to such an unlucky thing like you. If you like to beat others so much, why don't you slap yourself? Your face is so ugly that even dogs hate it. You will become prettier if you are spanked a few more times. Xia Tao put her hands on her hips. Her tongue was 12th level sharp. The man was so angry that he was fuming and yelled that he wanted to teach her a lesson, but he didn't dare to come over and just howled. Because just 10 minutes ago, Xia Tao easily lifted him up with just one hand. She was much stronger than him, so he didn't dare to attack her for fear of being embarrassed if he couldn't beat Xia Tao. Why are you still standing there and being stupid? Why don't you bring me some medicine? The man couldn't scold Xia Tao, but he didn't dare to do anything, so he took out all his anger on his wife. The woman subconsciously wanted to go into the house to get medicine, but was stopped by Xia Tao.
See?
You broke his head, but he didn't dare to fight back. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? The woman humbly asked for advice. It means your man is a coward. You were too cowardly in the past, so he bullied you for so many years. You must stand up in the future. Now is a new society. You are a woman of the new era. You can't embarrass your fellow female compatriots. Sister, pick up this, rush up, and beat him up. Xia Tao's voice was full of temptation, and the woman's expression relaxed a lot, but she was still hesitant. After all, she has lived under the tyranny of her husband for many years, and the fear of him is engraved in her bones and will not change so quickly. When he hit you, didn't it hurt? He called you a cousin, and also called your mother, your father, and your ancestors. He didn't treat you as a human being at all? If you don't hit him today, you will be bullied by him for the rest of your life. He will be like the Japanese devils, hating your mother, your father, and your ancestors. If you still have a bit of blood in your body, go kill him now. Xia Tao's emotions gradually became crazy, and her voice became louder and louder. If 759 hadn't restricted her, she would have killed the man with her hands that morning. Director Lin and Ruan Qiqi rushed over. They just heard what she said. Did she escape from a mental hospital? Director Lin was so confused that his head was spinning. This woman was crazier than a mad dog. She had only been let out for a short while, and someone was going to die in the winery. Ruan Qiqi's mouth twitched. To be honest, Xia Tao's mental state was even more insane than that of those in a mental hospital. Suyume, did I give you face? I'll duck and kill you. Niu Lifeng covered his head with one hand and rushed over cursing, wanting to teach his wife a lesson. Look, he's coming. He's going to suck your blood, eat your flesh, and annoy your ancestors for 18 generations. Xia Tao was fanning the flames, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. Suyume's heart was also burning fiercely. She held the mallet tightly, with Xia Tao's voice in her ears, and the scenes of her being bullied by her husband over the years in her mind. Niu Lifeng, you're going too far. Suyume's anger finally reached a critical point, and she rushed forward with a club. At the same time, Director Lin also ran over and shouted, "Stop." But Suyume had been blinded by anger and could not hear anything. At this moment, she only wanted to avenge herself for the bullying she had suffered over the years. Oh my. Suyume, are you crazy?
Oh my.
You really want to kill me? Niu Lifeng's voice changed from arrogant to fearful. He ran away in panic, holding his head, with Suyume chasing him relentlessly.
He's scared.
Don't let go. Stand up, people who don't want to be servants.
Come on, you are the best.
Xia Tao was shouting and dancing beside her, and she also sang a passionate song to encourage Suyume. Encouraged by her, Suyume transformed from a weak little lamb into an angry goat. She chased her husband relentlessly and hit him with a mallet from time to time. Niu Lifeng's head was covered in blood, and it looked like a crime scene. Others did not dare to step forward to stop the fight, for fear of being beaten by Suyume. Stop it. Director Lin still had some prestige. After yelling 3 times, he finally stopped Suyume. Niu Lifeng, with blood all over his head, collapsed on the ground and howled. Director, Suyume is crazy. She infected me from that crazy woman. Ouch! She's going to beat me to death. Ouch! You can't die, shut up. Director Lin glared at him impatiently. Niu Lifeng was the factory's winemaking master. He had great skills in making wine, but he loved to beat his wife and didn't treat her as a human being. He criticized her several times, but Niu Lifeng just wouldn't listen and continued to yell at his wife. Whenever he was unhappy outside, he would take it out on his wife when he got home. Director Lin walked up to Suyume and said in a gentle voice, "Give me the mallet." Suyume looked at him blankly and let him take the mallet. "You are stupid. Never give weapons to men. Men are the least trustworthy. Take them back now." Xia Tao was standing by, feeling very disappointed. After finally standing up a little, it deflated again. So useless. You shut up too. Director Lin roared with gnashing teeth. If it weren't for Ruan Qiqi's sake, he would have thrown this crazy woman out of the factory long ago.
Who are you, my father?
My father is a loser who can't even get hard. You want to be my father so much. Can you get hard too? Xia Tao snorted coldly, not giving Director Lin any face at all. He is Uncle Lin, an elder. Please be more tactful. Ruan Qiqi glared at her fiercely, warning her to restrain herself and not to kill indiscriminately between friend and foe. Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, my mouth speaks faster than my brain. I won't say anything more. You go ahead. Xia Tao apologized without much sincerity, and then ignored Director Lin, whose face turned livid, and left on her own, grabbing several handfuls of melon seeds from the table in Su Yumei's house. She doesn't work for free, she has to charge for it. Director Lin's temple was throbbing. He had Niu Lifeng sent to the infirmary to bandage his wounds and called the factory's women's director to calm Su Yumei down. Xia Tao's epilepsy was so severe that he was really worried that Su Yumei would be too deeply affected and kill Niu Lifeng in the middle of the night. Niu Lifeng, if you ever beat up a guest again, get out of the winery. I'll keep my word. Director Lin sternly warned Niu Lifeng and wanted to warn Su Yumei again, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, he sighed, put his hands behind his back, and walked away. Qiqi, is your friend a little bit? Director Lin pointed at his head, his tone hard to describe. She's been traumatized before, and there are some issues with her brain, but she wouldn't go crazy for no reason. There are so many men in the factory. Why would she only go crazy with Niu Lifeng? A fly won't bite an egg without cracks, isn't that the truth? Ruan Qiqi actually didn't think Xia Tao was wrong. It was Niu Lifeng who beat his wife. Since he hit her first, it was normal for his wife to fight back. So she deliberately used the saying, flies don't bite seamless eggs, to criticize, which is what men like to say about women the most. Director Lin was choked and speechless. Ruan Qiqi was going to see Ruan Shuangjiang and was not going the same way as Director Lin, so they parted ways at the intersection. But after walking a few steps, she heard Xia Tao's voice again. You cooked the meal. Why don't you get to eat the meat? It's because there are too many women like you that women are increasingly bullied by men. Eat this plate of meat. Eat it now. Xia Tao was in a house on the first floor. She stepped on the male owner with one foot, pressed the female owner with one hand, and demanded the woman to eat meat in a fierce voice. Eat it all up, don't leave any piece. If you don't finish it, I'll kill you. Xia Tao threatened fiercely, and the woman dared not refuse, and ate the meat obediently. The man, with his swollen pig face, sat obediently and watched his wife eat the meat. I'll check back in 5 minutes. Don't play tricks on me. Xia Tao gave a warning, ran out quickly, and entered another house. Soon this house also began to become chaotic.
He just called you a zitch.
How can you remain indifferent? Are you still alive? You have to resist. Otherwise your daughter will learn from you and become as cowardly as you are and be bullied by men when she grows up. Xia Tao roared in frustration, picked up a kitchen knife and stuffed it into the woman's hand. Go chop him and teach him a lesson.
Who are you?
What does our family's business have to do with you? Why do you want me to chop my man? The confused woman finally came to her senses and roared at Xia Tao, saying that she and her husband had just had a few words together, but this crazy woman wanted her to kill her husband and make her a widow. How evil! Xia Tao was also confused. She was just doing justice, so why was this woman scolding her? No wonder she is bullied by men. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Our ancestors were right. Unable to bear it any longer, Ruan Qiqi dragged Xia Tao away. Director, where did this crazy woman come from? She asked me to chop my old man, Li, for no reason. What is the security department of the factory doing? Why did they let a mentally ill person in? The woman complained to Director Lin that she and her husband had a good relationship and they would occasionally quarrel, but everything was fine after the quarrel. But today she happened to meet this crazy woman who insisted that she kill her husband. It was really bad luck. Director Lin pressed his temples. His head felt like it was going to explode. He comforted the couple and went home exhausted to eat, but he saw Xia Tao standing at his door, chatting with his cousin. His heart suddenly tightened. Uncle Lin, my eldest sister is not at home. I'm going to your house for dinner. Ruan Qiqi explained embarrassedly. She didn't call Ruan Shuangjiang in advance, and the neighbor said that she took her 2 children back to her hometown yesterday and would not be back until the evening. Besides, she missed Aunt Lin's cooking very much. She couldn't stop thinking about it after eating there last time, so she brought Xia Tao to have a free meal. Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you that your elder sister took a ride back to her hometown from the factory. Let's eat at home and ask your aunt to cook some of her signature dishes. Director Lin slapped his forehead, feeling a little annoyed. He was so angry at that crazy woman Xia Tao that he was confused. He saw Ruan Shuangjiang when she left yesterday, but he just couldn't remember it. Stop filming, that's just stupid. Xia Tao kindly reminded. Director Lin's expression changed, his back teeth clattered, and he used all his self-control to refrain from cursing. Ruan Qiqi pulled hard, glared at him fiercely, and warned him in a low voice. If you keep talking nonsense, don't come out with me again. I'm telling the truth. Good medicine tastes bitter, and honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. That's what the quotations say. Xia Tao has been studying quotations recently and has benefited a lot from them. Her thoughts are well-founded and logical. Director Lin gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and said generously, "It's okay." In his heart, he silently comforted himself. A great man should not care about the mistakes of a small man. He didn't bother with this dead girl. He is the factory director. He should be tolerant and have a broad mind. He just treated this dead girl as a fart. Lin's cooking skills were as good as ever. She cooked many dishes that were all delicious and tasty. Among them was a dish of stir-fried pork with sour beans, which was especially to Ruan Qiqi's taste. The sour beans are chopped into small pieces and stir-fried with mincemeat and chili peppers. It tastes sour and spicy, and goes especially well with rice. Stir-fried pork with sour beans, super delicious with rice. Ruan Qiqi likes to eat it with rice. She ate 3 bowls of rice, and almost finished a large plate of stir-fried sour beans and mincemeat. She also ate a lot of the pickled cucumbers that Aunt Lin had made, 1 piece at a time, just like eating fruit, and she bit them until they were crispy. Xia Tao was so greedy that she picked up a pickled cucumber and stuffed it into her mouth just like Ruan Qiqi did. It was so sour that her face wrinkled. So sour. Why do you eat sour food recently?
Xia Tao didn't vomit.
She finished eating with a wink. She didn't have the habit of spitting out food in her mouth. No matter how bad the food tasted, she would swallow it. It's not sour, it's delicious. Ruan Qiqi picked up another piece of pickled cucumber and ate it with gusto. She really didn't think it was sour at all, and it tasted extremely good. Lin's expression changed slightly, and she asked in surprise, "Qiqi, are you pregnant?" "What's the matter?" Ruan Qiqi asked back subconsciously, and after asking, she was stunned. "You're pregnant since you like sour food so much. It's probably a boy. When I was pregnant with my eldest son, I was exactly like you, eating pickles every day and eating a whole jar of them in a month." Aunt Lin said with a smile. "Qiqi, are you going to give birth to a baby? Give birth to it and let me play with it." Xia Tao was also very surprised and made some unreasonable requests. "Don't even think about it if you want to have fun, just do it yourself." Ruan Qiqi glared fiercely. The baby she gave birth to could only be played with by her and Lu Yi, and no one else was allowed to get close. Director Lin said happily, "After dinner, go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll go with you." "No, I'll go by myself." Ruan Qiqi refused. She could eat and sleep well, and was not that delicate. "I'm here. I'll go with Qiqi." Xia Tao volunteered, but Director Lin looked at her with disdain, showing no trust in her at all. A crazy woman? Ruan Qiqi finished her meal calmly. Director Lin urged her to go to the hospital, but she was not in a hurry and wanted to have a cup of tea before leaving. Lin cleaned up the table and prepared to wash the dishes. Xia Tao saw it and spoke faster than her brain. "You worked so hard to cook, and you still have to wash the dishes? You haven't been a servant to your family for decades, have you? It's because of women like you that men become more and more excessive. You must resist and resolutely refuse to wash these dishes. Let the men wash them." Lin was confused and wanted to explain that she was not a servant and that she lived a happy life, but Xia Tao was too tight-lipped and she didn't have a chance to explain. Unable to bear it any longer, Director Lin dragged Xia Tao to the gate and warned the guard, "Remember her face, and never let her in again, or I'll fire you." "I want to come in, just look around. Before Xia Tao could finish her words, Qiqi covered her mouth and dragged her away. If she let this woman continue talking, she was worried that Director Lin would really have a blood vessel burst. "Uncle Lin, let's go." Qiqi said goodbye loudly. Director Lin, with a sullen face, forced a smile and glared at Xia Tao fiercely. He then instructed the guard, "Increase the number of patrols every day and keep an eye on the four corners of the east, south, west, and north. Darn it, he has someone keeping a close eye on him, just to see how that crazy woman can climb over the wall." Qiqi dragged Xia Tao away, then let go of her hand and said angrily, "Shut up when you go out next time. This woman is truly crazy, and she is the kind of crazy that created the dead universe. There is nothing in this world that she cares about anymore. I can't close it." Xia Tao refused. "If she is not allowed to speak, her life will be worse than death. Then I'll sew it up for you." Qiqi sneered, took out needle and thread from her bag, and pretended to sew. Xia Tao reacted quickly and turned around to run, but was tripped by a rose branch on the side of the road and fell flat on her face. She changed direction and ran, but was tripped again. The rose branch seemed to be staring at her, following her like a shadow. "Just shut up." Xia Tao had no choice but to compromise because she couldn't beat Qiqi. But she still wanted to argue. This world belongs to men. Women have suffered so much. I am just doing justice for the heavens. You are too extreme. Not all women are suffering, and not all men deserve to die. And your method is wrong. Anyway, since you want to live in China, you have to abide by the social order here. Qiqi patiently advised that she could understand Xia Tao's psychology, but others could not understand. If you want to live in this society, you have to adapt to it. Even if you are a crazy woman, you have to pretend to be one.
No.
Xia Tao agreed reluctantly. Qiqi was about to go to the hospital for a checkup. Xia Tao insisted on going with her and repeatedly assured her that she would never have a seizure in the hospital. So, the two went to the hospital. There were a lot of people in the obstetrics and gynecology department, all pregnant women who came for checkups. Qiqi went to the toilet to urinate and sat in the corridor waiting for the results. The benches in the corridor were full of pregnant women. "I hope this baby is a boy. The previous two are girls. My mother-in-law has a long face and is always in a bad mood." A pregnant woman next to her sighed and looked worried. Xia Tao looked at her, opened her mouth, but then closed it. Other pregnant women comforted her, saying it must be a son. The worried pregnant woman was coaxed into full confidence. "I also think it's a son. The pregnancy signs of this pregnancy are completely different from the previous two. God bless. Please don't give birth to a daughter. Daughters are given to other families to raise. They are useless." Qiqi found it irritating and frowned. "I want a son too. My husband is the only son in 3 generations and they all gave birth late. My mother-in-law got pregnant with my husband 5 years after marriage, and my husband's grandmother got pregnant with my father-in-law 4 years after marriage. My husband and I have been married for 6 years, and I am only pregnant with this baby. I hope it's a son." Another pregnant woman gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, also wanting to have a son. "You are not a woman? Your mother-in-law is not a woman? Give birth to a son. Give birth to a son. If you like giving birth to a son so much, why don't you pretend to be a man?" Xia Tao, who could no longer bear it, used her sharp tongue again and scolded the first pregnant woman, making her speechless. Then she yelled at the 3rd-generation single-line heir, "Do you know why it's so hard for your family to have children? Because God couldn't stand it anymore and wants your family to be childless. Don't you understand?" All the pregnant women were stunned by the yelling. The air became unusually quiet, with only Xia Tao's wheezing breathing to be heard. She was so angry.
Who are you?
Your family is extinct. Are you crazy? It's none of your business that I like to have a son. You are born in the year of the dog. If you meddle in other people's affairs, you should just not have a son in your life. The pregnant women finally came to their senses and started cursing. Although Xia Tao's poisonous tongue skill was at level 12, she only had one mouth and could not scold so many mouths. Not only could she not scold them, She was also sprayed with saliva all over her head and face. Especially the pregnant woman who was scolded for having no children or grandchildren. She was so angry that she grabbed Xia Tao's hair and wanted to slap her. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. She's not in a good mind. Qiqi apologized with a smile and explained that they had finally rescued the person. The two of them went to the other side dejectedly to wait. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know a good man's heart. Xia Tao wiped her face with a handkerchief and couldn't help complaining. Qiqi rolled her eyes in disdain and was too lazy to pay attention to her. After waiting for a few more minutes, it was finally her turn. Qiqi sat in the doctor's office and heard the kind-looking doctor say, "Congratulations, you are 1.5 months pregnant."
Thank you, doctor.
Qiqi was very calm and listened to some precautions the doctor said, which were all old stuff, such as not having love within 3 months and so on. After leaving the hospital, she and Xia Tao parted ways. She returned to the compound, and Xia Tao returned to school. Don't forget the final exam next week. Leaving, Xia Tao gave some instructions.
No.
Qiqi responded. Although she didn't attend classes very often, she usually read books, so she should have no problem passing the exam. After returning home, she felt sleepy again, so she went to bed. When she woke up, it was dark. Lu brought back the food from the cafeteria and left it on the table without eating. He was washing clothes in the corridor. "Qiqi, are you awake? Are you hungry? We have braised pork and stir-fried beef today."
You can eat first.
"I'll finish washing the clothes before eating." Lu scrubbed the clothes skillfully. He basically washed all the clothes at home. Sometimes, Qiqi would use the washing machine in the space to wash clothes. She planned to buy a washing machine next year to free Lu's hands. "Wait until you finish washing before eating. I'll take a nap." Qiqi yawned, tears in her eyes, and lay down again. Lu quickened the speed of washing clothes and finished them in less than half an hour. He then hung them out to dry, heated up the food, and asked Qiqi to get up and eat.
Show you.
Qiqi didn't want to leave the bed. It was so comfortable to stay in bed in winter. She took out the checklist and handed it to Lu lazily. "Qiqi, what's wrong with you?" Lu suddenly became nervous, staring at the list intently, and finally saw the last line of words. He recognized all the words, but his brain had not yet reacted, and he was completely dazed. After several dozen seconds, he finally reacted and said in surprise, "Qiqi, you have a cub?"
Yes.
Qiqi nodded proudly and pointed a little with her hands. "It's only this small now. The head and body haven't grown out yet." "When will the tail grow out?" "No, it's the feet that will grow out." Lu was so happy that he was a little incoherent and could only smile foolishly. "The tail will grow too, but it will be gone after birth. The feet will come out after 5 months, but they will come out in 8 months anyway." Qiqi was not quite sure. She didn't know much about pregnant women, and it was a blind spot for her. When he heard that he would be able to see the baby in 8 months, Lu was so happy that he somersaulted on the spot and quickly stepped into the role of a prospective father. "Qiqi, don't get up. Eat in bed. I'll feed you." Lu filled a large bowl of rice, added some of Qiqi's favorite dishes, and sat beside the bed to feed her. "I want this piece of meat and this less rice and a sip of soup." Qiqi leaned comfortably on the bed like a big boss, enjoying Lu's feeding. She also made some requests from time to time and ate very happily. "Deputy Captain Lu, your basin fell into the bathroom." The door was ajar. Lu Danny pushed it open carelessly and came in carrying a basin. She just happened to see Lu feeding the baby. The two of them were in a very intimate posture. "Oh my God, I didn't see anything. The basin was left here." Lu Danny was so scared that she turned around quickly, dropped the basin, and ran away, her face red with embarrassment. Lu and Qiqi didn't take it seriously and continued to eat. Qiqi enjoyed the meal very much. After the meal, she felt sleepy again and continued to sleep. But outside, there was a huge uproar, mainly because the sisters-in-law in the building were all jealous after hearing Lu Danny's exaggerated description. "Oh, Mom, You didn't see that Deputy Commander Lou is better at serving people than Li Lianying. I always heard people say how good Li Lianying was at serving people, and now I finally see the real person. Sister Ruan is indeed the most blessed one in our building. Women have to live like her to live a meaningful life. Lu Danny's tone was full of envy. The scene just now had such a huge impact on her that she still hasn't calmed down. Everything she had seen since she was a child and the education she received from her elders were shocked by this scene. It turned out that women could live like Wan Qiqi. It turns out that men can also be like Lu Yi. Tell me quickly, how did Vice Captain Lou feed him? The other women pressed on. They wanted to hear details. That's it, Shang Lihua. You pretend to be Miss Ruan. Lean on the bed. I'm Deputy Captain Lou. Sit here. I'll feed you. You open your mouth. Lu Danny asked Shang Lihua to cooperate with her in the performance. Shang Lihua cooperated with a smile and laughed several times. Qiqi, is it hot? It's not hot. Shang Lihua blurted out, and then Lu Danny slapped him on the head. If you want to say it's hot, you have to act coquettishly. No, you can't imitate her. Sister Ruan knows how to act coquettishly. Even I, a woman, feel numb when I hear her. No wonder Deputy Captain Lou is so obedient. Lu Danny was disgusted with Shang Lihua's performance, saying that she couldn't perform 1/3 of Ruan Qiqi's. Shang Lihua looked unhappy and muttered unconvincedly. Every time I act like a spoiled child, my husband Zhou is always very obedient. Does your Lao Zhou feed you? Lu Danny's words left her speechless. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. They have been married for such a long time, and they are still so clingy.
Someone said.
What's there to be ashamed of? Don't you and your man sleep? If you don't sleep, how can you have a child? Wang Suehua retorted. The couple has a good relationship, and Deputy Captain Lou is caring. Such a good man is rare to find. Wang Shuhua praised. The other women all agreed with this, and their envy of Ruan Qiqi reached its peak, and their disdain for their own men also reached its peak. So, that night, almost all the men in the family building were treated coldly by their wives. Especially a few old men who were used to enjoying themselves. Even the foot-washing water had to be brought to them, including Lu Danny's man Qiao Chengkai. In the past, Lu Danny thought it was normal to bring foot-washing water to men, because her mother, her grandmother, and her mother-in-law all did so and took care of men meticulously. So after she got married, she also took care of her man in the same way. She's been living like this for more than 10 years of marriage and has never felt wronged, but today she suddenly felt a little wronged. They are all men, so why is Deputy Captain Lou so good to his wife? Her husband is just like a grown man, who only asks for clothes and food, and can't be relied on for anything. He is a lazy guy who won't even pick up the broom when it falls down. Lu Danny felt more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it, so she went on strike at night. After finishing his meal, Qiao Chengkai went out for a walk, and when he came back, he prepared to soak his feet and go to sleep. In the past, when he came home from a walk, his wife would prepare hot water for washing feet and bring it to him. But today, he returned home for several minutes, but still hadn't gotten any water for washing feet. I want to soak my feet, Qiao Chengkai shouted. Lu Danny was sitting on the sofa, knitting a sweater, without even raising her head. Qiao Chengkai called out to her a few more times, each time louder than the last. Don't you have arms and legs? Can't you pour water for your feet? Deputy Captain Lou is more handsome than you, has a higher position, and is more capable than you. He takes care of all the housework at home and feeds Miss Ruan. You can't even compare to his little finger. In the future, pour water for your feet. Forget about asking me to serve you. Lu Danny, who had been feeling aggrieved all night, became impatient when being yelled at and took out all her anger on the man, scolding him to death. During the conversation, Qiao Chun opened his mouth several times and wanted to say something, but he didn't get a word in. Finally, when his wife finished scolding him, he said aggrievedly, "If it doesn't fall, then it doesn't fall. Why are you so angry? It was you who fell before. I was the one who fell down before, so I have to be a nanny for the rest of my life?" Qiao Chengkai, open your eyes and take a good look at Deputy Headman Lou. He is your role model, a living role model standing right in front of you. In the future, learn from Deputy Headman Lou. I don't ask you to learn everything, but if you can learn 30% of him, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Lu Danny became even angrier. She threw down the sweater in her hand, stood up and confronted Qiao Chunkai, almost poking her fingers into his eyes. Darn it, she was really blinded by greed. How come she had been a nanny for more than 10 years? If she had known Ruan Qiqi and his wife earlier, she would have realized her mistake sooner and would have become the master long ago. "Do your own work from now on. Don't count on me." After Lu Danny finished yelling, she glared fiercely and sat down to continue knitting. After knitting a few stitches, she remembered that this woolen vest was knitted for a man. She threw it aside angrily and picked up her son's torn pants to mend them. Qiao Chunkai wiped the saliva from his face and went to pour water for washing his feet in a sullen manner. The hot water was on the stove outside. When he got outside, he dared to chirp softly. "No wonder you didn't eat at night. It turns out that you are full of gunpowder. You just envy others all day long. You don't even look at how soft their wives speak. Unlike you, your words are like bullets shooting out. The Japanese can kill you. If you have any opinions, come inside and speak up. Don't fart outside." Lu Danny's roar was heard. Qiao Chunkai immediately shut up and dared not say a word. The same thing happened in other people's homes. In the years that followed, the men in the residential building were full of dissatisfaction with Lu Yi, but they did not dare to say it to his face. They only dared to talk about it behind his back and gave him a nickname, Servant Lu. Jokingly, he is better at serving people than his father-in-law. Lu Yi was completely unaware of all this. He was only concerned about his wife's health. He wished he could put her in his pocket every day, for fear that Ruan Qiqi would get cold, fall, or starve. Originally, Ruan Qiqi planned to go to school on Monday because she had a final exam on Thursday, but after Lu Ye's persuasion, her already weak will immediately wavered, and she decided to continue lying down and take the exam directly on Thursday. "Qiqi, the old man asked us to have dinner to welcome Lu Jiefeng and the others," Lu Yi said after coming back from get-off work. The Lu Jiefeng brothers were awarded second-class merit this time, as was Cui Xiongwei. After they have recovered from their injuries, they can go home and recuperate for a while because the Sin the Kingdom is still hunting them down, and the border is a mixed bag. The higher-ups are worried about their safety, so they let them go home to avoid the limelight and return to the army after a while. The person who was most happy about the meritorious service made by the Lu brothers this time was Lu Disheng. His two silly sons had finally grown up, and Lu Disheng was particularly pleased. He was also glad that he had made the wise decision to send the two brothers to the border for training. In less than half a year, the useless sons had become useful people. "General, I won, ha ha ha." Lu Disheng laughed triumphantly. "Congratulations. What about liberation and aid Korea?" Mo Chiofeng put away the chessboard. He really didn't want to play chess with this old rogue anymore. He kept taking back the chess pieces after they were dropped, and he did this over and over again, which gave him a headache. "Let's go out and play." These two brats have finally grown up. After a few more years of training, they should be able to stand on their own. Lu Disheng couldn't stop smiling. He was happier that his useless son had done something great than if he himself had done something great. "They are just like you when you were young." Mo Chiofeng retorted that brother Lu Jiefeng was a replica of Lu Disheng when he was young, just as naive and just as lucky. If Lu Disheng had worse luck, he would have died hundreds of times earlier. "I'm much better than them. You know nothing." Lu Disheng was not convinced. He said that he did not only rely on bravery in battle but also on strategy. If those two jerks could be half as good as him, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves in the army. Mo Chiofeng curled his lips, too lazy to argue with him. "Your son Jin Song has made a great contribution this time. He should be promoted, right?" Lu Disheng asked with concern. "He has a lot of ideas and has been transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Mo Chiofeng smiled slightly, his tone calm. "What does Jin Song think?" "He can only rely on himself in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the army, we can still help him come up with ideas." Lu Disheng frowned, unable to understand Mo Jinsong's choice. He is actually more suitable for diplomacy. He, Qiqi, and Ono did a great job in the exercise this time. Mo Qiufeng's tone was full of appreciation. Although he was not close to his eldest son, no one knows a son better than his father. He was the person who knew his eldest son best in the world. Mo Jinsong wanted to be a diplomat when he was a child. His idol was Gu Weijun. He was determined to become a diplomat as good as Gu Weijun. He also wrote an essay titled My Ideal, in which he mentioned Gu Weijun. But later the boss chose the army. Mo Qiufeng knew that the boss was holding his breath and wanted to surpass him in the army. He was very pleased that his eldest son changed his mind and returned to his favorite track. That's right. These kids are doing great things quietly. They are worthy of being our children. Lu Disheng grinned. His tone was particularly proud. Today was the happiest day for him, and he must have a few more drinks in the evening. Xiao Duan, fry more peanuts. Lu Disheng ran to the kitchen and gave instructions. Xiao Duan was a lifeguard sent by higher-ups to take care of him and Mo Qiufeng. He used to be a cook and had good cooking skills.
New.
Xiao Duan agreed with a smile. Lu Disheng wanted to continue playing chess, but Mo Qiufeng didn't want to. He was very bored. He listened to the radio for a while and then ran out again, muttering, "Where did you go to play? None of you came back. You have no sense of time at all. It's outrageous." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi walking slowly, slower than a snail. "Qiqi, there are rocks here, be careful. Qiqi, there is a pit here. Qiqi, there is a branch here, I'll kick it away." Lu Yi's nagging was even more eloquent than the old nanny, and Ruan Qiqi became so impatient that she pushed the person away and walked away by herself. She is pregnant with a baby, not tofu, so it is not easy for something to get into trouble. Moreover, if the baby will get into trouble if touched, it is the law of nature, which means that the baby has been eliminated by nature and is not suitable for survival in this society. "Qiqi, slow down." Lu Yi chased after her nervously, fearing that the baby in Ruan Qiqi's belly would fall out. "Your cousin is not made of tofu. Why is he like this? You are such a woman." Lu Disheng glared at him unhappily. He couldn't stand seeing a grown man acting like this. "You know nothing, Qiqi is pregnant."
Lu Yi retorted.
Lu Disheng was stunned for 3 seconds, then quickly came to his senses and said in ecstasy, "Qiqi is pregnant? Oh, I'm going to be a grandfather? I am the father, it has nothing to do with you."
Lu Yi snorted.
He and Qiqi had worked so hard to conceive this baby, and he didn't want it to be given to an old man for nothing. "Look at what bullshit you are talking about. You are my son, and if you become a father, then I will become a grandfather." Lu Disheng was in a very good mood and was too lazy to argue with his rebellious son. He was about to chat with his daughter-in-law. Just as he turned his head, he saw Ruan Qiqi moving a chair and preparing to step on it to pick oranges. "Don't step on it," the father and son said in unison, and their movements were synchronized. They rushed over in one step. Lu Yi helped Ruan Qiqi, and Lu Disheng moved the chair. He stepped on it himself and asked with a smile, "Qiqi, which one do you want to eat? You tell me and I'll pick it." "The biggest one and the roundest one," Ruan Qiqi directed, and Lu Disheng picked the fruits, and soon he filled a basket. "The orange is very sour and not tasty." Brother Lu Jiefeng came back, carrying large and small bags, and they were kind enough to give us a reminder. This orange tree was planted by Lu Disheng. The oranges it bears are particularly sour. When they were children and had nothing to eat, they would only pick these oranges and eat them. Otherwise, they would not even touch them. Ruan Qiqi had already peeled one and was eating it with relish. The sourness was just right for her taste, and it was delicious. Seeing her eating so happily, the two brothers couldn't help but doubt themselves. Could it be that the orange tree had also grown? Lu Yuanchao also peeled one, put the orange segment into his mouth, chewed it for a few times, and swallowed it without changing his expression. "Is it sweet?" Lu Jiefeng asked.
"Sweet."
Lu Yuanchao nodded vigorously, and Lu Jiefeng immediately stuffed 3 cloves into his mouth. After chewing them for a few times, his whole face wrinkled into a ball, and his eyebrows and eyes were blurred.
"Duck."
"I'm so jealous." Lu Jiefeng spat out the orange in his mouth and raised his leg to kick his brother, but he failed because he got slapped on the head. Who are you in front of me? You're almost an uncle, but you're still not steady at all. How can you be a role model for your nephews and nieces in the future? After Lu Dishing finished cursing, he slapped him again. Lu Jiefeng's head was buzzing and he didn't react for a long time. They went out. The old man was very kind and gentle to them, and he spoke softly to them. He also generously gave them 100 yuan in pocket money and told them to spend it as they pleased. Why did he change his attitude when he got home? Doesn't fatherly love have a shelf life of even 8 hours? What are you still standing here for?
Move the stool back.
You have no sense at all. Don't lead your nephew astray in the future. Lu Dishing did not let Lu Yuanchao go either. He yelled at him, then walked into the house triumphantly with his hands behind his back. Lao Mo, I'm going to be a grandfather, haha. Are you jealous? I became a grandfather 6 years ago. Mo Qiufeng reminded him that it was the wrong place to show off. Lu Dishim curled his lips and went to the kitchen in a huff, continuing to show off to Xiao Duan. Xiao Duan was better at talking than Mo Qiufeng, and he made him very happy, laughing all the time. In the yard finally understood that all his father's love had been transferred to his unborn nephew. Are they going to be uncles now? Do I need to give a meeting gift? Being uncles for the first time, the two brothers were a little flustered. They searched their bodies and finally came up with 8.88 yuan, a particularly auspicious number. They handed it over shyly, hesitatingly saying, "Gift for meeting you." Ruan Qiqi accepted it without hesitation and said, "Save more. Otherwise you won't have money to buy your nephew anything he wants to eat in the future." That's not possible. We can still afford food for children. The two brothers said in unison that Ruan Qiqi looked down on them. After all, they are adults who have made second-class merits. How could they not be able to afford some food for their nephew? Ruan Qiqi was just joking. She glanced at the leather shoes in Lu Jiefeng's hand and asked with a sudden thought, "Did you see Su Lina?" She remembered Lu Jiefeng's ex-girlfriend Su Lina, who now worked as a salesperson in a shoe cabinet. I saw it and I spent half an hour choosing it and even wrote a bad review in her comment book. Lu Jiefeng boasted with great pride that he had finally gotten rid of the frustration he had been feeling for the past 6 months. Seeing Su Lina's expression of being angry but not being able to say anything, he felt extremely happy. I also spent half an hour choosing, and now I am writing a bad review. Lu Yuanchao shook his head proudly. He must have been following in his brother's footsteps. That woman Su Lina was so mean that she even dared to dump his brother. He couldn't swallow this. "Is this all you did?" Ruan Qiqi asked. "Isn't that enough?" "Sister-in-law, you haven't seen Su Lina's face. It's uglier than eating shoot. And you have to serve her in silence."
It's so satisfying.
Lu Jiefeng now feels even better than after eating the ginseng fruit. Lu Yuanchao nodded, and he also felt very happy. Ruan Qiqi sighed lightly. These two idiots were so stupid that they couldn't even do anything bad. Fortunately, I inherited Lu Dishing's good luck, otherwise it would be difficult for me to even survive. I have something to tell you. Aunt Lin's performance on the farm is not very good. She is not active in her work and always asks for leave. When you go to see her, try to persuade her not to hold you back. If she hadn't held you back, you would have definitely won the first-class award this time. Ruan Qiqi openly tried to sow discord between them as mother and son. We were originally awarded first-class merit? The brothers' eyes widened, and the joy on their faces froze in an instant. Although there is only one word difference between the first-class merit and the second-class merit, the difference is still huge. If they get the first-class merit, they can be promoted directly. God gave them the opportunity to be promoted, but they were rejected by their incompetent parents. Both brothers thought so in their hearts and felt a lot more resentful towards Lin Mannion. If others can reform themselves, why can't their parents do it? You almost died, how come you didn't get a first-class merit? But because Aunt Lin's awareness was too low, the organization felt that you still needed deeper training, so they gave you a second-class merit. No wonder the organization made such a decision. It's really your mother.
Sigh.
You will know when you go to the farm. Qiqi wanted to talk but stopped herself. Her expression was indescribable, and her eye drops were flying. The two brothers did not doubt it at all. They had been through life and death with their sister-in-law, and she would definitely not lie to them. The first-class merit that they had just won flew away just like that. The two brothers felt more pain in their hearts than if it were cut by a knife, and their faces looked uglier than if they were crying. It's time to eat. Lu Disheng came out to call for help. Seeing the two brothers standing there stupidly, he slapped each of them and yelled, "Are you deaf?
You are so slow to react.
What will you do on the battlefield in the future? The enemy's bullets were right in front of your eyes, but you didn't know how to dodge. With your stupid behavior, how can you set a good example for your nephew in the future?" I heard it. The two brothers held their heads and yelled in unison. They originally wanted to ask the old man whether the first-class merit was real, but their heads were buzzing from the beatings, and they forgot about it. Xiao Duan is a good cook, and he makes authentic Hunan cuisine, which is both delicious and goes well with rice. Qiqi ate with a great appetite and even finished 3 full bowls of rice. After dinner, Mo Qiufeng couldn't help showing off to Qiqi a porcelain cup he had found a few days ago, and he even ran home to get it. It's definitely ding kiln. I only spent $2 and found a great bargain. Mo Qiufeng brought over was as white as jade, and one could tell just by looking at its appearance that it was no ordinary item. This is a big leak. Uncle Mo likes to collect antiques? Qiqi didn't know much about antiques. She had heard of ding kiln, one of the 5 major kills. This cup was well preserved, and if it was kept for decades, it would definitely be sold at a high price. He just loves doing this, and all his salary is spent on it. Lu Disheng's tone was full of disdain. He thought it would be better to use the spare money to buy meat. It would be useless to eat anything. Mo Qiufeng smiled and was too lazy to argue with him. Everyone has different hobbies. Lu Disheng likes to eat meat and collect cultural relics. His greatest pleasure every week is to go shopping in cultural relic shops and see if he can find any bargains. Uncle Mo collects all kinds of treasures. He must be an expert. Qiqi admired Mo Qiufeng very much. He knew so much. He was good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, marching, and fighting. He was also very good at identifying cultural relics. Really amazing. His family runs a pawn shop, so how could they not be experts? Lu Disheng yelled something, then he became annoyed and looked at Mo Qiufeng apologetically. Mo Qiufeng smiled calmly and said nothing, but it was obvious that his mood had calmed down a lot. After chatting for a few minutes, he took the porcelain cup and went home. Lu Disheng slapped his lips hard. What a lousy mouth. Dad, what happened to Uncle Mo? Qiqi asked with concern. She had never heard anyone mention Mo Qiufeng's family background before, but she could guess that Mo Qiufeng must be from a wealthy family. His elegance and nobility, as well as his great knowledge and talent, were not something that an ordinary family could cultivate. Oh, he misses his family. Lu Disheng sighed and told the story of Mo Qiufeng, a story full of tragedy and hatred. Mo Qiufeng's family runs a pawn shop, and there are branches of the Mo family in many cities across the province. Over time, the Mo family has collected many treasures. The one that Mo Qiufeng's father values most is a box of oracle bones. 19. Mo Qiufeng was a carefree young master from a wealthy family. He was extremely smart and a great student since he was young. He lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to Beijing University. When the Mo family got into trouble, he was studying in Beijing and escaped. It was only when his clan members informed him that he realized something had happened at home. Overnight, his parents, uncles, brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces were all killed. The Mo family's old house was burned down to the ground by a fire, but it could not cover up the crimes of the Japanese devils. The fuse was the box of oracle bones. The Japanese wanted to buy them, but the Mo family refused to sell them and even scolded the Japanese. In addition, the Japanese had just entered Tanzhou City and wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The Mo family was a well-known family in Tanzhou City with a high status, but they became innocent victims of their swords. Overnight, Mo Qiufeng grew up. After burying his family, he returned to the capital to go to school, but secretly joined the revolution. After that, he lurked in the enemy camp to collect intelligence and avenge his family and thousands of compatriots who were killed. Although the Japanese were driven away, his family could never come back. This is an eternal pain in Mo Qiufeng's heart, and he still cannot let it go. Uncle Mo must have gone crazy a long time ago. Ruan Qiqi sighed. Mo Qiufeng seemed calm and composed, but he might have gone crazy inside. His calm and rational appearance was just a facade, like a dormant volcano. Once it erupted, the consequence would be the destruction of everything. Those darn Japanese devils have driven so many Chinese people crazy. After returning home, Mo Qiufeng sat in the study and smoked quietly. He seldom smoked and would only smoke when he was extremely upset. In front of him, in the photo, he had a childish face and was standing behind his parents. There were also his uncles, brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces, more than 20 people in total, and they were all smiling happily. This was a family photo taken when he went to college. He brought it to school and looked at it when he missed home. This was the only photo he had saved, as all the other photos were burned by the Japanese. Mo Qiufeng blew out a smoke ring, gently stroked the photo, and murmured, "The Japanese have been driven away. Did you receive the letter I burned for you? If you did, could you come into my dream and tell me?" The next day, when it was still dawn, the Lu Jiafeng brothers slept very soundly. Their dreams were full of delicious food, including chicken legs and pork elbows. The two brothers smacked their lips nonstop as the chicken legs and pork elbows were delivered to their mouths, just a fraction of a second away from being eaten. Snap! A huge slap came down from the sky, knocking the chicken leg and the big elbow away, and then Lu Disheng's horrible, black face, as if magnified hundreds of times, appeared in front of the two brothers, grinning at them. The brothers were so frightened that they felt refreshed. "It's not even daybreak yet, what are you doing?" The two brothers were so angry that they wanted to beat the old man, but they didn't have the courage to do so. "Look, the sun is out, hurry up and get up and practice boxing. It's because I didn't discipline you before that I raised you two useless people. From now on, you must get up and practice boxing at 5:30 every morning, rain or shine." Lu Disheng was only wearing thin clothes, but he was energetic enough to kill a tiger. He got up at 5:30 every morning to practice boxing, and he has been doing it for more than 40 years. Which one is useless? "We just won the second-class merit," the two brothers retorted in unison. If it were in the past, when the old man called them trash, they would not dare to say a word in reply. But now they are so confident. The freshly minted second-class merit is still hot. Which loser can win the second-class merit? You are so proud of yourself for having won the second-class merit? I have so many military medals. Am I proud of myself? What are you still hesitating about? You must gather in the yard within 5 minutes, otherwise I will beat you to death. Lu Disheng slapped another person in the face. It was just a small second-class merit. What qualifications did he have to be proud and complacent? In the past, he was too busy with work and had problems with his ideology. He believed that men should be the breadwinners and women should be the homemakers, so he did not discipline his 3 sons. As a result, Lu Yi grew up to be a successful person, but these 2 jerks were wasted. During this period of time, he has been reflecting and realizing his mistakes. If there are mistakes, just correct them. Lu Disheng decided to take time to strictly discipline these 2 boys. He does not ask them to be as successful as their eldest brother, but only asks them to be able to protect themselves when they encounter danger in the future.
No.
The 2 brothers roared angrily. Their heads were buzzing from being slapped, and their sleepiness was completely gone. Lu Disheng went to the yard to wait. The 2 brothers stayed in bed for 3 seconds, got out of bed with difficulty, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked at the darkness outside. The 2 brothers sighed together. "You keep telling lies all day long. The sun is out, and the moon hasn't even set yet. Yuan Chao, look at the time." Lu Jiafeng really wanted to curse. He wasn't going to be a thief, so why did he get up in the dark and throw a punch? Lu Yuanchao splashed cold water on his face a few times. The cold water made him sober up. He raised his wrist and muttered, 5 o'clock, didn't Master Yi say it was 5:30? Lu Jiefeng was so angry that he pounded his chest, subtracting the 5 minutes the old man spent scolding them, which meant that the old man came to call them at 5 o'clock. This life is unbearable. It's better to go back to the army early. At least the troops get up at 6 o'clock for training. They are much more humane than this old man. Although the two brothers were full of complaints, they did not dare to slow down, because the old man really knew how to beat them, and his blows were very ruthless. 2 minutes to wash with cold water, another minute to fold the quilt, another minute to get dressed, and the last minute to rush to the yard. Report. The two brothers stood straight and saluted. Boxing. After Lu Dishing finished speaking, he started boxing. Each punch was powerful and imposing. He had been practicing this set of boxing since he was a child. He didn't even know what it was called. He learned it from a retired bodyguard in the village. The bodyguard told him that this set of boxing is to train internal strength, which will bring great benefits if practiced well. Lu Dishing has persisted in it for more than 40 years. He has not felt other benefits, but his body and spirit are indeed much stronger than those of his peers. He has rarely caught a cold in the past 40 years, and except when he was injured, he never went to the hospital. He taught this set of boxing to the three brothers Lu Yi and others. Whenever he was at home, he would wake the three brothers up in the morning to practice boxing. It was a pity that he spent too little time at home. Didn't you eat? You're so weak. Even women can fight with more force than you. Your fists can't even kill a rabbit, and you still want to fight the enemy? Looking at the two brothers boxing, Lu Dishing was extremely disgusted and corrected them while scolding them. The training lasted until the sun came out. The brothers were sweating and very hungry. However, after finishing the boxing, they felt relaxed and energized. You have nothing to do during the day, so clean up the other room. It's ridiculous for two people to share a bed. Having breakfast, Lu Dishing assigned tasks to the two brothers. The two brothers were supposed to each have a room, but cleaning a room takes a lot of work, and the two brothers found it troublesome, so they only cleaned up one room and shared one bed. I'll be back in the army soon and clean up the waste. The brothers had a strong reason. They didn't mind the crowd anyway. I'm lazy, don't talk about useless things, just clean up after dinner. Lu Dishing glared fiercely and easily saw through the laziness of these two jerks. It's no problem for us to clean up, but after we go to the army, you'll have to wash the quilt covers and sheets. Lu Jiefeng muttered. If you don't wash it, it will grow hair. Lu Yuanchao immediately added. Lu Dishing was silent for a few seconds. He pretended nothing had happened and slurped his porridge, not mentioning cleaning the room again. The two brothers clapped their hands proudly under the table. The old man always said that they were lazy. Humph, it was the old man who was the laziest. Give us some money. Lu Jiefeng was eating a bun in one hand and stretched his other hand in front of Lu Dishing. Where's the $100 you gave me yesterday? It's all gone. The two brothers answered confidently that the remaining $8.88 would be given as a gift to their future nephew, and now their pockets were cleaner than their faces. Spend all the 100 yuan in one day? Even if I opened a banknote printing factory, I still can't afford to support you two losers. I still have 50 yuan, spend it sparingly. Lu Dishing went into the house, took out 50 yuan, slammed it on the table in annoyance, and asked them what they were going to do today. Going to the farm to see my mom. The two brothers answered in unison. Lu Dishing frowned. Although he disliked Lin Mannion, she was his son's biological mother after all, so he had to go and see her. If she asks you to do anything, don't agree to anything. She won't die of starvation or fatigue on the farm. Don't listen to her crying and feeling sorry for herself. Lu Dishing gave a few instructions and went to work after dinner. The two brothers washed the dishes, bought a can of malted milk, a bag of biscuits and luncheon meat, and a bag of fruit, then rode their bikes to the farm and asked around. They found out that Lin Mannion was working at the foot of the mountain. Both of my sons have won second-class merits. I will definitely be able to leave here. I don't want to do these jobs. You can do them if you want. Don't expect me to do them. I am different from you. Do you have sons who have won second-class merits? Lin Manyun's arrogant and complacent voice came from afar. The two brothers heard it as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, and they frowned at the same time. Your son is great for defending his country. As a mother, you should set an example and set high standards for yourself, so as not to hold your son back. Lin Mannion, we have taken good care of you and assigned you easy tasks. But you don't do this or that all day long. What are you doing on the farm? Do you think you are still Commander Lou's cousin? Your petty bourgeois style won't work on the farm. We won't buy into it. Your son is so unlucky to have a mother like you. Maybe your son could have won the first-class merit, but you ruined it all. A cacophony of voices rang out, all accusing Lin Mannion. They were divided into groups to work, and no one wanted to be in the same group with Lin Mannion. However, they had no say in this matter as it had to be assigned by the leader. As a result, the people in her group complained a lot. Because Lin Mannion was slacking off, it made no difference whether she was there or not. Only 9 people could do the work of 10. Naturally, the other 9 were very dissatisfied and blamed Lin Mannion. In the past, Lin Mannion was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. She allowed these people to criticize her, but she would not change and would not say a word. Today, Lin Mannion was in a state of disbelief. Not only did she refuse to work, she also dared to talk back. Because she had just learned that her son had made a contribution, she was very confident and planned to ask for leave tomorrow to go to the city to find her son, so that her son could use his second-class merit to buy her a chance to return to the city. You know nothing. Without my training, how could my son have achieved anything? You are just jealous because you don't have such a promising son. I am too lazy to argue with you. We are not the same kind of people at all. Looking at everyone as ugly faces, Lin Mannion became even more proud. She snorted and turned to go back to the dormitory, but saw the Liu Jiefeng brothers. Liberation, Aid Korea. You're here, I miss you so much. Lin Mannion ran over happily, with an exaggerated expression. The brothers looked a little strange. What Lin Mannion said just now was particularly harsh to them. It turned out that their sister-in-law did not lie to them. Their mother was really holding them back. They could have clearly won first-class merit, but it was all because of their mothers that they were dragged down. Come on, go sit inside. Lin Mannion did not notice anything unusual about her 2 sons. She was very happy now, thinking that her sons were still as obedient as before and would definitely get a second-class merit in exchange for her returning to the city. If 1 second-class merit is not enough, then 2 will do. Fortunately, she gave birth to 2 sons. The simple room was fairly clean. As soon as she entered, Lin Mannion couldn't wait to ask, "Did you really win the second-class merit?" "Well, I got it," the 2 brothers said in muffled voices, placing the things they had brought on the table. "My son is really promising. Mom has known for a long time that you are definitely better than that jerk Liu Yi." Lin Mannion was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, and she didn't forget to step on Liu Yi. "We can never be better than him, Mom. Stop dreaming," Liu Jiefeng said in a serious tone. He used to be ignorant of the immensity of the world and thought that he was no worse than Liu Yi. But now he has completely recognized who he is and that he is indeed far inferior to Liu Yi and even worse than his sister-in-law. "Mom, are you missing a tooth?" Liu Yuanchao's focus is always so strange. He noticed that Lin Mannion had a gap in her front teeth, which was particularly obvious when she smiled. Lin Manyun's smile froze instantly. She closed her mouth tightly, feeling upset. Her youngest son was always so unpleasant. "I fell down while carrying a load. I've been working like a horse here, and my life is worse than death. Liberation and Aid to Korea, you guys have made contributions now. Can you apply for permission for me to return to the city? If I stay here any longer, I'll really die." Lin Mannion held the brothers' hands tightly, crying with tears in her eyes, looking extremely miserable. "Mom, you look well," Liu Jiefeng said with a hint of sarcasm. From the time she saw them until now, she hasn't asked them a single word of concern and only mentioned returning to the city. Doesn't their mother know that being awarded the second-class merit requires bloodshed? He just looks a lot older than Dad. Liu Yuanchao added honestly. Energetic, but her skin is dark and has many wrinkles. Now, standing next to the old man, they are a perfect match. Lin Mannion couldn't cry anymore. She felt choked up as if she had swallowed an egg. Why did her son's reaction differ from what she expected? Shouldn't we feel sorry for her suffering on the farm and try every means to transfer her back to the city? If Mom had lived a good life, how could she have aged so much? You are successful now, and Mom is very relieved. When you were young, you were in poor health and often had a fever in the middle of the night. Your dad was never at home, so I took you to the hospital alone and took care of you all night long. Lin Mannion played the emotional card and talked about how she took good care of the two brothers when they were young. My dad said that Yuan Chao and I are like him. We have been strong since childhood. Lu Jiefeng interrupted her. He couldn't bear to listen anymore. Mom, didn't you say before that my brother and I have never been sick since we were young? Lu Yuanchao honestly exposed his mother's lie. Although these brothers are not very smart, they are in really good health. They can eat, sleep and exercise well, and they rarely go to the hospital. What does your dad know? He doesn't live at home. What child doesn't get sick? You were sick when you were little. I raised you. How could I not know? Lin Mannion was a little annoyed. Her face turned ugly. She didn't want to be tactful anymore. She directly put forward her request. Mom is suffering here now. You have the heart to stand by and watch? Mom worked hard to raise you. I don't ask you to be filial. Now that Mom is in trouble, you should lend a hand, right? Mom, your reform on the farm is an honorable thing. How can you say it's suffering? Lu Jiefeng said in a very serious tone. That's right, Mom. If your transformation is unsuccessful, you have to continue the transformation. Lu Yuanchao added. The two brothers seemed to have discussed it beforehand and refused to talk about returning to the city. The sister-in-law said was right. Their mother's awareness is too low. If she really goes back to the city, she will definitely get into bigger trouble. It is better for her to stay on the farm for reform. After she is completely reformed, they will find a way to transfer back to the city. Lin Manyun's face froze. She never thought that her son, who had always been so obedient, would say such outrageous words. It made her heartbroken. I am your biological mother. Liberation Army, Aid Korea, are you so cruel? Lin Mannion cried very pitifully, but the two brothers were indifferent. The old man and the eldest sister-in-law had already given them a warning. Mom, we've been here for so long, and you never asked us if we were injured. Do you think the second-class merit fell from the sky? Do you know that we almost died during this aid mission to Korea? The more Lu Jiefeng asked, the more upset he felt, and his voice choked up. He became increasingly clear that his mother really didn't love him and his brother, and that she only cared about herself.
I
don't know.
I've always been worried about you.
You are my flesh and blood. Where are you injured? How are you now? Lin Mannion was a little flustered. She was overwhelmed by her eldest son's questioning. She quickly showed her concern and reached out to touch her younger son, but Lu Yuanchao dodged. It's all right. Lu Yuanchao answered sullenly. Although he was not smart, he could still feel that his mother's reaction just now was very perfunctory. Although the old man always scolded them as waste, when he saw the wound on his chest, the old man's eyes turned red. His eyes were very bright, and he saw it clearly. Mom, you should reform yourself. We are leaving. Lu Jiefeng stood up, completely giving up the idea of Lin Mannion, and dragged his brother out of the house. Behind them, they heard Lin Manyun scolding, which was very unpleasant. They pretended not to hear it, got on their bikes and rode away quickly, completely unable to hear it. Brother, are we being a little cruel? Lu Yuanchao felt uncomfortable. He actually hoped that his mother could live a better life. Seeing Lin Mannion looking dark and old, he felt sad. My sister-in-law said that only a moment of cruelty can bring about permanent peace. Mom's consciousness is so low now. If she goes back to the city, she will definitely continue to make mistakes. It is better for her to reform on the farm. Lu Jiefeng now completely understood the meaning of what his sister-in-law said to him yesterday. My sister-in-law told him this when she left. He didn't quite understand it at the time, but now he understands. You really have to be cruel to their mothers, otherwise you would be condoning their mothers to make mistakes, which would hurt others as well as yourself. Ruan Qiqi later found out that Lin Mannion unwilling to give up, came to the compound to make a scene, but Lu Dixing had long ago instructed the guards not to let her in. She made a scene at the gate for a while, but to no avail, and left in shame. Lin Mannion was not that free on the farm. It was not easy for her to go out. When she had time to go out next time, the Lu Jiafeng brothers had already returned to the army. Apart from scolding the brothers for being conscienceless, she had no choice but to accept her fate and go back to the farm to work. After resting at home for a few days, Qiqi returned to school to take the final exam, which lasted for 3 days, and then went on holiday directly after the exam. The atmosphere in the examination room was very tense. Every student had a serious expression and answered the questions seriously. Apart from the rustling sound of pen tips scratching on paper, the only sound in the classroom was the students' heavy breathing. There was also a faint murmur. Taishang Laojun, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Arhot the Dragon Subduer, Monkey King. Who among you can solve these problems? Give me some hints. Xia Tao was mumbling to God and praying to Buddha, but her voice was soft, otherwise someone with ulterior motives would have heard it and reported her for being a superstitious person. Ruan Qiqi was sitting in front of her and heard it clearly. The corners of her mouth twitched several times. Sleep well during normal times and cram for exams. Xia Tao closed her eyes while doing the multiple-choice questions. She pointed with the tip of her pen. She would stop and fill in the answer to the question she was looking at. The Bodhisattva would definitely not make a mistake. With this trick, she finished the multiple-choice questions in 5 minutes, but she was dumbfounded by the remaining fill-in-the-blanks and questions and answers. She calculated that the multiple-choice questions were only worth 20 points, so she had to at least get 60 points, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. She is Xia Tao, who is the best in everything. Xia Tao looked around and locked onto Ruan Qiqi, who was answering the questions in a very fluent manner, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Gently kicked the chair where Ruan Qiqi was sitting a few times, but in fact she was using the code to convey information. Help me. Ruan Qiqi sensed it and understood it. She was learning Morse code. Xia Tao, Lu Yi, and Shangguan Qing all knew it, so it was not difficult for her to learn.
Wait.
Ruan Qiqi tapped the ground with her toes a few times. Xia Tao felt relieved immediately and twirled her pen idly, waiting for Ruan Qiqi's answer. Finally finished, Ruan Qiqi checked it and thought it should be passable, so she leaned sideways and pulled the test paper down a little. Others might not be able to copy it, but Xia Tao was a rigorously trained ninja, so she copied it down easily and even changed a few answers to avoid being the same as Ruan Qiqi's. The 3-day final exam. After finally finishing the last exam, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. Some were happy and some were sad. I feel like I did pretty well on the test. I reviewed a lot of the knowledge points, so I should be fine. It's over. I'm definitely not going to pass. Are they going to deport me next year? If the worker peasant soldier students' grades were too poor, they would indeed be sent back to their original places. Several students who did not perform well in the exams had sad faces and showed no joy at all about having a holiday. Both Su Erfeng and Li Yuqin looked delighted. They felt very good as they had reviewed many knowledge points and should have no problem passing the exam. Ihong, thanks to the key points you highlighted for us, we passed many of them. When will you come home? Erfeng and I would like to treat you to a meal. After returning to the dormitory, Li Yuqin grabbed He Ihong's hand and kept thanking her. I have a train ticket for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to go to the department store to bring gifts to my family. I don't need to eat. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. He Ihong refused, saying that as a class leader, it was her duty to help classmates improve their grades. Just think of this as a farewell party. Erfeng and I both have tickets for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll go shopping at the department store and have a meal. Qiqi, Xiaotao, Shangguan, do you want to go? Li Yuqin asked enthusiastically.
Go.
Xia Tao agreed without hesitation. She loved eating out the most. Shangguan Qing also agreed. She had originally planned to go to the department store to pick out gifts for her adoptive father's family. Since everyone was going, Ruan Qiqi also agreed and called Lu Yi to say that she would be returning home a day later. The school has been particularly lively these 2 days. After a busy and intense semester, it is finally time to relax. Many students have chosen to go out to restaurants. Each person pools some money, orders a few affordable dishes, and has 2 bottles of wine. They're having a really great time eating. The next morning, Ruan Qiqi and her friends had breakfast in the cafeteria and set out in a mighty group. On the way, I met many classmates who were going to the department store to buy gifts. Among them were the class monitor Chang Yufeng, Li Wei, who had been taught a lesson by Xia Tao, and several other male classmates. Student He, are you going to the department store too? Chang Yufeng took the initiative to greet He Hong. He was tall, handsome, and had a bookish air. He also received a subsidy for school, so he had a lot more money. He bought himself new clothes and shoes, and had enough food to eat. Compared to his haggard and old appearance at the beginning of the school year, he was now not only young, but also full of energy and vigor. He was particularly eye-catching among a group of male classmates.
Yes.
He Hong answered politely with a slight smile on her face. She had a good impression of Chang Yufeng. He was educated, capable, hardworking, and a good comrade who is studious and motivated. In addition, they are both class leaders and often come into contact at work, so she and Chang Yufeng have dealt with each other quite a few times. Let's go to the department store together. Chang Yufeng made the invitation and other male students also agreed. He Hong looked at Ruan Qiqi and the others. She didn't care, but she had to respect other people's opinions. Su Erfeng frowned slightly. She didn't like getting too close to her male classmates, but she couldn't refuse them too directly, as it would offend them. Li Yuqin was too embarrassed to refuse directly. After all, they would have to attend classes together next semester. Don't you know the way? Xia Tao asked coldly. Chang Yufeng was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile. Of course I know him. We're going the same way. Don't you understand what I mean? I'm rejecting you by saying this. We don't want to be with you. Make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Xia Tao rolled her eyes, stretched out her hand, and pushed Chang Yufeng to the side of the road. She glared at He Hong and yelled, Are you still not leaving? Here it comes. He Hong didn't dare to disobey. She smiled embarrassedly at Chang Yufeng and quickly followed, fearing that she would be scolded if she was a step slower. Chang Yufeng could no longer maintain his usual smile on his face. A hint of gloom flashed across his eyes, but he soon smiled again, without any sign of anger. Xia Tao snorted coldly. Hypocritical men are the most disgusting. She saw through Chang Yufeng's mask at a glance, but since this man didn't provoke her, she was too lazy to expose him. The other male classmates all complained in a low voice, saying that Xia Tao was too arrogant and looked down on others. Xia Tao frowned and turned to teach these people a lesson, but Ruan Qiqi stopped her and advised, It won't be too late to teach them a lesson when school starts next year. Don't let it affect your mood to go out and play. Okay, I won't be able to beat them to death next year. Xia Tao was convinced. She glanced at those male classmates gloomily, memorized their faces, and would settle the score with them next year. Chang Yufeng, good. You really did cheat on me, you black-hearted Chinshimi. I've been so good to you. I've saved the meat in my mouth for you to eat. Are you worthy of me? A sharp curse suddenly came out of nowhere, shocking everyone. They all turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. A middle-aged woman in a bright red gown, holding a boy of 5 or 6 years old in her left hand, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old in her right hand, and a baby on her back, wrapped tightly in a quilt. The woman and her 3 children were all very thin and dark, with pale faces, and their clothes were full of patches. Only the bright red gown the woman was wearing was brand new, looking like a wedding dress, and was well preserved, with fresh pleats on the gown. When he saw them, he was visibly panicked. He walked towards the woman, smiled reluctantly, and asked with concern, Xiuhua, why didn't you call me when you came? I called you. How can I still see you and the fox? Chang Yufeng, I am uneducated, but I am not stupid. Tell me, how long have you been hooking up with this fox? Peng Xiuhua pointed at He Hong and questioned her with red eyes. She just saw everything. Her husband and this fox were talking and laughing, and they were very close to each other. Her husband never smiled at her like that at home, This pair of dogs must be having an affair. Was about to step forward to mediate the fight, but suddenly a big pot fell from the sky. It was still a problem with lifestyle, and she was completely dumbfounded. Since she was a child, she has been called old-fashioned, serious, ugly, and not feminine at all. This is the first time she has been called a fox. Hei-hong was completely stunned and even forgot to be angry. But she quickly reacted and said angrily, "Sister-in-law, please be respectful. I am Chong Yufeng's classmate. He and I have a pure revolutionary relationship. Don't slander me." "Bah, pure and innocent. You are so close to me on the street, talking and laughing. Chong Yufeng has never smiled at me like this at home. He smiled at you so coquettishly, and you smiled so coquettishly. I am not blind. I saw everything just now. I want to ask the leaders of your school, is your school to teach people culture, or to cultivate adulterers and mistresses?" Peng Xiuhua was very eloquent and had a lot of firepower, and she scolded Hei-hong so badly that she was spitting blood. This was the first time in Hei-hong's life that she had encountered such a thing. She was angry and embarrassed, and wanted to argue with Peng Xiuhua, but she had no chance to interrupt at all, as Peng Xiuhua had finished speaking. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hei-hong and I are classmates. We were talking normally. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chong Yufeng said angrily. "Okay, you scold me for this, fox? Chong Yufeng, you black-hearted jerk, if it weren't for me, you would have starved to death. You are ungrateful, and you will not die well. Now that you are so successful, you want to dump me and marry this fox. You're dreaming. I came here with my child today, and I have no intention of going back. If you don't support us, we will starve to death at the school gate, and let everyone know that you, Chong Yufeng, are an ungrateful, black-hearted chinshimi, and this fox, your name is Hei-hong, right? You won't have an easy life either." Peng Xiuhua's curse was full of energy and particularly dirty, which was particularly harsh on the university campus and soon attracted a lot of onlookers. There were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside, and it was crowded. Many people were pointing and talking at Hei-hong and Chong Yufeng. Another case of abandoning wife and children. We have dealt with several cases this semester. This couple does not look like a good match. The woman is already the man's mother, so they must have no feelings for each other. It is understandable that they are breaking up. Yes, squad leader Chong is a very good person.
He must have been forced to marry this sitch.
How can this sitch be worthy of squad leader Chong? If I were her, I would divorce her voluntarily and stop wasting squad leader Chang's time. There were both men and women, people from the same class and people from other classes who stood up for Chong Yufeng. Chong Yufeng often participated in school activities and had a good relationship with people, so everyone spoke up for him. After all, Chong Yufeng is now a handsome and elegant man, while Peng Xiuhua is unkempt, old, and haggard. When the two stand together, they really look like mother and son. Peng Xiuhua glared at the people who were talking and cursed. "If we didn't have any feelings, how could I have given birth to these 3 children? He is a grown man, can I use him? You are college students, but your ideological awareness is not as good as that of the walking posture school. I think you should go to the farm for reform." That's right. This kid is only about 3 or 4 months old. That means that before coming to school, Monitor Chong slept with the guest, and not just once. Otherwise, how could she have gotten pregnant? Xia Tao immediately chimed in and pointed out the most obvious fact. Peng Xiuhua looked at her gratefully and said loudly, "That was not just once. Chen Shimi was very greedy about that. He did it as soon as it got dark. Otherwise, how could I have 3 children? Humph, and you still say that we have no feelings. If we had no feelings, how could we sleep so many times? Yes, a loveless relationship is forced. Captain Chong, do you have feelings for your cousin?" Xia Tao deliberately asked Chong Yufeng to set a trap for him. Chong Yufeng's face turned blue and red, his back teeth were almost broken, and he had already killed Xia Tao 800 times in his heart. "Xiuhua, we shouldn't talk about our relationship in public. You've been in the car all night and haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to dinner." Chang Yufeng suppressed his anger and went to pull Peng Xiuhua, wanting to take her away to avoid further embarrassment. Don't play that with me. I'm going to tell everyone what kind of person you are today. Chang Yufeng, tell me honestly, how have I, Peng Xiuhua, ever let you down? You came to our village as an educated youth, you didn't know how to do farm work, and the food you got at the end of the year wasn't enough to eat. You almost starved to death. It was I who sent you food, otherwise you would have starved to death a long time ago. You agreed to get married, I didn't force you. And you, a worker peasant soldier student, my father refused to sign because he was afraid you would become a chinshimi. I promised my father that you were definitely not that kind of person, but after only one semester, you're already becoming a chinshimi. You don't even send me money. My children and I are eating coarse food at home, while you're eating the best food in the city and you're dressed like a gentleman, even wearing leather shoes. Peng Xiuhua broke free from him and started crying. I only regret not listening to my dad. He said you were unreliable, but I didn't believe him and insisted on marrying you. I also devotedly supported you. I did all the work at home and outside, and I had no complaints when you read and wrote comfortably. Now that you have become successful, you want to kick me away. You are dreaming. Peng Xiuhua suddenly became agitated. She rushed forward, grabbed Chang Yufeng by the collar, and slapped him hard several times. Unless I die, you will never get a divorce in your life. And you have to send $5 home every month. Not a penny less. Every time Peng Xiuhua said something, she slapped Chang Yufeng's face. His handsome face instantly became red and swollen. She wanted to teach Haihong a lesson, but was stopped by Xia Tao. Are you stupid? With her looks, is she the material for being a fox? You should check carefully. Your man's fox must be someone else. Haihong was originally quite grateful, but after hearing this, she felt bad. They say she is ugly and unfeminine, but when she looks at herself in a mirror, she seems fine. Peng Xiuhua calmed down, looked at Haihong carefully, nodded, and agreed with Xia Tao's words. This female classmate has a righteous look on her face, and does not look like a fox at all. I'm sorry, I was so angry just now, please don't bother with me. Peng Xiuhua admitted her mistake and apologized to Haihong. You can curse others after you figure it out. Haihong looked very unhappy. She was in a good mood, but was inexplicably splashed with dirty water, and her good mood was completely ruined. Chang Yufeng also apologized to her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Stop, classmate Chang, stop talking to me. You should take care of your household chores first. Also, be careful about how you interact with your female classmates in the future, and don't let your lover misunderstand you. Haihong jumped several steps away like a frightened bird, staying far away from Chang Yufeng, and gave him a stern lecture. Her father once said that when it comes to matters between husband and wife, it takes two to tango. There must be problems on both sides. Moreover, Chang Yufeng was dressed respectably, but his wife and children were wearing patched clothes and looked pale. The contrast was too stark. Haihong looked down on a man who was unwilling to take care of his wife and children. Her good impression of Chang Yufeng is now completely gone. Sister, the $5 you asked for is too little. Your husband gets a subsidy of 17.50 a month. You need at least $10. $7.50 is enough for your husband to eat. Xia Tao was more active than anyone else and spared no effort in offering suggestions. Peng Xiuhua's face turned pale, and she started to fight with Chang Yufeng. You son of a zitch, you wrote to me saying you only had 10 yuan a month, and you sent 2 or 3 yuan home in the first 2 months, but then you had nothing left, and you still asked me for money. Have you lost your conscience? He actually asked you for money? Big sister, you should beat him hard. Chen Shimi didn't even ask Qin Xianglian for money. He is worse than Chen Shimi. You should kick him in the hips, pull his hair, hit him in the stomach, and slap him. Does your hand hurt? Hit me with this. Xia Tao found a stick as thick as a baby's arm from somewhere and handed it to Peng Xiuhua. Several male classmates who were on good terms with Chang Yufeng wanted to go and help, but were stopped by Shangguan Qing. Other people's family affairs are none of your business. Shangguan Qing looked at them coldly, with a murderous aura. Several male students were so scared that they took several steps back, not daring to raise their heads. Some people wanted to report to the school leaders, but they all tripped over the bushes by the roadside. Some even fell several times. They were so stunned that they dared not move. Qiqi raised her lips proudly. Anyone could beat up the scumbag. She was pregnant now, so it was not appropriate for her to do it, but she could still trip up a few people. The other students didn't dare to say anything either. They all watched silently. Chang Yufeng, who was isolated and helpless, was pinned down and beaten by Peng Xiuhua without any ability to fight back. Two children stood nearby, watching indifferently. They don't like their father because their father doesn't like them either. He treats outsiders better than he treats them, and he is lazy and gluttonous. Their mother does all the housework, but their father eats the eggs.
Slurp.
The two children sniffed from time to time. If they didn't, snot would flow out. There were scabs of snot around the edges of their noses, making them look dirty. Gurgle. The two children's stomachs made gurgling sounds, and the little girl even stuck out her tongue to lick her snot. Qiqi couldn't bear it anymore, so she took out a few biscuits from her bag and stuffed them into their pockets. She didn't stuff them into their hands because the two children's hands were too dirty. She can help people, but only if she doesn't make herself sick. Eat it quickly. Qiqi smiled at them. Thank you, Auntie. The two children are quite polite, and it is obvious that Peng Xiuhua has educated them well. The brother and sister did not finish all the biscuits. They only ate one piece each and left the rest. Suerfeng asked them why they didn't eat any. Feed it to Mom, my brother is hungry. The boy replied sheepishly. Mom's milk is not enough, and my brother always cries because of hunger. Suerfeng sighed, gently touched the two children's heads, and felt even more disgusted with Chang Yufeng. Even the children feel sorry for their mother and younger brother, but Chang Yufeng only cares about his own happiness. He is a selfish and irresponsible person. School leaders finally arrived and stopped the farce. They took Chang Yufeng and his family to the office to understand the situation. The onlookers also dispersed. Qiqi and the others continued to go to the department store. When they reached the school gate, Xia Tao suddenly shouted, "Oh no! That leader is not a good person." Everyone looked at her. What did it mean? That leader is a complete jerk. He hooked up with a female student and dumped his wife. That female student is now his concubine. A man like him will definitely help Chang Yufeng. Xia Tao also found out about this by accident. As an excellent ninja, whenever she arrived at a place, she would get to know the surrounding environment thoroughly, so she had basically checked all the teachers in the school. For example, the principal likes to pick my feet and then smell them a few times. The vice principal likes to suck the feet of his guests. By the way, this vice principal is the one who just called Chang Yufeng away. He has sucked the feet of his little wife at home until they are peeling. Everyone exchanged glances, turned around, and walked towards the office building. They found the vice principal's office and heard him admonishing Peng Xiuhua. Chang Yufeng is an outstanding student in the school with a promising future. It is inappropriate for you to make such a fuss. You should also reflect on yourself. Husband and wife must make progress together to fly together. If you don't make progress, you will hold your husband back. You will not be happy even if you force yourself to be together. Leader, what do you mean? If I hadn't taken care of the housework, would Chang Yufeng have achieved what he is now? If my father hadn't recommended him, would he have been able to go to college? You are a leader. What bullshit are you talking about? Peng Xiuhua was very determined and was not influenced by the vice principal at all.
She even scolded him.
The vice principal's face turned ugly and he looked at her with disgust. This shrew was just like his ex-wife, rude and lowly, unreasonable, and not presentable at all. This is a school, not your village. If you continue to make a scene, I will take strong measures. The vice principal used his power to intimidate Peng Xiuhua, who was a rural woman who had never seen the world. She was frightened by him and did not dare to speak for a while. Chang Yufeng was secretly proud. Thanks to his knowledge of the vice principal's background and his efforts in flattering him, it came in handy today. Oh, you have such great authority, but at night you are like a dog in bed, sucking your guests' feet. Do they taste good? Xia Tao pushed open the door and walked in arrogance, directly exposing the vice principal's hypocrisy. The vice Principal was furious. Before he could finish his curse, Qiqi had already come up to him and whispered, "You were very proud of bullying a female student in the office last month by using threats and bribes." She just chatted with Shushu outside the window and accidentally solved a case. This vice principal is a beast in human form. He coerced and bribed beautiful female students, and his crimes have not been exposed until now. Who were bullied have already graduated, while others are still in school, but they all endured the loss in silence and dared not expose it. The vice principal's face changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did this very secretly, so how did Qiqi know about it? In fact, he had thought about Qiqi before, but later he learned that Qiqi was a military family member and had connections above him, so he didn't dare to do it. The female students bullied by him were basically from rural areas, and no matter how he bullied them, they dared not speak out. The vice president looked at Qiqi fearfully and said with a smile, "I am advising Chang Yufeng that couples should understand each other. Chang Yufeng has indeed not done enough and must change in the future." Chang Yufeng's face changed, and he hated Qiqi and Xia Tao in his heart. He thought he had never offended these two people, but they kept staring at him like a mad dog. He just wants to climb up and live a decent life. What's wrong with that? How could a vulgar rural woman like Peng Xiuhua be worthy of him? He had been able to live with this woman for a few years and have 3 children with her. He had already done her justice. Was he going to sacrifice his entire life for her? Although he was very unwilling, Chang Yufeng still swallowed his anger and said, "I was indeed wrong before. I will change in the future." "That's right. Take your wife and children to the guest house to rest. Since you are here, take them to have a good look around Tanzhou City." The vice principal was smiling, and there was no trace of his previous bullying look on his face. Chang Yufeng also agreed and said he would take his wife and children to climb Yuelu Mountain. Before climbing the mountain, take your cousin's child to have a good meal. Look, you are rosy-cheeked, wearing new clothes and new shoes, while your cousin's child looks pale and his clothes are patched. Xia Tao didn't give him any face at all and tore off Chang Yufeng's hypocritical appearance completely. "It's my fault. Thank you, Xia Tao, for reminding me." Chang Yufeng admitted his mistake very readily, even with a smile on his face. Xia Tao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This man was too good at pretending, and yet he could still endure it. She really wanted to kill him. Chang Yufeng took Peng Xiuhua's mother and others to eat, while Qiqi and the others continued to go to the department store. Everyone bought a lot of things and prepared to take them home. After buying things, Qiqi returned to the compound. She planned to report the beastly vice principal to Pei Yuan and let Pei Yuan deal with him. But someone was quicker than her. That night, 2 dark shadows emerged from Dormitory 309 one after another and met at the door of the vice president's house. Both had their faces covered, but recognized each other's eyes. "You're here to mess with that old beast too?" Xia Tao spoke. She heard what Qiqi and the vice principal said during the day. She felt ashamed that such a beast had been overlooked in the place where she lived, so she rushed over at night to make amends. Shangguan nodded. She heard it too. The vice principal was worse than a beast. She would definitely not tolerate him. "What are you going to do? Are you going to strip him and hang him up for public display?" Xia Tao asked excitedly. "It's too much trouble. Just leave something for him at home." Shangguan refused. She had no interest in stripping the old beast of his clothes for fear of dirtying his eyes. She took out a few pairs of flowered shorts and underwear from her pocket, which she had just stolen from the staff housing and the girls' dormitory. She hid the clothes in the vice president's house and then reported him for being a hooligan. Those female students who were bullied. If the matter were exposed, it would be a fatal blow to those female students. Xia Tao's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. "That's great. Wait for me." After saying that, she disappeared in a flash. 10 minutes later, she came back with a dozen pieces of underwear, some of which were quite fashionable. The principal's guest, the secretary's guest, the deputy secretary's guest, the director's guest. Xia Tao explained one by one what she had just learned. Shangguan gave her a thumbs up. This was a great move. The two men sneaked into the vice principal's house and hid all the evidence in the vice principal's study, a relatively secret place. Tomorrow, the principal, the secretary, and their guests will find that the underwear is missing, and then they will report it when the police arrive. The vice principal will definitely not escape. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xia Tao patted her chest and assured that she would live in school during the winter vacation and would keep an eye on the old beast every day and would definitely not let him go. Where are you going to eat on New Year's Eve? Shangguan Qing couldn't help but ask. Qing, are you reluctant to leave me? Why don't you stay here, and we can go boating in Dongting Lake and watch the sunrise at Yuelu Mountain. Xia Tao gave him a coquettish look and started flirting again. Shangguan Qing's face darkened, and he decisively went upstairs, no longer paying any attention to this crazy woman. Xia Tao shrugged and went upstairs. After returning to the dormitory, they went back to their beds to sleep. The next day, the first place to cause a commotion was the girls' dormitory building. Several female students discovered that their underwear that had been hung outside the window was missing. At first they thought it had been blown down by the wind, but when they found it neither on the ground nor on the trees, and since several pieces of underwear were missing, everyone realized something was wrong. He lost a few pieces of underwear last semester. The police came to investigate, but didn't catch him. This semester, he's been a hooligan again. How can there be such a disgusting person who even steals women's underwear? The female students in the dormitory were very angry and ran to find the dormitory supervisor, who then reported it to the school leaders. At the same time, there was a commotion in the staff dormitory. Then, the principal's wife and the secretary's wife both discovered that their underwear was missing. The wives of several leaders were already quite old, and they were both angry and ashamed. They ordered their men to find this perverted hooligan, otherwise they would have to sleep on the floor from now on. Several leaders did not dare to be negligent, especially the principal, who was dominated by his wife. He accompanied the police throughout the whole process. He wanted to see with his own eyes that the hateful gangster was caught, and also slap him a few times to vent his anger for his wife. However, since the school was on vacation, many students left school and the population mobility was very high, resulting in slow progress in the investigation. Just when the police were having a headache, a letter of complaint quietly appeared in the principal's office. The handwriting on the letter was crooked, obviously written by the left hand, and there was no signature. It said, Vice Principal Yang. The principal frowned, somewhat doubtful. Although Vice Principal Yang's work style was a bit problematic, he shouldn't do such a perverted and disgusting thing, right? However, he still handed the letter to the police. There had been no progress in the investigation, and now there was finally some clues. The principal did not want to give up. Moreover, how could the female comrades in the school feel at ease if this gangster was not caught? The principal pretended to discuss official business with the vice principal and called him away. His young wife was also called away by the principal's wife to buy groceries. The police broke into the study and soon found a pile of colorful panties and underwear in the study, including those of several leaders' wives. At this time, the principal was in the office, discussing business with the vice principal. The phone rang. It was the police calling. After listening to a few words, the principal's face instantly turned dark. Before the vice principal could react, he was slapped in the face. You are worse than an animal. Do you deserve the title of teacher? You have failed the trust of the organization and the respect of the students. You are unworthy of being a teacher. You are worse than an animal. Working with someone like you is a shame for my whole life. The furious principal cursed and kicked at the same time, especially when he thought of his wife's underwear being played with by this filthy thing. He was so angry that the gentleman turned into a fighting Buddha. The vice principal was beaten black and blue. The vice principal didn't dare to say a word in his defense. He thought that his bullying of female students had been exposed. Feeling guilty, he held his head and let the principal beat him. I don't know if I ate something bad or caught a cold. I have a stomachache, fever, and diarrhea. Today's update is writing very slowly, but I will definitely finish it. The police escorted the vice principal downstairs, preparing to take him to the police station for interrogation. There were quite a few people gathered downstairs, including students, teachers, family members, and several victims whose underwear had been lost. Seeing the dusty vice principal being escorted out, everyone was furious, especially the female students who had been bullied by the vice principal. They were so angry that they wanted to eat the beast alive. Kill this old rogue and rid the people of this evil. A sharp cry was heard from the crowd, and then a stone was thrown at the vice president, hitting him right on the forehead, causing his head to bleed. This stone was like a fuse, instantly igniting everyone's anger. They rushed forward and surrounded the vice principal. The police and the principal had to step aside, otherwise they would also be beaten. In just a few minutes, the vice principal was punched countless times and spat on. He became so miserable that he curled up on the ground like a stray dog. Xia Tao and the crowd smiled triumphantly and left with a sense of accomplishment. If 759 hadn't restricted her, this old beast would have been tortured to death by her long ago. Ruan Qiqi only found out about this a day later. She knew right away that Xia Tao was involved and that the vice principal had been detained. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be sent to a farm for reform. She didn't call Pei Yuan either. With Xia Tao's personality, she would definitely not let go of this old beast like the vice principal. After going to the farm, this old beast would die. As the new year draws closer, the aroma of cured meat and cured fish fills the family buildings every day. For people in Hunan province, no matter how difficult their family life is, they will smoke some cured meat and make some sausages during the new year to entertain guests in the first month of the year. Ruan Qiqi didn't smoke it. She didn't know how. Ruan Shuangjiang was an expert at smoking bacon. She bought a lot of meat and fish and asked Ruan Shuangjiang to smoke them, and she ate the ready-made ones. There are also pig blood cakes, cured pork liver, cured pork feet, cured pork intestines, etc. Everything can be cured, and it smells so good. There have been a lot of good news recently. Both Liu Yi and Xi's salary in 759 have increased, and Liu Ye's rank in the army has also increased. Originally, the higher-ups wanted him to be the regiment commander, but Liu Yi refused, so only his rank was increased. He was level 15 before and is now level 14. His salary also increased from 141 to 158, plus a year-end bonus of 759. Ruan Qiqi came first, and Liu Yi came second. They made a lot of money this year. When you have money, you want to spend it. Ruan Qiqi was bored at home. She felt envious of the Ding Kiln porcelain cup that Emo Qiufeng had found. So while Liu Yi was resting, she dragged him to the antique shop to have a look. Liu Yi rode his bike with her at a leisurely pace. The atmosphere of the new year was particularly strong in the city. The streets were filled with happy pedestrians, carrying their hands full of New Year's goods. Ruan Qiqi wanted to eat pork trotters and soybeans, but when she entered the vegetable market and saw the long line in front of the meat stall, she immediately gave up the idea. She would rather not eat than wait in line for an hour for a bite of food. I came to line up before dawn, and finally got the pig's trotter. My daughter-in-law just gave birth, and she needs this pig's trotter to grow strong. An old lady came out in great joy, with 2 fresh pig's feet in her basket. Facing everyone's envious and jealous eyes, the old lady was particularly proud. Her daughter-in-law had given her a big fat grandson, so even if she had to stay up all night, she had to buy the pig's feet, so as not to let her precious grandson starve. My daughter-in-law just gave birth to a baby. Looks like the pig's feet are gone. The other auntie was a little frustrated. A pig only has 4 legs, and by the time it was her turn, they would have been sold out. This pig was really ignorant. Couldn't it have grown a few more legs? Have you heard? The widow at the tofu stall has hooked up with old Zhu at the pork stall. Old Zhu's guests are still in the dark and treat the widow as a close sister. I've seen it for a long time. She and Lao Zhu are flirting with each other every day. They must be having an affair. No one told Mr. Zhu? Who dares to say anything? Old Zhu's knife has no eyes, and he has a bad temper. Who dares to offend him? A few middle-aged women were bored waiting and started gossiping about love. The subjects were the big man chopping meat at the pork stall and the tofu beauty, a weak and beautiful widow at the stall next door. Everyone lowered their voices and chatted animatedly. Ruan Qiqi was about to leave when she was attracted by the gossip and stood nearby, listening with fascination. She looked at the gossiping male and female protagonists and indeed discovered something fishy. While they were busy greeting customers, they took the time to exchange glances with each other. Their eyes were so charming. The tofu beauty was not very beautiful, but she had a pair of watery eyes and looked particularly pitiful when looking at people. Men all liked this type, especially a hot-tempered and rough man like Lao Zhu, who would definitely be controlled by her. A scent of scallion oil wafted over, and Ruan Qiqi couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It had been a long time since she had eaten scallion pancakes. "I'll go buy it. You wait here for me?" Louis was very considerate and ran to buy scallion pancakes. "Buy some more sugar-coated rice cakes," Ruan Qiqi shouted. Louis agreed and quickly ran to the scallion pancake stall. He also had to queue up, but the line was not as long as the one in front of the meat stall, so he only had to wait for a few minutes. Ruan Qiqi, who was concentrating on listening to the gossip, did not notice a fat boy walking over with a lit incense stick in his hand. He took out a firecracker from his pocket, lit it, and when the fuse was almost burned out, he threw it towards Ruan Qiqi's direction. Snap! The firecrackers exploded above Ruan Qiqi's head, deafeningly. The sudden loud noise scared her, and the others were also frightened. After they came to their senses, they all spoke up to blame the boy. The boy was not afraid at all. He made faces and stuck out his tongue at everyone, and even threw firecrackers. He liked to see others get scared and panicked. It was so fun. Who are this child's parents? Why don't they take care of him? He has no manners at all. Someone accused angrily. What are you arguing about? Do you still want to buy meat? The tall and mighty old Zhu chopped the knife on the chopping board and roared in a rough voice. "Manzai is back, and you kept playing even though I told you not to." Tofu Shisher scolded the boy a few words without much sincerity, but the boy didn't listen at all and insisted on setting off firecrackers. Tofu Shisher ignored him and continued to greet customers. Anyway, in the vegetable market, no one dares to bully them because they have Lao Zhu's support. The customer who had just scolded the boy was now waiting to buy meat. Old Zhu glanced at her and cut a piece of meat that was more lean than fat. Naturally, the old lady was not happy with this and started to yell. "You can buy it if you want, there are plenty of people who will buy it. Next one." Old Zhu snorted coldly, took down the weighed meat, and refused to sell even 1 or 2 pounds of meat. Others also urged the aunt to get out of the way so as not to affect their purchase of meat. The aunt was so angry that her face turned blue, but she could do nothing about Lao Zhu because his family was still waiting to eat meat. The boy threw another firecracker, still at Ruan Qiqi. The firecracker flew over her head. Ruan Qiqi dodged to the side, and the firecracker hit the ground and exploded. She quickly walked up to the boy, took out all the firecrackers from his pocket, and lit them one by one with a lighter. Then they were stuffed into the boy's coat pockets, one after another. Pa, pa, pa. The boy could hear constant explosions in his pocket. He kept jumping on the spot as if he had a cramp, crying and calling for his mother. Louis came back with scallion pancakes and sugar-coated rice cakes. His first reaction when he saw the situation was to protect Ruan Qiqi, fearing that she and the baby in her belly would be frightened by the sound of firecrackers. "It's okay. Go buy another string of firecrackers. The louder the better." Ruan Qiqi spoke softly with a faint smile on her face, teasing the boy like she was playing with a monkey. The butcher, Lao Zhu, and the tofu lady both rushed over. Lao Zhu was holding a knife that gleamed with cold light in his hand, and he shouted angrily, "You're a grown man. Why are you bullying a child? Stop it now, or I will be rude to you." Tofu Shisher wanted to save her son crying, but the sound of firecrackers was too scary. She didn't dare to go forward. She looked at Lao Zhu pitifully with tearful eyes. Old Zhu was so excited by what he saw that he stepped forward and tried to push Ruan Qiqi away, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was pushed back by a huge force, and he retreated repeatedly, hitting his back against the wall. "How do you want to be rude?" Louis bought some firecrackers and pushed Lao Zhu away with just one hand. Moreover, He was wearing a military uniform and looked very imposing, which immediately frightened Lao Zhu and made him stop swearing. Even if you are a member of the People's Liberation Army, you can't bully children, right? Tofu Shishir said sadly. Are you blind? I was playing games with your son, and you as a mother don't have time to play with him. I took the time to play with him out of kindness, but you don't appreciate me, and you blame me. Are you still a human being? Ruan Qiqi talked to her slowly, but her hands were not idle either, as she continued to stuff firecrackers into the boy's pockets. After the boy had finished lighting up his firecrackers, he opened the ones that Lu had bought. The obedient man and her family bought the ones with 10,000 firecrackers, but they couldn't scare the jerk to death. Mom, save me. It hurts. Uncle Zhu, save me. The boy cried miserably. His face was covered with snot and tears, but his feet couldn't stop moving, jumping up and down as if his feet were burned. Is it fun? Ruan Qiqi asked with a smile, and took out a pack of cigarettes from Luya's pocket, lit a cigarette, and set off firecrackers, which was more convenient. Uncle Zhu will chop you to death, you jerk. The boy had a fierce look in his eyes and was swearing, and it was obvious that he did not realize his mistake. What is the relationship between your mother and this Uncle Zhu? Do they sleep together at night? Ruan Qiqi twisted the fuse of 3 firecrackers together, lit them, and stuffed them into the boy's pocket. The explosion was louder than thunder, and the boy was frightened to death. His expression was dazed, and he forgot to cry. Manzai. Tofu Shishir shouted anxiously, worried that her son would say something inappropriate. Are you guilty of something? Do you really sleep with this butcher at night? No wonder he is so protective of your son. Ruan Qiqi slowly and methodically exposed the affair between the two. Originally, she didn't bother to care about things like extramarital affairs, but who could blame this woman for not educating her son well? And this old Zhu, a small butcher, dared to bully others by taking advantage of his power. She was in a good mood today, so she took the blame. What the heck are you talking about? Don't think I dare not touch you. Old Zhu, enraged and humiliated, raised his knife, but Louis quickly knocked the knife away from him and also broke his arm, causing him to scream in pain. Just watch carefully, don't yell, don't swear, don't call me jerk. Louis laid down the rules fiercely, saying that this little jerk had no right to be called Manzai. Tofu Shishir didn't dare to breathe and could only watch her son being bullied by Ruan Qiqi and burst into tears. Tell me, do your mother and your Uncle Zhu sleep at night? Ruan Qiqi had no intention of letting the child go. Some children are born bad and need to be taught a lesson that will never fade away, otherwise they will surely become a scourge to society when they grow up.
Sleepy. Sleepy.
Woo-woo. I don't dare anymore, I was wrong. The boy finally realized that no one could save him, not even the mighty Uncle Zhu, so he obediently admitted his mistake and the affair between his mother and Uncle Zhu. Tofu Shishir's face disappeared instantly. She was so angry that she was not even afraid of the sound of firecrackers. She walked over and slapped her son, cursing, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death. You and Uncle Zhu always sleep together at night. I saw you were sleepy last night, woo-woo." The boy felt so wronged. He didn't lie this time, so why did his mother still beat him? Tofu Shishir's eyes went dark and she fainted on the ground. Lao Zhu subconsciously tried to support her, but his arm had not been reconnected yet, and he could not exert any strength at all. Louis kindly reconnected it for him, but just as Lao Zhu helped Tofu Shishir up, a burly woman rushed over. It was Lao Zhu's cousin. She worked at a seafood store in the vegetable market. She rushed over after hearing the news and saw her husband being affectionate with his close sister. She was immediately furious and rushed over to scratch Lao Zhu with her claws and then kicked Tofu Shishir in the stomach. Her fighting power was quite amazing. Ruan Qiqi was very satisfied with the result. She stuffed the remaining firecrackers into her bag and went back to give them to the children in the family building to play with. The two of them left quietly. Old Zhu and Tofu Shishir would definitely be sent to a farm for reform. The naughty kid, without anyone to support him, would definitely be bullied and would have a bleak childhood. Ruan Qiqi didn't think it was excessive. If it were an ordinary pregnant woman today, she might have been scared to the point of having a miscarriage. She was just giving her a slight punishment. In the antique shop were arranged in categories and in an orderly manner. There were many customers selecting goods, and there were even 2 foreigners who were selecting porcelain. There were staff members serving them specifically. This bottle is from Qing, one of the 5 largest kilns in China. It is very precious. 20 yuan. The staff introduced the porcelain vase that the foreigners liked, and the translator conveyed the message to them. Qiqi walked over curiously. The porcelain vase was gray-green in color, with tiny cracks on the surface. It looked high-end and classy. The 2 foreigners readily expressed their willingness to buy. They were invited by China to come here for work exchanges. They would be returning to their country in a few days and wanted to buy some famous Chinese porcelain to take back with them. Qiqi frowned slightly. She knew that in the 1970s and 1980s, many cultural relics were lost to foreign countries and were sold by state-run cultural relic shops. Although they were not national treasures, it was a pity. But she could understand that when you are poor, filling your stomach is the most important thing. Everything that can be exchanged for money is sold, and the country is helpless. If we could forge a batch of high-quality imitations of cultural relics, mix the real and fake ones together, and sell them exclusively to foreigners. This would both generate income and reduce the loss of cultural relics, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is a pity that these experts in old-fashioned creation are either suppressed or dare not come forward, so it will be difficult to find such talents for the time being. The 2 foreigners bought a lot of porcelain and left happily. Qiqi sighed lightly and picked out a few pieces of rosewood and Wangwali furniture, as well as some porcelain. She bought a lot of things, and the antique shop said they could deliver them to her door. No, we'll take it ourselves. Qiqi refused and waited for Lu Yi to carry the things to a deserted place, and then put them into the space. She planned to ask Pei Yuan to see if there were any talents who could make old goods in 759, and then give some advice to her superiors, telling them not to be so honest in doing business. How could they sell genuine goods? Anyway, foreigners couldn't tell the real from the fake, so what was wrong with selling some fakes? Just consider it as revenge for the 8-nation alliance. The 2 had lunch outside, and then slowly returned to the compound. The guard said that a young man came to see her and left a package and a note. Qiqi opened the package, revealing sweet potato slices, millet cakes, glutinous rice cakes, dried bamboo shoots, and bracken, all kept clean. The words on the note were neatly written with strong strokes, obviously from practiced writing. The person who came was Bai Fingshou. He just said that he was in the city for some business and would bring her some local specialties. He was very concise and to the point. Qiqi almost forgot about this cheap cousin. She had a very good impression of Bai Fingshou. He was a talented person, but unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Of course, she couldn't accept so many things for nothing, so she asked Shushu about Bai Fingshou's whereabouts. He was living in a guest house not far from the military area, and he brought an old lady with him, who should be his grandmother Xia Taoji. And to her surprise, the grandparents and grandchildren were standing at the door of the cultural relic shop. The white-haired Xia Taoji had red eyes and looked very excited. P.S. There were also foreigners coming to China in the 1960s and 1970s, but they were usually invited by China, and the number of visitors was relatively small. After Nixon's visit to China in 1972, more foreigners came. Finally finished writing, I'm going to have a rest. I feel a little better after taking medicine. Thank you for your concern, my dears. I will definitely be full of energy when I wake up tomorrow. Good night. All of this was described to Qiqi by Shushu. Now her ability to communicate with Shushu is getting stronger and stronger. As long as she wants, there is almost nothing she cannot find out. But if it weren't for work, Qiqi seldom let Shushu inquire about news, because many Shushu were particularly eager to share, just like the talkative old ginkgo tree, who would always bring personal information when inquiring about news, either that the widow was having an affair with a neighbor, or that someone's old man was having an affair, or that someone's man only had 3 seconds left, which made her very confused. Originally, Ruan Qiqi planned to find out where Bai Fengshou and his grandson lived, and then visit them tomorrow. But now she has changed her mind. Xia Taoji was so excited. It must be related to the antique shop. Her curiosity did not allow her to go home. She also remembered that Xia Taoji's origins were indeed quite mysterious. She came from another place and married a white landlord and brought a lot of dowry. Landlord Bai was just a rich peasant with 10 acres of land back then. He became a landlord after marrying Xia Taoji. This was also the reason why landlord Bai did not dare to divorce Xia Taoji, because she was unable to bear children. After Xia Taoji got married, she never went out of the main house or the second door. Apart from managing the household accounts, she didn't care about other matters and didn't deal with people in the village. The old people in Bailey village said that Xia Taoji was beautiful and dignified when she was young, like a rich lady, and that the landlord Bai must have had great merits from his ancestors to marry such a beautiful and wealthy lady. But soon they stopped being envious, because Xia Taoji couldn't give birth to a baby. The villagers went from being envious to mocking her and gossiping about her behind her back. However, Xia Taoji didn't care and continued to live her life behind closed doors. Another point is that Bai Fengshou was raised by Xia Taoji personally. Ruan Qiqi heard from his original body that after the reform and opening up, Bai Fengshou caught the wave, went to the south to make a lot of money, became a big boss, and returned to his hometown to build a particularly luxurious tomb for Xia Taoji. However, Bai Fengshou's original body did not know what specific business she was doing. Her ghost was trapped in Tanzhou and Wanjia Bay and could not go anywhere else. From Bai Fengshou's conversation and calligraphy that he received an excellent education since childhood. Bai Dizhu can't even recognize a few words, so it is obvious that it was Xia Taoji who educated him. You go home first, I'm going to do something. Ruan Qiqi decided to go and meet the grandparents and grandchildren. She had a feeling there would be a surprise. Qiqi, where are you going? I'll go with you. Louis was worried and insisted on following. I'm not made of tofu. Ruan Qiqi glared at her. Ever since he knew she was pregnant, this guy has become a follower of her, even following her to the toilet.
Louis laughed.
He had to follow anyway, so he couldn't let Qiqi and Zai get bullied. Okay, follow me. Ruan Qiqi had no choice but to agree, and Louis left the things he bought with the guard. The young soldier on guard couldn't stop laughing. He had heard before that Deputy Commander Lou was clingy with his guests, and today he finally saw it. He was just like that little husband, so disgusting. What are you laughing at? You don't have any guests? Louis glared and stabbed him. The smile on the young soldier's face disappeared instantly, and the corners of his mouth drooped, because he really had no relatives, and he was 21 years old, and his hometown had children of the same age as him. The customers will be there soon. You can eat this pack of snacks when you get off work. Ruan Qiqi took out a small bag of frozen rice candy and placed it at his feet. Sister-in-law, no need.
Hey.
The soldier quickly refused, but Ruan Qiqi and Louis had walked away, and he could not leave his post, so he had to accept it. My sister-in-law is so nice. Deputy Captain Lou is so lucky. Ruan Qiqi and the others arrived at the antique shop. Bai Fengshou and Xia Taoji had just finished shopping in the store and were about to leave. You? When he saw them, Bai Fengshou's eyes were filled with surprise. He opened his mouth to greet them, but then closed it again because of his identity. Where are you going? Ruan Qiqi asked. Let's go to Huagongdian for dinner. Bai Fengshou replied. He brought his grandmother into the city, this time to fulfill her wish. When he was very young, he often heard his grandmother mention Tanzhou City. Her tone was full of nostalgia, but also mixed with other emotions. Bai Fengshou didn't understand when he was a child, but when he grew up he found out that Tanzhou was his grandmother's hometown, where there lived the person she had been tied to for her entire life, but his grandmother never found that person in her entire life. Her health was getting worse, so she wanted to come to Tanzhou City to try her luck and see if she could find that person. Huagongdian was Xia Taoji's favorite place to eat. After she got married and moved to Bailey village, she never went there again. Bai Fengshou wanted to take her there to eat again, and it might be the last time. Let's go together. Ruan Qiqi smiled at Xie Taoji and let them go ahead. Last time when she was dealing with the unscrupulous grandfather and uncle's family, she didn't pay attention to this old lady. Now, after taking a closer look, she realized that the old lady's temperament was definitely not that of someone from a humble family. She must have a story. Xie Taoji also smiled slightly. Although she had white hair and an old face, she could still see the beauty of her youth. Even though she was weak and dressed in tattered clothes, her back was still straight, and she was neither humble nor arrogant. "Will eating together affect you?" Bai Fengshou asked hesitantly. "No, let's go." Ruan Qiqi's tone was very straightforward. She even made friends with the Japanese devils, so why would she be afraid of having a meal with the landlord's son? Xie Taoji was weak and could not walk far, so Lu Yi called a tricycle. After arriving at the fire palace, the old lady stood at the door and looked at him for a long time. Her cloudy eyes turned red again. "Did you eat here often?" Ruan Qiqi asked casually. "I often came here to eat when I was a kid. My mother wouldn't let my sister and I go out, so my father would secretly bring us out to play. Even if he couldn't bring us out, he would pack some for us to eat at home. I like the 5-spice dried tofu here the most. You can't get the same taste anywhere else. I haven't had it in years." Xie Taoji's expression was full of nostalgia, with a faint smile on her lips. Although she was very old now, she still looked like a young girl, and it was obvious that she must have had a very happy childhood. How can a child with a strict mother and a doting father not be happy? After entering the store, Ruan Qiqi asked Xie Taoji to order first. The old lady only ordered a few items, so she ordered some more and then rushed to pay the bill and get the ticket.
Don't argue with me.
"I'm richer than you now. When you become rich, you can treat me back." Ruan Qiqi stopped by Fengshou, who was about to pay. "I'm afraid I won't be able to invite you in this lifetime." Bai Fengshou smiled self-deprecatingly. As long as he was labeled as a landlord's son, he would never be able to make any progress in his life. That's not necessarily true. You never know what's going on. Ruan Qiqi smiled mysteriously. She had known for a long time that Bai Fengshou would become a wealthy man in the future, but she didn't say it. Bai Fengshou's expression changed. He was happy at first, but then he felt depressed again. He thought that Ruan Qiqi was just casually saying words of comfort. In the current situation, he could not see any hope at all. The four of them sat down to eat. Xie Taoji's dining etiquette was very elegant. She would drink half a cup of tea before eating. Bai Fengshou was the same. Ruan Qiqi thought for a moment and found out that Mo Qiufeng also had this habit. He must drink half a cup of tea before meals, saying that it can nourish the stomach. "I have elders who, like you, drink half a cup of tea before meals, saying it nourishes the stomach." Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. "My grandma taught me this since I was a child, so I'm used to it." Bai Fengshou smiled. "I've been used to it since I was a kid. My elders said it can nourish the stomach." Xie Taoji also laughed. "2 more updates to go. I feel a little better today than yesterday. I don't know if it's because of a cold or a bacterial infection. I'm in excruciating pain, and my vitality is greatly damaged. Everyone must pay attention to keeping warm and eating hygienic food." Ruan Qiqi didn't care too much about it. The rules of wealthy families are all similar, which means that Xie Taoji is indeed a lady from a wealthy family, and she only married the white landlord because she was in trouble. "What are you doing in the city? Just tell me if you need any help." Ruan Qiqi took the initiative to say. Bai Fengshou hesitated and looked at Xie Taoji involuntarily. Grandma said she wanted to look for someone, but the city of Tanzhou is so big that it would take forever for them and their grandchildren to find the person. He could wait, but Grandma couldn't. "We're here to look for an old friend. He may be gone, but I won't give up and want to look for him again." Xie Taoji sighed, looking sad. "Is that old friend your relative?" Ruan Qiqi asked tentatively. "He's my cousin, born in the year of Renzi. If he were still alive, he would be 59. Talking about her cousin, Xie Taoji's tone was particularly proud, and her eyes brightened a lot, but it was only for a moment and soon dimmed again. Because she heard from someone that her cousin was killed by the Japanese, but she still refused to give up. She wanted to see him alive or dead. She didn't believe that he was dead until she saw his body. Ruan Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Mo Qiufeng was also 59 and had just celebrated his birthday last month. What's your cousin's name? What does he look like? We're not bragging, but as long as we have these two pieces of information, we'll definitely be able to find out. Ruan Qiqi said with certainty. Real? Xia Taoji was half believing and half doubting. It is absolutely true. Ruan Qiqi nodded vigorously. Xia Taoji was very conflicted. She really wanted to find her cousin, but with her current identity, she was afraid that she would implicate her cousin if she found him. But if she didn't find her cousin, what would happen to the treasure she had guarded for so many years? Her body is running out of energy and she won't be able to hold on for much longer. The Mo family's belongings must be handed over to the Mo family. She swore this in front of her father and uncle's graves. I'm sorry, I'll think about it. Xia Taoji did not make the decision impulsively. It's okay, you can think about it for a few more days and take a good look around Tanzhou City. As long as you have made up your mind, you can come to me anytime. Ruan Qiqi was not angry. She understood Xia Taoji's feelings very well. That person must be someone who is particularly important to her. In addition, Xia Taoji's current identity is sensitive, so it is normal for her to be conflicted. Xia Taoji smiled gratefully. After dinner, Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi sent them back to the guest house and gave them a VIP room with a bathroom and toilet. After they left, Bai Fengshou asked in confusion, Grandma, why didn't you let them help find someone?
I'm scared.
If that person is living well now, I will bring him trouble if I come to his house to claim relationship with him. Xia Taoji sighed, feeling extremely conflicted. She originally planned to secretly find her cousin and give those things to him, and she had no intention of acknowledging her relationship with him. If Ruan Qiqi and others were asked to help, it would definitely be a big deal, and Xia Taoji was full of worries. But if we don't ask them for help, it will be difficult for us to find people on our own. Bai Fengshou reminded. Xia Taoji sighed again. She stood up, walked slowly to the window, looked at the moon in the sky, and murmured, Xiaofeng, where are you? Grandma, the person you are looking for is called Xiaofeng? Bai Fengshou asked curiously. It was the first time he heard his grandmother mention this person. Xia Taoji nodded and said with a smile, He is the most beautiful and intelligent one in our family. He has been naughty since he was young. He always comes up with some new and strange ways to play tricks on people, but he is not annoying. Our whole family likes him very much. His name is Xia Xiaofeng. My cousin's surname is not Xia but Mo, and his name is Mo Qiufeng, which means the sound of the phoenix in autumn, which has a very good meaning. Xia Taoji paused and continued. My original surname was Mo, but I changed it to my mother's surname because of a change in my family. This was the first time that Xia Taoji mentioned the past. Bai Fengshou wanted to ask more questions, but the old lady was tired, so he helped her to go to bed. After a night of careful consideration, Xia Taoji finally decided to ask Ruan Qiqi for help. She asked Bai Fengshou to call Ruan Qiqi and make an appointment to meet at the guest house. I've thought about it all night, and I still want to trouble you to help find my cousin, but I have an unreasonable request. Please don't think I'm annoying, Xia Taoji said embarrassedly.
You say.
If you find my cousin, can you let us recognize him in private and not let anyone else know? I don't want to implicate him. Xia Taoji stated her request. Can. Ruan Qiqi readily agreed. Thank you. Xia Taoji stood up and bowed to her, but was stopped by Ruan Qiqi. Don't be like that. It's just a piece of cake for me. But for me, it is a great favor and a good harvest. Only you can help me repay this favor. You must remember it. Xia Taoji instructed solemnly. I remember, Grandma. Bai Fengshou also nodded solemnly and promised that he would remember it for the rest of his life. Xia Taoji was relieved and said to Ruan Qiqi, My cousin's surname is Mo, which means Mo in Qiancheng, and his name is Qiufeng, which means Autumn Phoenix Ming. When my family was in trouble, he was studying in Beijing. At that time, my family was wiped out by the Japanese. My mother and I escaped by chance, but we were both seriously injured. We hid in the countryside to recuperate and did not dare to go out. We missed meeting my cousin. Later, We found out that he was killed by the Japanese, but my mother and I did not believe it. We would rather see the body than the living one. I did not believe that my cousin was dead until I saw his body. Ruan Qiqi tried to hide his inner excitement and asked, I remember there was a very famous pawnshop in Tanzhou City. The owner was surnamed Mo, and the whole family was wiped out by the Japanese. Are you Miss Mo? Yes, I am Miss Mo. That night, the Japanese dressed up as bandits and sneaked into my house. Xia Taoji was so emotional that she couldn't continue speaking. What she experienced that night was a lifelong pain and hatred for her. Every time she thought about it, she felt heartbroken and hated herself for being so incompetent that she couldn't avenge her loved ones. They stole my family's treasures and used all the women in front of the men. My 8-year-old cousin couldn't escape. My 6-year-old brother was also thrown to death by them. After they did their evil deeds, they set the house on fire and left. Xia Taoji gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. She was 22 years old when the accident happened, and her mother kept her at home to embroider her dowry because she was going to get married in a month. But everything was destroyed by the Japanese. She lost her relatives and her innocence. It was impossible for her to have children again. What was the point of living? Grandma, drink some water. Bai Fengshou was very worried about the old lady's health. He didn't expect that the seemingly calm and elegant grandmother had such a tragic past. Those darn Japanese devils. Why didn't God destroy them?
I've fine.
Xia Taoji took a sip of water and continued. I didn't die. When I woke up, I found myself in a dark room. My mother dragged me into the dark room, and I escaped the fire. There was food, water, and medicine in the dark room. We hid in the dark room for half a month before we dared to come out. We went to the countryside to recuperate and asked someone to send a telegram to my cousin in Beijing, asking him not to come back, but he came back anyway, saying that he was killed by the Japanese. But I don't believe it. My cousin is so smart, he wouldn't be killed that easily.
He must still be alive.
Xia Taoji was full of confidence in her cousin. Her cousin had been very clever since he was young and had always fooled the smart and capable adults. How could he be harmed by the Japanese devils? Why did you marry and go to Bailey Village? Ruan Qiqi asked curiously. My mother arranged it. She was seriously injured and knew she didn't have much time left. She was worried about me staying in Tanzhou City. Bailey Village was carefully chosen by my mother. It's a poor and remote place in the mountains. The Japanese couldn't find it. My mother died after I got married. Xia Taoji looked sad. When she was a child, she was not close to her mother. She felt that her mother was too strict and not as gentle and kind as her aunt and aunt. But after the accident, she realized how strong her mother was. She managed to arrange everything despite her seriously injured body. An ordinary woman would never be able to do that. Besides, her mother loved her. She was the one that her mother was most worried about when she was dying, so she asked her to live well and not think about revenge. Your mother is great. Ruan Qiqi admired it sincerely. Yes, I'm not even 1/10 as good as my mother. Xia Taoji nodded. If she had 1/10 of her mother's means and character, her life would not be so miserable. You are very capable, but things are unpredictable. Ruan Qiqi comforted her, saying that the fact that Xia Taoji had raised Bai Fengshou so well showed that she was a smart and strong woman. And now she is 100% sure that Xia Taoji's cousin is Mo Qiufeng. This world is indeed small. Just stay in the guest house, and I'll give you a reply within 3 days. Ruan Qiqi stood up to say goodbye and called Bai Fengshou outside, stuffing him with a handful of money and bills. Here, these are for your grandma. Don't go home for the next 3 days. Take the old lady out for a walk and wait for my good news. I brought money. I haven't spent the $200 you gave me last time. Bai Fengshou didn't want to accept the money because he couldn't afford it. It's not for you, it's for your grandma. Take her out to eat something delicious. Don't skimp. Ruan Qiqi's tone was very serious. Bai Fengshou didn't dare to refuse and accepted it. After returning to the compound, Ruan Qiqi went to find Mo Qiufeng first. He was not off work yet, so she went to his office. Mo Qiufeng was reviewing documents. Ruan Qiqi knocked on the door and walked in, smiling and calling out, "Uncle Mo,
Sit down.
what's the good news that makes you so happy?" Mo Qiufeng asked with a smile. "It's a great event. Uncle Mo, you will definitely give me a big red envelope." Ruan Qiqi kept it a secret, and Mo Qiufeng became interested and asked, "So, it seems like this is my happy event?" "Yes, Uncle Mo. Do you know someone named Mo Taoji?" Ruan Qiqi didn't keep the question in suspense and asked directly. Mo Qiufeng's expression changed slightly, and he asked anxiously, "Do you know her? Qiqi, do you have any news about her?" That year, the Mo family found only 23 corpses. 2 were missing, and the food and medicine in the dark room were also missing. Mo Qiufeng knew that someone must have escaped, but he was not sure who it was. He asked someone to secretly inquire about it, and even now he is still inquiring, but there is still no news. Mo Qiufeng guessed that they were most likely dead. But now, hearing the familiar name from Ruan Qiqi, Mo Qiufeng's hope was rekindled. He changed from his usual calm and rational state and could not even sit still. "Don't worry, Mo Taoji is still alive. Her name is Xia Taoji now. When the Mo family got into trouble, she and her mother escaped, but were seriously injured. Your second aunt arranged for her to marry in the village next to my hometown. She used to live a peaceful life, but she was classified as a landlord a few years ago. So she was worried that her status would affect you, so she planned to recognize you privately." Ruan Qiqi explained what Xia Taoji meant. "What impact does it have?" "She is still as cautious as before." "Qiqi, where is she now?" Mo Qiufeng stood up excitedly, wishing he could see his cousin right now. "I'll arrange for you to stay at the guest house." "Wait a minute, Uncle Mo. Don't be so excited.
Calm down.
How about you change your clothes first?" Ruan Qiqi chased after him, feeling a little amused and helpless. It was the first time she saw Mo Qiufeng lose his composure. "Wait me a moment." Mo Qiufeng calmed down. His cousin was now a landlord, and it was indeed inconvenient for him to meet her in military uniform. After they met in private, he would make arrangements for his cousin and would definitely bring her to Tanzhou City. She would not be able to live and suffer in the mountains anymore. In order not to attract attention, Mo Qiufeng and Ruan Qiqi rode their bikes there, and he also wore casual clothes. When they arrived at the guest house, they happened to meet the grandparents and grandchildren who were going out for dinner. Seeing the white-haired Xia Taoji, Mo Qiufeng's eyes couldn't help but tear up. His cousin was only 61 years old. How come she looked so old? Xia Taoji also saw him and was stunned at first, but soon burst into tears and murmured, "Xiaofeng?" Ruan Qiqi's mouth twitched. Uncle Mo's nickname was so cute. "It's me, second sister." Mo Qiufeng stepped forward and held his cousin's hand tightly. The brother and sister finally met again after 40 years. "Xiaofeng, you're still alive."
I knew you were not dead.
"I finally found you." Xia Taoji threw herself into Mo Qiufeng's arms, crying excitedly and almost fainted several times. Ruan Qiqi gave her a few slices of wild ginseng. "Second sister, I have been looking for you and second aunt all over the city. Where are you hiding?" "I hid in the countryside to recover from my injuries. My mother and I were both injured, and my mother was more seriously injured. We dared not stay in the city. The oracle bones that the Japanese took away were fake. If they knew, they would definitely retaliate. We also sent you a telegram, asking you not to come back. So why did you come back?" Xia Taoji looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. She could never see him enough. She finally found her brother, but she didn't have many days to live. God is always so stingy and refuses to favor her more. "I didn't receive the telegram. My family called me and told me something happened at home, so I rushed back. Such a big thing happened at home. I must come back to let my father and his body rest in peace." Mo Qiufeng was also in tears. The brother and sister talked about a lot of past events. When Mo Qiufeng learned what his relatives had experienced that night, he clenched his fists in hatred. When he rushed back, his relatives had turned into charred corpses. He didn't know what exactly had happened. Xia Taoji said that she had something private to say to Mo Qiufeng, so Ruan Qiqi and Bai Fengshu left the house, leaving the two siblings in the room. My mother was very weak at the time, but she managed to arrange my marriage. She passed away on the day of my wedding. She told me to find you and hand the things to you personally. Is it the box of oracle bones? Mo Chiofeng guessed that what the Japanese had snatched away that year was a fake, and the real one must be in the second sister's hands. Because my second aunt's father was the best antique craftsman in the pawn shop, he passed this skill to his daughter, his second aunt. After his second aunt married my second uncle, she was responsible for the antique-making business in the pawn shop. There are others, which are treasures accumulated by the Mo family over the years. My mother made them into ordinary ornaments and brought them with me to Bailey Village as dowry.
I have been hiding them all the time.
Even when those people came to search our house, they couldn't tell that they were treasures. Xia Taoji spoke with pride. Her mother taught her the skill of making old things. Her mother also praised her for her talent in this skill, saying that her other siblings could not compare to her. I have finished writing the third update. I am going to rest now. Good night. After not seeing each other for 40 years, Xia Taoji had a lot to say to her brother, but she was not energetic enough and looked tired after talking for a short while. Mo Chiofeng saw this and offered to take his cousin home to live. I'm not going. I can die with peace of mind knowing that I can find you this time. Xiaofeng, how are you now? Xia Taoji refused because she didn't want to implicate her brother. Judging from Xiaofeng's appearance, she should have lived a good life these years. After handing the things to her brother, she returned to Bailey Village and waited for death quietly. She was not afraid of death, but was afraid of not finding her brother. Now that her mission was completed, she could go to the underworld and reunite with her family with peace of mind. Second sister, I can protect you now, don't worry, trust me. Mo Chiofeng's tone was firm. He had worked hard in Tanzhou for so many years. It would be a joke if he couldn't even protect his relatives. After his repeated persuasion and assurances, Xia Taoji finally agreed. In fact, she really wanted to stay with her brother for a few more days. Feng Shou, please go and call a tricycle. Mo Chiofeng opened the door and spoke to Bai Fengshou in a friendly manner.
Okay.
Bai Fengshou ran out quickly and soon found a tricycle. He and Mo Chiofeng helped Xia Taoji get on the tricycle and return to the compound together. Seeing the soldiers standing upright at the gate of the compound, Xia Taoji was startled. She called Mo Chiofeng and asked in a low voice, Xiaofeng, why did you bring me here? Second sister, I'm working inside. I'll tell you in detail when I get back. Mo Chiofeng patted her hand soothingly, his smile gentle yet firm, which made Xia Taoji feel at ease instantly. Xiaofeng never undertakes things that she cannot do. She is useless. Xiaofeng is much more capable than her. Political commissar. The soldier snapped and saluted, calling out respectfully. Mo Chiofeng nodded slightly. Xia Taoji and Bai Fengshou, both the grandparents and grandchildren, were dumbfounded. Did they hear it right just now? When they returned to Mo Chiofeng's residence, Xia Taoji asked anxiously, Xiaofeng, are you the political commissar here? Yes, after something happened at home, I set a trap for the Japanese and pretended to be killed. In fact, I changed my name and joined the revolution. Mo Chiofeng explained while making tea for them. Bai Fengshou was very considerate in helping. From the time he was recognized as a relative until now, he rarely spoke, but he was very active in his work. Mo Chiofeng had a very good impression of him. I knew you would have a great future. Our Xiaofeng is the smartest in the family. Xia Taoji praised proudly, and Mo Chiofeng listened with a smile. The Mo family had no rice, flour, or oil, so Mo Chiofeng didn't cook, and everyone went to the Lou family for a meal. Ruan Qiqi went home to get some food and prepared to cook herself to celebrate the reunion between Mo Chiofeng and his sister. Qiqi, don't get tired. I'll ask Shangguan to do it. Mo Chiofeng stopped her, saying that pregnant women should not work too hard. Shangguan would go to the Lou family to cook every night. It was almost time. As expected, Mo Chiofeng called the Lou family. Shangguan answered. Mo Chiofeng called Lu Dishing again and asked him to come to his house for dinner in the evening. Hey, is your family getting rich today? You're actually treating me to a meal? Lu Dishing started to make sarcastic remarks, saying that he went to his house every day to eat for free. He was worthy of being called Mo Chiofeng, as he was always begging for money. It's okay if you don't come. Xiao Duan is with me anyway. Mo Chiofeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Come on, I want to drink some matai.
Darn.
You hung up on me again. Lu Dishing said half a sentence, and when he heard the beeping sound, he became angry and started to curse. An hour later, Lu Dishing came in a hurry and yelled before he even entered the door. Mo Chiofeng, you hung up on me again. You are a scholar, but you don't know any etiquette. As soon as the voices came, Lu Dishing rushed into the house. Seeing Xie Taoji and her grandson, he was stunned for a moment and said embarrassedly, We have guests. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My second sister and her grandson. He is my work partner, Commander Lou. Mo Chiofeng introduced them. Xie Taoji and his grandchildren immediately stood up in fear and trepidation, not knowing how to greet them. Have a seat. Lao Mo and I are old partners, you're welcome. After Lu Dishing finished speaking, he suddenly realized what was happening and asked in astonishment, Lao Mo, why did you suddenly have a second sister? Wasn't she that person back then? My second sister escaped by chance and has been looking for me all these years. Today, thanks to Qiqi, we are able to reunite. Mo Chiofeng's tone was full of emotion, and he was very grateful to Ruan Qiqi. If it weren't for Ruan Qiqi, he and his second sister might never have met each other in this life. This is a big happy event. We must celebrate it well. Take out your Maotai, I will drink with you, and you have to give my Qiqi a big red envelope. You can't help me for nothing. Lu Dishing asked for Maotai and a red envelope with confidence. Usually, Mo Chiofeng always bullied him, but today he had to give this guy a good beating. You can choose any wine from the wine cabinet and drink as much as you want. Mo Chiofeng agreed very readily and would naturally give a red envelope, which had to be a super big one. Xie Taoji was a little confused by the relationship between them and couldn't figure it out for a while. Bai Feng Shou didn't figure it out either. Both the grandfather and grandson looked confused. The commander is my father-in-law, and his ex-cousin is Uncle Mo's ex-cousin. The son born to Uncle Mo's ex-cousin, and my father-in-law is my man. Do you understand? Ruan Qiqi kindly explained this complicated relationship to them. She felt that she had explained it clearly, and most people could understand it. The eyes of both the grandparents and the grandson were spinning like mosquito coils. Why did they become more confused the more they listened?
Whose son is your man?
Bai Fengshou asked in a low voice. Of course, he's the commander's son. My mother-in-law first married the commander and then married Uncle Mo, but they divorced. Uncle Mo and my father-in-law are living together now, and it's pretty good. Ruan Qiqi sincerely felt that these two people were living a good life. They were not young anymore, had stable careers, and had old buddies to drink and chat with after work. They had already beaten most of the men in life. Is Xiaofeng divorced? Is he single now? Xie Taoji grasped the key point and her tone became anxious. Her daughter Xiaofeng is so pretty and smart. Why did they get divorced? Ruan Qiqi twitched her lips and quickly said, I just divorced not long ago, but Uncle Mo has 3 children, and they are all doing well. But they rarely go home, especially that ungrateful Mo Heping, who didn't even come back for the new year. It was said that he and Yuan Huilan had reconciled and were preparing to go to Zhang's house for the new year. Haha. Just like Yuan Huilan, they will curry favor with the powerful. They will regret it in the future. Xie Taoji sighed. It's good to have children. I'll have someone to rely on when I get old. Moreover, the cousin in front of Xiaofeng doesn't sound like a good woman. She gets married and divorced more frequently than drinking water. She is not the type to live a peaceful life. She has to persuade Xiaofeng to find a down-to-earth woman while she is still young, who can be a companion when she gets old. Xiao Duan prepared a sumptuous meal and filled the table.
Lu Yi also came.
Mo Chiofeng was in a very good mood. He and Lu Dishing drank several glasses. He was a little drunk. He excitedly took out a few things he had recently found at a bargain and showed them off. There are inkstones, calligraphy and paintings, and porcelain. Mo Chiofeng's proudest piece is a roux kiln porcelain plate. It's a pity that it's broken, but it's still pretty good. I bought it for $30. 30 yuan for this broken thing? No wonder you come to my house every day to beg for money. It seems that all your money has been stolen. Lu Disheng looked at the Ru kiln porcelain plate with disgust. He even thought it was broken when used to hold pickles. You know nothing.
Montag Qifeng starret.
This was the Ru kiln, the first of the 5 major kills. He was already satisfied to have such a porcelain plate. Xia Taoji looked at it carefully for a few minutes, then suddenly she smiled and said jokingly, Xiaofeng, I am far inferior to you in terms of learning, but you are not as good as me in terms of eye for quality. I couldn't sleep in bed. My stomach didn't hurt anymore, but I was bloated. I got up and wrote an update. This time I really went to sleep. Good night, Mo Qiufeng's face froze instantly, and he was rarely confused. He asked in disbelief, Second sister, I have checked again and again. It shouldn't be wrong, right? Although his eye for quality is indeed not as good as his second sister's, he has been influenced by her since childhood and still has some vision. He is about 80% sure about this porcelain plate. Xia Taoji smiled, stretched out her hand to hold up the porcelain plate, raised it to the light, and asked, Do you see this gap?
Montag Qifeng nodded.
The plate was quite damaged, otherwise it would definitely not be his turn. Ruan Qiqi also came over curiously. As expected, she guessed right. Xia Taoji was an expert in appraising treasures. She went back to ask the old lady if she knew anyone who could make antiques look old. Lu Disheng didn't understand what he meant by, who cares? He just wanted to eat some longan, but unfortunately, he couldn't buy fresh ones in Tianzhou. Do you know what a palmist is? Lu Disheng poked his son next to him and asked in a low voice. Of course I do. Louis snorted at him disdainfully. Lu Disheng was too lazy to argue with him and quickly asked what he meant. Why should I tell you? Louis turned his head away and slapped the old man on the back of his head. In fact, he only had a vague understanding of it and couldn't explain it clearly, so he chose to make the old man angry to death. I am your father, you disrespectful thing. If Qiqi wasn't pregnant, I would have beaten you to death. Lu Disheng cursed with gnashing teeth, but Lu Yi didn't care at all, and even said in a rebellious tone, You can't beat me. You should behave yourself when you are old. You beat this and that all day long. Do you think you are the god of thunder? I'm your father. Lu Disheng raised his voice unconsciously. Mo Qiufeng was annoyed by his noise and said impatiently, Go out and make some noise. He was the one who picked a quarrel with me and even hit me. Lu Yi immediately complained and stood next to Ruan Qiqi with an innocent look on his face, looking at the old man provocatively. Lu Disheng gritted his teeth and cursed silently. I'll beat you to death when I get back, you jerk. Although he wanted to leave with ambition, curiosity made him stay shamelessly. He mainly wanted to know what the palm eye was. You shut up too. Ruan Qiqi scolded him lightly, and Lu Yi shut up obediently, and the room immediately became quiet. Xia Taoji held the porcelain plate for a while until his hands became sore. Bai Fengshou took over the plate and held it up. From the way he raised it, she knew she was also an expert. It's up to you to decide on the harvest. Xia Taoji smiled slightly, her tone showing her great confidence in her grandson. Bai Fengshou was a little shy. It was the first time he met such a high-ranking official, and he was so nervous that he didn't dare to speak. It doesn't matter if you say something wrong among your family members. Your uncle won't laugh at you. Xia Taoji smiled very kindly. Bai Fengshou nodded. He held the porcelain plate with one hand and pointed at the notch on the bottom of the plate with the other hand. He said, The shape and angle of this notch are what Grandma used to do. There is no need to say anything else, just looking at this gap. You can tell that it must be a fake made by his grandmother.
Montag Qifeng was dumbfounded.
Did he buy back the fake one made by his second sister? Ruan Qiqi asked excitedly. Could this porcelain plate be made by your grandmother? Xia Taoji nodded with a smile. It was a work from 40 years ago. At that time, I made 3 Ru kills to deal with warlords. I didn't expect that Xiaofeng would buy it. When the Mo family opened their business, they had to deal with all kinds of big and small ghosts every day. The most difficult ones to deal with were the military lords. At that time, warlords were fighting each other, and defeated warlords would often come to ask for military rations. The merchants in the city were the targets of the warlord's demands. Businessmen cannot defeat those who hold guns, and no one dares to go against the military commander, not even the Mo family. So they mixed some fake treasures with the real ones to deal with the problem. Thanks to the superb antique craftsmanship of Xia Taoji and her daughter, there were no mistakes in those years. But what I didn't expect was that 40 years later, one of them returned to Xiaofeng. I just got this porcelain plate a few days ago, and today I met my second sister. It must be destined that we will be reunited. Mo Qiufeng was not disappointed because it was a fake. Instead, he was happier. This fake made by his second sister was more precious than the real one. Xia Taoji smiled with tears in her eyes. Today was the happiest day of her life in the past 40 years. She had cursed God for 40 years, but she would not curse him anymore. Ruan Qiqi opened her mouth to ask about the antique, but Lu Dixing got there first and asked in a loud voice, "Tell me first, is it this broken porcelain plate that you are looking at? Or is it something else?" Mr. Liu is not well educated, he is studious. Now that he knows a new word, he will definitely try to understand it. Appraising is a skill. Antique shops and pawn shops have appraisers to supervise them. My second sister and second aunt are both experts in appraisal.
Montag Qiufeng explained patiently.
Lu Dixing nodded his head. I see. He's the big boss of the pawn shop. I've been there before, and he's very generous with his money, but he's a little shady. He only paid $50 for a brand new fur coat. Ruan Qiqi's mouth twitched. She said that someone was cruel in front of others, but her father-in-law was really kind-hearted. The Lu Jiafeng brothers really inherited everything from their father. What do you do in my house? Mo Qiufeng asked. No, in my hometown, darn it. If it wasn't for the bad timing, I would definitely beat up the pawn shop owner. Although more than 40 years have passed, Lu Dixing still gets angry when he thinks about it now. The owner of that pawn shop was just like the landlord Jew, a profiteer who sucked the blood of the common people. The harvest was poor that year, and the landlord Jew refused to reduce the rent. All the grain was stored in Jew's granary, but the villagers were hungry. He organized a group of equally young and energetic villagers and rushed into landlord Jew's house to steal food. Unfortunately, landlord Jew had a guard team and guns, and several villagers were beaten to death. Lu Dixing took advantage of the chaos to escape and took away 2 new fur coats. He wore the men's one himself and pawned the women's one at a pawn shop for $50. Because he was wanted by the government, the landlord Jew offered a reward of $100 for his head, and he could no longer stay in his hometown. Lu Dixing had heard about the Revolutionary Army a long time ago, but had never made up his mind. Now that he was wanted, he decided to join the Revolutionary Army. Recalled the past, thought of his hard-working first wife, and then thought of his eldest daughter's family, who were almost dead. Now only his granddaughter and eldest grandson were left in prison. He couldn't help but sigh, and his expression became gloomy. Old Lu, you've made the mistake of generalizing again. Just because one pawn shop is unscrupulous, you can't assume that all pawn shops are unscrupulous. Similarly, you can't deny a person as a whole because he did one thing wrong. You should look at people and things comprehensively and not jump to conclusions arbitrarily. You are the leader of an army. You have to change this habit. Mo Qiufeng turned on the Tang monk mode, muttering to himself for more than 10 minutes. Ruan Qiqi even felt sleepy and yawned several times. She experienced Mo Qiufeng's nagging ability. He was worthy of being a political commissar. His ability to speak fluently and endlessly was definitely better than that of Tang Sung. Not to mention Sun Wukong, even Tathagata Buddha could not handle it. I understand. We should not generalize or be arbitrary. We should look at people and things comprehensively. I will remember this. Lu Dixing's head was so big after hearing what he heard. What he feared most was Mo Qiufeng's nagging, but what he said made sense, and he couldn't help but accept it. Mo Qiufeng decided to stop while he was ahead and continued discussing the porcelain plate with his second sister. Did Fengshuo learn skills from his second sister? He asked with concern. I'm stupid and have only learned the basics. My grandma is the real deal. Bai Fengshuo said modestly. What this child lacks is practice. The conditions in the countryside are limited and many things cannot be taught. If this child was born in the Mo family, he would definitely be better than me. Xia Taoji made no secret of her admiration for her grandson. Bai Fengshou's talent in antiques was even higher than hers. Don't worry about practice. Just go to the cultural relics store to work. Ruan Qiqi took the opportunity to speak and looked at the grandparents and grandchildren with particularly fiery eyes. She is definitely God's beloved daughter. Whatever she wants comes true. Just when she was about to find an expert in making old things, God sent Bai Fengshou and his grandchildren. I go to work? Bai Fengshou asked in disbelief. You and your grandma are going, you can make old things, right? Ruan Qiqi asked excitedly. My grandmother knows how to do it, but I haven't mastered it yet. Bai Fengshou answered truthfully. That's fine, Uncle Mo. Let them work in cultural relic shops, specializing in making high-quality counterfeits and selling them to foreigners. This can not only prevent cultural relics from being lost abroad, but also generate income for the country. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Ruan Qiqi expressed her thoughts. Yes, why sell foreigners real things instead of fake ones? Qiqi, you are so smart to think of such a good idea. Lu Yi immediately applauded. That's right. We have to give foreigners fake goods. Why should we give them good things? Lu Disheng also agreed. Mo Qiufeng looked thoughtful. Qiqi's idea was indeed a good one. It would not only provide a place for his second sister and grandchildren, but also generate income for the country. Okay, I'll arrange this. Mo Qiufeng agreed. This was not a difficult thing for him. I'll ask my leader to find a few more experts in antique making. The Spring Canton Fair is coming soon, and we can't miss the opportunity. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. It is not limited to Tanzhou City. There must be more experts in the capital, Chang'an and Shanghai. She told Pei Yuan about this idea and asked him to report it to his superiors. Xia Taoji finally understood, and she asked cautiously, Can I go to work with my status? Yes, no matter what your status is, as long as you can contribute to the country, you're a good comrade. Ruan Qiqi said with a smile. Xia Taoji was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She wiped her tears and said, It's okay for me to be old, but it's a pity that Fengshou is still young. Things will get better and better in the future, and you'll have a good life. Ruan Qiqi comforted her loudly. Xia Taoji smiled and shook her head. She didn't have many days left to live, so it didn't matter. She could see her brother before she died and arrange a future for her grandson. She would die without regrets. As for her granddaughter, she was not worried. Fengshou had taken care of her over the years, and the girl had not suffered much. After Fengshou got a job, he would definitely take better care of his sister. The next day, Xia Taoji asked to go home, but Mo Qiufeng did not agree and took her to the hospital for a physical examination. A series of examinations, he was relieved. His second sister did not have any organic disease. She was just weak due to years of malnutrition and the lack of proper care due to injuries. The doctor said that if Xia Taoji took good care of herself, she would definitely live a few more years. After Ruan Qiqi found out, she dug out Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng from the space and sent them to Mo Qiufeng. The Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng in the space contains spiritual energy, which is very beneficial to Xia Taoji's body. After Guan Jihua ate the ginseng she gave him, his body has completely recovered and he will have no problem living another 20 years. She went to find Pei Yuan again and told him her idea. Do you know that doing this is likely to cause international disputes? Pei Yuan laughed out of anger, and his temples hurt even more. All of his men are talented, but they all come up with a new bad idea every day. Yesterday, that jerk Xiao Chao ran to his house in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the jerk was sensible and put on clothes, so he didn't scare his daughter, otherwise he would definitely beat the jerk to death. The reason why the jerk suddenly went crazy was because he knew that Shangguan Qing was the one ding he wanted. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He insisted that he recruit another beautiful and capable girl so that he could get the upper hand. After being tortured by this jerk for a whole night, Pei Yuan had to be tormented by Ruan Qiqi when he came to work early in the morning.
Sometimes he really wanted to resign.
He didn't want to be the worst director anymore. Ruan Qiqi asked seriously, The premise of causing international disputes is that foreigners know that what they bought is fake, and foreigners do not understand Chinese cultural relics. They also have to find someone to identify them. The experts in cultural relic identification are all in China. Who dares to say that the country sells fakes? I'm not afraid of anything. Pei Yuan looked thoughtful. This may seem crazy, but if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. However, there are always one or two traitors, which is not right. You're stupid. The traitor said it was fake. We just don't have to admit it. You know the emperor's new clothes, right? Forget it. You may not know it, but you know that calling a deer a horse? Dad said it was true, so it must be true. Anyone who said it was fake must be a bad guy.
Kill him.
Ruan Qiqi became more and more excited as she spoke, slamming the table as she spoke. What she hated most were traitors, and she would kill anyone she saw. Pei Yuan picked up the teacup. He wanted to make some Longjing tea so that this crazy woman wouldn't spill it. While drinking tea, he thought carefully about Ruan Qiqi's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was great potential for improvement. He was also very sad to see so many cultural relics lost. Besides, haven't those foreigners robbed enough of our treasures? Haven't you seen that the museums in Eagle Country are filled with our treasures? They shamelessly robbed our treasures, so why can't we sell them fake goods? If our ancestors knew about this, they would give us a thumbs up. Ruan Qiqi's eyes turned red with anger. When she was 15, she participated in a study tour organized by the school and was led by her teacher to study in Europe. When visiting the Eagle Country Museum, they all fell silent, feeling extremely heavy-hearted and with hot flushes on their faces. About that humiliating history when they were in class, but when they saw the exquisite cultural relics of our ancestors displayed in foreign museums, no Chinese could laugh. Calm down. Be careful not to get a miscarriage. Pei Yuan was a little panicked. He kept banging the table. He was really afraid that the kid would hit him. He ca and beat a Tyrannosaurus. You don't have to do this. Just talk to your superiors. The Spring Canton Fair is coming. Don't you want to make a fortune? Don't you want to earn foreign exchange for the country? Ruan Qiqi's voice was full of temptation. Foreign exchange. A fragrant and sweet pie. Even Pei Yuan couldn't resist the temptation. The country is now short of foreign exchange. I will report this to the higher-ups. Don't act on your own. Pei Yuan warned sternly. He was really afraid that Ruan Qiqi would act on his own again. I want to take action, but how can I do it without an old master? Hurry up and do it. Don't dilly-dally. Ruan Qiqi urged rudely. Pei Yuan was so angry that he laughed again. He actually treated his leader as an errand boy. Well, he was making contributions to the country without caring about personal gains and losses. He would not bother with the pregnant woman. After Ruan Qiqi left, he called the General Administration and tactfully expressed Ruan Qiqi's idea. The General Administration did not agree at first. The Eight-Nation Alliance robbed us of so many treasures. The Eagle Country Museum still displays those treasures. If our ancestors knew that we gave them fakes, they would definitely give us a thumbs up. Every day we talk about earning foreign exchange. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of us, are we really going to miss it? Foreigners don't understand cultural relics. The right to identify cultural relics is in our hands. If we say it is real, it is real. Who dares to say it is fake? If you don't know the emperor's new clothes, you must know that calling a deer a horse, right? Pei Yuan returned all the humiliation he suffered from Ruan Qiqi to his leader. Today's update is finished. There will definitely be no less than 3 updates a day. More than that will be a bit difficult. Good night. Good night. After Pei Yuan's eloquent speech and the strong temptation of foreign exchange, the leaders of the 759 General Administration finally gave in and said that they would consult their superiors. After getting the approval, 759 would summon old-fashioned masters from all over the country to gather together to make high-quality imitations. The reply came quickly, and within a few days, Xia Taoji and his grandchildren got jobs as non-staff employees of the Cultural Relic Store, which was actually affiliated with 759. Can I get a salary? But with my health condition, I'm afraid I can't make much contribution to the country. Xia Taoji, was extremely excited when she got the news. What she was most worried about was that her health would hold her back. Second sister, the doctor said there's nothing wrong with you. As long as you take good care of yourself, you can live another 30 or 40 years. Mo Qiufeng deliberately extended the year to comfort his second sister. Grandma, you look much better these days. You don't even need my support to walk. I'm sure you will live a long life. I still need your guidance, said Bai Fengshou. Xia Taoji shook her arms and lifted her legs. She indeed felt a difference. She felt much stronger than before. Moreover, her recent heart palpitations and shortness of breath had improved a lot. Was she really not going to die? Thanks to your good wishes, I will try to live a few more years. Oh, I didn't expect that I could live such a good life. It's like a dream. Xiaofeng, I want to visit the graves of my uncle and father and tell them the good news. Xia Taoji was very emotional, and she still feels a sense of unreality. It's Sunday off, I'll go with you, Mo Qiufeng said with a smile. He hadn't visited his parents and relatives for a while, and he wanted to go and tell them the good news. Bai Fengshou took some time to go home. He didn't go into detail about the matter of recognizing his relatives, but only said that his grandmother had found relatives in the city and would live in the city in the future. The Bai family was happy for Xia Taoji, and they were even happier that Bai Fengshou had a formal job. Fengshou, you have a job now. I'll ask a matchmaker to introduce you to someone. Bai's mother couldn't wait to find a daughter-in-law for her son. Now that her son had a formal job in a big city, he could still find a wife even if his background was not good. I don't plan to find a partner in the village, so don't bother me, Mom. Bai Fengshou refused, and he also said, don't bother looking for someone you like in the village. I will make my own arrangements. In the past, he was bullied in the village and saw no way out. He didn't want to compromise and marry an ugly or stupid wife. Now that he has a way out, his ambition began to grow. It also broadened his horizons. As long as he had real ability, it didn't matter if he was a landlord's son, he could still have a great future. So, he had to wait until he had made some progress before looking for a girl he liked. The girls in the village were also very nice, but they had nothing in common and he couldn't like them. The same goes for my younger sister. She would rather marry late than marry those reckless men in the village. He should first arrange his own affairs and then think about arranging things for his younger sister. The future will definitely be bright and beautiful. Bai Fengshou's words carry great weight in the family. His father, Bai Sanyuan, is indecisive and his mother has even less of an opinion, so since he was 15 years old, he has been the one who has the final say in the family. It's up to you. Although Bai Sanyuan and his wife felt that something was wrong, they did not object. After all, even if they objected, it would be useless as they had no control over their children. Bai Fengshou also asked them not to spread the news about grandma in the village. No one in the village will bully us anymore. If anyone comes to ask about it, don't say a word. I know. We don't deal with the villagers. Bai Sanyuan and his wife agreed immediately. They had seen clearly the true faces of those people in the village, but they still didn't quite believe it, so they asked, are you really not going to bully us anymore? Are you going to take off our landlord hats? The hat won't be taken off, but no one will bully us anymore. Bai Fengshou's tone was very certain. Mo Qiufeng had already informed his hometown, and their family would not be bullied anymore. Bai Sanyuan and his wife clasped their hands together in excitement and said in tears, we finally made it through. Thank God, we can live a peaceful life from now on. As the new year was getting closer, Ruan Shuangjiang and her 2 daughters returned to Ruan. Ruan Xiaoxue had just joined the army and would not be back this year, and Ruan Qiqi was not coming back either. So this year it was just the 3 of them at home to celebrate the new year. Ruan Qiqi knew that Xia Taoji's grandparents and grandchildren were settled. She felt at ease lying down at home. Every day she either sat by the fire and watched TV series or slept. She felt extremely comfortable. She didn't have to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Lu Dixing asked them to go home for the new year, and Xiao Duan prepared the dinner. On this day, Xia Tao came to visit. Actually, she came mainly to have a free meal because many restaurants on the street were closed, the school cafeteria was not open for cooking, and she was too lazy to cook. Chang Yufeng, that jerk, actually tried to push Peng Xiuhua off the cliff. Fortunately, Peng Xiuhua reacted quickly and beat that jerk up. Even after all this, she still refused to divorce. Xia Tao told the latest news that she didn't understand Peng Xiuhua's choice. Peng Xiuhua told you that? Ruan Qiqi slapped her forehead. As expected, a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. She asked if she had forgotten something, and it turned out to be the mountain climbing. That day in the vice principal's office, when she heard Chang Yufeng say that he wanted to take Peng Xiuhua's mother and others to go hiking, something flashed through her mind, but she couldn't remember it when she thought about it carefully. Now she remembered it. Let's go hiking together, Mountain Alliance. Let's go diving together, Sea Vows. This is the latest interpretation of vows of love on the internet in her previous life, most of which are directed at Phoenix men. Chang Yufeng is a typical Phoenix man. Although Peng Xiuhua is dark and old now, she was a beauty in the village when she was young, and she was also the daughter of the team leader. At that time, many male-educated youth and young men in the village pursued Peng Xiuhua, but this silly girl only liked the handsome scholar Chang Yufeng. Under the strong opposition of the team leader's father, she jumped into the fire pit threatening to die. Fortunately, Peng Xiuhua woke up and was still strong enough, otherwise Chang Yufeng would have sucked her blood to death for the rest of her life. Yes, Peng Xiuhua said that Chang Yufeng had not been to the guest house to accompany her and the child for the past few days. She knew that this man had completely changed his mind, so she was more careful when climbing the mountain. Otherwise, she might have been harmed. But even so, she did not divorce him. She only asked Chang Yufeng to send 10 yuan every month, and she would take the child back to the countryside. Xia Tao's tone was full of disappointment. If it were her, even if she didn't kill Chang Yufeng, she would at least make a big scene and make sure that jerk couldn't stay in school. She had no choice but to do this. It is the best choice for her and her child at the moment. Ruan Qiqi understood and was not surprised. Peng Xiuhua is a rural woman who has to raise 3 children and send them to school. It is very difficult. If she had 10 yuan a month, her life would be much better. And they won't get divorced. She has a husband who is a college student, and her child has a father who is a college student. They both have a much higher status in the village, and no one dares to bully them. If she and Chang Yufeng fell out, ruined his reputation, and got him expelled from school, she would feel good, but there would be no practical benefit. Peng Xiuhua's choice was to endure her anger for a while in exchange for the future of her 3 children. I got up again to write an update. I finally went to bed early, but just as I fell asleep, I was woken up by the dog's extremely smelly fart. Darn it, I better get up and write an update. Ruan Qiqi remembered that in her previous life, there was a very famous divorce case in South Korea. The man was a chaebol, and the woman was a highly educated woman, and she was also the daughter of the former president. The man relied on his original wife's family power to expand and strengthen an ordinary company into a top chaebol. Then the man began to stay out all night, had an illegitimate child, and wanted to divorce his original wife and leave the house with nothing. The man and the mistress were extremely arrogant. An ordinary woman would definitely not be able to tolerate it, but the original wife tolerated it, even for more than 20 years, and the people also scolded her for being a coward for more than 20 years. Until the original wife's 3 children gained a foothold in the company that she began to fight back, filed for divorce, and demanded a division of the company's shares. The divorce lawsuit spread all over the world and lasted for several years. In the end, the original wife won. At that time, Ruan Qiqi was still studying in a mental hospital. She also scolded the original wife for being cowardly at first, but later she understood the original wife's good intentions. It turned out that if you endure for a while, you will have a broad horizon and abundant wealth. Therefore, she also understood Peng Xiuhua's choice. Ruan Qiqi told this story to Xia Tao, but she only understood half of it. Why bother with all that? Kill the man, the lover, and the jerks. I'm the master of my own house. Xia Tao's tone was very arrogant. Why bother with so much trouble? Just kill him directly. You are awesome. You're awesome. Ruan Qiqi was too lazy to reason with this crazy woman and asked her where they were going to eat on New Year's Eve. Qiqi, do you want to celebrate the New Year with me? Xia Tao's charming eyes and a sweet and charming voice.
Just pretend I didn't ask.
Qiqi rolled her eyes. She had figured out that this crazy woman was not actually misogynistic, nor did she really like women. She just hated scumbag men. Xia Tao was also polite to decent and kind men. That day, Xia Tao ate lunch and dinner and left. When she left, Qiqi couldn't help but say, "Why don't you join us for the New Year's Eve party? This crazy Japanese woman is all alone and miserable. It's really a sin." "No need. I have someone to spend the New Year with me. See you after the New Year." Xia Tao didn't turn around, just waved her hand gracefully and left. "I'll take your bike. You can't ride it now anyway." Downstairs. Before Qiqi could respond, she saw Xia Tao riding her bike and leaving in a cloud of dust. "I have 50,000 yuan, but I don't even want to buy a bicycle." Qiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This crazy woman was even more stingy than her. The 3 days passed quickly. It was New Year's Eve, and most of the residents had not returned to their hometowns. The family building was particularly lively with the sounds of firecrackers, children's noise, and adults chatting and laughing, like a symphony. Leah and her husband returned to Shanghai to spend the New Year with their children. They've been spending the New Year this way since they got married. Gao Shengjin never lets his wife go back to his hometown, and he always goes back alone. His hometown is poor, but it also has many bad habits, mainly reflected in the oppression of women. Not to mention other things, just the fact that women cannot sit at the table to eat is something his Leah can't stand. Gao Shengjin is mainly concerned about the personal safety of his family. His wife is usually not angry because the consequences of anger are quite serious. His parents and relatives' small bodies cannot withstand the surgery of his wife's surgery. So, he wisely chose to go to Shanghai to celebrate the New Year every year. Except for the food, which I'm not used to. Everything else in Shanghai is better than my hometown. It was getting dark. Qiqi and Lu Yi went to Lu Dishing's place. This year, the two families were celebrating the New Year together. Xiao Duan had prepared a large and sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner early, and then went back to his own home. Brother Liu Jiefeng didn't come back, and Mo Jinsong took on a new task right after he was transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No one knows where he went, and he didn't even have his wife and children to accompany him. Mo Songrong is still working hard at the hydropower station. In order to meet the construction deadline, the hydropower station is still working overtime on New Year's Eve. As the secretary, he must accompany them. Mo Hething is currently spending the New Year with her beloved stepfather, and she has probably forgotten about Tanzhou already. Bai Feng went back to his hometown to celebrate the New Year and rushed back after the New Year. So, the two families together, including the baby in the belly, make up exactly 6 people, which is Qiqi's favorite number. It means good luck, and next year will definitely be another smooth year. Cheers! May everything go well in the new year, and may the country prosper. Everyone was toasting in unison with smiles on their faces. Even Lu Yi and Lu Dishing temporarily stopped fighting, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Xia Taoji felt a little uncomfortable. She originally thought that Xiaofeng had 3 children, so she would have someone to rely on even after the divorce. But now she realized that these 3 children were away from home, which was the same as if she had no one. Xiaofeng, you're not that old. Why don't you find someone after the new year? Don't look for someone who's aloof and arrogant. Look for someone who lives a down-to-earth life. You're good in everything else, but you really need to work on your eyesight. It's been bad since you were a child. Xia Taoji couldn't help but complain that when she was a child, her family would hold banquets and she and Xiaofeng liked to hide behind the screen to watch the fun. Sometimes, she would jokingly ask Xiaofeng which little girl among the guests was the prettiest. As a result, the little girl Xiaofeng chose every time was the one she disliked the most. He will be 60 after the Chinese New Year, and that's not old? How did you calculate it, his second sister? Lu Dishing's voice was particularly loud. He looked at Mo Qiufeng up and down and sneered, "Your hair has turned a lot whiter. You look like an old man. You've already married 3 people. Why don't you let my Xiaofeng marry another one?" With Lu Dishing several times and knowing that he was a person who did not care about trivial matters, Xia Taoji became much bolder and dared to confront him. That's right. It's only okay for you to marry a young wife, and it's not okay for Uncle Mo to have a twilight romance. Lu Yi also followed suit. Lu Disheng raised his hand to teach his rebellious son a lesson, but then he remembered that it was New Year's Eve, so he stopped and glared at him fiercely. Mo Qiufeng was given a headache by their quarrels. He was very happy to meet his second sister, but he also felt burdened. His second sister kept nagging him to find another one, which was really a headache. When is Qiqi's due date? Mo Qiufeng cleverly changed the topic, and everyone's attention was diverted to the baby in Ruan Qiqi's belly.
August.
Ruan Qiqi answered. August is good. The diapers dry after a while of washing. The children are comfortable, but the adults have to suffer a bit. Xie Taoji said. Ruan Qiqi smiled. She didn't need to suffer. She could enter the space. Lu Disheng seemed to be hesitant to speak. He wanted to ask several questions but stopped. Mo Qiufeng saw through his thoughts and asked for him. Will this child be born with the surname Qiqi or Xiaoya? Lu Disheng breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Mo understood him too well and asked exactly what he wanted to ask. Of course my surname is Ruan, and I am a live-in son-in-law. Lu Yi answered immediately. Ruan Qiqi didn't say anything. In fact, she didn't really care about her surname. After all, Ruan was not her real surname, and Ruan Shuangjiang's two daughters changed their surnames to Ruan. The Ruan family's incense had someone to inherit, so there was no need for her to find another son-in-law. However, Lu Yi was so enthusiastic, she definitely couldn't spoil his fun. Therefore, the child must have the surname Ruan. Lu Disheng glared at his son and looked at Ruan Qiqi, but when she didn't say anything, he knew her attitude and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it doesn't matter whose surname the child takes. Marriage is free, and naming is also free. If the surname is not Lu, does it mean he is no longer your grandson, Lu Disheng?
Montag Qifeng joked.
Even if his last name is Ruan, he is still my grandson. Lu Disheng suddenly understood. Yes, his grandson's blood is from the Lu family, and the fact that his last name is Ruan does not affect him calling him grandpa.
Drink wine.
Mo Qiufeng clinked glasses with him and said, It's good that you can figure it out. To put it bluntly, old Lu used to ignore Xiao Yi and even allowed Lin Mannion to bully Xiao Yi. Now that Xiao Yi can let the children call him grandpa, he should be content. Xie Taoji felt itchy. It sounded like things were not peaceful at the Lu family, so she went back to ask Xiaofeng about it. Ono is the eldest son, and he is so outstanding. His biological father is the commander. If he had not suffered a great injustice, could he have become a son-in-law? After 3 rounds of drinking with Mo Qiufeng, Lu Disheng remembered something and said, Let the child be named Ruan. But there is one thing. The child's surname is Ruan. I am looking for a son-in-law. Do you understand? The words, recruiting a son-in-law, particularly strongly. He was a little unhappy that he didn't anger the old man just now, so he wanted to emphasize it again. I know you're a live-in son-in-law, so why do you always ask me about it? It's an honor, right? Lu Disheng yelled angrily. It's very glorious, more glorious than marrying a young wife. Lu Yi snorted heavily and rolled his eyes. Lu Disheng raised his fist again. He didn't care. Even if today was New Year's Eve, he would beat this disobedient and unfilial jerk. Ruan Qiqi decisively picked up a large piece of pork ribs and blocked Lu Ye's mouth, then smiled at Lu Disheng and said, Dad, what did you just say? Lu Disheng's anger receded in an instant, and he forced a smile and asked flatteringly, This is what happened. I have no objection to the child being named Ruan. What's the use of having an opinion? Lu Yi spat out the ribs and said something angrily. Lu Disheng's face turned darker again, faster than paint. Ruan Qiqi didn't even turn her head back, but slapped her disobedient man in the face. Today was New Year's Eve, and no matter what, she couldn't make a fuss. Lu Yi shut up obediently. Lu Disheng glared at him and continued to talk to his daughter-in-law. I am the child's grandfather. I have no objection to the child having the same surname as you, Ruan. But can you give me the right to name the child? He really loves naming children. He came up with Liberation and Aid Korea. What nice names. Originally, Lu Ye's name was Lu Kaixian. After knowing that Yuan Huilan was pregnant, he decided to use that name. But Yuan Huilan didn't want to use it and gave the child another name, Lu Yi, saying that she wanted the child to grow up as tenaciously as weeds. This metaphor is not bad, but Lu Disheng still feels that it is not as good as his Lu Kaixian. Why should I give it to you? I am still the child's biological father. Lu Yi strongly objected, and he also wanted to give the baby a name. I have more experience than you. I have already taken 3. Lu Disheng argued with all his might. You have children outside? Lu Yi looked suspicious, as if to say that there was something wrong with your lifestyle. Because he knew that Lu Chuancao's name was not given by the old man. When the old man left home, he had no idea that his first wife was pregnant. I named you Lu Kaixian, but your mother refused to use the name and insisted on calling you Lu Yi. Lu Disheng was so angry that he wanted to hit someone again. His rebellious son always managed to provoke his anger and make him so angry. Lu Yi curled his lips, feeling a little touched. It turned out that the old man had also been looking forward to his birth. Anyway, I have to pick the baby's name. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yi still objected and planned to start thinking of names tonight and come up with hundreds of them first. You are a live-in son-in-law. How can you object? Lu Disheng snorted coldly and said something harsh. Seeing his rebellious son choking, he felt happier than drinking a bottle of mitai. Wan Qiqi's mouth twitched. The father and son were in a mess every day, which not only promoted blood circulation, but also exercised reaction ability. No wonder Lu Disheng was so strong. She patted Lu Ye's hand soothingly, and then said to Lu Disheng, Dad, you wouldn't give him a name like Taiden Maodan, right? Am I an uneducated person? I have been to school for further studies. Lu Disheng's tone was particularly proud. He was definitely not an uneducated boor. Then I'll leave it to Dad. Wan Qiqi readily agreed that as long as it wasn't Taiden Maodan, any name would be fine. She had the same idea as Mo Qiufeng. Any surname or name was fine. Moreover, the names chosen by Lu Disheng are all very representative of the times, which is quite good. Qiqi, don't worry. I will definitely give my grandson a grand and nice name. Lu Disheng was so happy that he planned to go back and look up the dictionary tonight. Dad, it may not be a grandson, it may be a granddaughter. Wan Qiqi reminded. I've prepared a few names, both for men and women, and you can choose when the time comes. Lu Disheng had already thought it through and had prepared the names of his grandchildren. If they were not used in this baby, he would use them in the next one. He would have more babies after the liberation and the Korean War. The Lu family had their reunion dinner for a long time. There were crackling sounds of firecrackers outside and laughter in the house. Every household was filled with laughter and happiness. On a mountain in Hunan province, there are graves everywhere. There are constant sounds of firecrackers at the foot of the mountain, but the mountain is deserted. Xia Tao knelt in front of a grave, on which was engraved, the late father Xia Gong was called Pingsheng. The mother of Li Xianbi was called the second sister Lao Ru Rin. Tomb of the signature is the unfilial daughter Xia Tao. This is the cemetery of her adoptive parents. After they were killed, the people threw their bodies on the mountain. She searched the mountain for several days before she found the bodies that had been eaten by wild beasts and were into pieces. It was impossible to tell whose bodies they belonged to. At that time, she had no money and no ability to bury her parents, so she dug a hole in the mountain, buried her parents hastily, and marked them, hoping to rebury them when she had the ability in the future. It was not until she was 17 and had killed all those people that she had the opportunity to build a tomb for her parents. Xia Tao took out a pot of pork heads from her backpack. It was already cold, so she lit a fire and heated it up. She then took out a plate of peanuts, a plate of spiced dried tofu, and 2 plates of snacks, all of which were her adoptive parents' favorites. Dad, Mom, I've made a fortune. The food this year is pretty good, isn't it? This wine is Maotai. You guys should try it later. Xia Tao took out another bottle of mitai, poured 2 cups, and sprinkled them on the ground. The wine quickly seeped into the soil and soon disappeared. Is it delicious? I brought 3 bottles, which is enough for us. Xia Tao was very happy because she thought that her adoptive parents were happy after drinking. She first toasted her parents with a glass, then drank a glass herself, took a bite of pork head, and ate a few peanuts or spiced dried tofu. The cold mountain wind blew and ruffled her hair, but she didn't care and continued to drink and eat meat with her parents. After drinking 3 bottles of mitai, Xia Tao was a little drunk. She took out firecrackers from her backpack, lit them, and threw them on her parents' grave. The firecrackers were loud, and the smoke was thick. She squinted her eyes and looked at the flickering flames. Tears streamed down her face. She kowtowed over and over again. "I'm the one who harmed you. I have no right to call you mom and dad. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would still be alive and well now. You would definitely not forgive me." Xia Tao was tired and lay down on the cold ground. Before she fell asleep, she made a wish. I hope her adoptive parents can come into her dreams and talk to her. Nguyen Wan Shuangjiang, her mother and her 2 daughters were also having the New Year's Eve dinner. Compared with previous years, this year's New Year's Eve dinner was a little quieter, but it was the happiest year for them. In the past, when celebrating the New Year at the Li family's house, Wan Shuangjiang would prepare the annual reunion dinner, but the 3 of them were not qualified to sit at the table. Whether they could eat meat depended on the mood of the Li family. Are in a good mood, they are rewarded with a piece of meat. If they're in a bad mood, they can only eat vegetables. During the day, Ruan Shuangjiang took her 2 children to the mountain to visit her parents' graves. In the evening, she prepared a New Year's Eve dinner, and the 3 of them ate together. Eating the reunion dinner, we have to set off a string of firecrackers. According to the custom of Ruan, the firecrackers have to be lit by men, but this year it was Ruan Nian who lit them. Ruan Shuangjiang bought firecrackers with 10,000 bangs, which were the loudest in Ruan. When the Ruan family's firecrackers went off, the whole Ruan could hear them. May my family have smooth sailing, and everything goes well next year. May Qiqi and her brother-in-law have a successful career, and may mother and child be safe. May Xiaoxue be safe in the army. May Xiaoqi be able to marry into a wealthy family and live a good life. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, Ruan Shuangjiang clasped her hands together and prayed. Other families in the village were also setting off firecrackers, but they were outshined by the Ruan family, especially the families next door. They were reluctant to buy 10,000 firecrackers and only bought 3,000. Moreover, a packet of firecrackers was torn into several pieces, so they were naturally very slow to set off. Ruan Shuangjiang fired a large number of fireworks with great generosity. The sound was the loudest and lasted the longest. When other families had finished setting off fireworks, hers was still going on. The other families in the village were all a little jealous. Ruan Shuangjiang's family was getting better and better. They were willing to buy such big firecrackers. It must have cost a lot of money, right? And the 2 little girls, Ruan Nian and Ruan Pan, seemed like different people. Not only did they become prettier, but they were also much bolder, and their manners and behaviors were like those of city people. Ruan Shuangjiang also looked a lot younger and more beautiful. The mother of the 2 girls still looked the same as when she was a girl. Although there were many jealous people, no one dared to show it. They were particularly respectful when they saw Ruan Shuangjiang. They also wanted to have a good relationship with the Ruan family to see if they could get some benefits. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the village became lively. Adults visited each other, and children set off firecrackers outside. Because they wanted to stay up all night, the villagers who usually turned off the lights and went to bed early now lit up in every household, and the village was particularly bright. Ruan Shuangjiang's family had also finished their New Year's Eve dinner. Sister Ruan Nian took a bag of candy and firecrackers and went out to play. Be careful when setting off firecrackers, or you'll pop your eyes, Ruan Shuangjiang warned. I know, sisters responded loudly, and as soon as they ran out the door, they were warmly welcomed by a group of children. The children in the village surrounded the 2 sisters, like stars surrounding the moon, and asked them about what was happening in the city. You have to go to school every day in the city. If you don't study well, your teacher will criticize you. These candies are for you. Ruan Nian didn't say much about things in the city. In fact, if she had to choose, she would rather play with her friends in Ruanjia Bay, free and unrestrained. But she had to learn skills well and become a great person like her second aunt in the future, so she had to go to school and get the first place in the exam. It's delicious. What is this candy called? The friends to eat the milk candy, and they were amazed by how sweet it was. They had never eaten such delicious candy before, and they were so happy. It's called milk candy. My mother usually doesn't buy it, so she only buys it during the Chinese New Year. Let's go set off firecrackers. Ruan Yen only gave one candy to each person and didn't give more, because her second aunt said that one should not be too nice to people, otherwise one might create enemies. Ruan Shuangjiang cleaned up the kitchen and prepared to go to the captain's house. No one lived there, thanks to the captain and his wife who took care of them, otherwise it would have been overgrown with grass. However, as soon as she reached the door, she saw the captain's family and several other members of the Ruan family walking towards her house. Oh, I was thinking about going to my second uncle's house. Come in and sit down. Ruan Shuangjiang hurried out to greet them and warmly welcomed them into the house. She made tea, took out melon seeds, snacks and cigarettes, and the fire pit was full of people. Let's eat quickly and come over to wish you a happy new year. Captain smiled amiably and spoke in a fawning tone. Because he heard that the younger brother of Director Ma of the commune was promoted in the army with the help of Ruan Qiqi's man. After knowing this, the team leader was so heartbroken that he couldn't sleep for several nights. In terms of relationship, he is much closer than that guy named Ma. But that darn girl Ruan Qiqi gave the job to outsiders, while her son is still a little soldier now. The captain thought about it for several nights and finally figured it out. He decided to curry favor with Ruan Qiqi's family more enthusiastically and servilely in the future. For the sake of his son's future, he was willing to sacrifice his reputation. As a junior, I should be the one wishing you a happy new year. Uncle, you are too polite. Ruan Shuangjiang brought the first cup of tea and placed it in front of the captain. She also pulled out a cigarette for him. It was Xiaomei, which cost 50 cents a pack. Even if the captain had made a fortune of $100, he would not be willing to buy such high-end cigarettes. The same goes for other people in Ruanjian. Ruan Shuangjiang's behavior made the captain feel particularly relieved. Shuangjiang still respected him, unlike that crazy woman Ruan Qiqi, who didn't even look at him as her second uncle. Drink tea and eat candy. Ruan Shuangjiang made tea for everyone and gave them cigarettes and candies. She was very generous. These candies and cigarettes were sent by Ruan Qiqi, and she also bought some for herself. Together they amounted to quite a lot, enough for her to show off when she returned to the village. Shuangjiang, how is Xiaoxue doing in the army? The captain asked with concern. Very well. I received a letter from her a few days ago saying that she was selected to be a medical soldier. This girl read the notes left by my father at home and has some basic skills. She was noticed by the army and will be sent to school for further studies next year. Ruan Shuangjiang spoke with a particularly proud tone, and the captain and the others were very envious. Xiaoxue is smart and capable, and she has a fierce personality. She will definitely thrive in the army and have a bright future. Everyone said nice things and was extremely flattering. Ruan Shuangjiang couldn't stop smiling, but her heart was filled with emotion. At this time last year, she was still the daughter-in-law of the Li family. When she returned to her parents' home, the villagers ignored her and no one looked down on the three sisters. In less than a year, these people's attitudes have changed drastically, even faster than June Day. She knew what she was doing, so she spoke politely to these people, saying what she should say and not promising anything she shouldn't, so as not to cause trouble for Qiqi and her brother-in-law. Qiqi's husband is the battalion commander now, right? The captain asked tentatively. He has been promoted to deputy head of the group. My brother-in-law is very capable. Ruan Shuangjiang said proudly. The air was silent for a few seconds, with only the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the fire pit. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and envy and jealousy flashed across their faces. Qiqi is a very capable man. He is already the deputy leader at such a young age. The captain praised with pride. He was really happy. The higher the rank of Ruan Qiqi's man, the stronger his ability would be, and the higher the possibility of his son being promoted. Others also started to praise her in various ways. Ruan Shuangjiang listened with a smile. She knew that these people must have a purpose in coming to her. Sure enough, some people lost their temper. After all, Ruan Shuangjiang had to call him uncle, but since they were outside the 5th degree of mourning, they were not very close. Shuangjiang, your cousin will be 18 next year. Do you think you can ask Qiqi man to arrange for him to join the army next year? Is it Xiaomeizi? Ruan Shuangjiang asked. Yes, it's Xiaomei. He will be 18 after the Chinese New Year. Do you think it can be arranged? Asked the cousins, smiling. Ruan Shuangjiang frowned slightly. Ruan Xiao had been weak and sickly since childhood. Her original name was Ruan Chang, but later it was changed to Ruan Xiao. She was called Xiaomei since childhood, and she was finally raised with many ups and downs. But my body is still weak, and I can't even chop firewood. What can I do in the army like this? Uncle Wu, the troops have to get up at 6 o'clock every day for training. They have to run more than 10 or 20 kilometers a day and carry 20 or 30 kilograms of things. Many people run until they vomit blood. Can Xiaomeizi handle it? Ruan Shuangjiang politely refused, but Uncle Wu didn't understand and said, We have Qiqi man here. He is the deputy head of the group. How can he let my sister Xiao live a hard life? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Qiqi's husband is also the commander's son. He still has to go to the front line and risk his life. Can your little sister be more precious than the commander's son? With your ideological awareness, you should recite the quotations in the New Year well, and don't come out to embarrass yourself. The captain criticized him harshly, saying that the girl's thighs were not as thick as his arms, and she couldn't even lift the handle of a hoe. If such a waste were to join the army, he would only bring shame to Ruan Jiawan. Ruan Shuangjiang also said, My Qiqi man has been through countless lives and deaths, and has made countless contributions. His 2 brothers have also made contributions recently, and one of their younger brothers almost died. Uncle Wu, you should let Xiao stay at home. You and Aunt Wu will be sad if she goes to the army. What is Qiqi's father thinking? He is already such a high-ranking official, but he still lets his son charge into battle. He really doesn't know how to enjoy his blessings. Uncle Wu muttered unhappily. He was still hoping that his son would go to the army to gain some experience, so that when he was demobilized, he could be arranged for a good job and eat state-funded food, and then the 2 of them would be able to enjoy the good life. How else can he be the commander? He is selfless and has only the country and the people in his heart. He can even send his own son to the front line, and he is not afraid of bloodshed or sacrifice. This is called enlightenment. Lao Wu, you should go home and recite the quotations now. If you can't recite them well, don't go out and embarrass yourself. The captain gave Uncle Wu a stern lecture, but he didn't dare to say a word and went home in shame. Others also wanted to send their children to the army, but after hearing what Ruan Shuangjiang said, they began to worry. Other officials put themselves first and others second, but Commander Lou is selfless and even shows mercy to his own son. Their sons have been sent to the army, so they won't be sacrificed for others as well, right? Or let's wait and see. It's glorious to be a soldier in the People's Liberation Army, but if you lose your life, what's the use of that glory? The others sat for a while and then went to visit other people's homes, leaving only the captain and his wife. Shuangjiang, do you still remember Fulai? The captain mentioned his youngest son, Nguyen Fuklai. Uncle, Fulai is my brother. How could I not remember that he didn't come home this year? Ruan Shuangjiang asked with a smile. He said he would come back next year. This kid is very motivated. After training, he read books and learned skills. Oh, and he was a car soldier. He even won 2nd place in a competition. Captain Estone was very proud, and he was now counting on his youngest son to bring honor to the family. Ruan Shuangjiang cooperated and praised him. The captain had just praised her brother-in-law so much, so she had to reciprocate. When the captain mentioned his youngest son, he became excited and praised his son to the sky for half an hour. Ruan Shuangjiang just listened quietly. Frost, Fulai is already 22 years old, but still a young soldier. Can you let Qiqi men help and give Fulai a chance to improve? The team leader is worthy of being a cadre. His speaking level is much higher. Second uncle, I can't make the decision on this matter. I'll go back to the city and talk to Qiqi about it. I'll let Qiqi make the decision on the specifics. Do you think that's okay? Ruan Shuangjiang answered sincerely that she had a good impression of her cousin Filai. Okay. It's good that you are willing to mention it. Shuangjiang, second uncle will accept your kindness. You can work in the city with peace of mind. I am at home, so nothing will go wrong. The captain nodded happily. As long as Ruan Shuangjiang brought it up, the matter would be half successful. After sitting for a while, the captain and his wife left happily. Ruan Shuangjiang didn't need to go to pay New Year's greetings in the first month of the lunar year, as she had no relatives on either her parents' side, so after the first day of the new year, she planned to return to the city. Because the winery started operations early this year and had to go back to work on the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, it was also thanks to Ruan Qiqi that she sent Pei Yuan a few bottles of newly packaged sample wine, and Pei Yuan gave some to a friend who worked in the Ministry of Commerce. It happened that a friend from the Ministry of Commerce was inviting foreign guests to dinner, so he arranged to serve this kind of wine. As a result, the foreign guests fell in love with this wine and asked the Ministry of Commerce to arrange a visit to the winery and place a large order. Everyone in the winery was overjoyed. In order to catch up with this batch of orders, they basically worked overtime every day and even started work ahead of schedule before the Spring Festival. The bus service on the fourth day of the new year was not running yet, so Ruan Shuangjiang and Bai Fengshou agreed to ride their bikes back to Tanzhou on the third day of the new year. After breakfast, Ruan Shuangjiang prepared to return to the city. She gave the leftover food and candies to the captain's family and a few other families with whom she was on good terms. She also collected a lot of bacon and dried vegetables, filling up a backpack. She and Bai Fengshou each took a child, and it took them 7 or 8 hours to ride to Tanzhou. If everything went well, they could reach Tanzhou by dark, but her bicycle chain fell off several times, and she either had a flat tire or a broken chain. Thanks to Bai Fengshou, otherwise Ruan Shuangjiang would have had no way to do it alone. I'm so sorry to have delayed your time. Ruan Shuangjiang felt very embarrassed. If it weren't for her, Bai Fengshou would have been in Tanzhou by now. It's just a small matter. You're welcome, big sister. Bai Fengshou's tone was very intimate because he knew that Ruan Shuangjiang was his cousin. It was getting darker and darker, so Bai Fengshou tied a flashlight to the front of the car for illumination, and they rode slower. Brother Fengshou, are you hungry? Have some omelette, but it's too bad it's cold. Ruan Shuangjiang took out the omelette she had fried in the morning. It was cold, but Bai Fengshou didn't mind. He was happy to be able to eat white flour and eggs, even if they were cold. After they finished eating the egg rice and felt a little warmer, Bai Fengshou shone his flashlight around and said, "We'll be there in another hour or so." We're finally here. Is that a farm over there? Ruan Shuangjiang pointed towards the lights in the distance. I think so. Have you guys rested well? Bai Fengshou was worried that it was unsafe late at night and wanted to go back early. Well, let's ride into town in one go. Ruan Shuangjiang didn't want to be outside so late at night, so she cheered herself up and got on her bike. She also wrapped the 2 children tightly with scarves and hats to prevent them from being blown by the wind. The moon was flickering tonight. There were no street lights on the road, and it was pitch black. Only the dim light of the flashlight cast all kinds of distorted shadows on the trees on the roadside, making it look particularly eerie and strange in the middle of the night. Mom, I'm scared. Ruan Pan's voice trembled. Those shadows were so scary. What's there to be afraid of? It's a tree. Ruan Yen was actually a little scared, but she couldn't show it because she had to give her sister courage. Don't be afraid. We'll be home soon. Ruan Shuangjiang was actually also frightened, and she pretended to be calm and comforted her daughter. Call out. A white shadow floated over quickly, so fast that it was in front of them in an instant. There is one more, I will write it out. Ruan Shuangjiang was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly braked and hugged her little daughter in the back seat with one hand. Her hands were shaking, because she saw that the white shadow in front of her was a person with disheveled hair. She couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, but she could see clearly that this person had no feet, just floating in the air.
Mom, I'm scared.
Ruan Pan hugged her mother tightly and was about to cry.
No.
Don't be afraid. Mom is here. Ruan Shuangjiang parked the car and picked up her little daughter. Bai Fengshou also stopped. He wanted to hug Ruan Yan, but the little girl was very strong and didn't let him hug her. I'm not afraid. Ruan Yan straightened her chest to show that she was not afraid, but it would have been more convincing if her legs hadn't been shaking. Don't be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world. Bai Fengshou tried to comfort them and give himself courage, but to little avail, because he firmly believed that there were ghosts in this world. His grandmother told him this, and also said that she had seen a ghost when she was a child. Bai Fengshou believed it without a doubt. She has no feet. She is back. Is she going to eat us? Ruan Shuangjiang was so scared that she was incoherent. She hugged her little daughter tightly, her mind racing, wondering what she would do if she encountered a ghost in the middle of the night. Praying to the Buddha will definitely not work, as the Buddha cannot control ghosts. Make a fire. Yes, ghosts are afraid of fire. Hurry up and light the fire. Do you have a lighter? Ruan Shuangjiang put her younger daughter down and hurriedly picked up branches from the ground. She also took out a comic book from her backpack. It was her eldest daughter's favorite, but now she could only use it to deal with the ghost. Bai Fengshou didn't have a lighter, but he had matches. With the help of comic books, the two of them quickly lit a fire. Fortunately, there was a hillside on the side of the road, so they were able to pick up a lot of dead grass and branches. The fire grew bigger and bigger, warming not only their bodies but also their hearts. Now the ghosts would definitely not dare to come near. But it's not afraid of fire. It's getting closer and closer. What is it going to do? Is it going to eat children? Ruan Shuangjiang calmed down and prepared to fight the ghost to the death. She would never let the ghost eat her child. Mother. Ruan Pan hugged her mother tightly in fear. She didn't want to be eaten by ghosts, and she was afraid of the pain. She also didn't want her sister and mother to be eaten by ghosts. Only Uncle Bai was left, but Uncle Bai was a very kind person, and she didn't want to be eaten by ghosts. 3-year-old Ruan Pan didn't know what to do, and was so worried that she was about to cry. Brother Fengshou, you take them away, and I'll drag it. Ruan Shuangjiang calmed down completely. She pulled out a burning branch from the fire and used it as a weapon. I have a solution. Boys' urine can fight ghosts. My grandma told me so. Bai Fengshou's eyes lit up because his grandmother said that boys' urine has strong yang energy, and ghosts are most afraid of things with strong yang energy. It happened that he hadn't broken his primordial yang yet, so he could deal with this ghost. The white ghost floated back, and when it was 3 meters away from them, it stopped, and its body tilted toward the ground, bending into an incredible angle that was definitely not something a human body could do. Then, the white shadow stood upright again and looked towards them. Its head rotated 180 degrees on the spot, and there was no face. This ghost has no face, front or back. Ruan Shuangjiang and the others were immediately horrified and were sure that it was just a ghost. Bai Fengshou had already filled a rice bowl with boys' urine. Fortunately, he held it in, otherwise he would not know what to do now. Big sister, I'm going to pour it, you guys run. Pour it on its head, that's where it hurts the most, and then I'll burn it with fire. Ruan Shuangjiang drew another torch, one in each hand, with a particularly determined look in his eyes. Ruan Yan was infected by her mother and was no longer afraid. She also took a torch and protected her sister. 1, 2, 3. After Bai Fengshou counted to 3, he rushed towards the white shadow ghost. Before it could react, a full basin of boys' urine was poured on its head, without wasting a single drop. I'll fight you. Ruan Shuangjiang shouted to give himself courage, and threw the torch at the white shadow ghost. Ruan Yan followed closely behind, and threw the torch in his hand over. The white shadow ghost suddenly caught fire, and there was a flying knife in its hand, aiming at Bai Fengshou. But after seeing Ruan Yan and Ruan Pan, she withdrew her hand, glared at them with gritted teeth, and took off the white Dacron bed sheet outside, revealing a tight black nightgown. But the stench on his head was so strong that it made her want to vomit. She stared at Bai Fengshou and memorized his appearance. Wait for her. It was not until she left that Bai Fengshou came to his senses. That look just now was so terrifying that he thought he was going to die. This ghost must be a very resentful and evil ghost. Fortunately, he has enough yang energy, and even evil ghosts are afraid of his urine. It's all right, Brother Fengshou. Thanks to your boy's urine. Ruan Shuangjiang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and felt a little scared. The ghost just now was so scary. It could actually shed its skin just like a snake. Inside was a black skeleton. It ran faster than flying. It was so scary. Because they were so scared and it was too dark, they couldn't see clearly that the person was riding a bicycle and kept thinking it was a ghost. Ruan Shuangjiang went to pick up the basin on the ground. She bought it this year, and it could be used again after washing. Mom, I've pretended to pee. Wan Yen whispered to her not to drink Uncle Bai's urine. Bai Fengshou's face felt hot, and he turned his head away in embarrassment. What's wrong with urine? You're eating vegetables with feces on them. Just wash them and they'll be clean. This basin only costs $3.80. Ruan Shuangjiang scolded her daughter, saying that she had become pretentious after coming to the city, saying that food and vegetables were all grown with feces and urine. When she heard that it cost $3.80, Wan Yen shut up decisively. She only had 10 cents pocket money a week, and this basin was more expensive than her, so she really had no right to look down on it. An hour later, they finally entered the city. Bai Fengshou sent them back to the winery and then returned to his own residence, which was a dormitory provided by the Cultural Relic Shop. It was a single room. Although it was a bit small, it was better than a crowded dormitory. He was very content. That night, the four exhausted people slept very soundly. Someone was busy until midnight, and it took him half a day to wash his hair. He cursed as he worked, "Baka, when I catch that jerk, I'll feed him shoot." She went to the farm to work overtime and dressed up as a ghost to scare the vice principal. The old jerk couldn't help being frightened and had a stroke. She was very satisfied with the result and was in a good mood. However, she met a few psychopaths on the way. They actually poured urine on her and burned her with fire. If it weren't for those two brats, she would never have let this pair of jerks off. That's right, this scary white ghost is Xia Tao. She spent the new year with her adoptive parents and then returned to Tianzhou. She was bored and suddenly had the idea of dressing up as a ghost to scare the vice principal in the middle of the night. The result was better than she expected. The vice principal had a stroke and would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. But who knew she would meet a lunatic? She was riding her bike so happily that her shoes fell off. She had to go back to look for them, but she didn't want to get off the bike, so she backed up, hooked her shoes with her feet, and put them on. She didn't do anything, but was splashed with urine for no reason. What bad luck. The man's urine was smelly and foul, definitely not a good thing. And that woman was like a psychopath, not a good thing either. Tomorrow she would go find that couple and avenge what happened last night. Finally finished writing, and finally caught up with the original update status. Good night, good night. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, Wan Qiqi was awakened by the sound of firecrackers, but she didn't want to get up, so she stayed in bed. Since she became pregnant, she rarely cooked and basically ate in the cafeteria. The military canteen is open all year round and offers a wide variety of food. It is clean, nutritious, and tastes great. It saves a lot of time and effort than cooking for yourself. What do you want for lunch? Wearing an apron with an empty bucket in his hand. He had just gone downstairs to dry the sheets. Qiqi loved cleanliness and changed the sheets once every half a month. There was plenty of sunlight downstairs, and there were several rows of clotheslines, making it very convenient to dry the sheets. I'm not hungry. Eat by yourself. Wan Qiqi just ate an apple and didn't feel hungry. I'll bring the food back and heat it up. You can eat it when you're hungry, okay? Lu Yi discussed it in a gentle tone. Okay, 1 meat and 1 vegetable will do. Wan Qiqi agreed. I'm going to check now to see if there's any stir-fried pork. If I go too late, I won't be able to grab it. Lu Yi wiped his hands on his apron, picked up the rice bowl, and ran out. Wan Qiqi counted silently in her heart. 3, 2, 1. A floral apron flew in and hung on the wall with precision. She raised the corner of her mouth and crawled into bed to continue staying in bed. This kind of happy life, where she could sleep until she woke up naturally and have 3 meals delivered to her mouth. What would it matter if she lived for another 500 years? "Big sister, Happy New Year," was heard in the corridor. After a while, he ran back, took out a small packet of firecrackers from the drawer, lit them and threw them in the corridor to welcome Ruan Shuangjiang's arrival. This is the custom of Ruan. When guests come to visit in the first month of the lunar year, setting off firecrackers to welcome them is the highest etiquette. "Happy New Year, brother-in-law. Where's Qiqi?" Ruan Shuangjiang greeted with a smile, holding a basket full of local specialties she brought from the countryside. "I'm in the house." Ruan Qiqi was getting ready to get up. Lu Yi welcomed Ruan Shuangjiang into the house, made tea, served her melon seeds and candies, and said, "Sister, please eat at home. I will go to the cafeteria to get some food." "No, I came here to eat. I'll be leaving after sitting for a while. You and Qiqi can eat these." Ruan Shuangjiang took out the things in the basket one by one, including bacon, sausage, cured fish, pig blood cake, glutinous rice cake, etc., and piled them on the table into a small mountain. "Eat some more after you've eaten." Ruan Qiqi got out of bed, put on her clothes, and cleared the things on the table. Lu Yi took a basket, brought a few more bowls, and went to the cafeteria. "What are you doing here again?" As soon as he walked out of the door, Lu Yi ran into Xia Tao. He blurted out, "What?" with his eyes full of disdain as always. "Greeting Qiqi for the new year. It has nothing to do with you." Xia Tao rolled her eyes and brushed past him, but she saw the firecracker debris at the door and the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air, and her desire to win suddenly emerged. "Why not set off firecrackers?" Xia Tao questioned. She hated being treated differently the most. Why did other guests set off firecrackers while hers was deserted? "No time." Lu Yiyan snorted and walked away briskly. 6 ounces of rice, 3 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish. Xia Tao chased after him and shouted that the food in the compound's canteen was really good and better than that in some restaurants. Lu Yi ignored him. He didn't want to cook for this crazy woman. "If you don't beat me, I'll come every day." Xia Tao's sinister, threatening voice came from upstairs. Lu Yi raised his head, glared at her fiercely, gritted his teeth, and walked away. Then, the sound of firecrackers popped from the 3rd floor. Xia Tao went into the house to get the firecrackers herself and picked the biggest one. After the firecrackers were all set off, she went back in and shouted loudly, "Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" Ruan Qiqi was already accustomed to her crazy actions and cooperated very well. Although Ruan Shuangjiang was not used to Xia Tao's madness, she still smiled politely. Facing her, Xia Tao's eyes flashed with anger. It turned out to be the crazy woman who burned her with fire last night. It was really easy for her to get what she wanted. She would teach this woman a lesson soon. "She is my eldest sister." "Sister, she is my classmate Xia Tao." Ruan Qiqi introduced them. "Happy New Year, comrade Xia." Ruan Shuangjiang greeted her warmly, and her eyes changed. Before, she was looking at a crazy woman, but now she was looking at a worker peasant soldier college student. There was a qualitative difference. "Happy New Year, big sister." Xia Tao's tone was a little regretful that she couldn't take revenge. Ruan Qiqi noticed that she spoke with a nasal tone, so she asked, "How come you caught a cold after the New Year?" Xia Tao glanced at Ruan Shuangjiang angrily, then took out her handkerchief, blew her nose, and said, "I washed my hair with cold water last night and caught a cold." There was no place to get hot water in the middle of the night, so she could only wash her hair with cold water. When she woke up today, her nose was blocked. "Why don't you use hot water to wash?" Ruan Shuangjiang asked with concern. "It's all gone." Xia Tao made up a random excuse. Actually, she was just too lazy to fight. "Comrade Xia, don't think I'm nagging you. It's okay to wash your hair a day late. How can you wash your hair with cold water in the middle of winter? It's not good for your body to be cold. You don't feel it now because you're young, but you'll regret it when you get married and have children." Ruan Shuangjiang kept persuading her that Xia Tao did not take good care of her body. "I won't get married or have children," Xia Tao explained very seriously. She didn't feel annoyed. On the contrary, She liked Ruan Shuangjiang's nagging because her adoptive mother in her memory also nagged like that, and she hadn't heard it for many years. You're still young now, so naturally you think it's better to be alone. When you meet a man you like, you will definitely think it's good to get married. Ruan Shuangjiang said with a smile. I don't like men. Xia Tao's tone was full of disgust, especially towards the jerk who had thrown urine on her last night. Ruan Shuangjiang was stunned for a moment. She felt that Xia Tao was serious, as if she was not joking. She thought a lot of things at once, and guessed that Xia Tao might have been hurt by a man and couldn't get over it for a while. She was tactful enough to stop persuading him and started talking about her hometown and the captain's request. Found Ruan Fuklai from the original body's memory. He was much more upright than his father, and the only one in the family who had helped the original body's sisters. But unfortunately, when Ruan Fuklai came back, the three sisters of the original body had already met with accidents. However, Nguyen Fuklai paid for Nguyen Xiaoshua's funeral, and he also severely condemned his father, but his role was too small to stop the greed of his clan members. But the original body was still very grateful to Nguyen Fuklai. I'll ask Lu Yi to check. If Nguyen Fuklai's performance is indeed good, he will definitely have a chance to be promoted.